Chapter 1. Awakening. As Best awoke once more to consciousness, he found himself immersed in a luminous, verdant liquid. Dazed, he glanced around, his gaze penetrating the crystalline green substance, and was astonished to discover that within this confined space lay countless oval-shaped petri dishes. Each dish cradled a diminutive human embryo, curled up and slumbering in the emerald fluid, resembling an infant nurtured in the womb of its mother. However, to refer to these embryos strictly as human infants would be a misnomer, for in addition to possessing the fundamental characteristics of human anatomy, they bore an extraneous appendage, a tail. Indeed, a Tylon anatomical remnant long since evolved away from the human species. A series of bubbles surged from the corner of Best's mouth, imparting a sensation akin to suffocation. This feeling, however, was not due to external circumstances. Rather, the green liquid that enveloped Best was an artificially synthesized concoction, brimming with organic nutrients designed to accelerate the growth cycle of mammals. Not only did it serve as an indicator for assessing fetal health and sex, but also provided a safeguard against bacterial infections during gestation. Even in the event of infection, it minimized the risks to an insignificant degree. This synthetic fluid could, to a certain extent, entirely replace the amniotic fluid that typically forms within the amniotic cavity during normal fetal development, offering superior qualities in certain aspects. Furthermore, an array of tubes connected to these peculiar embryos served as substitutes for umbilical cords, ensuring that the embryos born within would not suffer premature deterioration due to trivial concerns such as bacterial infections. It is crucial to note that the genetic samples used to cultivate these embryos were exceedingly rare and classified as non-renewable resources, incapable of even secondary utilization. Consequently, the researchers were compelled to employ every conceivable means to enhance the survival rate of the experimental embryos, thereby averting unnecessary losses. The sensation of suffocation that Best experienced stemmed from his recently awakened consciousness, which abruptly made him aware that he was, in fact, one of these freakish children confined within the sealed petri dishes. What was happening? They must have made a mistake. A piercing chill surged from the depths of Best's heart, and in a state of panic, he began to strike the transparent barrier of the petri dish, his mouth opening and closing in a futile attempt to scream. Alas, the dish was filled with the viscous synthetic fluid, and his cries merely resulted in a deluge of the thick liquid flooding into his stomach, producing a series of bubbles without emitting a single sound. Moreover, the petri dish itself was constructed from a high-density metallic material used in spacecraft fabrication, interspersed with space-gray glass, ensuring its safety. Unless struck by a particle cannon, not even laser weapons could leave a trace upon its surface. Thus, every action Best undertook was nothing more than a fruitless endeavor. Perhaps Best's erratic behavior caught the attention of the researchers, as a tube connected to his wrist suddenly pierced through his flesh. The moment he became aware, a stream of dark red liquid, visible to the naked eye, was injected into his bloodstream through the slender conduit. What is this? A question barely formed in his mind before the unfortunate soul succumbed to a deep slumber, his pale and diminutive body sinking once more into the emerald synthetic liquid, resembling a lifeless entity. What has happened? Why did the alarm sound without reason? A sharp voice that grated on the nerves echoed through the laboratory door, compelling the other researchers to cast wary glances towards the entrance. From the shadowy corner emerged a diminutive figure, leaning on a cane as he ambled forward. He possessed a grotesque avian visage, with sparse dark green plumage adorning his form. Though his stature was notably short, he unmistakably exhibited certain human traits, resembling a hybrid beast of genetic amalgamation. Strangely, his upper body was draped in a peculiar robe, adorned with a string of oversized beads that rendered his appearance a comical absurdity. Yet, this bizarre and ludicrous figure instilled an involuntary fear among the laboratory staff, as though they were in the presence of a ferocious and deranged beast. Indeed, this peculiar individual, known as Feit, was an exceedingly dangerous anomaly and the highest authority of the Space Research Station. After a prolonged silence, the laboratory head stammered an account of the peculiar incident occurring in the embryo cultivation chamber. Just as he felt a sense of relief at redirecting Feit's attention towards the aberrant experimental subject, a bolt of distorted electricity struck him without warning, instantly carbonizing him into a heap of charred remains. This incompetent fool, unable to articulate even the simplest of matters, stammering for so long, what use is he? You there, yes, you. Bring me that experimental subject, Feit remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he pointed at a researcher whose head resembled that of an octopus, trembling violently. His tone was as flat as if he had merely crushed an inconsequential insect. Under the terrified gazes of his colleagues, this capricious old man began to make his way toward the laboratory exit. Just as the staff prepared to exhale in relief, Feit abruptly halted, turning back with an eerie smile. What an intriguing little creature, do not keep me waiting now. Once Feit departed, the octopus-headed researcher collapsed to the ground, his tentacles twitching as if in spasms. The other unselected researchers, while relieved, regarded him with pitying eyes, recognizing that his newfound significance in Feit's twisted machinations likely spelled his doom. Awaken. Saiyan. Chapter 2. The Super Saiyan Project. This cosmic research facility was established 3 decades ago, with the intent of exploring the potential of various extraterrestrial intelligent species and their energy compositions. A decade ago, the former head of the research base was eliminated by alien warriors dispatched by the malevolent King Cold after he rebuffed the king's insidious colonization demands. The reins were taken over by Feit, a veritable madman, who, upon assuming control, discarded much of the previous research findings in favor of perilous and unstable experiments involving cosmic radiation and genetic injections. However, it must be acknowledged that despite his insanity, this individual did achieve some tangible results. Without delving too deeply into specifics, many elite members of King Cold's forces, including the formidable Jinyu force led by his son Frisia, underwent significant enhancements in combat capabilities due to exposure to the clandestinely deployed cosmic radiation emanating from the research facility. Of course, such success stories were exceedingly rare, and prior to this, countless innocent lives had fallen victim to these experiments. Several years ago, Feit grew dissatisfied with the fragility of the life forms utilized for experimentation and developed a profound fascination with the warrior race under the command of Frisia, the son of King Cold. This race was a naturally gifted martial community, with every member regardless of gender inclined towards combat, reveling in warfare and bloodshed, characterized by an aggressive temperament and exceptional physical prowess. Most astonishingly, the genes of this race contained a remarkable and nearly perfect genetic fragment, endowing each individual with an extraordinarily robust self-repair system, resulting in enhanced strength following recovery from severe injuries. Such a flawless race drove the humorless scientific maniac Feit into a frenzy. To validate the veracity of the rumors, he personally traversed multiple star systems, ultimately capturing a handful of specimens operating within the outer star systems. Following extensive dissection and genetic experimentation, Feit was elated to discover that these warriors, known as Saiyans, were precisely the perfect experimental subjects he had long sought. Good heavens, their composition, their genes, their growth patterns all were so impeccably perfect, particularly the near-perfect mysterious genetic fragment found within their blood. This was nothing short of a divine gift from the gods for my perfect experimental vessel. Just as Feit reveled in his discovery of the Saiyans, another piece of news arrived that plunged his heart into despair. What? Frisia has summoned all Saiyan warriors back to planet Vegeta and destroyed it. How could he do this? That scoundrel. How could he annihilate such a perfect race? Feit was nearly beside himself with rage, vociferously berating Frisia's shameless actions in the laboratory. Ultimately, even his former superior, King Cold, became an unfortunate casualty, receiving a thorough dressing down from the infuriated Feit. Thus, he was compelled to immediately set off for the Saiyans' homeland, planet Vegeta, in search of a remedy. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the situation was far graver than his subordinates had reported. The entire planet Vegeta lay in ruins under such circumstances. Amidst the debris of the planet's explosion, no miracles could possibly exist. In a fit of despair, Feit brutally dispatched several individuals who happened to cross his path and seemed rather agreeable to him. Yet, unwilling to give up, he dispatched numerous exploration teams to scour the remnants of Vegeta, hoping to salvage even a fragment of Saiyan skin. Perseverance bore fruit under Feit's stringent orders. The exploration teams, after enduring 3 hellish days, finally unearthed something of value: a relatively intact slab stained with Saiyan blood. While it was referred to as a slab, it was essentially a sizable rock formation, towering several stories high, with the bloodstains of the Saiyans scattered rather sparsely across its surface, and some of it possibly not even belonging to the Saiyans. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. With these precious blood samples in hand, Feit felt a surge of confidence and instructed the exploration teams to work at full capacity for several more days, ultimately deciding to return home despite the meager results. Upon his return to the Cosmic Research Base, Feit immediately shut down all ongoing research projects, reallocating the majority of the base's resources and funds to his newly established research initiative. In truth, aside from some routine operations, most of the facilities at the research base had fallen into a state of disrepair. However, when reporting to King Cold, Feit remained quite forthright, ensuring that every vessel and individual flying machine provided for King Cold's expansion into the cosmos was constructed to standard, albeit with slightly reduced quality. He skillfully played this to his advantage, repeatedly lamenting to King Cold's faction about the inadequacies of his research base and the lack of funding, thus acquiring a substantial sum to sustain his research. This endeavor would later be known as the Super Saiyan Project. Awaken, O Saiyans, Chapter 3, Ambition. The so-called Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among the battle-hardened Saiyans. It is said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans, possessing the mightiest power in the universe, making them the strongest warriors in all existence. Naturally, few take this legend seriously. Most dismiss it as mere folklore, believing it to be a fabrication designed to elevate the Saiyan status. In fact, even Frieza, who single-handedly obliterated planet Vegeta, considers the notion of a Super Saiyan to be a ludicrous joke. In his view, while this warrior race may develop rapidly, the true concern lies in the collective strength of their species, not in the myth of a single Super Saiyan. The idea that an individual could grow powerful enough to pose a threat to him is utterly absurd and unrealistic. As a scientific researcher, Feit initially held little regard for such nearly absurd legends. Every race in the universe boasts one or two of these tales, much like the most primitive cave dwellers might boast about their ancestors' greatness. It is merely a self-aggrandizing story spun by weaker groups to elevate their own significance. However, from the moment he first encountered the nearly perfect genes present in Saiyan blood, Feit began to genuinely believe in the truth of this legend. The extraordinary growth potential of the Saiyans' perfect genes, along with the astounding energy contained within their genetic fragments, suggested that an ordinary Saiyan, when properly channeled, could instantly possess the incredible destructive power to combat radiation mutants. And this was merely the beginning. One could assert that the Saiyans, due to their perfect genes, possessed nearly limitless potential. Given sufficient time, they could evolve to a remarkably formidable level. At that point, having such a subordinate would make the dream of ruling the universe a tangible reality. With the initiation of the Super Saiyan Project, Feit's thoughts were consumed day and night by the enigmatic composition of the Saiyans' perfect genes and the legendary strongest warriors of the cosmos. He envisioned deciphering the genetic map of the Saiyans' perfect genes, thereby creating countless bloodthirsty, berserk Super Saiyan warriors. In that future, he would not only trample King Cold and his 2 loathsome sons underfoot, but would also usurp their family's position to dominate the universe, ensuring that the name Feit would echo through every corner of the cosmos. A massive mechanical arm secured an egg-shaped petri dish onto a specialized apparatus, with several tubes extending from the base to the dish, suspending Best's limbs in AT formation, immersed in a green synthetic liquid. Initiate scanning echoed the mechanical, synthesized voice from the control panel. A 3-dimensional holographic screen unfolded, rapidly transforming into a miniature representation of a young child. Waves of light emanated from the child's head, continuously analyzing the entirety of the child's bodily structure. Gradually, the child's image began to disintegrate with each layer of light sweeping over. The outer flesh of the child was methodically stripped away, ultimately revealing a singular luminous internal circulatory system. Within the holographic screen, one could clearly observe the intense activity within the child's life-form brain. The energy generated by this activity increased exponentially, stimulating the cerebral cortex and pituitary structure, seemingly attempting to rectify the child's imperfections and injuries. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm blared, signaling the declining vitality of the experimental subject, with a report of a decrease of 178, culminating in its demise. Amidst the jarring cacophony of the alarm, the head of a Saiyan clone infant, placed within a petri dish near best, unexpectedly burst open, staining the crystalline green synthetic liquid with a murky and glaring hue. Feit, his expression devoid of emotion, gazed at the experimental results, then suddenly slammed his palm heavily onto the control panel. The screen displaying the death report of the Saiyan clone flickered twice before vanishing without a trace, while a surge of blue electricity swiftly erupted from the control panel. Fortunately, the control panel was of exceptional quality and remained unscathed from Feit's furious blow. Yet his sudden outburst startled many. The alien researchers trembled as they beheld the grim visage of Feit, some burying their heads deep into their chests, their bodies quaking uncontrollably, too frightened to lift their gazes. What was the dosage of the drug this time? Feit finally spoke after surveying the room. His eyes were sharp enough to seem capable of slicing through flesh, and no one dared to bear the brunt of the old madman's wrath at such a moment. However, someone had to step forward. A young researcher adjusted his glasses and replied, "The genetic drug used this time is only 1/3 of the previous dosage, while the biochemical agent has been increased by 50%. Feit nodded slowly and walked towards the petri dish, extending his bony, elongated fingers to gently caress its surface. He pondered aloud, "Why is it still failing? The genetic drug has been significantly reduced from last time, and the biochemical agent meant to stabilize the Saiyant's emotions and psyche has also been considerably enhanced. Why then does it still not succeed? Is the perfect gene of the Saiyans truly beyond my reach?" After a lengthy pause, Feit's expression morphed into a snarl, his fingers clawing frantically at the metallic glass of the petri dish. His eyes ablaze with fury as he declared, "Extract that experimental subject for me. I shall administer the injection myself." His finger pointed directly at Best, the Saiyan infant still not having completed its normal physiological growth cycle. The oval petri dish's top unfolded like a blooming flower, and a massive mechanical arm rudely seized the feeble infant of Best, akin to livestock awaiting slaughter, and placed it upon the cold dissection table. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 4. Awakening. The sharp blade of the scalpel effortlessly sliced through the delicate skin of the infant on the dissection table, revealing the tender muscle fibers beneath. The operator's technique was exceptionally skilled, deftly avoiding any severing of blood vessels to prevent unintended harm to the experimental subject. A slender mechanical arm extended, its end fitted with 6 helical syringes containing advanced genetic agents. Feit held the scalpel, feeling a resurgence of youthful vigor coursing through him. He straightened his posture, striving to appear less morose and diminutive. His face radiated a solemnity and rigor befitting a scientist dedicated to his research. He retrieved a 100 cubic centimeters vial of the mixed genetic agent from the mechanical arm, and, with a sense of sanctity and gravity, applied it to the tender muscle fibers of Best. The cold prick of the needle elicited an indescribably uncomfortable sensation, causing the slumbering Best to attempt to turn away from the discomfort. However, his small body was already secured upon the icy dissection table, and with such limited strength, escape from Feit's deranged experimentation was impossible. Taking a deep breath, Feit unhesitatingly injected the entire 100 cubic centimeters of the mixed genetic agent into Best's veins. This costly concoction quickly took effect within the infant's frail body, causing every blood vessel to swell and throb, as if long. Slender worms writhed beneath the skin, threatening to burst forth. The sight was enough to instill dread and revulsion. The electronic synthesized voice resonated once more, and the three-dimensional display swiftly began to eliminate all unnecessary elements from Best's body, meticulously recording the series of changes occurring within the experimental subject. Several researchers' fingers flew across the control panel, leaving behind a blur of motion that a few robust mechanical arms extended to deliver biochemical agents capable of repairing the damage inflicted by the genetic agent and stabilizing the experimental subject's emotions, continuously administering life-saving injections to the suffering infant. Strictly speaking, the mixed genetic agent was a product of the Cosmic Research Base, originally intended to activate latent gene fragments within living organisms. It aimed to unveil the most primitive aspects of these beings as they embarked on their evolutionary journey. Its production was limited, and it was not particularly renowned until Feit's arrival, after which its prominence grew, with annual output increasing and substantial profits accruing to Feit as the base's administrator. He continually refined this agent for the cultivation of exceptionally powerful warriors. Typically, a lowly soldier with a battle power of around 200, upon surviving an injection of this genetic agent, could see their power increase by 56 times if their ancestral genes were indeed exceptional. The agent could even induce mutations, reverting the warrior's physique to the most formidable form of their race. Regrettably, this once infallible trump card in Feit's hand proved less effective on the perfect genes of the Saiyan race. Or rather, the Saiyan genes were so exceedingly superior that they proved too much for the Saiyans themselves to bear. The immense energy released by these perfect genes would often overwhelm the fragile bodies of ordinary Saiyans, leading to explosive demise. Nevertheless, after over a year of experimentation and thousands of injections into various subjects, there were indeed instances of success, or at least trends toward success, in the underground research facility of Laboratory 1. 2 relatively successful experimental subjects were preserved. Their individual strengths, once triggered by the drug, reached battle powers of 30,000 and an astonishing 60,000, respectively. Even during their confinement, their battle power continued to surge under the stimulation of the genetic agent. Yet, tragically, these 2 experimental subjects remained mere vegetable-like beings devoid of self-awareness. No matter how high their battle power soared, they were ultimately nothing more than useless shells. In truth, Feit had already discerned from his research reports that the genetic samples of these 2 relatively successful subjects came from a high-ranking Saiyan. In fact, the majority of the successful cases among the hundreds were derived from this blood sample. What did this imply? It indicated that Saiyan nobility was better suited for the perfect gene than the commoners. Yet the unfortunate reality was that Feit had already exhausted that precious blood sample prior to this point. As previously mentioned, Saiyan genetic samples were exceedingly valuable. Using even a small amount diminished the total. With no possibility for recycling, that was precisely due to the base's reckless overuse of the genetic agent that the integrity of the Saiyan's perfect genes was compromised, rendering the gene fragments within the clones unstable and incapable of further cloning. Feit's belated realization had caused him to consistently miss vital opportunities. However, he had not entirely relinquished hope. He endeavored to cultivate and blend the remaining genetic samples in a bid to create newer samples. One could say that the multitude of Saiyan clone subjects present at the research base were all derived from the original genetic source, now recreated as second-generation clones. Yet these second-generation clones had, after all, not undergone the natural fertilization and gestation process, resulting in certain defects in their perfect genes compared to the first generation. Nonetheless, any progress was better than none, and Feit continued to anticipate the birth of a miracle. Furthermore, he had gleaned from certain unusual channels that the Saiyans had not entirely perished. At the very least, 3 genuine Saiyan warriors still existed beneath the detestable Frisia's command. Among them was a noble, and another was purportedly of royal lineage. When the collection team I dispatch returns, the Super Saiyan Project shall truly commence in earnest. With his thoughts elsewhere, Feit hastily concluded the tasks at hand and handed the seemingly lifeless Best over to his subordinates. He then wandered through the laboratory, hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of deep gloom. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he turned away, the pitiful infant fixed to the dissection table suddenly opened his previously tightly shut eyes. Gazing bewilderedly at the blinding surgical lights above, his lips twitched slightly, This shape resembled the moon during a full cycle. Chapter 5. The Great Ape Transformation in the Security Room. Several oddly-looking alien guards stood in stunned silence. Their faces contorted with terror as they beheld the colossal creature that had materialized within the laboratory of Sector 6. This is truly the Saiyan infant transformed. How could such a thing be? Even though they had witnessed the entire process of Best's transformation into a great ape through the surveillance footage, the guards still found it hard to believe the reality unfolding before them. A mere infant, no larger than a palm, had abruptly morphed into a towering black gorilla, reaching heights of several dozen meters. Who would believe such a tale? Yet, it was indeed the truth. The creature's combat power had surged to an astonishing 12,000. Just moments ago, it was less than 5,000. One guard fixated on the surveillance screen, his bulging eyes bloodshot. As the energy detector affixed to his right, I blinked frantically, rendering him almost catatonic. Under this unprecedented circumstance, the energy detector could not withstand the excessive strain and suddenly exploded, severely burning half of the guard's face, eliciting a harrowing scream of agony. The other guards, witnessing this, were drenched in cold sweat. Fear etched across their faces. "Quick! Dr. Feit is still in the Sector 6 laboratory. We must hurry. If we do not neutralize this monster swiftly, it will flay us alive." Another guard suddenly blanched, panic-stricken as he exclaimed. Before darting out of the security room, the others, realizing the gravity of the situation, followed suit, rushing towards Sector 6, fervently praying that this old madman, Feit, would not place the blame upon them. However, if that Saiyan beast were to eliminate Feit, it might not be such a terrible outcome after all. Strangely, this shared thought coursed through their minds, yet they dared not voice it aloud, with a primal roar filled with wildness and anguish. The gargantuan black gorilla pounded its chest with tremendous force, its gaping maw spewing forth beams of pale energy that instantly reduced everything in its path to ashes. The expansive experimental zone had been constructed from the most renowned superalloy materials in the universe, each cubic meter capable of withstanding the devastation wrought by a meteorite impact. Yet, even this formidable material could not withstand the overwhelming power of the Saiyans' transformation. With a deafening crash, the superalloy roof of the experimental zone was torn apart as if it were mere paper, allowing the gorilla to leap into the outer reaches of the cosmic research base, commencing a new wave of destruction. Amidst the blaring alarms, individual combat airships rapidly ascended, circling the gorilla like hawks. Unleashing a barrage of fire, a relentless storm of high-energy projectiles rained down upon the gorilla's massive form. Yet they only incited further fury within the creature, failing to inflict any substantial harm. After fruitlessly attempting to retaliate against the airships, the gorilla thrust its broad palms against the ground, propelling itself skyward, while a beam of energy erupted from its monstrous jaws, accurately striking a cubic-shaped structure. Although Best, in his great ape form, was driven by the primal ferocity and destructive desires inherent in Saiyan genes, he had not entirely lost his reason. In fact, his gradually awakening consciousness allowed him to make subjective judgments about his current situation, influencing the trajectory of his attacks post-transformation. For instance, in the previous moment, Best had no knowledge of what lay within that cubic structure. He merely recognized its familiar shape from his past life, associating it with the storage of highly dangerous industrial materials or the refinement of crude oil, flammable and prone to explosion. Thus, he instinctively targeted it, true to his instincts, the moment the energy beam struck the building. A dazzling explosion engulfed the entire research base, obliterating 3 adjacent experimental zones into a mere heap of ruins. The force of the explosion generated a powerful shockwave akin to a super typhoon, causing even the mighty gorilla to stagger. However, the individual combat airships fared far worse. Most were either instantaneously vaporized by the explosive energy or hurled into the experimental zones of the research base, crashing down with catastrophic results. The casualties were nothing short of horrific. With bloodthirsty and savage crimson eyes, the gorilla surveyed the destruction it had wrought, momentarily feeling a flicker of satisfaction that I reigned supreme above all. Such was the sensation coursing through it. Yet, No one could fathom the thoughts of this terrifying beast as chaos reigned throughout the research base. Everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, with little regard for the unfolding catastrophe. In a corner of Sector 6 laboratory, slender fingers emerged from the debris, struggling to lift the heavy slab that pinned down the aged and seemingly immortal Feit, who lay there gasping for breath like a wounded dog. "Do you require assistance, my dear Dr. Feit?" A mocking voice echoed from outside, bringing Feit a glimmer of hope. Casting aside his dignity, the old man exclaimed, "Abaz, quickly, extricate me from this wretched place." "As you wish." The taunting voice replied with a faint smile, and Feit's diminutive form was effortlessly lifted by a massive hand. Paying no heed to the disrespectful treatment, Feit scrambled to his feet, staring in shock at the utterly ravaged research base. Tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically as he asked the mutant alien named Abaz, "What of that monster?" Abaz gestured towards the direction from which the explosions emanated, stating calmly, "It is outside wreaking havoc. You scoundrel, why did you not intervene to stop it?" Feit's greenish bird-like face flushed with rage as he raised his cane, directing an angry reprimand at Abaz. Strangely, he refrained from unleashing the usual lightning bolt he reserved for the researchers. Abaz smirked. "The initial agreement merely stipulated that I protect your life. It seems there was no clause regarding the protection of the base." "Fool! If the base is entirely destroyed, the medication you require daily will vanish as well. Surely, you grasp this concept." Feit shook his cane, continuing his tirade. At the mention of the medication, Abaz's expression shifted somewhat, his demeanor fluctuating as he cast a furtive glance at Feit, a flicker of malevolence in his eyes, yet something held him back, leading to an unresolved tension. "Give me a minute. I will deal with that monster." He straightened, speaking in a measured tone. "Deal with it? No, no, no. I require it alive, a living specimen. Do you understand?" The old man suddenly grew animated, his speech becoming somewhat disjointed, yet unmistakably revealing his excitement and fervor. Abaz scoffed, but acquiesced to Feit's demands, compelled by certain factors that rendered him unable to defy the old man's orders at a combat power of 36,000. A formidable opponent, indeed, but still insufficient to pose a challenge to me. As flames surged skyward, leaving behind a wasteland of shattered ruins, the air grew thick with the acrid scent of burnt debris and semi-solid remnants of the explosion. The black gorilla reveled in the destruction of the very place that had birthed its existence, a place that had stripped it of freedom and dignity, finding solace in its vengeance. Suddenly, while relentlessly demolishing the cosmic base's spaceport, the gorilla's ears twitched instinctively, causing it to tilt its massive head. A blinding beam of light whizzed past its cheek, narrowly missing its head, an unmistakable provocation. In a fit of rage, the ferocious black gorilla straightened its towering form, its nearly 100-meter stature bearing down upon a diminutive figure floating in midair, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, as if every movement contained the power to obliterate the very earth. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, the figure hovering above, Abaz, Feit's personal bodyguard, remained unfazed, casually delivering a punch that met the gorilla's overwhelming force head-on. The stark contrast in their sizes was staggering, a disparity so vast that even the most oblivious observer could discern the imbalance in raw power. However, the initial clash of power between the two resulted in the seemingly formidable gorilla staggering backward, ultimately tumbling to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Observing this, Abaz could not suppress a derisive laugh, shaking his head as he remarked, "What a foolish imbecile, possessing a combat prowess exceeding 10,000, yet relying solely on brute instinct and raw strength to wreak havoc. You do not even grasp the most fundamental application of energy to it. Seems I have overestimated you." Before the gorilla could regain its footing, Abaz had already descended upon its massive form like a meteor, delivering a resounding blow that nearly embedded a significant portion of the creature into the ground. Moments later, an immense force propelled the gorilla into the air, where it collided with an energy sphere that had been lingering above, resulting in an extraordinarily violent explosion that illuminated the eternally dim cosmic base with a blinding brilliance. Judging by the intensity of the light and heat produced by this explosion, it was undoubtedly 10 times more potent than the previous detonation of combined energy. At the center of this cataclysm, even Abaz could not guarantee his own safety, let alone that of a creature whose combat abilities paled in comparison to his and who lacked the capability to properly harness its own energy. In his estimation, his earlier strikes should have left the beast gasping for breath, allowing for a swift resolution. Even in a worst-case scenario, it would merely be a matter of the creature accidentally succumbing to its injuries. In such a case, one could hardly hold him accountable. After all, the creature appeared so robust, yet turned out to be utterly incapable of withstanding a blow. Aside from these considerations, he could not fathom any other unforeseen circumstances arising. Indeed, every formidable warrior possesses an unwavering confidence in their judgment, a conviction that serves as both their livelihood and an almost instinctual combat intuition honed through countless brushes with death, that a miscalculation could yield consequences that are often fatal. Take Best, transformed into a giant ape. How could a Saiyan warrior, activated by genetic enhancements, be assessed through conventional logic? As the smoke from the explosive energy dissipated, Abaz gazed at the imposing black gorilla hovering majestically above. His laughter abruptly stifled. The expression on his face shifted dramatically, eyes reflecting an unprecedented seriousness and caution. Remarkably, the creature was in the process of self-healing. Squinting, Abaz reevaluated his opponent, which loomed like a small mountain, and was astonished to discover that some of its wounds were mending at an astonishing rate. Even the areas that had sustained severe damage were rapidly scabbing over and regenerating flesh in mere moments. This revelation caused Abaz's countenance to darken. The flawless combination of strikes he had executed had failed to inflict any substantial harm on his adversary, a reality that felt like a harsh slap across his face. Simultaneously, the combat power detector affixed to his right eye began to blare incessantly, repeatedly updating the creature's combat power level, testing the limits of Abaz's psyche. Combat power. 57,000. Come forth, let me witness the extent of your strength. Abaz removed the detector with a casual flick, crushing in his palm. As he closed the distance to the gorilla, he launched a horizontal kick aimed at its colossal head, only to find that the gorilla, having endured a grievous blow, had enhanced its combat awareness and agility, effortlessly evading the strike. In response, a massive, furry fist shot through the air, colliding with Abaz's leg in a powerful counterattack. Seeing this, Abaz felt a surge of triumph, believing he had once again identified the creature's weak point. However, as their powers clashed, an overwhelming force surged forth with an unstoppable momentum. Abaz felt darkness enveloping his vision, a cacophony of buzzing filling his ears as if 1,000 flies were swirling around him. The taste of blood rising in his throat, and a wave of pressure built up in his chest that he could not expel. Meanwhile, the gorilla fared no better. The sound of its massive wrist bones cracking echoed ominously. Yet its recovery abilities were formidable, allowing it to regain its composure a heartbeat before Abaz. With a furious roar, it unleashed a frenzied counterattack against the once dominant adversary that had so ruthlessly battered it. The powerful cosmic warrior found himself flung about like a ragdoll, pummeled by a relentless barrage of strikes, his body unable to touch the ground as it absorbed the endless onslaught of ferocious power. Despite possessing immense combat capabilities, he was rendered utterly impotent, a state of utter frustration. The gorilla's bloodied maw seemed to twist into a grotesque grin as its colossal hands ensnared Abaz, squeezing with all its might, causing the latter to scream in agony. Yet the disparity between them remained vast. Even though Best had improved, the gorilla's combat prowess still far surpassed his own. After a brief and brutal torment, Abaz finally seized the opportunity to escape the clutches of the enraged creature. Abaz, you fool! What are you doing? Do not allow it to grow stronger. Transform and subdue it. The untimely shout of Dr. Feit echoed through the desolate ruins, unaware that the very target of his ire was already consumed by a desire to obliterate the entire cosmic experiment base in sheer humiliation and anger. You wish to survive, do you? Very well. I shall grant you that. At this moment, Abaz, his visage marred by bruises and blood, his tattered attire rendering him a pitiful sight, had long since shed his earlier composure and sharpness. With his hands pressed together, He unleashed a powerful shockwave through the gaps between his fingers, engulfing the charging gorilla and a section of the experimental zone in its wake. The blinding light was accompanied by the anguished screams of the gorilla, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, Abaz, now frenzied, was far from satisfied. With a thunderous shout, he redirected the shockwave, sending it hurtling into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Remarkably, despite sustaining such heavy damage, the gorilla remained alive, feebly collapsing into a massive pit while still struggling to rise. Landing before the nearly lifeless behemoth, Abaz observed the defiance and wildness reflected in its eyes and could not help but sneer. What good is resistance when you're destined to perish? Are you not capable of self-healing? Can you not augment your strength? Heal once more, grow stronger. With a resounding crash, Abaz's fist, fueled by hatred, struck the gorilla's forehead, finally bringing down this resilient creature. The aftermath was a torrent of blood gushing forth, and Dr. Feit's outraged, almost feline screeches. 2 years had passed, 2 full years, since Dr. Feit had brought back Best, who was hanging by a thread between life and death. He had spared no effort to revive the sole successful experiment. Alas, Abaz's earlier attack had been exceedingly vicious, twisting nearly 30% of Best's bones into near pulp, displacing his internal organs, and causing extensive hemorrhaging. To add insult to injury, Abaz's final, vengeful punch had shattered Best's skull, damaging his brain and nearly resulting in immediate brain death. Under such horrific circumstances, it was a miracle that anyone could survive. Yet, through the remnants of the facilities within the Cosmic Experiment Base and Dr. Feit's profound expertise in biological research, Best had indeed been granted a second chance at life. However, certain wounds on his body were beyond the reach of the technology available at the base. This will not do, not at all. What are you worthless fools doing? After all this time, you have yet to present a single viable solution. What good are you? Dr. Feit's voice echoed through the laboratory. Laced with a raw intensity, the guard stationed at the door stood rigidly, uneasily glancing toward the entrance, wondering who would bear the brunt of his ire this time. Over the past 2 years, Dr. Feit's temper had worsened, becoming far more terrifying than his previous volatility. He would often execute a researcher or two to vent his frustrations. The reason was simple: the reports from the experimental group. Though Best had been miraculously saved, his perfect genetic structure had undergone a reversal due to the rapid succession of outbursts, resulting in immeasurable damage to his genomic integrity. Furthermore, this genomic disruption was irreparable, at least beyond the capabilities of the team within the experiment base. Under normal circumstances, this would not have been a significant issue. However, it was precisely those fractured genes that Dr. Feit desperately craved. This predicament is quite troublesome. Just when one is on the brink of success, only to find oneself with nothing but an empty effort, such disillusionment is not something everyone can bear, especially for someone like Feit, a peculiar and inherently cold-blooded combat star being. Unwilling to accept defeat, Feit, after exhausting various treatments on Best, resorted to extreme measures such as accelerating hematopoiesis, implanting mutated cells, and cloning genetic samples that, in the end, he even employed highly radioactive cosmic mutation radiation waves to irradiate Best's body in a desperate attempt to reconstruct his perfect genes. However, while the idea was promising, reality proved to be ruthless. None of these methods could salvage the perfect genes within Best. A specimen that had once been a successfully tested perfect experimental subject ended up merely as a frozen specimen in the basement of Laboratory 1. As anticipated, 2 guards were soon summoned to handle the gruesome remains of a deceased researcher, while others fled in terror, nearly running away from this perilous place, unwilling to remain any longer within the laboratory. Or rather, Feit's private office. The master of this domain, Feit, was frantically tearing apart the documents and reports strewn across his desk, his face contorted in rage as he growled, "It's all that bastard's fault. If he hadn't T-struck so hard back then, how could my plans have been halted? If it weren't for him, my Super Saiyan Project would have already been a resounding success." The he Feit referred to was none other than his personal bodyguard, Abatsi. Their relationship was notably complex. Originally, Abatsi was a renowned cosmic warrior, boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000, and after undergoing meticulous radiation mutations crafted by Dr. Feit, Abatsi ascended to become one of the select elite warriors in the cosmos. Moreover, the cosmic mutation radiation inadvertently activated a long-dormant, innate transformation ability within Abatsi's race. That it is worth noting that among cosmic warriors, certain exceptionally unique races possess innate combat prowess, and upon the awakening of their bloodlines, their individual energy can reach terrifying levels. However, due to the majority of their combat capability being hereditary rather than the result of personal training, they often struggle to harness such immense energy. Forcefully utilizing it can lead to severe bodily harm. Thus, to avoid the inconveniences brought by high energy output and to conserve their energy during daily life, these individuals often choose to transform, compressing their energy within manageable limits, ready to unleash it when necessary, thus gaining an element of surprise. Similarly, Abatsi's combat power hovered around 80,000 in his normal state, soaring to a staggering 160,000 following a transformation. Such an elite warrior's combat prowess will be difficult to find even among the elite ranks of King Kuld's forces, even the strongest form of the captain of the Jinyu force. Known as the universe's top squad and the first ace under King Kuld's youngest son, Frisia only boasts a power level of 120,000, but the implications of Abatsi's amplified combat power post-transformation were clear to all. At that time, Feit had already begun to harbor rebellious sentiments towards King Kuld, unwilling to see his creation become a mere asset for the other. Thus, he covertly withheld the information about Abatsi's successful experiment, forcibly keeping him by his side. However, this was far from sufficient. The Kuld family's ability to control numerous elite forces and vast cosmic resources stemmed not only from their formidable power, but also from their seemingly innate leadership qualities and magnetic charisma. In stark contrast, Feit was merely an unremarkable old man. Had it not been for his irreplaceable position in the research domain of King Kuld's group, he would be nothing more than a trifling figure easily disregarded by others. Consequently, to maintain control over the formidable combat resource that was Abatsi, Feit resorted to alternative means, employing drugs. Massive quantities of drugs. These substances were exponentially more potent than any narcotics found on Earth. The formulation and production of these drugs were firmly in Feit's grasp, allowing him to compel Abatsi into submission. Yet, now Abatsi's presence had evidently become an impediment to Feit's ambitions. The arrogant and unyielding individual seemed to regard his master with disdain, failing to execute the commands issued to him with any seriousness. The previous incident had made Feit acutely aware of the necessity to eliminate this rebellious character at the earliest opportunity. Unfortunately, however, it was challenging to confront Abatsi directly. Within the entire base, there was no one capable of standing against him, and any confrontation would only result in Feit's own detriment. Thus, he could only swallow his indignation, allowing the arrogant figure to enjoy a few more days of freedom. Once the collection team he dispatched returned with the blood of that Saiyan prince, the first to perish would be none other than Abatsi himself. In the underground research laboratory of Experimental Zone 1, a forgotten corner of the universe base, once the heart of significant experiments, now lay in ruin. The laboratory had been stripped of its critical research achievements by the nefarious Dr. Feit, who used them for his inhumane live experiments, leaving it abandoned and transformed into Feit's private specimen storage. Following several expansions, the original appearance of the underground laboratory had vanished, and the cold, desolate corridor resembled a section of a graveyard. Lined with towering, heavy iron boxes over 2 meters tall, a chilling breeze seeped through the gaps of these boxes, forming icicles that hung from the ceiling at the far end of the underground laboratory. 3 massive steel frames were suspended from the ceiling, vertically securing 3 oval, black-purple glowing orbs. Technically speaking, these luminous orbs could be considered a unique type of culture dish, but their function was not to nurture, but to suppress. They forcibly halted all cellular activity within the life forms, rendering them in a prolonged state of suspended animation. This method was far more sophisticated than simply freezing living beings to cease their physiological activities. However, the exorbitant cost and singular effect of these culture dishes made them unaffordable for most organizations. Even within this expansive cosmic research base, only a handful could be found, and those were leftovers from the former head of the original base. Otherwise, given Feit's miserly nature, he would never have invested in such equipment. After the initiation of the Super Saiyan Project, the two experimental subjects that were perilously close to success became a source of torment for Feit. These two comatose warriors possessed limitless growth, potential, and frighteningly rapid increases in strength. Yet, despite his envy, Feit could only observe helplessly, as no technology existed to awaken them for his own use. As their combat power continued to surge without restraint, Feit feared that it was only a matter of time before they drew the attention of King Cultivating. At that point, he would face far greater troubles. Nevertheless, he could not bear to destroy these nearly perfect experimental subjects. In his desperation, he recalled a batch of refuse that needed processing in his laboratory, which could serve to preserve these two subjects. Thus, the current situation arose, fortuitously, as the only successfully completed experimental subject. Best found himself among them. Thanks to the miraculous properties of these special culture dishes, no one paid any heed to these experimental subjects, who might be doomed to eternal confinement here. Despite their formidable individual combat values, the flaws and risks inherent in their existence condemned them to be regarded merely as failed experiments, destined to be forgotten over time. The cosmic research base remained a bustling hive of activity, with individuals diligently laboring at their posts, seemingly oblivious to the passage of day and night. The sullen Feit strolled through the long corridors of the various experimental zones, surveying the work of the researchers. Abatsi continued his nonchalant demeanor, wandering leisurely in a corner of the base. At that moment, none of them could foresee the emergence of seed of hatred swiftly sprouting in a forgotten corner. By the time they recognized the impending crisis, it would be far too late. Tick, tick, a sound of dripping water echoed in the underground research laboratory, which had maintained a temperature of approximately minus 50 degrees Celsius for years. An almost melted icicle fell, precisely striking a red button on the control panel, emitting a faint sound. Meanwhile, an antiquated searchlight suddenly erupted with a resounding bang, and a shard of extraordinarily sharp cosmic glass fortuitously struck a segment of exposed, aged wiring that had long since deteriorated in an instant. The power system that sustained the frozen facilities of the entire laboratory was utterly severed. The research chamber was plunged into impenetrable darkness. It may sound incredulous, yet it indeed transpired. Had there been someone to oversee the subterranean laboratory at this juncture, it might have been possible to avert an impending catastrophe that threatened the safety of the entire cosmic experimental base. Alas, such places are seldom graced by human presence. Not even a solitary surveillance camera adorned the vicinity. Thus, this series of eerily peculiar events unfolded seamlessly, unnoticed by any watchful eyes in the enveloping darkness. Three colossal steel frameworks abruptly sprang to life, splitting apart with a sharp crack, causing three flickering luminescent orbs to plummet to the ground amidst a dull thud. Deprived of electrical support, the energy contained within the orbs rapidly dissipated, gradually dimming into obscurity. Within one of the now ineffectual orbs, a child, seemingly of 6 or 7 years of age, slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, exuding an inexhaustible aura of malice. With a swift motion, the child's untrimmed nails, as sharp as blades, effortlessly etched 2 elongated marks within the orb, inadvertently forming a cross. He then raised his arm and delivered a powerful punch. The area marked by the cross instantaneously ruptured, creating an opening ample enough for the child to emerge. Furthermore, as the laboratory's refrigeration systems faltered, the ambient temperature began to rise, causing the iron containers that had remained undisturbed along the corridor to tremble with increasing vigor, the vibrations escalating into a frenzied tempest as seconds ticked away. In the dark, countless unknown mutated creatures were liberated from their icy confines. They licked their sharp fangs, casting frenzied glances around their surroundings. Several comparatively weaker mutants quickly fell prey to the mightier ones, reduced to mere fragments almost the instant they escaped their metallic prisons. These mutants were the product of genetic experiments conducted by Feit prior to the initiation of the Super Saiyan Project. Each one a fusion of genes from over 3 distinct cosmic beings, all derived from notoriously bloodthirsty and warlike species. The amalgamation of these genes resulted in the emergence of these even more terrifying monsters. However, at that time, Feit, in his haste to launch the Super Saiyan Project, had yet to devise a method for effectively controlling these genetically modified entities. Consequently, these frenzied, bloodthirsty beings were temporarily frozen, awaiting future management. Little did he know that now, these monsters would be unleashed by an Avenger, becoming instruments of his downfall. Though the number of mutated creatures diminished drastically as they devoured one another, the survivors comprised the strongest faction. Each possessed combat capabilities equivalent to approximately 10,000 units. Cunning and vicious, they inherently possessed a near-instinctual sense of battle awareness, far surpassing that of the lower-tier genetic constructs, the vegetable men. Each was an extraordinarily formidable entity. The remaining mutants scattered throughout the subterranean laboratory, forming a tense standoff, yet they dared not approach the far end of the chamber where the three luminescent orbs resided. Their instincts, inherited from lesser beings, allowed them to sense the presence of two immensely powerful entities in that vicinity, and the oppressive aura they emanated intensified palpably. This was an energy they could not resist, so overwhelming that surrender was the only option they dared to entertain. To strike while the opponent had not fully regained their strength? A jest, for they would likely be torn to shreds before they could even reach their target. These bloodthirsty creatures, born of genetic manipulation, inherited not only the ferocity of their cosmic progenitors, but also their cunning and decisiveness. Realizing they could not inflict harm upon the adversary, they swiftly opted for a retreat, naturally toward the upper level of the underground laboratory, known as Experiment Zone 1AS, for the chaos that would ensue from these vile monsters escaping the subterranean confines. Best, the orchestrator behind these events, was quite eager to witness the outcome. In truth, the seemingly coincidental occurrences were all subtly influenced by Best himself. The genesis of these events traces back to Best's rescue by Feit and the subsequent initiation of extensive genetic recombination experiments. At that time, Best had been grievously injured by a baz, his consciousness fragmented, and both his neural and cerebral tissues severely damaged. While Feit's sole concern was to keep Best alive, he focused exclusively on reconstructing the broken Saiyan gene strands within him, entirely disregarding Best's other injuries. During the final exposure to cosmic mutation radiation, although the severed gene strands did not mend, an unexpected transformation occurred within the pooled blood and necrotic tissue in Best's cranial cavity, endowing him with a remarkably unique ability. This ability bore no resemblance to a Baz transformations, nor to the time-stopping powers of Gudu, nor to the body-swapping of Kenyu. Rather, it bore a striking similarity to the superpower of dumplings on Earth. Yet it was far more potent than IT that moment. Feit remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Best's cerebral domain. Later, in his disillusionment, he assigned his subordinates to conclude the experiments, further ensuring he would remain unaware that the subject of his relentless study had undergone intriguing transformations. It was Feit's negligence that afforded Best a fleeting moment of respite while he was sealed away in the underground laboratory. The mutated cerebral tissues within his brain miraculously safeguarded his consciousness, sparing him from an extended state of dormancy. During this interval, Best, maintaining his awareness, calculated countless scenarios, ultimately enabling his escape. Yet, this was merely the beginning. It was insufficient for the grand design he envisioned. The previously unleashed mutated creatures merely served as an appetizer, creating disorder within the research base. Yet they could not truly aid him in fulfilling his vengeance. That Best's real reliance lay with the two Saiyan kin at his side, warriors whose combat prowess had surpassed 100. Everything transpired rapidly, too swiftly for anyone to register a response in real time. Dozens of mutated creatures tore through the alloy steel ceiling, creating gaping holes as they howled and leapt into the fray. From the depths of the basement, Best could already hear the screams and wails emanating from above, filled with despair and terror. Having undergone severe personality distortion, Best no longer resembled the law-abiding citizen he once was. He felt no guilt regarding these events. In truth, having witnessed Feit's repeated, brutal torment of Saiyan test subjects to their deaths, he was no longer haunted by the specter of death. Rather, it brought him a semblance of solace. Moreover, those before him served the malevolent faction of King Kurd, their hands stained with countless atrocities. Thus, their demise could only be deemed just retribution. The ruptured ceiling allowed light to flood back into the basement, and as Best glanced upward, he was horrified to discover that his eyes had transformed into an eerie shade of blood red, cold and indifferent, resembling a pool of stagnant water untouched by time. This was a lingering consequence of Abaz's earlier assault. Due to a lack of timely medical intervention, the accumulated clots had obscured his vision. Following exposure to cosmic radiation, this crimson hue had seeped into his irises, rendering him incapable of perceiving anything other than a blood-red panorama. How much longer will you remain dormant? Will you wait until you witness your kin being ruthlessly slaughtered one by one before you awaken? Best murmured, his voice low yet resonant. Look at the state of the Saiyan pride and dignity, trampled into the dust. Why do you endure this? Have you forgotten the indomitable blood of the warrior race that flows through your veins? A terrifying light flickered in his eyes, akin to a sorcerer's incantation, as he sought to awaken the dormant essence of the two Saiyan warriors before him. Indeed, this essence was their original consciousness. Do not forget, these Saiyans were clones derived from the genes of the long-extinct Saiyan race. Although they had yet to fully mature, their predecessors were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and forged in the crucible of conflict. Who among them had not brushed shoulders with death? Who lacked rich combat experience? It can be asserted that the memories originating from the original entity constitute the most invaluable treasure possessed by the clones themselves. Cloning is akin to rebirth. However, this rebirth is far from complete. It merely showcases the life of the individual once more through sophisticated replication techniques, without delving deeper into the memories and experiences lying dormant within the individual's genes. Or perhaps, the master of cloning, Feit, has never contemplated such an endeavor. The idea of granting an experimental subject a second chance at life is ludicrous. A newborn infant is far easier to control than an adult. Consequently, the cloned individuals emerge bewildered and ignorant, starting anew from scratch. Yet, one cannot deny the existence of the inherited memories from their original selves. They simply remain unawakened. Thus, what Best is striving to accomplish now is to awaken, to some extent, the latent consciousness embedded within their genes, aiding himself in the grand scheme of escape and revenge to arouse their deeper consciousness. Mere words are insufficient. Best relies on the mutated brain tissue he acquired from cosmic radiation. This mutation has resulted in an immense protrusion at the back of Best's head, resembling a severe tumor. In truth, this mutated brain tissue is indeed a tumor, one that not only prevents hair from growing on Best's scalp, but also incessantly exerts pressure on his brain, causing excruciating pain with each episode, leaving him to feel that only shattering his skull would bring relief. Yet this mutated brain tissue, while inflicting intense suffering, also endows Best with the means to establish his own destiny. It evokes a complex blend of love and hate, akin to the feeling of gain and loss. The capabilities of this mutated brain tissue are formidable, and yet it remains only partially mastered by Best. However, this is already sufficient. Two powerful mental projections, like sharp iron hooks, plunged deep into the skulls of the two Saiyan warriors, then suddenly burst forth. Although they did not damage the warrior's cerebral domains, they caused the two to convulse violently. As vivid images of Saiyan clones being brutally slaughtered bombarded their fractured consciousness through Best's telekinetic force, violently shattering the fragile defensive barriers surrounding their souls, awakening their long-dormant original consciousness. Ultimately, Best's telekinesis formed two colossal images, devoid of any embellishments. Merely the two figures, accompanied by waves of agitation and fury emanating from the depths of the two Saiyan warriors' souls, rendering the figures increasingly vivid. One of these figures was the diminutive old man Feit, sporting an enormous bird-like head. The other, the tall and arrogant extraterrestrial warrior Abaz. Remember, it is these two scoundrels who conducted experiments on us Saiyans, mercilessly slaughtering our children as if they were mere ants. They are also the ones who have reduced you two to your current grotesque forms. Kill them. Avenge us Saiyans. In the midst of a thunderous roar of rage, two specially cultivated vials shattered instantaneously, the ensuing chaotic energy propelling Best forcefully against the wall, leaving a deep indentation. Before Best could react, the two awakened Saiyan warriors had already torn through the ceiling, howling in search of their targets for vengeance. Wherever they tread, The ground erupted in violent explosions, with moist vapor mixed with debris shooting up to heights exceeding 10 meters, instantly engulfing several individuals and reducing them to mere fragments. Gulping, Best struggled to swallow the blood surging up his throat. Suddenly leaping like a cheetah to latch onto a severely distorted alloy ceiling panel. Below, a hissing sound indicated the presence of a colossal insect resembling a mantis. How cunning! It had not joined the other mutated monsters in their dash for the exit, but had instead remained behind, waiting for the opportune moment to ambush. Wishing to delay no longer, Best observed the mantis eyeing him as prey and could not help but chuckle derisively, swiftly flipping over the alloy panel. Little did he know, the mantis was faster before Best could land. A massive, bloodied scythe appeared before his eyes. Seeking death, Best smirked, his body instantaneously cleaved by the giant scythe, seemingly so fragile. This unexpected outcome left the mantis momentarily stunned. Yet in the next instant, a hand adorned with long, sharp nails had already latched onto the mantis's bulging eyes, plunging in with force. Instantly, yellow-green blood splattered everywhere as the enormous mantis emitted a painful shriek. Its massive scythes wildly slashed, yet they could not reach the already vanished Best. A cornered beast fights fiercely. This scenario proved even more challenging than simply eliminating the adversary under normal conditions. Having achieved his objective, Best had no need to endanger himself further by attempting to defeat the enemy. In summary, Best possessed the warrior bloodline of the Saiyans, yet lacked their relentless tenacity to vanquish foes. He would never strike without complete certainty, and when he did, it was to inflict critical harm on his adversary. This was his greatest reliance for self-preservation. Time passed second by second as Best gritted his teeth, darting through the long corridors of the experimental base like the wind. Whenever confronted with the intricate and interwoven terrain, he used his fists to clear a path, brutally smashing large holes into the walls to carve out a direct route. Best's time was of the essence. His actions were not those of madness. Rather, he had meticulously plotted his escape route from the very beginning. It may sound incredible, but in truth, during his previous, unexpected transformation into a colossal ape, which wreaked havoc upon nearly a third of a cosmic base, Best had memorized the general structure of the facility. Thereafter, with the aid of the powerful capabilities of his mutated brain tissue, he could vividly recall everything he had witnessed at that time, the memories replaying like slow motion in full panorama. This was akin to operating a high-performance computer, providing Best with a wealth of information for analysis and research. In his frantic dash, Best traversed countless research rooms filled with precision instruments and cultivation vials, witnessing the newly birthed Saiyan clones curiously observing their surroundings in the unmonitored vials, entirely unaware that their lives had been marked for death. Alternatively, some had already been injected with genetic drugs, writhing in agony within the vials before ultimately bursting due to their body's inability to endure. For this reason, Best could only feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he pressed on. Lowering his head in sorrow to avoid witnessing their plight, it was not that he was cold-hearted. Rather, he himself was akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, perpetually at risk of being annihilated. With no capacity to consider others, the cosmic base's defense network had already been activated, countless particle cannons and airships rising amidst tightly packed buildings, accompanied by several war robots several meters tall, launching fierce assaults against the mutated monsters rampaging within the base. Under the concentrated firepower, entire floors rapidly collapsed into ruins, with countless life forms reduced to mere mush under the indiscriminate onslaught of particle cannons. The small robots operating the machinery showed no regard for whether those they shot down were allies or foes. They simply executed the commands fed into their systems, eliminating all life forms visible under infrared detection. Cold-blooded and ruthless. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this reckless assault proved effective, as the dense firepower successfully impeded the advance of dozens of mutated monsters and swiftly eliminated several high-grade, mutated creatures with combat power exceeding 10,000. In truth, the reason Best was able to wreak such havoc upon the entire research base was solely due to his unique status as the only successful test subject in the Super Saiyan Project. Had Feit not acted impulsively, issuing a death order to capture him alive, the guards would not have found themselves in such a desperate situation. Moreover, this time was entirely different from the last. No matter how much chaos Best created, he was still just one person, at most causing destruction in a few experimental zones and eliminating a handful of individuals. After a period of recuperation, with the vast resources of the entire base, he could easily return to his former state. Yet this time, the mutated monsters were in full revolt, including many gene-mutated species with terrifying reproductive capabilities. The frenzy in their behavior indicated a clear intent to consume all life they encountered, determined to annihilate the entire research base. A.S. the mastermind behind the creation of these biological weapons. Feit certainly understood the peril posed by these mutated creatures. In a moment of painful resolve, a command was issued to annihilate them at any cost, aiming to contain the escalation of the situation. Little did they know, calamity was not just looming. It was already upon them. The two awakened Saiyan warriors ferociously swept through their surroundings, obliterating every living being in sight, engaging in an extraordinarily brutal duel with Agilas, the base's foremost warrior, whose combat power had reached an astonishing 160,000. The clash of their formidable energies reverberated, causing Best to momentarily hesitate in his frenzied dash. Despite the rupture in the perfect gene chain coursing through his blood, which rendered him incapable of advancing to a Super Saiyan, the warrior spirit of the Saiyan race still surged within him. Rather than instilling the expected dread, the ferocity of the battle ignited within him an exhilarating thrill, a fervor that set his blood ablaze. It is easy to imagine that had Best been a pure-blooded Saiyan, he would have been irresistibly drawn to the fierce conflict, not merely refraining from fleeing, but perhaps even rushing headlong to witness the spectacle unfold. Make no mistake, the Saiyans are indeed a fiercely passionate race. Although he could not witness the battle firsthand, Best could surmise the unfolding chaos. Agilas was undeniably formidable, far beyond the capabilities of the two newly awakened Saiyan warriors. Even though they possessed combat powers of 100,000 each, their consciousness had only recently been awakened, and they had yet to fully acclimate to their long-dormant bodies and the surging energy within. Much like Jinyu, the captain of the elite force with his peculiar body-switching ability, when faced with a stronger opponent, chose to exchange bodies with Goku. Unfortunately, he lacked the Kaioken technique and could not harness his ki to augment his combat prowess. Even with such a powerful body, he could not unleash the full 180,000 of Goku's energy. The situation of the two Saiyan warriors mirrored Jinyu's. Their physiques were indeed robust, but they themselves remained comparatively weak, only able to manifest around 40 of their physical combat power, rendering them far from formidable. If Agilas unleashed his full strength, he could effortlessly dispatch these two equally matched adversaries, leaving no room for concern. However, a previous harrowing experience had rendered him paranoid and overly cautious, fearful that it might be a trap laid by his foes. Thus, he hesitated to engage with all his might, prolonging the conflict and inadvertently allowing the two Saiyan warriors to grow stronger. By the time Agilas finally grasped the situation, it was already too late. You are indeed powerful, but not nearly as powerful as those two who have unleashed their perfect genes. Just give them 5 minutes of growth time, and your so-called combat prowess of 160,000 will be utterly trampled beneath their feet. That a look of regret suddenly flickered across Best's stern visage. As the first subject to manifest the perfect Saiyan gene, he was acutely aware of the implications of such a transformation, that it was a Pandora's box imbued with mysterious powers, a realm forever inaccessible to ordinary Saiyans. You may open it, but you will never control it. Once unleashed, its magic takes hold of you, driving you into a frenzy of bloodlust, aggression, and wrath, yearning to obliterate all that you can see, ultimately leading you to your own destruction. This sensation is more addictive than any narcotic. Yet Best had no desire to indulge in it a second time. In truth, he felt a sense of relief that his gene chain had been severed. Perhaps, in this world, only that individual possessed the qualification to unlock this cursed box. Awaken, Saiyans, Chapter 11. The indelible grudge. Time passed, approximately a minute, during which Best sprinted relentlessly, astonishingly not pausing even once amidst the labyrinthine experimental chambers that resembled a beehive. His seemingly reckless charge was In fact, meticulously calculated, allowing him to successfully evade several lurking mutated creatures and avoid detection by any fire points, thereby skillfully breaking through the encirclement. Yet, even before reaching the cosmic base's spaceport, his circumstances remained perilously precarious. The primary section of the cosmic base's spaceport consisted of a spaceship docking station and a large hangar, covering a total area of 95,000 square meters. Visually, it resembled a colossal bird's nest. Within the docking station lay thousands of small to medium-sized warships, battle airships, and various bizarre spacecraft. This place resembled a grand exhibition center for interstellar vessels, showcasing every conceivable design of spaceships, all meticulously arranged, providing an overwhelming visual impact. Upon entering, Best felt as if his surroundings had suddenly expanded, followed by a slight dizziness. Regardless, until that moment, he had been an ordinary individual, having witnessed a series of astonishing events akin to fantastical tales. Yet this grand spectacle was unlike anything he had ever encountered, inevitably leaving him somewhat disoriented. "Hey, you little brat!" A guard, perched atop a single-person airship, suddenly spotted Best standing at the spaceport entrance, calling out to the oddly featured child. Unexpectedly, the child merely cast a fleeting glance with his blood-red eyes before closing them and strolling toward the docking station to know, "This kid isn't one of ours," the guard realized, just as he prepared to pursue Best. However, his foot slipped inexplicably, causing him to tumble down from the airship's ladder. Ordinarily, such a fall would be inconsequential. The guards of the cosmic base possess combat powers below 300, and if such a trivial misstep could result in harm, it would be a laughable situation. Yet, this time was different. At the guard's landing spot lay a sharp screw, eerily poised on the smooth ground, as if it had been waiting there for some time. Caught off guard, the guard was suddenly impaled in the right eye by the screw, driving deep into his brain. His body convulsed twice before becoming utterly still. Best advanced like a traveler burdened with profound thoughts. Hands clasped behind him, treading firmly upon the solid ground, exuding a gravitas that belied any semblance of frivolity. Though he did not leave a distinct trail, there was an undeniable depth and steadiness to his presence. Strangely, the actions of the extraterrestrial beings, still within the spaceport, faltered momentarily, as if an unseen force had subtly gripped them. Though they quickly regained their composure, it seemed as though something invisible had tainted them. As Best moved through, the extraterrestrials began to succumb to inexplicable deaths, with causes ranging from tiny screws and wrenches to machine components, culminating in catastrophic malfunctions and inexplicable explosions within spacecraft, all transforming into lethal instruments that it was a tapestry of seemingly coincidental yet bizarre fatalities that in the end, not a single extraterrestrial could escape this eerie cycle of death. Best let out a muffled grunt, abruptly opening his eyes, and at that moment, it was as if a torrent of blood surged within his gaze. With his fingers pressed firmly against his temples, he rubbed them vigorously, his pallid complexion betraying his discomfort. Yet he spoke lightly to himself. "The strain on my mind is indeed overwhelming, and against true masters, my efforts may prove futile." As Best reached a corner of the spaceport, he glanced at the neatly arranged space pods, a smile creeping onto his face. Perhaps you may not be familiar with the term space pod, but you undoubtedly recognize the three iconic vessels of the Saiyans during their invasion of Earth: the battle suit, the power level detector, and the space pod itself. While the battle suit and power level detector became commonplace, with Frisia's minions equipped with them, the space pod was a rare sight, often associated with Jinyu's elite forces. Despite its unassuming exterior, this flying machine was not only swift and energy efficient, but also remarkably durable, seemingly designed for elite individuals undertaking solo missions. Thus, Best immediately identified the rounded vessel as his means of escape. Just as Best prepared to depart, bidding farewell to this soon-to-be-destroyed place, the hurried footsteps of an approaching figure echoed from afar. Racing towards the spaceport, the Best's expression darkened. If it were anyone else, he would have dismissed their presence entirely, believing that if they managed to escape, it was merely a stroke of luck, that he had no intention of wasting his precious time on their behalf. However, this was different. The sound of footsteps had echoed in Best's ears countless times, each time plunging him into despair. driving him to the brink of madness. That it was that very individual who had forged this body, granting himself a second life, and it was he who had transformed himself into this ghastly semblance of humanity, a creature neither man nor ghost. The hatred within Best far outweighed any sense of gratitude he might have harbored. Given the chance, he would ensure that the scoundrel would experience a fate worse than death. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Best trembled with excitement, his gaze fixed intently on the long corridor outside the spaceport, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he muttered, "Feit, you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep." Unbeknownst to Feit, a foe more vicious and frenzied than the mutated monsters outside awaited him within the spaceport. He was only aware that everything had come to an end. He had underestimated the terror of the creatures he had created and had not anticipated that the two Saiyan test subjects would suddenly awaken and unleash such devastating repercussions during their battle with Agilas. The situation had escalated beyond redemption, and the entire base was on the verge of destruction at that moment. Even an attempt to escape would be futile. Moreover, news of this calamity would swiftly reach Kieran, who would surely not allow him to evade retribution. The thought of that malevolent leader sent a jolt of fear through Feit, nearly causing him to stumble. Though he harbored rebellious thoughts, he dared not provoke Kieran without sufficient power. Even with the audacity of 2 lives, he would not risk incurring his wrath. With the destruction of the experimental base, the power he had cultivated over the years would be obliterated, and he would be cast into a life of desperate flight, akin to a hunted animal. Contemplating this fate filled him with profound sorrow and anguish. Fortunately, his Super Saiyan Project had finally begun to show promise. Given a little more time, he believed he could create an invincible army. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Feit found himself burdened with only 2 aluminum boxes, each nearly the size of a small person, devoid of any other belongings. Even his cherished alloy cane, which he often wielded for flair, was nowhere to be found. His cautious demeanor suggested that these boxes contained something of immense value. Suddenly, a blinding flash overwhelmed his vision, followed by a forceful strike to his face that sent him soaring through the air. As he struggled to rise from the ground, a foot pressed down upon his swollen cheek. "Dr. Feit, greetings," came a voice that, while seemingly casual, bore an undercurrent of profound hatred. In that instant, Feit's body stiffened, and he craned his neck in a desperate attempt to discern the identity of the speaker. Upon recognition, he gasped in shock. "How can it be you?" Upon hearing this, a chilling bloodlust ignited in Best's eyes. Grasping Feit by the throat, he lifted the diminutive old man off the ground, a sinister smile curling his lips. "Knowing you were about to leave, I made a point to wait for you here." Suddenly, Feit seemed to grasp something, his face paling as he locked eyes with Best, trembling as he stammered, "You actually have memories. Remember everything. Could it be that the Saiyans' primal consciousness has always been awake?" "One could say that," Best replied, contemplating for a moment before abruptly twisting Feit's arm into a grotesque shape. The old man let out a piercing scream of agony. Terrified, he gazed at Best's impassive face, gasping, "You cannot do this, you mustn't. I created you." Before he could finish his plea, another sharp crack echoed as Best shattered one of his legs. "Oh hell with your creation." Best hurled Feit violently to the ground, rage surging within him, threatening to burst forth. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to this blood-stained scoundrel, he hesitated, his expression shifting to one of confusion as he picked up one of the aluminum boxes. "Do not open it! Do not open it!" Feit, barely clinging to life, lunged desperately to seize the box from Best's grasp, forgetting entirely that he was merely a researcher with feeble combat abilities, not a formidable warrior. A swift kick sent him crashing against the wall, several ribs snapping under the force, rendering him unable to move. What is inside? Why does it instill such fear in me? Was it calling out to me just now? Best furrowed his brow as he violently tore the lid off the aluminum box. To his astonishment, he discovered an infant. More precisely, a newborn Saiyan frozen in stasis. The child appeared no different from the ordinary Saiyan infants Best had encountered before. Save for the glaring absence of a tail, the very emblem of Saiyan heritage, the psychic energy within Best surged forth like a torrent, attempting to penetrate the infant's fragile form. Yet, in the next moment, a searing pain erupted in his head, causing blood to spill from his nose. Why is this happening? Best clutched his face, staring in shock at the tiny infant, whose body trembled slightly, seemingly in fear. Powerful, frenzied, brutish, and fierce. No matter how he attempted to articulate it, no words could encapsulate the overwhelming emotions he experienced upon encountering this Saiyan child. In that fleeting instant, he felt an unprecedented proximity to death. It is worth noting that Best's combat prowess had once soared to 60,000, though it had diminished due to genetic breakdown and the loss of his Great Ape transformation, reducing him to a mere fraction of his former self. Yet, he still retained nearly 4,000 units of energy, a silver lining amid his misfortunes. The potency of the psychic energy from his mutated brain surpassed his physical energy, granting him a fighting chance against adversaries with battle powers exceeding 10,000. However, the situation he faced now felt as if the very fabric of existence had been upended. Not only had he failed to ascertain the true nature of this Saiyan infant, but he had also been injured by the explosive, aggressive energy contained within it, akin to an erupting volcano. Moreover, Best realized with dawning horror that this child bore no signs of having been injected with genetic enhancement. The Saiyan gene chain within it remained remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of imminent eruption. In other words, the energy within this child was innate. From birth, it possessed an overwhelming power exceeding 10,000. In reality, the infant's battle power was not as high as Best imagined. The extensive use of his psychic abilities had led to a significant drain, resulting in an inflated perception of the child's strength. Best's lips twitched as he recalled another Saiyan who shared a similar fate as the child before him. If that were indeed the case, the situation had become exceedingly intriguing as he gazed at the infant, still encased in ice, but whose heartbeat grew stronger and more vigorous, then glanced at Feit, curled in a corner and barely clinging to life. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Best exclaimed, "You madman, you've synthesized a legendary Super Saiyan, a Super Saiyan as monstrous as Broly. I must admit, you truly are a genius." Feit, oblivious to the fact that the Saiyan infant he had artificially created was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, had merely regarded this child as an exceptionally successful experimental aberration, unaware that this was the culmination of years of research. Yet, even if he were to discover this now, what could he possibly do? In his current state, barely able to utter a coherent sentence, did he truly believe he could contest Best for the legendary Super Saiyan? It was nothing short of a farce. Realizing that his chances of survival were slim, Feit glared at Best with venomous resentment, gritting his teeth as he feebly cursed, "Do not revel too soon. You will die a more miserable death than I." Best lifted his gaze towards the depths of the corridor, bending down to chuckle lightly at Feit. "Rest assured, I'll one-t kill you. Someone else will come to deal with you. Furthermore, I will gladly accept these 2 gifts of yours." With that, he cradled the so-called legendary Super Saiyan infant in his arms and casually picked up the other aluminum box, striding away with a swagger that left Feit seething. "I swear by the name of the god Abagong, as long as I live, I will ensure that little brat pays the price he deserves." Feit coughed violently, internally vowing a malicious oath, yet it was evident that the god Abagong had not granted him any protection. A monstrous aberration, resembling a scorpion, had violently breached the alloyed walls and staggered before Feit. In the depths of his terror-stricken gaze, the creature's grotesque mandibles suddenly yawned wide, swallowing Dr. Feit's life in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, Best had already boarded the space capsule with his research findings, successfully fleeing from this nightmarish place. Abaz lay powerless amidst the rubble, gasping for breath, while 2 irrational Saiyan warriors, their muscles grotesquely inflated, filled their forms to the brink. Despite their grievous injuries, with flesh torn and one sporting a gaping wound in his abdomen, they seemed unfazed, for their innate regenerative abilities surpassed the damage inflicted upon them. One Saiyan warrior hoisted Abaz aloft, delivering a brutal kick to his midsection, provoking violent retching from the proud extraterrestrial. "You 2 monsters!" Abaz managed to crack open his eyes, expelling a torrent of purple blood, only to be slammed back down to the ground by the Saiyan. The earth trembled violently, dust erupting like a tidal wave, engulfing everything in sight, while the ground itself fissured with numerous wide cracks. Another Saiyan warrior approached with a savage expression, tugging at Abaz's hair to lift him. just as he prepared to deliver a final blow to this dying foe. Abaz unexpectedly raised his head and collided fiercely with the Scion's forehead. The warrior winced in pain and released Abaz, casting him to the ground. Energy blast. Seizing the opportunity, Abaz summoned his last reserves of strength. A purple sphere of light, crackling with energy, erupted from his palm and surged into the Scion's unhealed wound, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated the seemingly indomitable opponent into dust. Abaz had not forgotten that an even more formidable adversary lingered nearby. Yet he had exhausted every ounce of energy and could no longer move. As he watched the figure emerge from the dissipating smoke, disappointment washed over him. He discerned no trace of the rage one might expect from a comrade witnessing the death of another. These two had exhibited not a shred of emotion since their arrival, resembling nothing more than emotionless automatons. With all thoughts abandoned, Abaz regarded the approaching Saiyan with indifference, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he calmly uttered, "Feit, you truly are a genius to have created such monstrous beings. King Quila, as you predicted, there is indeed a situation unfolding at Feit's cosmic research base that in the void of space, millions of meters from the research facility. A gargantuan UFO, measuring thousands of meters in diameter, hovered silently, capturing the events occurring at the base and transmitting them to the massive display in the cockpit. Seated in the main chair was a relatively diminutive yet malevolent-looking extraterrestrial. Resting his chin on one hand, intrigued by the fierce battle unfolding between the two Saiyan warriors and it was only when Abaz ultimately triumphed over one of his adversaries that the alien expressed mild disdain, remarking, "Poor little insect, defeated so swiftly." Beneath the screen, three individuals stood watching. Point one, a brawny man, dutifully remarked, "After all, his combat power is insufficient." Another, a leaner figure resembling a frog, interjected, "Those two peculiar warriors are rapidly increasing their power, seemingly without pause. Their combat abilities have nearly doubled by now, and their internal functions are continuously evolving that if left unchecked, they could become a significant threat." High above them, Quila smiled subtly and turned his gaze to the silent figure among them. Inquiring gently, "Shaviza, what is your perspective?" Shaviza gradually withdrew his gaze from the screen, kneeling on one knee beneath Quila's mocking stare, and spoke solemnly, "King Quila, the warrior who was defeated is my brother from the planet Breach. I wish to retrieve him." Tony and Leisure exchanged glances, surprised to hear their leader reveal such personal information. They regarded the figure on the screen, who lay awaiting his fate, with newfound intrigue. Beneath Quila's eyes, two peculiar crimson streaks emerged, resembling tears of blood, enhancing his formidable presence. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, "I hope your brother is of some worth. I have no need for useless beings. Thank you." "My king," Shaviza exclaimed, elation lighting his handsome face. He hastily opened a hatch on the colossal UFO, and the immense force of outer space began to draw him out, threatening to crush him like a can in a factory's press. Yet in the next moment, a powerful surge of energy erupted from him, forming a vast vacuum around his body, enabling him to surge toward the cosmic research base like a comet trailing a blazing tail, a spectacle both magnificent and steeped in the chill of death. Were one to measure Shaviza's combat power at that moment, they would be astonished to discover that the seemingly frail youth from Breach harbored an energy level reaching the detector's maximum threshold of 900. In the cockpit, Quila slowly closed his eyes, resting his head against the chair's backrest, and murmured, "Such ridiculous familial sentiment." Tony and Leisure remained quietly at the console, their fingers flying over the controls as they sought to expand the camera's view to every corner of the research base, searching for anything of value. Suddenly, Tony spotted something and retrieved the footage detected by the camera, exclaiming in surprise, "A space capsule. There are two energy signatures inside." Leisure scoffed, "Just two fleeing researchers. What's so remarkable about that?" "Let them be." Tony frowned, "But this space capsule seems a bit off." With his eyes still closed, Quila dismissed, "Just two insignificant ants. Let them go." Despite Quila's command, Tony was compelled to comply, allowing the space capsule carrying Best and a Saiyan infant to depart. Little did they know that years later, the ants within that capsule would bring them unimaginable misfortune. 3 years prior, Quila's arrogance had allowed a capsule carrying the last hope after the destruction of planet Vegeta to slip from his grasp. A squandered opportunity that on this day, 3 years later, Quila had repeated the same grave mistake, with consequences far graver than the last, leading his family toward extinction. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 13. Brother Petra 6 years later, on a remote and primitive blue planet. Dense green forests intertwined and towered majestically. These trees, reaching heights of several dozen meters, bore vast crowns that nearly obscured the sunlight. It was now around 8 in the evening, yet the twilight lingered along the coastline, casting a blood-red hue across this land on the verge of fracturing, enveloping the continent in an atmosphere of melancholy and sorrow, resembling a breathtaking fairyland. Moments later, a primordial beast let out its final roar, echoing through the center of the land. Subsequently, the land, leading into the sea, shattered violently into two parts, a massive rift snaking between them like a dragon in motion, widening to a staggering distance of over 100 meters. Finally, the surging sea rushed in, definitively severing the once united land to the very center of this continental fracture. A small boy silently grasped the tail of a colossal creature, seemingly unfazed, as he pulled it from the crevasse that had formed between the two landmasses. To say that this colossal creature weighs several tons would be an understatement. However, it is astonishing that a child who appears to be no older than 10 years seems utterly unaffected by its weight. How can one not be taken aback by such a sight? Strangely enough, this child seems to have become accustomed to such feats, his face betraying not a hint of emotion throughout. He appears rather dull and taciturn. And having failed to control his own strength, he inadvertently shattered the ground beneath him. The elder brother, upon discovering this, is bound to become irritated. The youth gazes at his tender hands and murmurs to himself in a low voice, a perplexed expression finally surfacing amidst his previously wooden demeanor. My strength has been growing increasingly uncontrollable lately. Should I tell my brother? Suddenly, a fluffy, spherical creature rolls clumsily out of the trees, bouncing lightly onto the boy's shoulder. Emitting cheerful gurgles, the youth calmly regards the little fur ball, showing no anger at its playful tugging at his hair, nor does he attempt to stop it. Instead, he drags the carcass of the beast towards the other side of the land, appearing as a remarkably good-natured child, making it difficult for one to imagine that the terrifying creature he drags was slain by his own hand. Deep within the forest, another boy draped in the pelts of wild beasts is tinkering with several intricate devices in a makeshift workshop. This boy is slightly older than the previous one, perhaps around 12 or 13, and he seems considerably more composed. His appearance is strikingly unusual, with a bald head, sparse eyebrows, and deep, dark red eyes devoid of luster. Even the pupils seem to vanish into the dense color. He bears an expressionless visage, emanating an aura that discourages approach, surrounded by a palpable sense of menace that nearly suffocates those nearby. The boy persistently disassembles and swiftly reassembles the instruments, only to dismantle them once more. When these scattered components are reformed, they undergo significant alterations, as if the boy has forcibly modified them into something entirely new within such a brief span of time. This should be about right, he concludes, testing the functionality of the modified device. Satisfied, he quickly integrates the other instruments with the one in his hands, creating a peculiar apparatus reminiscent of a baby carriage. Welcome back, Petra. What delectable morsels did you manage to procure today? The boy inquires with a light chuckle, wiping the grease from his hands as he turns around at the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from the forest. A Tyrannosaurus, replies the younger boy, still in a state of daze, as he drops the colossal creature he was carrying and wanders to a corner, staring blankly at the sky. Meanwhile, the unknown furry creature continues to frolic around Petra, attempting to elicit a smile from the boy with its playful antics. Yet Petra remains unmoved. Sighing, the elder brother expresses his exasperation at his sibling's dullness and silence, but finds himself powerless to change it. After scratching his head, he easily tears off a robust hind leg from the Tyrannosaurus and begins to prepare dinner. After the meal, the elder brother tinkers with his newly crafted device for a while before moving the baby carriage-like contraption to an open area. Suddenly, a beam of light shoots forth from the apparatus into the brilliant starlit sky. Ha! It worked, the brother exclaims, dancing with joy at the sight of the beam, a rare expression of delight and relief lighting up his face. He joyfully embraces his younger brother, exclaiming, "I did it, Petra! I succeeded! Soon, we shall leave this place for somewhere greater and better." Petra gazes at his brother with confusion, for in his recollection, his brother has never displayed such uncharacteristic exuberance. He cannot fathom what could be wrong with their current surroundings, nor why his brother desires to take him away to another place. Greater and better are concepts far beyond his comprehension. All he wishes for is to be well-fed each day and to enjoy the tranquility of being by his brother's side, relishing the playful antics of the little fur ball. If only his brother could remain as joyful as he is now. Feeling the genuine joy emanating from his kin, the young Petra unexpectedly manifests a pure, albeit stiff, smile, unnoticed by his brother. Yet this little fellow has indeed smiled. The legendary Super Saiyan is not solely a figure of coldness and cruelty. They too possess the capacity for emotion. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 14. Awaiting rescue 6 years ago, Best brought the immensely potential Saiyan infant with him, escaping from Feit's grasp. They drifted in a space pod for 2 whole years before being forced to land on this primitive celestial body due to the pod's energy depletion. It is rather unfortunate that the space pod Best initially boarded was an outdated model, originally meant for deconstruction and recycling. Its energy was far from full, barely half-charged at that time. Best did not take the time to scrutinize it closely. Nor did he comprehend the significance of the myriad colorful buttons contained within. He merely pressed them haphazardly until he inadvertently activated the pod. Thus, their journey remained undetermined, and now they find themselves on a planet within the Mustafa star system. Yet their precise location is unknown to AS for the Saiyan infant. His origins are closely tied to Best, since Best was the first experimental subject to achieve a significant breakthrough during Feit's research. Feit was particularly invested in experimenting with Best's genetic makeup. Although Best's genetic chain had already fractured, inflicting irreparable damage on the perfect genes within his blood, he was merely a second-generation Saiyan hybrid, synthesized from 2 sets of Saiyan genes. Within the experimental facility, there were at least 100 other subjects possessing similar or identical genes to Best, not to mention the 3rd-generation individuals derived from the blood of 2nd-generation subjects. Thousands of test subjects were subjected to Feit's lethal experiments, all meeting with a tragic end. Undeterred, Feit attempted once more, and this time, fortune smiled upon him, as he succeeded in cultivating a powerful individual with an innate energy level of 7,000 from his breeding facility. Initially, he believed this subject would lead to a comprehensive breakthrough in his research plan and intended to conduct groundbreaking experiments using a new genetic serum on this exceptionally gifted individual. Little did he know that before the experiment could commence, Best's counterattack would sweep through every corner of the facility. Ultimately, this supposed Super Saiyan experiment fell into Best's hands. Thus, in terms of bloodline, this infant is indeed Best's brother. Although neither of them was born through conventional maternal development, the blood that courses through their veins is the same. This explains the peculiar sensation Best experienced when he first encountered Petra, who had been sealed within an aluminum case. Over the course of 4 years, as the Saiyan infant gradually matured, Best's once anxious heart began to ease. During their time together, this child, who is likely to become the legendary Super Saiyan, has not exhibited uncontrollable rage or extreme ferocity, nor has he shown any tendencies to sever familial ties. Instead, he remains profoundly silent, reluctant to engage in conversation. Even when questioned, he offers only terse responses, preferring to sit quietly for hours on end. Best has not imparted any teachings to the child. In fact, when he arrived in this world, he was merely a child himself, around 16 or 17. Lacking any experience in childcare, he is unaware if Petra's demeanor is good or bad, so he allows him to be as he wishes. After all, this child is no ordinary human, but a volcano poised to erupt at any moment, embodying death and destruction. Fortunately, this child has been quite obedient. Aside from occasionally losing control of his strength and shattering landmasses into islands, he has not caused any trouble. This aspect has brought significant comfort to Best. In the past 4 years, Best has been endeavoring to energize the space capsule, yet prior to this, he had no formal knowledge of mechanics whatsoever. Not only was he inept, but his attempts were also rather disastrous. Consequently, in a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently damaged the capsule's transformer. In a fit of frustration, Best disassembled the capsule into thousands of intricate components, scattering them all over the ground. Ultimately, left with no other choice, he began to collect the seemingly salvageable instruments from within the capsule. Embarking on a lengthy journey of research, it must be said that Best could hardly be considered a genius. He was merely adjacent to the concept of intelligence. However, propelled by the formidable computational prowess of the mutated brain tissue within his mind, he managed to painstakingly deconstruct each precise component into its individual parts, gradually discerning their functions and selecting the appropriate ones for further study. For years, Best immersed himself in relentless toil, neglecting his rest and sustenance. Countless failures ensued, leaving him in a state of disarray and disheveled appearance after each attempt. Yet, driven by an indomitable spirit, he unexpectedly produced something of merit. By evening, the peculiar contraption he had crafted, a bizarre baby carriage, was in fact a signal transmitter capable of reflecting moonlight to create a distress signal wave. Although rudimentary in design, it was a tangible product that fulfilled Best's requirements. As long as a spacecraft passed near the Mostafa star system during this period, provided it was not too distant, it would undoubtedly receive this signal. Now, Best's task was simply to remain here, patiently awaiting the arrival of rescuers. When the time came, he could assess the situation. If the rescuers were unwilling to assist, he would resort to coercion, insisting they transport him and Petra to a populated area. Conversely, if their intentions were nefarious, that would be even better. He could eliminate them and seize their spacecraft. With his combat power firmly established above 4,000, coupled with Petra's enhanced abilities and terrifying explosive potential, they possessed the audacity to confront any adversary, provided they did not encounter an excessively formidable foe. Ultimately, the decision of whether to act or refrain would rest solely with Best as he surrendered to slumber. Best experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Even the tension in his nerves relaxed. The following day, revitalized, he eagerly took Petra on a stroll across the nearly obliterated continent, pointing to the myriad islands scattered around. Chuckling, "Petra, you did all this, didn't you?" Petra, rarely blushing, lowered her head and murmured, "Brother, I'm sorry. Has your strength increased again?" Best inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment. Petra nodded and, gazing at her hands with seriousness, stated, "For the past few days, I've felt my power growing significantly each morning. I can hardly contain it." Best chuckled wryly, contemplating the legendary Super Saiyans, individuals favored by the gods. Presently, not only was Best a mere failure devoid of the Saiyans' greatest genetic advantages, even the prominent figures from Dragon Ball, such as Son Goku and Vegeta, were enduring grueling training or battling on merciless death fields, striving to attain the slightest increment in power. Yet, Petra, without any formal training, was quietly and consistently enhancing her strength, unlocking her latent potential, making her an undeniable candidate for ascension to Super Saiyan Point 1. Could only imagine the extent of Broly's terrifying prowess, nurtured under the devilish training of his resentful father. Bogus, given that Petra, lacking comprehension of training methods, could elevate her abilities at such a remarkable pace. Best shook his head. "This is truly troubling. However, once we leave this place, I should be able to find a solution for your current predicament." A month later, a 1,000-meter-long cosmic cruiser, en route home, unexpectedly intercepted a distress signal while traversing the Mostafa star system. After reporting to superiors, the cruiser, equipped with the pinnacle of Blada technology, altered course towards the signal's origin, hastening towards a seemingly primitive blue celestial body. Recently, the territory inhabited by the Best brothers had shrunk significantly. While residing in their humble work shelter, Best could feel the briny sea breeze brushing against him, and in the distance he could faintly discern the vast waters surging forward, grand and majestic, sweeping away considerable amounts of sand, stone, and vegetation from the shattered land surrounding them. A wave crashed, lifting towering trees into the air. The thunderous roar akin to rolling thunder, magnificent and boundless. However, this was not a favorable omen, as these encroaching waters were insidiously eroding the land, attempting to transform this remaining sanctuary into part of the ocean, destined to become a playground for fish centuries hence. Best felt utterly helpless and deeply troubled by this situation. 4 years prior, when the brothers first arrived, this planet was vibrant and teeming with life, adorned with numerous landmasses far larger than the Eurasian continent of Best's former life, nearly engulfed by verdant foliage. Yet, after 4 years of relocating countless times, with each move, the land they occupied seemed to face impending disintegration, with a lifespan not exceeding 3 months. Now, the area where the Best brothers resided had become the planet's largest landmass. If it continued to be so ravaged, they might find themselves submerged in the ocean before rescue arrived. As Best pondered these weighty thoughts, a dark spot suddenly appeared in the sky. Initially small, it rapidly expanded, eclipsing the sun and casting a shadow over the entire forest, making it impossible to ignore. Perhaps realizing the land's unwelcoming conditions for a cosmic cruiser, several lights shot forth from the shadowy side, gracefully descending towards the vibrant primordial forest below. Finally, the moment had arrived. Gazing up at the enormous spacecraft, reminiscent of a city fortress, Best momentarily felt dazed. Although he had long anticipated this moment, waiting countless days and nights, its actual arrival left him feeling surreal, accompanied by a disquieting stillness rather than the exuberance he had envisioned. As he watched the small craft swiftly gliding towards him, Best shivered slightly, placing a hand over his heart, realizing he was no longer the same person. The triangular, metallic-hued vessel circled above him, but did not immediately land. Exercising caution, which Best interpreted as a sign of the rescuer's prudence. After what seemed like an eternity, perhaps confirming that Best posed no threat, one of the vessels retracted its triangular wings and gracefully descended onto the grassy patch not far from him. With a thud, the vessel tipped over, forming a stable ramp to the ground, from which 2 extraterrestrials, not much taller than Best, emerged cautiously, peering around as though fearing an attack. It appeared that these aliens, with their oversized heads and relatively petite bodies, were not only cautious but inherently timid. The 2 aliens, perhaps sensing that Best appeared somewhat unapproachable, hesitated to advance, uttering a string of incomprehensible gibberish as they disembarked. Upon hearing this, Best felt a headache coming on, realizing with dismay that he could not understand a single word they said. What now? How will I manage this? Didn't the extraterrestrial species in Dragon Ball communicate with Earthlings? To make matters worse, Petra, who had ventured out to hunt, suddenly returned, more like she materialized in a flash, causing the ground to sink nearly half a meter beneath her feet. The small child positioned herself protectively in front of Best, her expression vigilant as she glared at the aliens and their metallic contraption, her demeanor grave. It seemed that any movement from the aliens would provoke her into a reckless assault. Petra, come here quickly. They are here to help us. They mean us no harm. Fearing the emergence of unnecessary complications, Best swiftly pulled the child blocking his path behind him. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the 2 aliens, trembling in fright as they clung to each other, and at the artillery barrels extending from the hovering airship above them. His expression darkened considerably. If it came to that, he would have to resort to forceful measures. Just as Best had resolved to engage in this reckless endeavor, a frail voice hesitantly emanated from the colossal cruiser overhead, speaking in a language that Best could understand. Earth's tongue, that my children. Are you from the inner galaxy? The inner galaxy? Indeed, the majority of the tales woven within Dragon Ball transpire in the North Galaxy, overseen by the North K. In addition, the West, East, and South Kais govern their respective galaxies, forming the primary backdrop for the Dragon Ball narrative. The universe beyond these 4 major galaxies, however, remains unaddressed in the storyline. Yet if there exists a vaster expanse of cosmic space beyond these 4 galaxies, and if intelligent life from outside has made contact with them, it would make sense for them to refer to these 4 galaxies as the inner galaxy. In a fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through Best's mind, prompting his altered cerebral structure to operate at high speed. Piecing together fragments of information, discarding the unnecessary, and swiftly arriving at the sole reasonable explanation for the situation before him, an outsider, it appeared as though Best merely paused in astonishment upon hearing the elderly voice, before gleefully exclaiming, "Indeed, we are from the inner galaxy. Our spaceship has malfunctioned, and we require your assistance. Through the large screen, the elderly Brada alien aboard the cruiser observed Best's demeanor, which seemed genuine and devoid of deceit. And after a brief moment of contemplation, stated, "I can assist you, but your displayed strength is exceedingly formidable. For the safety of all aboard this cruiser, I hope you can cooperate." The voice resonated clearly in Best's ears via the cruiser's loudspeaker, to which he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation that it was not an act of capitulation. Rather, he felt an unshakable confidence. He had discerned that these timid aliens harbored a benevolent disposition and genuinely wished to aid him. This sentiment was palpable to Best, thanks to the pervasive mental connection facilitated by his mutated brain. Furthermore, their prompt response to his distress signal indicated a humanitarian spirit. Thus, he surmised that they had no intention of deliberately complicating matters for him. Moreover, and most crucially, Best had reached a new level of control over his concealed mutation-induced lethality, enabling him to execute near-perfect kills with the backing of his formidable mental power. Even if these fragile aliens harbored malicious intent, laying traps for him aboard the cruiser, he could nonchalantly eliminate them one by one. This was not mere arrogance or disdain for the aliens' technology. He genuinely possessed the capability to do so. Shortly thereafter, Best and his brother were escorted onto the cosmic cruiser by a robot, arriving in an extraordinary chamber. Within this room awaited an elderly Brada alien, frail and gaunt, his features etched with deep wrinkles and sagging skin, a vivid portrayal of a life nearing its end. Upon the entrance of Best and his brother, the elder's murky gaze suddenly brightened, focusing intently on Best as he calmly remarked, "Child, your heart is troubled." Best was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly, for he sensed that this extraordinary elder exuded a force akin to his own mental power. Yet, this aura was not the brutal force Best wielded. Rather, it was imbued with the freshness and vitality of nature, enveloping him like a gentle breeze, easing the tension within him. Impressive, Best mused silently, despite understanding the elder's benign intentions to calm his restless spirit. He couldn't shake off the feeling of defeat. There was no greater loss than that which one has already surrendered to, although the elder Brada alien's combat prowess seemed utterly negligible in Best's eyes, perhaps even less than that of an ordinary human. The mental confrontation had unequivocally resulted in his defeat. He had underestimated the aliens. In contrast, his brother Petra, blessed with immense strength, felt an inexplicable fondness for the peculiar elderly figure, devoid of any sense of animosity. "Young man, please sit. Our journey has yet to commence. Perhaps we can converse and learn more about each other." The elder Brada alien smiled warmly, gesturing towards a table where a teapot and small cups materialized in a faint glow. "This is a special beverage crafted by us Brada, designed to alleviate one's burdens and cultivate a tranquil state of mind. Regular consumption can greatly enhance one's mental capabilities. I am Best, and this is my brother Petra," Best replied, observing the enigmatic elder with a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this figure in the Dragon Ball narrative. Yet his searches provided no matches for the tranquil elder before him. Could he be a character from a movie? No, that seemed unlikely. The elder bore more resemblance to the likes of Kieran or Kami, mystical beings not featured in the films. Despite his mutated brain's exceptional computational prowess, he could not recall the elder's identity. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that this figure named Beebeetar had indeed appeared in the Dragon Ball saga, with this realization igniting a keen interest in the direction of the cruiser and the Brada aliens aboard. Best inquired candidly, "Might I ask, Elder, where is your ship headed?" Holding a cup of tea delicately, Beebeetar took a sip before responding, "We are relocating to a star system beyond the inner galaxy. We are currently situated on the borders of the North Galaxy." Relocating beyond the inner galaxy? Are you not planning to return? Best felt a flicker of apprehension, as if he had grasped a deeper truth. Indeed, Beebeetar sighed, a sense of melancholy enveloping his words. "The home we once knew has been ravaged, and our sacred relics have been taken from us by that individual. Each year, countless of our kin have perished as a result, and our population has dwindled to less than a fraction of what it once was. If we do not leave, we face the grim fate of extinction." Despite the passage of time, recalling these events still stirred deep sorrow within Beebeetar, Perhaps sensing his emotional lapse, he mustered a strained smile towards Best and his brother, attempting to lift their spirits. However, you need not fret. Our cruiser will halt at a star system along the North Galaxy's border to procure supplies. That location lies at the intersection of the inner galaxy and the outer cosmos. Inhabited by many extraterrestrials and boasting advanced technology, you should be able to find a vessel for your return there. Thank you, Elder, Best replied gratefully, feeling a wave of relief wash over him that we brothers feel quite ashamed for delaying your journey. The prospect of a destination filled him with hope, especially upon learning that the place they were headed was rich in advanced technology. Bibitar took another sip of tea and smiled amiably. In truth, we owe you our gratitude. While this planet may still be primitive, it possesses an abundance of mineral resources and vital plants for our daily sustenance. Had it not been for your distress signal, we might never have discovered this place that a portion of the crew aboard our spacecraft has ventured out to collect samples of the local flora and minerals, which will inevitably delay us somewhat. We have opted to forego the immediate opportunity to gather these specimens in favor of rescuing those who sent out the distress signal. The best understanding of the Brada aliens has deepened. These benevolent yet timid, peculiar, and enigmatic beings truly represent a strange race. Yet, could it be that I am mistaken? Have they truly never appeared in the Dragon Ball narrative? Best pondered with a hint of skepticism. Suddenly, a furry orb sprang from Petra, two delicate little hands rubbing its drowsy eyes, which still bore traces of confusion, as it hopped onto the table with a soft thud upon spotting the teapot. This curious creature immediately leapt towards it, bouncing around in an attempt to investigate. This is a dodo beast. Upon seeing this mischievous little entity, Bibitar couldn't help but smile, nostalgically embracing the small, fluffy ball that was frolicking on the table. Strangely enough, while this little fur ball was exceedingly playful, constantly pestering Petra with its antics, it transformed into a docile companion in Bibitar's hands, contentedly allowing Bibitar to stroke its fuzzy body. This elicited a peculiar feeling in Petra. As for Best, he was entirely unaware of what this fluff ball was, only recalling that it had been a tiny creature he had captured when he first arrived on this planet. It was far too small to serve as a meal. So he had intended to make soup, but had been unable to find pots or dishes, ultimately abandoning the idea and carelessly tossing it into a corner. To his surprise, this little creature had since decided to cling to him, refusing to leave and treating Petra as its playmate, often teasing the 2-year-old girl. Their bond appeared to be quite amicable, as Petra had not harmed the little creature. Thus, Best had allowed this small being to accompany Petra. Hearing Bibitar mention the creature's name, Best inquired with curiosity, does the Elder's homeland also harbor such beings? Indeed, Bibitar reminisced, the dodo beast is regarded as a symbol of peace and abundance in our homeland, a token of good fortune. However, their numbers are exceedingly scarce, and their reproduction is not easily achieved, leading to their eventual extinction. So, this little creature possesses some extraordinary abilities. Then, Best remarked without hesitation. Bibitar nodded. If we speak of abilities, the dodo beast indeed possesses a remarkable gift that it can restore a mortally wounded individual to life in an instant, healing not only their injuries, but also replenishing their stamina. It was a companion that every high priest in our homeland would bring along while practicing magic and studying the arcane. Is that not akin to a living senza bean? Best exclaimed in astonishment, unable to hide his surprise at the unexpected revelation regarding the creature he had initially captured. While the Dragon Ball universe is replete with peculiar phenomena, it primarily revolves around fervent battles. Given that combat inevitably leads to injury and loss, healing remedies have become the most sought-after commodities in this world. Best knew that aside from senza beans, only the indigenous people of Namek possessed similar restorative abilities akin to those found in video game healing potions. If this little fluff ball indeed held such capabilities, Best realized he had struck a veritable jackpot. In the event of future emergencies, it would serve as an invaluable talisman for his survival. Best's mind wandered through these thoughts. The words Bibitar had previously spoken struck him like a bolt from the blue, drawing his attention to a previously overlooked detail. Magic. In an instant, a character from Dragon Ball 2 flashed through his memory, their visage overlapping with that of Bibitar, causing Best to stiffen in alarm. He finally recalled the identity of the person etched in his memory. Coupled with Bibiter's vast psychic energy, a cold sweat broke out on Best's forehead. Fortunately, the Beebeater before him was not the malevolent figure of his recollections. Otherwise, Best's fate would have been sealed. Though Beebeater spoke of a location also situated on the fringes of the northern galaxy, it remained several star systems away from the primitive planet inhabited by Best and his companions. With the advanced spacefaring technology of the Brado aliens, it still took them a month to reach that destination. Throughout this month, Best accumulated knowledge far exceeding what he had gleaned over the past several years. Including his time before his journey here, that he felt akin to an insatiable leech, fervently absorbing the fruits of millennia of Brada technology, enriching his mind and narrowing the gap between himself and the Brada aliens. In just a few days, Best seemed to undergo a metamorphosis, evolving from a savage society to a higher level of civilization. This transformation was facilitated by the unreserved teachings of the Brada aliens, propelling his understanding and knowledge to match their level. However, the consequences of such an endeavor were immensely painful. The strain of his intellectual labor caused his mutated brain tissue to erupt with increasing frequency and duration, with pain intensifying each time that IT seemed to exacerbate his condition. Fortunately, the beverage known as Clark, provided by the Brada aliens, offered some relief from the excruciating pain of his mutated brain tissue, alleviating his suffering to a degree. Yet, this remedy merely addressed the symptoms rather than the underlying issue. Beebeater, the Brada elder, candidly warned Best that he was playing with fire, risking his own life, should he persist in such reckless behavior. His brain might not withstand the strain and could face collapse. Even if he managed to evade the direst consequences, reaching the age of 20 would be an impossibility. In response, Best merely smiled faintly, dismissing the warning. Although he recognized Bibiter's intentions were well-meaning, he had his own plans. Furthermore, his decision to place Petra in Bibiter's care was laden with significance. At the very least, he trusted that Beebeater would not overlook the hidden brutality and destructive impulses within Petra upon discovering them. Believing that this elder, who shared lineage with a malevolent sorcerer, possessed the capacity to address such matters, Best dared not indulge in lofty expectations, knowing that Saiyans were inherently a warrior race, born for battle and destruction, especially one with the potential to ascend to the legendary Super Saiyan. He could only hope that Beebeater would, to some extent, help Petra maintain her sense of self, preventing her from being consumed by the desires that might erupt from within her, thus avoiding the fate of becoming a mere harbinger of ruin and devastation. 1 month later, Best, accompanied by Petra and the little fluffball, found themselves amidst an extraordinarily magnificent steel city. Towering buildings, hundreds of meters high, stood in precise alignment like a game of dominoes, radiating from a conical structure at the center, creating a vast grid that resembled a colossal chessboard, segmenting the earth into numerous expansive streets and districts. From a bird's-eye view, one would surely be captivated by the raw grandeur of this city, which loomed like a giant amidst the vast, sandy expanse. The Brada aliens had completed their resupply days prior and, after bidding farewell to Best and his brother, set off on their long journey. This departure marked a point of no return. They had left their homeland, becoming true wanderers adrift in the universe until they could find a suitable planet for their race to inhabit. From the Brada aliens, Best had learned much. Their warm, selfless assistance filled him with both shame and gratitude, allowing him once again to experience the feeling of home. Yet, they were never his companions, nor his family. After a heartfelt farewell, they inevitably had to depart. For Best, the only course was to cherish this rare friendship deep within his heart while embarking on a path far more arduous than the Brada alien search for a home. On the expansive streets, an array of bizarre and extraordinary races traversed. For the planet's unique geographical position and the presence of countless cosmic merchants made it a hub for beings from both the inner galaxy and beyond. It could be said that this place served as a colossal marketplace for extraterrestrial beings. Despite the peculiar appearances of these alien life forms, most still retain a resemblance to humans, although their skin tones varied. One could still discern beauty from ugliness, as for the others, reptilian beasts and creatures of bizarre shapes. These two were likely sentient races. However, they're not easily recognizable. During the process of interaction, it is inevitable that some absurd mistakes will occur. Yet, one should not underestimate these peculiar extraterrestrial races. While their appearances may be somewhat unusual, their influence and power on this planet far surpass those of ordinary cosmic beings. Best traversed several streets. He discovered numerous warriors with relatively high combat capabilities, some even exceeding 10,000 in strength. Although this level posed no threat to Best at present, the sheer number of such formidable warriors gathered in one place was enough to send shivers down his spine. Moreover, what he observed was likely just the tip of the iceberg, far from grasping the true nature of this locale. However, this very uncertainty provided a distinct advantage for Best. Considering the time, there remained nearly 2 years until the onset of the Dragon Ball 1 world. Not to mention the distant threat of the Saiyans attacking Earth. During this period, Best's most pressing concern was to establish a foothold in this place before embarking on any further development. Glancing at his sole piece of luggage, a silver aluminum case, a solemn expression emerged on Best's face. "Feit, I shall assist you in realizing your Super Saiyan Project. Awaken, Saiyans." Chapter 18. The Hidden Manipulator in Recent Years. The situation on Agilas can be described as tumultuous and fraught with undercurrents. Several new forces have surged to prominence at a breathtaking pace, toppling many established powers and leading to a seismic reshuffling of this trading planet, which has long been a nexus of wealth and cosmic influence. The roots of this upheaval can be traced back 3 years. 3 years ago, a cosmic merchant on Agilas suddenly claimed to have discovered a substance capable of unlocking latent potential, mending genes, and exponentially enhancing combat strength. Initially, this sensational rumor failed to capture much interest. After all, greedy cosmic traders are known to twist the truth for profit, transforming the worthless into treasures. Thus, at first, few paid heed. Yet a certain innate curiosity compelled some to experiment with the mysterious substance. It wasn't until a lowly warrior named Shitanel, driven by curiosity, paid a hefty sum for a vial of the so-called gene enhancement fluid that the ensuing events spiraled into madness. Upon injecting the fluid, Shitanel's previously feeble body underwent an uncontrollable transformation, swelling from an average height to a towering figure of muscle. His strength surged by dozens of times. Preliminary estimates indicated that his combat power had skyrocketed tenfold under the influence of this miraculous potion. Moreover, this enhancement was permanent. The news detonated in Agilas like a bomb, plunging the once calm locale into chaos. Confronted by a throng of representatives from various factions, the cosmic merchant audaciously inflated the price of the gene enhancement fluid to outrageous levels. Forbidding bulk purchases, this incensed some of Agilas's established powers. Yet regardless of the threats or temptations thrown his way, the merchant remained steadfast, resembling a wooden puppet devoid of reason. Nevertheless, over 100 vials of the gene enhancement fluid were swiftly snatched up, unleashing a tempest of chaos as these newly empowered warriors wreaked havoc across Agilas. They became the central figures responsible for the planet's drastic transformation over the past few years, their names ringing out like the echoes of deities, known to all. Although everyone recognized that they were affiliated with specific factions, the universal admiration for strength is a reality that cannot be altered. Of course, not every warrior who injected the gene enhancement fluid enjoyed such fortune. In fact, the mysterious concoction bore significant risks, and fewer than 10 high-ranking warriors succumbed to fatality after failing to withstand its effects. Yet, history is penned by the victors, and who remembers the vanquished? The brilliance of the victors allows society to conveniently overlook the minor flaws of the gene enhancement fluid. Those who perish from its effects are merely labeled as unfortunate souls. Some factions, after acquiring the gene enhancement fluid, endeavored to analyze its composition for independent production. However, they soon discovered to their dismay that the mysterious potion evaporated completely within mere hours of exposure, losing its efficacy. Naturally, others sought out the merchant selling the gene enhancement fluid, yet this greedy, reclusive figure seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving the entire Agilas in a state of suspicion and paranoia, fearing that he had been secretly captured by a rival faction. This tense atmosphere lingered for an extended period, exacerbated by the machinations of the cunning, resulting in several large-scale skirmishes. However, these conflicts were quickly quelled, ultimately failing to engulf the entirety of Agilas. The planet held too much significance for many faction leaders and cosmic merchants, with countless factors to consider, and no one dared to claim they could single-handedly conquer this place. Those who attempted such audacity had long been eradicated. Even the notoriously infamous Kieran in the North Galaxy would think twice before extending his reach here, amidst this chaotic and tense environment, where mutual animosity coexisted alongside the ability to unite against external threats. Agilas gradually returned to a semblance of calm in comparison. The establishment of a mysterious young boy's experimental base in the northwest of Agilas a year ago garnered little attention. In the northwest of Agilas lies a stretch of land yet to be cultivated. Beneath the dimly lit sky, winds laden with dust whip fiercely against jagged stone peaks, releasing strange yellow mists. The scorching heat and harsh environment deter most individuals from venturing here. Even if they could endure such conditions, it would be folly to abandon comfortable surroundings for such a desolate place. No one would willingly choose to inhabit such a wretched locale. Yet, some remain undeterred that a year ago, a small to medium-sized experimental base, claiming to manufacture spacecraft instruments and tools, established itself here, garnering little external interest. Nevertheless, the products produced at this base were of commendable quality, durable, and rivaling the performance of offerings from renowned suppliers. Most notably, these products were affordably priced, slightly undercutting competitors, making them popular among spacecraft manufacturers. However, due to limited production, items sold quickly, preventing any enmity from arising over jealousy. Meanwhile, in the subterranean research facility of the experimental base, Best stood up, stretching his stiff joints. He turned to a small figure beside him. Engrossed in operating a computer, "Dwayne, have you simulated it yet?" The diminutive figure looked up, revealing a wrinkled, unkempt face, and most individuals in this research room bore an uncanny resemblance to him, all sporting a similarly disheveled appearance. Yet, one should not be deceived by the appearance of these diminutive beings. They are among the most notorious swindlers of Agilas and the greatest individual inventors within the transient population. Throughout the establishment and development of Agilas, they played a crucial role. Even now, their status remains unshaken by the influx of cosmic populations, retaining significant influence in various critical fields, instilling fear in others. The named Hayan pressed a button, pointing to a three-dimensional image resembling a cube on the screen. "My lord, this is the simulation of the spirit time room you requested. That I cannot fathom why a wise individual like yourself would propose such an unusual concept. However, our thousands of simulated studies indicate that this room, with its unique spatial structure, closely linked to the external world, yet exhibiting significant temporal discrepancies, cannot be manufactured by science or achieved with our current technology. In other words, my lord, the so-called spirit time room you envision may not exist at all." Listening to his subordinate's candid skepticism, Best displayed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he regarded the three-dimensional image with a faint smile. "That IT does exist, my lord." Dwayne, witnessing Best's obstinacy, furrowed his brow, about to speak again when another hand beside him intervened. This hand appeared considerably more composed, first pressing his companion back into his seat before thoughtfully suggesting, "Perhaps there exists another explanation." Initially harboring little hope for this research project, Best was unexpectedly invigorated by the words he heard. He cast a surprised glance at the Hayan individual and inquired, "What do you mean?" Without a moment's hesitation, the Hayan replied, "A spatial rift, an anomaly that does not exist in this world yet allows entry, which can also be perceived as a conduit to another dimension. However, this passage is highly unstable. Despite being imbued with some mysterious force, it remains precarious. This instability manifests in the temporal connectivity between this space and the external world, as well as the discrepancies in the passage of time between the two. Hence, the phenomenon you referred to as the mental time chamber is formed." Everyone present, including Best, was momentarily dumbfounded, clearly not anticipating such an explanation. After the initial shock, some researchers with a grasp of spatial theory began to murmur among themselves, discussing the accuracy of this assertion. Best, having focused primarily on spacecraft manufacturing and energy concerns over the years, had never delved deeply into spatial matters. Nevertheless, he considered this explanation the most plausible he had encountered amidst the myriad of opinions he had heard, reflecting on the mental time chamber found within the divine palace on Earth. He found the notion of an alternate dimensional space rather agreeable. What do you think is required to open a dimension similar to the one I described? Best's bloodshot eyes gleamed with an unusual intensity as he fixed his gaze on the Heian who had proposed the dimensional theory. Establishing a dimensional rift is quite a straightforward endeavor, by continuously bombarding a relatively unstable spatial point with a powerful particle weapon. There's a certain probability of creating a breach leading to another dimension. However, even if such a breach is achieved, we cannot ascertain whether this space will possess the functionalities you mentioned. Perhaps upon entering, you may discover that time flows more rapidly within than in the external world. This poses a significant dilemma. Furthermore, the critical question remains, how can we ensure the rift persists without being swiftly devoured by the unstable space? This is the crux of our challenge. You may set aside your current responsibilities. I am assigning this newly initiated project to you. Aside from a few key personnel, you may select any assistance you require from the various departments that as for funding, I will allocate 20 million Bejasi to you. I entrust everything to you and hope you can finalize a research plan swiftly. Best nodded, instantly promoting the relatively obscure researcher Ek to a supervisory position, propelling him to the forefront and inciting envy among many. Yet, no one dared oppose Best's directive, for they had already come to appreciate the formidable nature of their boss within the short span since the Institute's establishment. Disagreement on certain matters was permissible, but obstructing the plans he had set forth would result in dire consequences, regardless of the means employed. Of course, such high-pressure management could create a vicious cycle. Nevertheless, Best maintained a relaxed approach towards internal regulations at his research institute, and the salaries afforded to researchers were exceptionally generous, exhibiting an attitude of not treating money as a concern. Moreover, the rapid recruitment of talented researchers amidst numerous competing factions indicated that he possessed considerable acumen. Otherwise, he would be courting disaster. Thus, he harbored no worries regarding the safety and confidentiality of these researchers. Currently, his concerns lay elsewhere. Duin, please report on the progress of our current research projects. Best called out to the Heian he had addressed earlier. Nodding in acknowledgement that Duin, as Best's foremost aide, had provided for the brothers when they first found themselves in fact, he was largely responsible for the assembly of the current group of idle researchers. Although they had occasionally clashed on various issues, his loyalty to Best was unquestionable. Thus, all present regarded this colleague, who still bore the title of researcher, with a certain inexplicable reverence. The diminutive Heian rose once more, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face, akin to someone who had stumbled upon a trove of gold. Firstly, our supercomputer, Cambian, has been completed. Through the diverse cosmic signals received by Cambian, we have at least confirmed the coordinates of over 70 star systems, including more than 12,000 planets exhibiting signs of life and over 20,000 planets harboring the energy resources we require. Additionally, we have also pinpointed the approximate locations of Namek and Earth, which you have been seeking. I anticipate that we will have more concrete details by tomorrow. Furthermore, our primary model of the energy conversion device has been finalized. The spacecraft we have developed has, to a certain extent, realized the concept of infinite energy, capable of autonomously absorbing and converting solar thermal energy during its voyage. At present, the researchers assigned to this project are working on the second generation of the energy conversion device, focusing on the absorption and conversion of energy waves from advanced warriors, and they have already achieved some success. The third update pertains to the composition of the perfect gene complementation solution we have been studying. Just yesterday, the team responsible for this project finally deciphered its components. I believe that, given a few more days, they will successfully produce the first batch of the perfect gene complementation solution. This perfect gene complementation solution is the very concoction that once threw Agilas into chaos. Originally devised by Feit as an upgrade for the gene agents intended for Petra, it possesses enhanced medicinal properties and can, to some degree, repair the genetic damage inflicted on test subjects, thereby improving the safety of experiments. However, the yield is limited, with only a mere handful of vials produced. Ultimately, Feit never utilized these valuable agents, inadvertently providing Best with a means to amass wealth upon his arrival in Agilas. However, the gene complementation agents circulating in the market have been tampered with by Best. They have been diluted and infused with certain intriguing elements, rendering these diluted agents highly volatile. Upon exposure to air, their potency dissipates entirely within mere hours, making it utterly impossible for those who acquire them to uncover the true composition of the substance. They could never imagine that the mastermind behind these machinations resides in the northwest desert of Agilas. Disguised as a mere youth, it must be noted that this perfect gene complementation solution is an exceedingly terrifying entity. Previously, Best had captured a lizard-like creature from the western desert for experimentation. Merely 1/3 of a vial of the perfect gene complementation solution injected into this creature induced a dramatic transformation. However, this transformation was not a mere mutation or the unlocking of latent potential. Rather, it represented a significant evolutionary leap. The perfect gene complementation solution optimized the genes of the injected subject in an unfathomable manner, compelling it to ascend to a higher evolutionary tier. Not only did its adaptability enhance in response to the environment, but its physique became more rationalized, intelligence and desires took on a more human-like quality, and even the primal genetic forms hidden within its cells were awakened. Eventually, this creature evolved into a colossal being reminiscent of a bone dragon from a science fiction narrative. Fortunately, Best dispatched it before it could fully complete its metamorphosis. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Regrettably, despite Feit's relentless efforts to pursue his so-called Super Saiyan Project, Best recognized that he had fundamentally erred in his approach from the outset. Although the perfect gene complementation solution is undeniably remarkable, it proves to be a lethal poison for those with the abnormal genes characteristic of Saiyans. The greater the efficacy of the solution, the more rapidly the Saiyans meet their demise. It is an inescapable, vicious cycle. Thus, Best has no intention of mass-producing this substance. In fact, he has developed a palpable fear of it. Once completed, aside from retaining a few essential samples, he intends to destroy everything else and ensure that the researchers are closely monitored, subjecting them to thorough mental conditioning post-experiment. Feeling somewhat perturbed, Best contemplated these matters while simultaneously harboring dissatisfaction towards those who acted unilaterally. Meanwhile, Du-een, mistaking Best's unease for a recurring headache, hurriedly poured a cup of tea and softly remarked, "Best, everything at the Research Institute relies on you now. You must not falter at this critical juncture." Setting aside his professional demeanor and the pretense of seriousness, Best felt no irritation towards Du-een's lack of formality. Instead, he experienced an inexplicable warmth in that fleeting moment. He found himself reminiscing about the time he first encountered this ambitious yet underappreciated hand, who had offered refuge to his brother. Life had been arduous then, but it was a time worth recalling. He shook his head and smiled gently, saying, "I am fine. Dear uncle, for the past 4 years we have traversed this path together. This juncture. What is there left for you to fear?" After sipping the tea that Hayne had handed to him, a refreshing green beverage infused with a hint of mint, which was derived from the seeds gifted to him by the Brada inhabitants upon their departure from Agilas. He savored the peculiar drink known as Clark. A subtle bitterness blossomed on Best's palate, filling his mouth, yet it invigorated his spirit, as if it had instantly banished the chaotic thoughts and fatigue swirling in his mind. "How is my brother faring?" Taking a deep breath, Best inquired with a sense of relief. Du-een furrowed his brow and shook his head. "He has not emerged since entering the gravity training room you specifically ordered to be built. It has been a month thus far. According to the surveillance, the gravity index in the training room has reached an astonishing 230 times Earth's gravity. This lad is truly pushing himself to the limit. Thankfully, the maximum standard you mandated was 250 times. Otherwise, given Peter's daily progress, the intensity of his training would likely have escalated even further. He is indeed overexerting himself, which cannot be good for his health. As an elder brother, you should be more attentive." Best nodded in acknowledgement. "I feel remorse for him. Since arriving at Agilas, he has endured too much suppression, while he appears to be quiet and obedient daily. I know he is suffering in silence. It is time for him to release that pent-up energy." Du-een was taken aback, and then incredulously asked, "Are you truly considering hosting that so-called Agilas strongman tournament. That would require a substantial sum. Best smiled enigmatically. Do not fret about finances. We shall recoup our expenses swiftly. We must hold the Agilas strongman tournament, and it must be grandiose, without a hint of meagerness. Duene, wide-eyed, queried, how much are you planning to invest? Best merely raised 2 fingers, smiling without uttering a word. Fortunately, only awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 19. What you must do is become the strongest in the universe. A few days later, news of the Agilas strongman tournament spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every town and gathering of extraterrestrials throughout Agilas, propelled by the efforts of interested parties. Amidst the astonishment of the populace, countless individuals were drawn to the announcement of the tournament, each with their own motives, converging upon a little-known town at the western desert border. This town, in truth, served as a visible outpost for the Western Desert Base, designed to attract interstellar merchants, yet it had now transformed into a hub providing sustenance and lodging for the participants of the tournament. In recent days, the town had undergone significant expansion, easily accommodating 50,000 to 60,000 people. The expenditures incurred for food and lodging contributed a modest profit to the Western Desert Base. However, witnessing the ceaseless influx of people arriving from Agilas, Duene felt a mix of joy and concern. He was compelled to allocate additional resources to further enlarge the town by another 1 or 2 times its original size. Fortunately, many of the structures were constructed using advanced technology, allowing a tool the size of a finger to be placed on the ground, activated, and transformed into a genuine dwelling in an instant. This proved to be immensely convenient. The clamor of the town, however, did not penetrate the research facility situated hundreds of meters beneath the desert. In truth, the individuals there were indifferent to the happenings above, focusing solely on their work, exhibiting a singular disregard for external affairs. In essence, they were a group who would remain in the research lab, neglecting food and water until they perished if not provided for. Yet, these individuals were genuine researchers, tirelessly pursuing their dreams, brimming with enthusiasm and an unyielding desire for progress, each hoping to advance within their respective fields rather than languishing idly. Such a spirit was decidedly distinct from the timid elites at the Feit experimental base, who had once been too fearful to speak above a whisper. Outside a particularly unique chamber, Best sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his entire being seemingly floating as if devoid of gravity. This year marked his 13th since arriving in this world, although this body appeared somewhat older due to the abuse of various hormones. No one regarded him as a child. In fact, everyone who had interacted with Best subconsciously viewed him as an equal adult, admiring or openly envying his extraordinary abilities. Yet who could have imagined that within this child's physique resided a soul that did not belong to this world? In his current state, he resembled Piccolo during his meditative practices. Indeed, Best was in a state of meditation, employing a method imparted to him by the elder Bibit of the Brada race. The IT was said to be a meditative technique passed down through generations of Brada. Not particularly effective for enhancing internal energy, but possessing indescribable benefits for the refinement of mental faculties. For instance, Best's telekinetic abilities and energy levels have been relatively equal. However, since arriving at Agilas, he had become mired in various affairs, seldom utilizing his internal energy, which not only failed to increase his combat prowess, but had, to some extent, diminished it. Conversely, his telekinetic skills flourished amidst the chaos of his responsibilities. Best had carved out moments for meditation to restore his depleted spirit, inadvertently cultivating a routine of daily practice. Through this unintended endeavor, his telekinetic strength had surged to an extraordinarily resilient level, vastly surpassing his capabilities upon his arrival in Agilas. Now, even if confronted by a high-ranking warrior with tenfold his combat power, Best was confident in his ability to defeat him head-on. Suddenly, a heavy sound reverberated from the special chamber as the multi-ton superalloy door creaked open with an ear-grating groan. A seemingly diminutive child, emanating an inexplicable aura of terror, stepped out. His black hair stood upright, his expression devoid of warmth, and his gaze, sharp as a wolf's, radiated an astonishing ferocity that deterred anyone from approaching. Accompanying him was a wave of scorching heat, akin to steam rising from boiling water, instantly elevating the temperature of the air outside the chamber. Heaven knows just how hot it was within that room. This formidable youth stood outside for only a moment before a puddle of sweat began to accumulate on the floor beneath him, as more perspiration streamed down alongside his heaving chest, potentially forming a small pool. After a lengthy pause, the youth inhaled deeply, and the amethyst pendant adorning his chest emitted a faint glow. Gradually calming him, he fixed his gaze upon Best, speaking in a low voice. "Brother, you have arrived." This amethyst pendant had been bestowed upon Peter by Bibbit, said to be a sacred relic from their homeland's temple, capable of bestowing tranquility and serenity upon one who had lost their way, preventing them from succumbing to the myriad temptations of desire lurking within and the external world. It effectively suppressed Peter's burgeoning urges for destruction and bloodshed. Having accompanied Peter for 5 years, he had never removed it this moment. Best had returned to his usual state for meditation. He approached Peter, patting his shoulder and inquiring, "How do you feel?" Peter pondered for a moment before responding with an unrelated remark. "The machine inside is broken, I can't fix it." Sighing, Best couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking, "My dear brother, how could you possibly repair such devices?" To his surprise, the gravity training apparatus set to 250 times had been rendered inoperable after only a few days of Peter's use, a pace that even Prince Vegeta could not match. Yet he reassured, "Uncle Du-een will send someone to repair it. You need not concern yourself with such matters." Lowering his head, Peter replied, "I just feel useless, unable to assist you at all." Upon hearing this, Best felt a warmth in his heart. He gently ruffled his brother's hair and earnestly said, "Pursue what you love, do what you desire. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Nor should you." However, dear brother, when Petra attempted to argue, he was interrupted by Best. "Those things are precisely what I delight in doing. And you, Petra, are a warrior born for battle. It is combat that you must pursue." "Indeed, battle," Best chuckled, approvingly stating, "Transform yourself into the most formidable warrior in the universe. That is the calling of every Saiyan, I understand now." Petra nodded, a sudden expression of resolute determination gracing his features. The ambition to become the strongest in the universe had, under Best's guidance, been deeply etched into his heart. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 20. The opening of the Imitation World Martial Arts Tournament 2 days later, under the bright sun, the highly anticipated Agilas Strongman Tournament finally commenced. Countless warriors from across the cosmos, drawn by the promise of a substantial reward, flocked to over a dozen designated locations to register, forming long, winding lines that stood out amidst the throng. Among them were many merely curious onlookers, who, swept along by the crowd, inexplicably signed up as well. Alongside those eager warriors, they were ushered into the rest area, still oblivious to the unfolding events that, of course, the Agilas Strongman Tournament was not open to just anyone. Although it lacked the numerous regulations of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament, one at least had to afford the registration fee. If one could not manage even this, it was a clear indication that they lacked the strength to compete. This was not to say that the tournament discriminated against financially disadvantaged participants. It was important to remember that this was not a talent show, but rather a stage where the strong reigned supreme. A battleground for those with genuine prowess that, in Agilas, if you could not even scrape together a small sum, it demonstrated your failure to thrive on this grander stage, marking you as an inconspicuous minor character. Such individuals, aside from being treated as mere entertainment for the spectators, were utterly devoid of merit. They had no qualifications to compete among the strong. At best, they were fools merely seeking their demise. The organizers clearly had no desire to waste time on such individuals. The once dilapidated town had undergone extensive renovations under Best's financial commitment, expanding several-fold, and now bore a semblance of a city, despite certain aspects still falling short of expectations. However, the rapid development within just a few days was astonishing. Many discerning observers recognized that this mysterious western desert base had orchestrated such a grand spectacle for a significant reason. The arena now appeared rather desolate, as crews cleared an area the size of 15 basketball courts, paving it with heavy stone slabs to create appropriately sized competition points. Technicians were engaged in final adjustments. After a series of calculations and tests, a burly man with a bushy beard gave a thumbs up to the foreman, signaling that everything was in order. The foreman nodded, allowing the tension that had gripped him for days to dissipate. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him. His limbs felt heavy, and all he desired was a place to rest. The intense workload over the past few days had left this meticulous Ha'in man with no time for respite. Although he was merely a nominal foreman, he personally oversaw the construction of both the town and the arena, ensuring everything met his exacting standards before he could relax. That it could be said that he had expended far more mental and physical energy than the machine operators, making his endurance all the more remarkable, given the generally frail constitution of the Ha'in people. This was not due to a lack of self-awareness or arrogance. He had his own aspirations. As Best's right-hand man and a member of the upper management at the base, Du-Yin did not possess exceptional capabilities and was far outshone by others in terms of scientific achievements. Since the last encounter with the time chamber, he had felt particularly humiliated. The Ha'in people held their own pride. They did not wish to be seen as parasitic, relying on past connections to ascend to positions of power. Becoming the subject of ridicule, such a fate would be more unbearable than death. Hence, he took on all the construction responsibilities under Best, eager to prove his worth. Best, understanding Du-Yin's inner thoughts, permitted him to take on the foreman role to prevent any negative emotions from arising. However, he had not anticipated Du-Yin's relentless dedication. After a brief adjustment, the arena opened to the public, and a throng of spectators surged in like sardines, filling the space with a sea of heads. It was impossible to ascertain just how many had entered the arena. The very center of the 15 competition areas, a single-person lift suddenly emerged from the platform, revealing a somewhat scruffy man with a slight mustache. Clad in a black suit and wielding a large microphone, that he began to read the important details of the competition, and while the audience initially listened attentively, they soon realized that his incessant chatter was dragging on. A chorus of boos erupted, the collective voice attempting to drown out the host, akin to a relentless, buzzing fly, demanding the official announcement of the competition's commencement. The Agilas Strongman Tournament adopted the format of the World Martial Arts Tournament, but completely disregarded its rules of moderation and weapon prohibition. This meant that contestants could select a weapon that maximized their potential and could even kill their opponents without repercussions. The rules have been crafted with careful consideration of the identities of the participants, who were warriors traversing between Agilas and the broader cosmos, rather than the martial artists of Earth, thus requiring no restrictive regulations, but rather encouraging free expression and combat. Bloodshed and excitement were the essence of their fervent battles, not the constraints of formal competition. At this moment, the contestants previously brought to the rest area received their identification numbers and, through the supercomputer's random pairing, learned their opponents' numbers. They exchanged fierce glances, scanning the crowd for their adversaries even before the competition began. Petra was assigned to Group 78, his opponent a robust cosmic warrior of mediocre combat prowess, merely a minor character at best. Consequently, Best, seated in the control room, displayed little interest in this match. The introverted Petra was even less inclined to investigate the nature of his opponent. Thus, this unfortunate background character was entirely overlooked by the two brothers. As the competition commenced, the audience erupted with an irresistible fervor for this unprecedented event, vocally cheering in excitement. Yet the first 15 matches were disappointingly lackluster, featuring inconsequential fighters or mismatched opponents who were swiftly knocked off the stage, failing to capture Best's attention. Observing the multitude of screens displaying various angles of the matches, Best felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was on the verge of exasperation. What a bunch of amateurs, he thought, feeling utterly dismayed. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 21. The collision of strength and speed suddenly. An unusual sound emanated from the control panel. Following this, an operator's astonished voice rang out. Lord Best, there's a high-intensity energy reaction at Arena 13. Best, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them and strode over to the surveillance monitors. With a snap of his fingers, he instructed, "Zoom in." Instantly, the screens that had simultaneously shown the conditions of the 15 arenas shifted to a live broadcast from Arena 13. The footage expanded, capturing the intense battle between two competitors from multiple angles. documenting their movements, expressions, and even the subtle details often overlooked, faithfully relaying the events to the control room. Preliminary energy assessments indicated that both competitors possessed combat power exceeding 30,000, categorizing them as formidable opponents. Should they maintain their current performance, entering the top 100 of the tournament seemed assured. Unexpectedly, these two had collided in the preliminary rounds, as the saying goes, when two brave souls meet on a narrow path. Only the courageous shall prevail. Neither was a weakling, and their combat strengths were closely matched, creating a palpable tension that filled the arena with an electrifying atmosphere. The battle between the two competitors was ignited by contestant number 43. Moure, swiftly capturing the attention of all spectators present, igniting an electrifying atmosphere throughout the arena. The towering and robust Moure surged forward like a heavily armored tank, his formidable presence causing the ground beneath him to shatter dramatically. Splintering like a spider's web in his wake, a display of sheer might, in an instant, he found himself before his opponent, who appeared momentarily paralyzed by shock. Clearly taken aback, a sinister smile crept upon Moure's lips as he unleashed a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at his foe's throat. With all his strength behind the blow, the rush of wind generated by his muscular arm created a deafening sound, as if capable of shattering mountains. Yet unexpectedly, his opponent nonchalantly shrugged, allowing Moure's seemingly assured attack to merely graze his shoulder. Almost immediately, Moure felt a barrage of strikes to his abdomen, followed by a vicious blow to the back of his head as he bent over in discomfort. The audience, after a brief silence, erupted into fervent applause, mingled with a few jeers. Voices rang out, some mocking. "That fatso! I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're so weak." What a joke, just as the referee for arena number 13 approached to declare the result. The fallen Moure rose with a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with rage, glaring at the opponent who had just knocked him down, growling nearly to the point of frenzy. "You dare to deceive me." Contestant number 68, his adversary Moure, looked on in astonishment as Moure rose from the ground, evidently unprepared for such resilience. However, once the shock subsided, Moure's expression shifted to one of disdain as he sneered. "You big guy, are you really that strong? You'd make a fine meat shield." Moure, incensed, shot two beams of crimson light from his eyes, hurtling towards Moure with astonishing speed, transforming half the arena into a cloud of dust and debris. Gasping, Moure surveyed the massive crater left behind as the smoke dissipated, nodding in satisfaction. "Dare to underestimate me? I'll kill you. This all the strength you possess, big guy. How utterly embarrassing." The energy wave you unleashed was so slow. "I couldn't even be bothered to dodge." Moure's taunting voice echoed in Moure's ears, freezing the expression on the muscular warrior's face, prompting him to lash out in a wild punch behind him. Yet still missing his mark, Moure, unfazed, unfurled his enormous bat-like wings and hovered about 30 meters above the ground, looking down at Moure with a condescending gaze, mocking, "What a mindless brute, resorting to sheer force without a hint of finesse. Allow me to teach you the importance of speed." With that, he dove down like a giant bird, moving so swiftly that ordinary eyes could scarcely track his trajectory. Before Moure could react, Moure's foot connected forcefully with his chin, and with an effortless motion, he landed gracefully on Moure's broad back. Meanwhile, Moure roared in frustration, grasping wildly behind him, but to no avail. When he finally regained his bearings, Moure's infuriating visage loomed close, almost touching his nose. "You bastard, go die," Moure shouted in a fit of anxiety, betraying a hint of fear. His responses seemed perpetually half a beat behind Moure, rendering him an easy target for relentless attacks. Although these blows did not cause significant harm, Moure sensed that Moure was holding back, biding his time until he could deliver a decisive strike when Moure was utterly exhausted. "What am I to do? What should I do?" This question echoed not only in Moure's mind, but also resonated within the thoughts of Petra. As the fierce battle unfolded in arena number 13, Petra had just completed his own first match, easily overwhelming a colossal opponent who lay unconscious and frothing at the mouth. His attention then turned to the fierce clash between Moure and Moure, utterly captivated by the spectacle. Indeed, Petra was drawn in, despite his usual demeanor of stoic silence and impassive expression, as if nothing could ever rouse his interest. Yet, who could have guessed that this seemingly quiet and obedient youth harbored an indescribable passion for combat? His desire to fight burned more intensely and urgently than anyone else's. Like Ray, Petra was also a warrior of immense strength, yet he too found himself at a disadvantage in terms of speed against the sluggish giant. Now, Petra placed himself in Rue's shoes, repeatedly analyzing and simulating strategies in his mind to defeat Moure. However, despite possessing tremendous combat power, Petra's understanding of combat techniques and control was still in its infancy. Akin to a child attempting to run before mastering walking, resulting only in stumbling and injury, that in the control room. Best and other researchers observed Moure's every move in slow motion, revealing his undeniable skill and absolute advantage in speed. Moreover, Moure's overwhelming presence instilled fear in Rue, causing his attacks to become increasingly erratic and ineffective. The young fighter awaited the perfect opportunity to secure his victory. His speed barely matches a combat power of 5. Best scoffed, turning to a researcher who was furiously typing at a keyboard. Display their energy levels. Let's see how much they each have left. Master Best. The readings show contestant number 43 has 29,000 energy with minimal depletion. Contestant number 68 has 23,000 energy, and it continues to decrease. This aligns perfectly with your predictions that in the arena. Rue was now being relentlessly pursued and battered by Moure, devoid of any capacity for retaliation. He contemplated surrender multiple times, but each time, his pride held him back. Unwilling to lose face, as Moure's energy began to wane, his attacks grew increasingly cunning and vicious. Yet Rue's tough exterior proved resilient. Even as he cried out in pain, he remained silent and absorbed the punishment. Nearly half a minute passed, and while matches on other platforms had already cycled through 2 sets of contestants, the two of them remained locked in a stalemate, unable to overcome one another. Frustrated, the audience erupted, their faces flushed and voices raised, some hurling crude insults that were unbearable to hear, inciting irritation in the two combatants. Suddenly, Moure leaped to one corner of the arena, spreading his wings once more, generating a fierce gale that swept across the ground. Sweating profusely, he glared at Rue, who was equally out of breath, and suggested, "Big guy, this is getting dull. How about we each unleash our strongest move and settle this once and for all?" Rue grinned, his eyes darting around as fatigue washed over him, but he nodded in agreement. "Fine, let this trash witness my most powerful technique. Such bravado." Moure snorted, a flicker of a sinister smile crossing his dark green face, which he believed he concealed well. However, the ever-watchful cameras captured the moment. Broadcasting it on the massive screen, much to Best's chagrin, Death Wave. Moure elongated the name, stepping forward into a bow stance, his left hand outstretched, while his right palm pressed heavily against his left wrist. In that instant, the clouds above arena number 13 seemed to darken, and a series of thunderous flashes erupted forth. Countless twisted black energies coalesced within the palm of Moure's left hand, rapidly expanding into a sphere the size of a basketball. This dark mass appeared as if it were a miniature black hole, pulsating ominously, capable of ensnaring and shredding one's very soul into fragments. Rue's eyelids twitched, his expression morphing into one of peculiar mirth. As though he were stifling a laugh, suddenly his demeanor shifted, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Are you ready? Then prepare to meet your demise. Super glue." Rue opened his mouth wide, expelling a repulsive mass that splattered against Moure, enveloping his entire form in the grotesque substance. "Ha ha! No one has ever escaped from my super glue. You are doomed, kid." Rue cackled maniacally, reveling in the thrill of vengeance, his hands clutching his oversized head as he opened his mouth once more. A few spectators in the audience could no longer contain their nausea and retched. To everyone's surprise, Rue was not about to unleash something vile from his mouth. Instead, a surge of formidable energy erupted from his throat, glowing like a bulb within his mouth, growing increasingly blinding. Just as Rue, filled with hatred, aimed to launch this energy cannon, a hand rested upon his shoulder and a face of deep green leaned in. Grinning at Rue, who was now drenched in cold sweat. "That's my clone," a voice whispered in Rue's ear, swiftly striking the opponent's jaw. In an instant, the energy cannon was swallowed back into Rue's belly, and he was propelled skyward by an overwhelming force. With a thunderous boom, he exploded into a dazzling array of light, illuminating the twilight sky. After a prolonged silence, the referee, regaining composure, timidly approached Moure, swallowing hard before announcing, "Contestant number 68, Moure, is the victor." Petra lowered his head, the fiery resolve in his eyes dimming. He felt as if Moure's punch had landed squarely on him, sending a jolt of pain through his jaw. However, this only ignited his competitive spirit. "Speed, I possess that too. When we face each other, I shall surpass you in swiftness." In the control room, Best replayed the final moves of the two fighters, unable to replicate them due to his unfamiliarity with the techniques. Placing his hopes on the supercomputer, Cambion, whose analytical capabilities rivaled his own mutant cerebral tissue, he spoke gravely, "Have you reached a conclusion yet?" The 12 senior researchers connected the control room's computers to the supercomputer Cambion, meticulously analyzing the footage and employing advanced energy detection technology to decode the energy pathways within Rue and Moure's ultimate techniques. Ultimately, they successfully reconstructed Moure's bizarre clone technique, which served as a facade but was, in fact, a genuine death shockwave, along with Rue's powerful energy cannon .as for the super glue. Well, let's just say it was better left alone. Best observed the simulated images of the three techniques displayed on the computer, nodding in satisfaction. The first day had brought him tremendous fortune. He hoped for even greater surprises in the days to come. Ideally, he would uncover the secrets of energy manipulation. I must ascertain what it truly is. Awakened Saiyan. In the training room, Petra stood silently with his arms crossed, head bowed, resembling a highly realistic human model, motionless for hours. Suddenly, he erupted like a hunting cheetah, executing an explosive backflip into the air, his left foot slicing through the atmosphere with rapid succession, producing a sound akin to helicopter blades cleaving the air at high speed. His body coiled slightly, and before he could land, the tip of one foot leveraged against the ground, propelling Petra into a backward somersault, his legs sweeping through the air like a scythe of death, leaving behind a shimmering arc of light several meters long. This was the foot blade technique, previously employed by a speedster in the tournament, who had used it to sweep an opponent who had attempted to attack him in midair. Of course, the fallen opponent was not entirely intact. Most of his body had been reduced to pulp under the foot blade's tremendous force, erupting in a dazzling display of color, an intensely bloody spectacle that left a lasting impression on Petra. Now, he was forcefully recreating the techniques he had witnessed using his innate martial prowess. Judging by the explosive energy and strength he exhibited during the foot blade execution, it was likely on par with the original. The only differences lay in proficiency and experience. It is worth noting that although Best possessed such formidable abilities, they were contingent upon his mutant cerebral tissue. Without understanding the specific techniques, he could only mimic a semblance of the original, failing to fully replicate the opponent's moves. In this regard, Petra's talent far surpassed that of Best and most Dragon Ball Z warriors, rivaling even Majin Buu. After executing the foot blade, Petra's brows furrowed, and he suddenly adopted a stance, extending his left hand while placing his right palm heavily upon his left wrist. With a hissing sound, countless twisted black energies coalesced within his palm, quickly swelling into a basketball-sized black sphere. It was the death shockwave technique used by Moure and Rue during their battle. The sphere expanded further in Petra's grasp, pulsating uncontrollably, as if yearning to break free from his hold. With a rush, the energy ball's diameter surged to nearly half a meter before it escaped Petra's control, charging forth like a runaway stallion. Wherever it passed, equipment and training apparatus exploded or collapsed, creating a remarkable scene, while the sturdy non-alloy floor of the training room buckled and splintered, as if weightless under an inexplicable force that absorbed it into the energy sphere, evaporating it in an instant. "This is bad." Petra, drenched in sweat, rushed to intercept the sphere. This underground base lay thousands of meters beneath the surface, and the potential devastation from this energy ball upon contact with any object was unimaginable. The most probable outcome was complete annihilation of the research facility, reducing it to ruins. This place represented his brother's hard work. If it were destroyed due to his negligence, even if his brother could forgive him, he could never forgive himself. Gritting his teeth, Petra recklessly charged toward the death shockwave, arms outstretched, shouting as he embraced the violent energy sphere. However, this energy ball had consumed nearly a quarter of Petra's energy to coalesce. Its power was not to be underestimated. Even Petra found himself unable to halt its trajectory, instead being pushed backward until, with a resounding crash, he collided violently with the wall, his body embedding itself into the steel structure. Damn it, why can't I control it? Petra let out a deep growl, his arms bulging with muscle, veins protruding like writhing worms across his limbs, extending up to his neck. It appeared as though his arms had doubled in size in an instant. A glimmer of madness flickered in Petra's eyes as his blood surged, seemingly reversing flow into his arms, and with a forceful exhale, he crushed the energy sphere. This was Petra's true power, an uncontrollable force even he struggled to master. Exhausted, Petra collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixated on his hands, utterly oblivious to the fact that the disintegrated energy ball had transformed into countless shimmering particles, absorbed by the walls of the training room. This was the second generation of the energy converter being developed in the underground research facility, capable of absorbing and converting the energy of high-level warriors. Though still incomplete, its functionality was already quite remarkable. Best had previously installed these devices in various locations throughout the underground facility, including 8 in Petra's training room as a precaution. However, oblivious to the events unfolding around him, Petra remained unaware of this, leading to the earlier explosive display. However, despite the impressive capabilities of these energy converters, they remain mere semi-finished products, exhibiting deficiencies in certain aspects of their manufacturing. Had Petra recklessly unleashed an energy sphere moments ago, these 8 energy conversion devices might not have been able to accept the entirety of it, leading inevitably to the destruction of the training room. Of course, Petra was oblivious to these intricate details. He was now entirely overwhelmed by the power that had erupted from within him, a force that was undeniably tenfold, if not more, than anything he had ever wielded. Yet, amidst this surge of power, Petra experienced an epiphany. He realized he could harness that energy under the current circumstances, in stark contrast to his usual inability to differentiate between strength and restraint. Should I attempt it once more? He silently pondered. However, gazing at the chaotic remnants of the training room he had inadvertently ravaged, Petra hesitated. His thirst for immense power clashed with a profound fear of the catastrophic consequences that could arise from his inability to control it. Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to forego the temptation and exited the training room, his spirit dampened, leaving him devoid of the inclination to learn from others' combat techniques and skills. Upon returning to his bedroom, Petra discovered Best sitting solemnly on his bed, prompting a twinge of guilt as he greeted, "Brother, what brings you here?" Best handed Petra a neatly folded outfit, saying, "Put this on and see if it fits." Petra raised an eyebrow in curiosity at the attire, which appeared heavy and metallic, seemingly crafted from some form of heavy metal. However, he always acquiesced to his brother's wishes, obediently donning the garment. The upper piece was a bright yellow, sleeveless metal vest adorned with deep blue lines. Lacking buttons, draped open over Petra's muscular physique, showcasing his well-defined torso and arms. The lower half comprised form-fitting black pants with excellent elasticity and breathability, though the belt was notably large and ornately designed. Resembling a highly intricate instrument, in truth, this ensemble was a high-tech protective suit specifically tailored by Best for Petra. While it appeared cumbersome, it was remarkably lightweight, boasting exceptional defensive and elastic properties, far surpassing the protective gear provided by Frisia to his subordinates. Most notably, this suit featured a belt that Best referred to as an energy integrator, capable of subtly regulating the wearer's physical power, confining it within an adjustable range. This concept was akin to how extraterrestrials utilize transformation abilities to prevent unnecessary energy expenditure, albeit with rare racial talents. While Best's creation was a product of advanced technology, an entirely different realm. Once Petra donned the suit, he immediately felt a constriction throughout his body, rendering him somewhat powerless. He absent-mindedly waved his arms, only to realize the peculiar anomaly. A substantial portion of his internal strength had seemingly vanished upon wearing this strange outfit. "Brother!" Petra exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Best, unable to grasp his brother's intentions. Best chuckled softly, pressing a button on the belt of Petra's protective suit and tapping a few more times. "All right, now test your strength and see if it lies within your control." Instinctively, Petra unleashed a punch that generated a shockwave, creating a deep indent in the wall of the bedroom. Had he failed? Best frowned at the sight, about to speak when Petra stood frozen, captivated by the sensation in his fist. "This feeling, it's exactly like the one I had in the training room," he murmured. After a prolonged moment, Petra suddenly leaped with fervor, excitedly grasping Best's arm as he babbled incoherently. "Brother, my power has diminished. I've succeeded. I can control it now." Given his exuberance, had Best not been present, Petra would have surely commenced practicing in his bedroom. Best laughed heartily, embracing the elated Petra and joyfully declaring, "That's wonderful, truly wonderful." Once the excitement subsided, Petra remembered to inquire about the nature of the suit. Best explained with a smile, "This garment is designed to regulate the immense power within you, sequestering the majority of your uncontrolled strength while allowing you to manage what remains within a manageable threshold. Essentially, a level you can currently handle. Naturally, as your control improves, the stored power will gradually be released. One day. When you remove this suit, you'll have genuinely mastered the energy within your body, making you unmatched across the universe." "I will be the strongest in the universe," Petra stated resolutely, his small face lifted, eyes gleaming with an extraordinary light, uttering the declaration with utmost sincerity and conviction, devoid of any trace of insincerity. Best nodded. "Tomorrow, you will face a formidable opponent. Do you believe you can defeat him?" "Only the battle will reveal that," Petra replied, stretching his limbs as the sound of cracking bones echoed through the room. He then confidently made his way back toward the training room, declaring, "Brother, I'm heading to the training room to practice Awaken." Saiyan Chapter 23. Shockwaves across the arena as dawn broke on the second day. The small town was bustling with activity, seemingly bursting at the seams with an influx of people in the competition's lounge. Several early rising participants, having enjoyed breakfast, eagerly gathered, despite this being their first experience in such a contest. Yet, some aspects of the event were self-evident, requiring no external guidance. With no one to oversee them, these competitors naturally began to stretch and warm up, while those clearly unqualified ambled in at a leisurely pace. Having already completed their preparations and wearing expressions of excitement, ready for the upcoming matches. Though the inaugural Agilas Strongman tournament was hastily organized, it attracted over 3,200 participants, many of whom were seasoned fighters with combat power exceeding 10,000, 143 in total, representing notable figures within Agilas. This unexpected tournament had effectively convened the majority of Agilas's prominent experts, capturing the attention of the entire region. Following this event, whether the Western Desert Base approved or not, it would undeniably become an organization that commanded respect from all factions within Agilas. They would no longer have to operate in secrecy, buried thousands of meters underground, but would instead formally enter the vast and intricate arena of Agilas to vie for supremacy against other powers. Retreating was no longer an option, by boldly challenging the authority of various factions. They had committed themselves to a decisive battle, which was Best's true objective. The proceedings of the previous day's matches were swift, lacking anything particularly noteworthy, save for a few instances of excitement. Otherwise, they were as bland as lukewarm water. Fights often devolved into chaotic scrambles or were resolved in mere seconds. While this rapid resolution showcased the prowess of the elite, it left the ordinary spectators struggling to appreciate the subtleties of their movements. Thus, to the uninformed audience, these so-called experts were far less engaging than the brawls of lesser thugs. Today's matches were expected to be more thrilling, as half of the competitors had been eliminated the previous day, leaving only those with genuine prowess. Their encounters would surely spark intense clashes, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. However, the truly exhilarating moments were reserved for the final matches, where the elite would engage in heart-pounding confrontations. The earlier rounds were merely a prelude, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves in preparation for the forthcoming Top 100 tournament. Today, Petra was set to face an opponent of considerable skill, rumored to be a fierce contender dispatched by a certain faction. However, when compared to the numerous skilled competitors present in the arena, he appeared rather lacking. The prowess that best referred to earlier merely indicated that he could contend with Petra, who had been equipped with an energy integrator, but it did not genuinely imply that he considered this individual formidable. After Petra donned the energy integrator, his overall strength diminished to a mere 5% below the norm, translating to approximately 12,000 in combat power. His adversary, on the other hand, boasted only a combat power of 10,000. Frankly speaking, such a level of combat was not within the purview of best concern. For based on the combat power metrics, Petra had virtually no chance of losing. Yet, one must consider that Petra, despite his high combat power, lacked substantial experience in combat, compared to those warriors who were perpetually immersed in the bloodshed of the battlefield. He was indeed considerably inferior. Even with his remarkable learning ability, he required a period of adaptation, and thus confronting such a formidable opponent abruptly could lead to unforeseen circumstances that prevent any blunders. Best felt compelled to take notice. In truth, Best's concern proved to be entirely unwarranted. The combat instinct of the Saiyans was indeed formidable. Faced with a dangerous opponent whose combat power equaled his own, yet whose combat experience far surpassed his, Petra endured nearly a minute of relentless assault before suddenly unleashing a counterattack, returning all the taunts and strikes directed at him. Observing the fluidity of his movements, one could discern echoes of his opponent's previous style, which Petra had further refined, exhibiting a ruthless precision that was nothing short of brutal, while the effect of such attacks on Petra himself was minimal. When turned against his adversary, that competitor suffered immensely, unable even to contemplate death. The brutality of Petra's performance swiftly captivated a multitude of spectators, including some seasoned fighters who had yet to leave the arena after their matches, all struck by the mercilessness of this young contender. Unbeknownst to them, through these battles and the exchange of skills, this seemingly inconspicuous child was on the verge of becoming a soaring new star, ascending with an irresistible momentum to become the greatest beneficiary of this competition. That on arena number 7, Petra, battered and bruised, appeared unfazed as he delivered a powerful kick that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. As the opponent fell, the audible snap of a bone breaking echoed throughout the arena. Observing Petra's expression of indifference, an unsettling chill crept into the hearts of onlookers. "Damn it, I let you get away with this." The opponent screamed from the ground, his features contorted in agony, drenched in sweat and dirt, presenting a grotesque visage. Petra regarded him coldly, and the day's referee's delay in announcing the outcome led him to believe the match was still ongoing. With a slight arch of his brow, he suddenly stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful wave that propelled his opponent's body upwards. With a swift front flip, as he barely touched the opponent, his toes ignited with a dazzling crescent-shaped energy blade, resembling a radiant moon that burst forth in a breathtaking display within the air. Yet beneath this splendor lay the undercurrents of slaughter and savagery. The majority of the opponent's body was instantly reduced to a gory pulp, spraying forth a fountain of blood that blossomed upon the ground, forming a hauntingly beautiful crimson flower, a macabre beauty purchased at the cost of a life. "Did I win?" Petra inquired, furrowing his brow towards the referee amidst the stunned silence of the arena. The officials, hastily summoned workers untrained for such gruesome spectacles, could only retch at the sight. As Petra approached with an expression of displeasure, they stammered, you won, contestant number 130, Peter, no, Petra, emerges victorious. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 24, Recruitment Plan in the Resting Area for Reserve Contestants. A tall man clad in a black bodysuit leaned nonchalantly against the wall. Arms crossed, he seemed indifferent to the happenings around him, yet his icy gaze frequently swept over details unnoticed by others. Was it mere coincidence, or had he uncovered something? This man, seemingly unremarkable save for his imposing stature, exuded an undeniable strength, his bulging muscles hinting at a fearsome potential. Moments ago, he had cast a seemingly casual glance toward several concealed cameras within the facility, a gesture that, while inconspicuous to the average person, drew Best's attention. For this man, a seemingly careless observation had inadvertently revealed the positions of 7 or 8 cameras. Best mused, an intriguing fellow. Yet, most bases and studios are equipped with cameras. Even if you notice them, what true understanding can you gain? At that moment, the man's gaze was captured by the unfolding events outside, and he abruptly looked up just in time to witness Petra executing his signature move. Disbelief etched across his face as the massive blue-skinned alien warrior approached, equally transfixed by the spectacle, before slapping the man on the shoulder and exclaiming in a booming voice, "Kieran, I can't be mistaken. That little brat is using your technique. When did you teach him?" "No, I never taught him," Kieran replied firmly, though his eyes remained fixed on the descending Petra. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Though it appears quite similar. The way he channels his power and retracts his legs differs significantly from my foot blade technique. His attack lacks the force I employ, yet the speed of his execution has notably increased. A commendable innovation, but how did this child achieve it? Why not ask him directly?" The colossal alien warrior, with eyes as large as light bulbs and yellowed fangs protruding from his thick lips, began to pursue Petra. However, before he could take 2 steps, he felt a strong grip on his arm. Kieran, who was significantly smaller in stature, had stopped him, and no need for that. I wish to observe him for a while longer. Furthermore, if the opportunity arises, we will inevitably cross paths in the arena. In the control room, Best delegated his monitoring task to a subordinate, a Heron, and moved to a nearby table to pour himself a glass of Clark, savoring the drink slowly. The table was strewn with a thick stack of documents, containing data meticulously analyzed by the supercomputer Cambane regarding the forthcoming 800 elite competitors. This information encompassed their birthplaces, ages, affiliations, and a plethora of combat metrics, including combat power, explosive intensity, techniques mastered, and speed. With this knowledge, devising strategies to counter them would become significantly more manageable. Best swiftly eliminated the profiles of those with combat power below 5,000 and lacking special abilities. Carefully selecting 200 profiles, he turned to a cunning-looking middle-aged Heron and stated, "Husky, your assignment has arrived. These individuals are scattered affiliates of Agilas, some of whom are wanderers without allegiance to any faction. Your task is to recruit them. I care not how you accomplish it. You shall receive 2,000 bages for each one you bring. A shrewd merchant with an almost obsessive fixation on wealth." Husky's eyes lit up at the prospect. He grinned slyly, saying, "Rest assured, my most esteemed Lord Best. Just as I did with those gene enhancement drugs, you know my methods well that I will ensure not a single one of these 200 escapes my grasp." Best nodded, choosing to remain silent, while Husky eagerly grabbed the stack of documents to peruse, understanding that knowledge is power in any transaction. As an astute merchant, Husky knew that to successfully maneuver any commodity, he must first grasp its value and specifications, enabling him to leverage its attributes to enhance its worth. The same principle applied to people. It merely required a shift in perspective. Husky was filled with a strong sense of confidence regarding this task. Moreover, following the completion of a significant transaction involving a batch of potions, Best had decided to keep Husky confined to the base for safety reasons, preventing him from venturing outside. This constrained existence was a source of great frustration for the business-minded Husky, who incessantly lamented his desire to break free. It was high time for him to showcase his talents once more. The ability to recruit these warriors was of paramount importance to Best's plans. Expansion necessitated combat strength. Relying solely on Best and the still-developing Petra would be inadequate. After the Agilas strongman competition, the Western Desert base was destined to become a target, likely to be purged by the established powers of Agilas. Best had resolved to take Petra to Namek immediately after the competition concluded, seeking the Dragon Balls to resolve numerous issues afflicting both himself and Petra. Remaining in Agilas to squander time with these individuals was not an option. Thus, Best needed to enlist those characters overlooked by major factions, yet unattainable for the smaller ones. While these individuals might not even qualify as cannon fodder in the later stages of the Dragon Ball narrative, they held significant potential for cultivation and development in the early stages. Point 1 should not underestimate their capabilities, especially considering the perfect gene enhancement serum currently being tested in Best's laboratory. While this serum could be lethal to Saiyans, it would serve as a boon for other races, augmenting their combat prowess. That if the serum were to succeed in this final testing phase, these individuals would become the first beneficiaries, and as long as they could endure the process, each one's combat strength could potentially increase tenfold, elevating them to the ranks of Agilas' top warriors. Though they may not rival the super warriors possessed by some established factions, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm the collective strength of these older powers, compensating for the individual weakness in combat capability at that point. Even if the old powers wished to engage, they would have to weigh whether they could handle this formidable challenge. Ultimately, if the entire planet were to be destroyed in a cataclysmic showdown, no one would emerge unscathed. Furthermore, these recruits were merely intended to address immediate circumstances. Best Super Saiyan Project had already commenced, with 1,000 fourth-generation Saiyan embryos meticulously selected through countless trials by Feit, now extracted from their aluminum containers and placed into optimal incubation dishes for gradual development, akin to a lengthy gestation period. Under Best's lavish financial backing, the growth cycle of these Saiyan embryos was meticulously designed to simulate that of a normal gestational process, ensuring they would emerge with minimal defects. Each was poised for healthy development. Of course, Best's intention in nurturing them was not for experimentation, but rather to utilize the advanced technology at the base to cultivate these newborns into true Super Saiyans. Given a decade or so, these nascent Saiyans would mature and become self-reliant. Best's endeavors were not solely for the expansion of his own power. They also served as a means to ensure the continuation of the Saiyan race. After all, he was, in this life, a so-called Saiyan, and there were certain things he would pursue if given the chance. Returning to the matter at hand, whether the recruited warriors would be loyal and willing to fight to the death for the base was not within Best's realm of concern. In truth, the scientific personnel currently in his laboratory were individuals deceived and manipulated by Du-in, subsequently brainwashed by Best. This ability, derived from his mental prowess, proved remarkably effective, nearly comparable to the control exhibited by Baby in GT, who could completely dominate individuals through the implantation of live eggs. There was no need to fret over potential betrayal. IT was reminiscent of the sinister control magic employed by the evil sorcerer Babidi. In fact, if one were to draw comparisons, Best's current abilities did indeed share some similarities with Babidi's methods, the difference being that Best had not undergone systematic magical training and had instead discovered these skills through self-exploration. Babidi, on the other hand, was a master of control, enhancement, sealing, magical barriers, and environmental manipulation, claiming the title of the greatest sorcerer and serving as the ultimate villain. The two would inevitably intersect in their paths. Best drained the last of his Clark beverage and abruptly inquired of an operator engrossed in his computer. Has the contestant named Moure emerged victorious? The operator promptly responded. The match for Moure commenced 3 minutes ago. Facing off against contestant number 599, Rygra, whose combat power exceeds 15,000, a formidable opponent. However, Moure ultimately triumphed with his death shockwave. Best nodded approvingly. Very well, for tomorrow's battle, ensure he is matched against Petra. The operator paused momentarily before quickly affirming. Understood, Lord Best. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 25. Ultimate Deaths feared on the third day. The roster for the Agilas strongman competition had dwindled to 446 participants, yet the intensity of their clashes had escalated dramatically. The toll of deaths and injuries continued to rise, with the local morgue and hospital nearly overwhelmed. Each time a match concluded, the local doctors and nurses faced their busiest hours, inundated with a torrent of casualties. Those who had perished were scarcely worth mentioning, while the survivors left the medical staff scrambling in a state of disarray. Nevertheless, the audience in the town was far from diminished. On the contrary, their numbers swelled daily. Reports indicated that an unceasing influx of spectators was arriving from all corners of Agilas, contributing immeasurably to Best's financial coffers. Furthermore, due to the exceptional performances of certain contestants and the deliberate promotion from the Western Desert Base, many names have become well known among the crowd. As these individuals traversed the arena, regardless of their previous fame, they had now become the darlings of the audience, igniting fervor and applause. This brought immense satisfaction to many contestants. The bustling throngs, risking life and limb, were driven by the dual pursuits of fame and fortune. Most among them sought the substantial prizes at stake, and with the prospect of achieving both notoriety and wealth, discontent was hardly an option. Of course, those participating with ulterior motives were not included in this sentiment. The increasingly fierce competition satisfied not only those seeking visual thrills, but the true beneficiaries were the Western Desert Base. In fact, when Best first conceived the Agilas strongman competition, he had not envisioned merely profiting from the event. He had also contemplated how much wealth the competition could generate for himself. While this may seem perplexing, one must not overlook Best's origins as a genuine transmigrator. If he failed to leverage the immensely significant gambling industry associated with such competitions, it would indeed be a wasted opportunity. Although the gambling scene in Agilas was still in its nascent stages, lacking sophistication, this did not diminish the local populace's enthusiasm for betting on this lucrative game. One might even liken their fervor to a volcanic eruption. Naturally, audience enthusiasm waxed and waned with the competition's progression, peaking as the event neared its conclusion. Thus, under Best's covert orchestration, the introduction of gambling activities aimed at promoting audience well-being further intensified the event's popularity. Victors reveled in their triumphs, while those who lost could only lament their fate as they begrudgingly continued to pour money into this bottomless pit, becoming unwitting patrons of the gambling activities. Little did they realize that regardless of the outcomes of these wagers, the Western Desert Base remained the ultimate and largest beneficiary following the competition's conclusion in this arena, replete with violence and carnage. The 11-year-old Petra captured an unusual amount of attention. This was not solely due to his tender age, but also because of his previous performances, which displayed a chilling indifference and ruthlessness that satisfied the audience's darker psychological cravings. Ensuring that the name Petra resonated throughout, showcasing the powerful demeanor of this future king. Unsurprisingly, Petra's opponent this time was none other than Moure, the high-speed warrior who had shone brightly in earlier matches. Although Petra had begun to gradually master his strength and was continuously improving his combat techniques, facing an opponent capable of supersonic speed would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, it was merely a challenge. It was impossible for Moure to defeat Petra in the midst of intense battles. The Saiyans' innate ability to absorb and adapt, using the strengths of his foes to compensate for his own shortcomings, was a testament to their formidable nature. The sole drawback of this talent was its dependence on combat. Lots of combat. The Agilas strongman competition served as the perfect platform for this enhancement. In the arena, Moure looked down upon the young prodigy basking in a deluge of cheers, feeling a pang of irritation. If to vent the pent-up frustration within, Moure arrogantly lifted his head and disdainfully addressed the figure opposite him. "Little brat, all that awaits you here is death. You might as well scurry back to your mother's embrace for your milk." Little did he know, the boy across from him was utterly unfazed, even beckoning to himself with a finger. This left Moure's expression frozen in shock, quickly transforming into one of displeasure. With a sharp whistle, signaling the start of the match, Moure lunged forward, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a dark green figure appeared before Petra, delivering a powerful punch that struck the boy squarely on the cheek, sending him staggering back several steps. "Listen here, you little brat. Don't think you're formidable just because you've won a few matches by luck. This is no playground. Come on, face my strength," the dark green figure bellowed, his voice nearly drowning out the cheers from the audience, as a flurry of punches rained down upon Petra from all directions, relentlessly battering him. In an instant, Petra's body was lifted off the ground, curling up as if he were a shrimp. With a swift motion, Moure seized Petra by the hair and yanked him downward while raising his knee high. Delivering a brutal strike to the boy's abdomen, Petra gasped in pain, his body contorting into the shape of a letter C. As Moure relaxed his grip, Petra fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Observing his opponent's helplessness, Moure couldn't help but mock him. "What's wrong, little brat? Weren't you so cocky just a moment ago? Where's that bravado now? Did you not have enough milk this morning? Is this the extent of your strength?" Petra raised his head slightly and replied coolly, "Is this all you've got?" This retort caused Moure's expression to darken once more. In a fit of fury, he kicked Petra's small frame into the air. unleashing a terrifying aura that surged outward like a shockwave from an explosion. In the next moment, his figure appeared above Petra, arm raised high, ready to deliver a crushing blow. Stubborn brat, prepare to die. Moure's fist descended with tremendous force, aimed to pierce through the boy's body, accompanied by the anticipated sound of breaking bones and a dying scream. However, instead of meeting Petra's body, Moure's fist collided with a dazzling crescent-shaped energy blade. The two immense forces clashed, resulting in Moure, who had previously boasted so loudly, being sent hurtling away, clutching his arm in agony. Petra regained his balance mid-air, furrowing his brow before accelerating, pursuing Moure closely. What on earth? How can this brat be so fast? Has he been hiding his true power? Before Moure could ponder further, Petra's fist, imbued with destructive energy, grazed past his head. The violent force of the punch left a deep gash on Moure's face. With a roar, Petra's next punch came crashing down, and Moure found himself utterly unable to resist, the blow piercing through his body with an unstoppable momentum. His lifeless form soared into the air. Still reflecting his unwillingness and pain, Petra even caught a glimpse of the lingering malice and mockery hidden within Moure's eyes. Mockery. Petra suddenly had a realization and looked up into the sky. Indeed, another Moure stood there, his face twisted in rage, arms raised as if he were an invincible giant, holding a black energy sphere larger than 5 meters in diameter. Ultimate death ball, with a thunderous shout. The massive sphere began to roll from his hands, accompanied by layers of terrifying energy ripples, hurtling towards Petra. As the colossal energy sphere descended towards the ground, everyone fell silent in shock, perhaps sensing the impending threat of death. The previously boisterous audience fell into a hushed stillness, followed by waves of anxious movement. Many instinctively rose to their feet, frantically rushing towards the exits, as panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. Yet, Petra remained calm amidst the chaos, an enigmatic aura enveloping him, akin to flames igniting. His actions bewildered onlookers. Instead of fleeing from an attack capable of obliterating a planet, this child took a firm stance in a horse-riding posture. One hand resting at his waist while the other extended outward, fingers slightly curled as if to grasp the terrifying energy sphere. Though observers were unsure of his intentions, it was clear he aimed to confront Moure's ultimate death ball head-on. You underestimate me. Little brat, prepare to be reduced to dust beneath the ultimate death ball. Moure, seeing Petra's stance, erupted in furious laughter. Suddenly, he unfurled his wings and forcefully flapped them. Instantly, a torrent of pitch-black flames erupted, surging into the ultimate death ball, causing its already terrifying surface to erupt with menacing lightning, its size expanding dramatically. This moment, Petra's heart remained remarkably tranquil. The ultimate death ball had locked onto his position the moment it was released, sealing off all avenues of escape unless he could teleport. Otherwise, he had no choice but to confront it directly. He had already experienced a similar situation in the training room of the underground base. As the colossal energy sphere approached Petra, it appeared as if he was reaching out to meet it with his palm. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small black energy sphere had coalesced in his palm at that very moment. And as his hand made contact with the ultimate death ball, it penetrated the massive sphere. Energy neutralization. The lightning that had been swirling around the sphere suddenly surged with ferocity, akin to raging flames, enveloping Petra's arm in searing heat. Yet curiously, the energy sphere did not explode. Instead, Petra held it in a unique manner, despite the immense pain he endured, compared to the catastrophic aftermath of the ultimate death ball's explosion. This pain was trivial. It's been blocked. Cold sweat instantly dripped from Moure's forehead, flowing down like beads of water. Even this could not adequately convey the shock and helplessness he felt upon witnessing his most potent attack being thwarted by a single hand. The ultimate death ball could be viewed as an enhanced version of the death shockwave. If another energy blast of similar magnitude had struck, Petra would have found it nearly impossible to withstand, suffering severe injuries even if he survived. Yet coincidentally, Petra had mastered the death shockwave, not merely a cheap imitation he had once created, but a new version developed under best guidance, incorporating Moure's internal energy movement and reception methods, making it even more powerful than the original. In that fleeting moment, Petra had risked injuring his arm, channeling the full force of his death shockwave into Moure's ultimate death ball. As the two energies neutralized, Petra effectively gained indirect control over the ultimate death ball. The spectators. It appeared as though he had single-handedly intercepted Moure's ultimate move, apparently doing so with relative ease. Instantly, those with discerning eyes regarded Petra with newfound seriousness, unanimously concluding that this child had been concealing a significant portion of his strength. Only a select few could truly comprehend the nature of the preceding events. Although the ultimate death ball was firmly held by Petra, the layer of lightning coursing over its surface remained beyond his control, relentlessly discharging powerful currents that seared his arm. Yet, astonishingly, the boy seemed impervious to pain, his complexion only slightly pale, as he hoisted the massive energy sphere and hurled it towards Moure, who stood agape in astonishment. Mogule's eyes widened in shock, and with a startled cry, he flapped his wings fervently, narrowly escaping from the lethal coverage of the ultimate death ball before he could catch his breath. Petra had already appeared nearby, delivering a sharp elbow strike to Mogule's crown. This blow caused the beleaguered creature to clutch his head and scream as he plummeted towards the ground. I could see that moment. The ultimate death ball erupted from the clouds, bursting in the vastness of space. The shockwave from the explosion shattered the dense layers of clouds, creating a massive bulge on the surface of the entire Agilas planet, resembling a fiery bubble. Although this bubble quickly dissipated, the destructive force it unleashed left indelible scars upon Agilas. Had the energy sphere detonated on the surface of Agilas, its power would have been sufficient to flatten the entire western desert. Do not underestimate this figure. In terms of area, Agilas is over 1,000 times larger than Earth, and the western desert alone constitutes 5% of Agilas's total area, equivalent to 50 times that of Earth. This number is indeed astonishing. That it is worth noting that with the flourishing development of Agilas's commerce, coupled with its unique geographical position, it has long been a coveted prize for various cosmic powers. However, no single faction could consume such a vast piece of meat, which led to the inevitable emergence of the current peculiar balance between larger and smaller forces, spurred by the intrusion of major factions and the rise of local powers. Naturally, this very situation accentuates the preciousness of the planet Agilas. Prevents certain reckless individuals from wreaking havoc upon Agilas. The forces stationed here for years have collectively implemented a series of measures, including a prohibition on high-powered attacks, those with combat power exceeding 10,000, within Agilas's territory. Violators face certain death. In other words, the hot-headed Moure had already sealed his fate after launching the ultimate death ball. This intensified his resentment towards Petra manifold. Surrounded by countless cold, murderous gazes that bore down upon him unabashedly, he grew increasingly frenzied and agitated. Moure has been disqualified, the judge exclaimed, bewildered. What are you doing? Moure, you can't come back. You've lost. With a crash, Moure, his eyes burning crimson, staggered up from a heap of rubble, paying no heed to the judge's frantic calls, and stumbled toward the arena, his gaze filled with bloodlust, fixated on Petra, who was slowly descending onto the battlefield. Suddenly, with a roar akin to a wounded beast, he charged at him. Even in death, I shall drag you down with me. Petra had never anticipated that his opponent, having lost the match, would still seek to attack, that he found himself momentarily flustered, unable to defend against the onslaught, having expended most of his energy to deflect Moure's ultimate death ball. One of his arms hung limply, temporarily incapacitated. His enhanced speed barely allowed him to keep pace with Moure, who had exploded into a flurry of motion, matching the speed of warriors whose combat power reached 560,000, specifically those with 60,000 combat power who also excelled in speed. In this context, Moure's swiftness was evident. Given such circumstances, Petra could only guard his vital areas, enduring the barrage of attacks from his adversary. Once he adapted to this velocity, the mysterious genes within the Saiyan race would empower him to increase his speed dramatically, reaching a level comparable to Moure's. That would be the moment for his comeback. However, the relentless Moure showed no intention of granting Petra the opportunity for a protracted battle. Spotting that one of Petra's arms was incapacitated, Amogul lunged forward with a powerful elbow, striking Petra squarely in the face. The impact caused blood to flow from the child's features like serpents. Leaving him momentarily dazed, that be why the time Petra regained his senses, Amogul had darted behind him, his hands slipping under Petra's armpits, lifting him effortlessly and locking him in place. Amogul had expertly targeted a joint in the human body, a point devoid of muscle and strength. With Petra's energy significantly depleted and one arm injured, he was utterly powerless to break free. "Curse you! What do you intend to do?" Petra struggled desperately, writhing in an attempt to escape. But Amogul's grip tightened, as though seeking to merge their flesh and blood. Waves of numbness coursed through Petra's limbs, rendering him weak and drowsy, as if even 1,000 pounds of strength would not suffice to lift him. "You insufferable brat, let us both turn to dust together, and these people shall accompany me in my demise." Amogul spat blood, screaming in a frenzy, his dark green body twisted, resembling a mirage on the brink of evaporation. Just moments ago, the onlookers had been puzzled as to why Amogul had recklessly charged into the fray. Now, it became painfully clear that a wave of dread washed over the crowd, robbing them of their desire to spectate. The notion that this deranged individual might take drastic measures was unfathomable. That if he could not survive, would he seek to obliterate everyone around him? Did he intend to annihilate the entire Agilas? Yet he lacked the power to do so. In his prime, he might have posed a threat, but in his current state, the spectators could not afford to entertain such thoughts point one by one. They transformed into valiant heroes. Rushing towards Amogul, including several formidable warriors boasting combat powers exceeding 100,000. However, upon entering Amogul's bizarre realm, they found themselves ensnared in an invisible quagmire. They could neither attack Amogul nor even move effectively. Veins pulsated grotesquely on Amogul's forehead, twisting like worms as he trembled and muttered curses. "This damned tournament has brought me to this wretched state. Fine, if you wish to kill me, then let us all perish together." As he spoke, Amogul's energy soared rapidly, breaking through to 60,000 in a matter of moments. This surge of power was not the result of the techniques known to best, but rather a method akin to detonating explosives. To put it bluntly, Amogul now viewed himself as a human bomb, with the residual energy within him serving as the explosive material. His current objective was to ignite this energy, releasing its immense power instantaneously. The direct consequence of this method would be Amogul's self-destruction, yet the energy within him would be unleashed 100-fold. Even if it could not obliterate Agilas, it would instantaneously annihilate all life on the planet. "Stop him!" Several warriors cried in terror, desperately attempting to escape Amogul's strange spatial control. As they gathered their strength to launch energy blasts at Amogul, hoping to reduce him to ashes, their efforts proved futile. Repelled by a man who appeared like a wisp of mist, that be why doing so, "You hasten your own demise," the man stated coolly, his voice imbued with an irresistible authority. He was Syndra, a cosmic warrior who had evolved successfully after receiving a genetic enhancement serum, and one of the 3 strongest fighters on Agilas, boasting a combat power of 250,000. Faced with such a formidable figure, even the desperate Amogul felt a flicker of trepidation. However, he quickly brushed aside this fear, replacing it with madness and arrogance. His form ballooned grotesquely as he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Syndra, I once feared you, but today I shall go all out. Let these people die alongside me. You cannot stop me." Syndra regarded Amogul coldly, stating, "Cease this madness. I swear upon my name that you shall not perish." What? Upon hearing that his life might still be spared, Amogul's momentum faltered, and his inflated body shrank slightly. Who would not desire to cling to life? Even when aware they were being deceived, many would choose to believe in the hope of survival. Syndra, as a top figure on Agilas, possessed the ability to inspire trust. His promise was enough for Amogul to obtain a lifeline. But is the situation truly so simple? In a moment of distraction experienced by Moure, a barely perceptible flaw emerged in the illusionary barrier formed by his racial talents. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Syndra's eyes as she contemplated seizing the opportunity to subdue this madman before her. However, to her astonishment, Moure's expression suddenly morphed into one of sheer terror, as if he had been struck in the chest by a heavy iron hammer weighing several tons. This not only caused his body to sway precariously, but he also involuntarily expelled a thick mist of blood from his mouth. Now is the time that a voice resonated directly in Petra's mind without any intermediary, causing her eyes to brighten. Seizing the moment when Moure's arms momentarily relaxed, Petra did not flee. Instead, she raised the back of her head and charged into his chest. Simultaneously, her legs shot up, akin to an exceptionally flexible gymnast, reaching an astonishing height, and she clamped tightly around Moure's neck. A sharp crack echoed as the sound of breaking bones emanated from Moure's throat. But that was not the end. After snapping Moure's neck, Petra inverted her body, freeing one hand to leverage against the ground, and astonishingly lifted Moure's swollen, manic form. After executing a somersault in midair, she forcefully slammed him down onto the ground. The earth instantly fractured, revealing a series of alarming cracks, from which powerful gusts of air burst forth, mingled with dust and debris, violently propelling outward. Petra unleashed the strength in her waist, propelling Moure high into the sky. A rapidly spinning black sphere materialized in the palm of her hand, only to erupt as a shockwave directed towards the heavens. From a distance, it resembled a landscape painting marred by a heavy stroke of ink. Standing out strikingly and oddly, Moure's body disintegrated into particles in an instant, his essence dissipating into the air. A fitting end. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at Petra, the young miracle worker who had turned the tide. Meanwhile, a hefty, mountain-like alien beside his bewildered companion exclaimed, "Kieran, did you really not teach that kid? That was your technique? He just used a corner outside the arena, in a secluded alley. Two lean figures were stealthily observing the scene, sweating profusely as they fiddled with the device. See? I wasn't mistaken. That little brat's energy just surged over 10,000. Damn, it's already reached 40,000. One of them exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice as he gazed at the readout. The other, gripping the gauge tightly, replied incredulously, "It's truly formidable. To turn the tide and eliminate Moure under such circumstances. Earlier, one had scoffed, that arrogant fool. I warned him to be cautious before the match, but he brushed it off. Now he is dead. It serves him right. With one less competitor, we can claim a larger share of that prize." As he spoke, a sinister grin crept across his face, seemingly relishing the misfortune. "But, Tangda, this kid is peculiar. Shouldn't we report his situation to the boss?" The other hesitated, still clutching the device. Tangda, hearing this, faltered momentarily, aware that their primary mission was to feign participation in the tournament and draw attention to themselves. Yet the prospect of this troublesome kid, who seemed to have discovered a method to rapidly enhance his prowess after battles, piqued their interest. However, even if they wished to confront him, they were no match for him at this point, necessitating a report to their boss to handle the situation. Every battle increases his strength exponentially. Though it doesn't match that prize, it still holds an irresistible allure. If the boss feasts, we at least get the broth. Tangda remarked, determined despite the less-than-ideal outcome, that we must report this to the boss. He declared, gritting his teeth. "But I'm not sure," the other said, swallowing hard in fear. "What if that kid has been hiding his strength with his racial talents or some special ability, only to unleash it during combat? If we report that, it could be false information, and the boss might turn on us." Tangda wavered at this suggestion, but the allure of potential power quickly dispelled his doubts. No way. If he had such strength from the start, he wouldn't have been beaten down like that. Moure couldn't possibly withstand a single punch from him. But do you think he is a fool? Why would someone with superior power choose to battle with those beneath him for so long, only to explode at the end? It's completely illogical that I refuse to believe such a fool exists. The other opened his mouth to argue, but Tangda silenced him with a glare, clenching his fists in agitation. "Tony, stop hesitating. If you're scared, let me handle this alone. You can stay back when the Predator squad retrieves that prize. You'll still be the mocked low-tier warrior, while arrogant fools like Moure command respect." As he spoke about Tony, he was indirectly referring to himself. Having endured scorn and derision from his peers for so long had warped his psyche. Without great power, he would never earn the respect of others. and thus he yearned for strength to trample those who looked down upon him. This time, he was determined to take a gamble. Tony's lips twitched as he absorbed his companion's earnest gaze and words, and his resolve began to solidify. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his eyes widened in horror, seemingly witnessing something exceedingly terrifying. At that moment, as Tang turned to investigate, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, clutching his stomach as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Who was there? Tang spun around, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a ferocious beast brandishing sharp claws, lunging at him. He screamed, raising his hand to conjure an energy sphere to defend himself. Yet, the tendons and ligaments in his arm, ensconced in skin and armor, felt as though they were twisted violently, snapping apart. His arm was rendered useless. Tang gaped in disbelief at his limp arm. Unable to move it despite his frantic attempts, terrified, he lifted his gaze to the approaching figure, trembling as he stammered. Why are you targeting someone as insignificant as me? You must be mistaking me for someone else. The demon, however, was merely a half-grown boy, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a shiny bald head and well-defined features, exuding an air of innocence. Yet his eyes were unsettling, instilling a sense of dread that made one reluctant to meet his gaze. As if something horrifying awaited those who dared to look too long. This boy was Best. Best regarded the terrified Tangda with a faint smile, but this smile plunged the latter into despair. Chilling him to the bone, Tang screamed in agony. He felt a force invading his body, snapping his limbs as he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, utterly incapable of escape. I seek you for a purpose. Best approached, delivering a punch that sent the other fleeing figure crashing to the ground. He then stepped on the fallen man's face, smiling as he said, I find your affairs quite intriguing. If you don't mind, could you share them with me? What is happening? I am at a loss regarding your words. Tangda, drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure. The truth about your participation in the championship and the object that the Predator squad seeks is what I wish to know. Best spoke. Faint sparks flickered between his fingers, swiftly coalescing into a sphere of energy the size of a bowl, which appeared rather intriguing. However, when that energy sphere was aimed in your direction, it only instilled an overwhelming sense of dread and an oppressive weight akin to the brink of death. How do you know? Wait. I'll speak. I'll speak, Tangda stammered, staring at the energy sphere hovering above his forehead, drawing ever closer to his face. This pressure was unbearable for anyone. Tangda's face turned pale as he cried out. We are Yuri's subordinates. He brought us here. That's not the crux of the matter, Best remarked, his grip on the energy sphere momentarily faltering as he deliberately advanced it towards Tangda's face. The major forces of Agilas have become acutely aware of Yuri's nefarious intentions and have been keeping a close watch on him. He brought us here to divert their attention and confuse them. Meanwhile, the predators were secretly dispatched by him to procure a fruit that can rapidly enhance one's strength. What kind of fruit? Best inquired, furrowing his brow, as if a thought had crossed his mind but was still uncertain. It is the fruit of the spirit tree, a divine tree known as the spirit tree. Tangda trembled as he spoke, his eyes tightly shut, for the energy sphere had drawn perilously close. Indeed, it is that very object, Best said with a cold smile, his fingers gripping tightly, causing the energy sphere to vanish without a trace. He gazed down at the two underwhelming individuals beneath him, a fleeting thought crossing his mind. You too, do you wish to grow stronger? Awaken. Chapter 29. The Scion in the side story Best had heard of the character Yuri. It was said that he possessed formidable strength and was exceedingly ruthless, reveling in battle and slaughter, be it those who opposed him or innocent civilians. All would become prey in his hunt. Even his own subordinates were not spared when his interest was piqued. He was a character as cruel as a demon, cunning and troublesome. It is worth noting that Yuri's rise was intricately linked to Best himself. 2 years prior, Best had sold over 100 vials of gene enhancement liquid through the vast market of Agilas, most of which were swiftly seized by various factions within Agilas through various means, be it overt threats or covert assassinations. They were determined to acquire a portion for themselves, becoming their miraculous elixir for cultivating super warriors. only a few scattered to the public for personal use at a certain expedition team, traversing between the outer realms and the inner galaxy, inadvertently obtained one of these vials and divided it into 6 portions, administering it to 6 warriors aboard their ship, resulting in a monumental enhancement of their powers. One of those individuals was none other than Yuri himself. The expedition team had only made a brief stop in Agilas before hastily departing. 6 months later, the immensely empowered Yuri returned with several subordinates from other star systems, while the other members of the original expedition team seemed to have vanished without a trace. Rumors circulated that the expedition team fell victim to a meteor storm while navigating through space, leading to catastrophic damage to their ship and a series of equipment failures, culminating in an explosion in the cosmos. Yuri, a being capable of surviving in the harshest conditions, became the sole survivor of this calamity, further augmented by exposure to cosmic radiation. Of course, the truth of the matter is known only to Yuri himself. It is widely acknowledged that upon his return, he became exceedingly brutal and bloodthirsty, committing numerous heinous acts within mere weeks, becoming a figure of dread within Agilas. However, due to his overwhelming strength, which had soared to 180, he was tacitly allowed to operate freely as long as he did not overstep his bounds. The factions within Agilas were reluctant to confront such a troublesome character over insignificant matters. Only when they discerned Yuri's increasingly erratic behavior did they send personnel to investigate. Thus, the Western Desert Base, which served as Yuri's shield, became a target for their scrutiny. The 2 individuals captured by Best were among the first batch of henchmen to follow Yuri, possessing knowledge of his affairs, and they were conveniently exploited by Best. It turns out that after the expedition ship set off, it encountered numerous hardships before crash landing on a desolate planet. This planet was peculiar, for according to the ship's coordinates, it should have harbored a civilization of some sort. Yet, what they witnessed was a barren wasteland strewn with the remains of countless dead flora and fauna. Upon investigation, they were horrified to discover that these plants and animals had not perished naturally, but had been swiftly drained of all nutrients and vitality by a strange plant whose roots enveloped the planet's surface. The true source of this devastation was a colossal tree, towering thousands of feet high, its crown stretching for hundreds of kilometers, with roots sprawling across the planet's surface. Amidst this, a child with a tail was seen voraciously gnawing at a large red fruit hanging from the branches. The expedition team members who confronted this child were immediately met with frenzied attacks, leading to the demise of several team members. Although the exceptionally powerful child was ultimately outmatched by the expedition's elite warriors and severely injured, he managed to escape. Yuri, the high-ranking warrior tasked with overseeing this little captive, stumbled upon intriguing revelations. However, the truth was shockingly alluring, compelling him to succumb to his darker impulses and slay his companions in a bid to monopolize the findings. What he had uncovered was the secret of the spirit tree. Why consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, Yuri's power skyrocketed from 30,000 to 180,000, an enhancement rate surpassing that of steroids, but without any side effects. Yet, Yuri was dissatisfied, for before he could finish consuming these fruits, the massive tree, deprived of nutrients, rapidly withered, along with its branches, roots, and fruits, disintegrating into decay, leaving him unable to continue enjoying its miraculous offerings. Through relentless investigation, he ultimately learned more about this extraordinary plant known as the spirit tree. A crucial point was that while the spirit tree absorbed all the nutrient from a planet to fuel its rapid growth, it would also split off a seed from its highest point, ensuring the continuation of its life. This seed was the key to the spirit tree's survival. However, Yuri scoured the entire crown of the tree without finding the seed. Thus, he fixated on the tail-bearing child he had encountered. After extensive investigation, he concluded that the seed was in the child's possession. By this time, however, the child had already escaped aboard a spaceship with the spirit tree seed. Returning to Agilas with a mix of disappointment and newfound arrogance, Yuri harbored ambitions of dominance. Everything he had done over the years was merely a fade. In reality, he was gathering information and resources to track down the whereabouts of that child. It is important to note that the spirit tree cannot simply be planted anywhere. It requires suitable soil and abundant nutrients to thrive. Thus, The planet could not be too small and must possess lush vegetation and vitality for the spirit tree to extract energy. Such planets are rare in the universe, and most have developed intelligent life and civilizations. Given the spirit tree's conspicuous growth pattern, it would not be difficult for the discerning to glean some clues. Consequently, Yuri traced the whereabouts of the child who had fled with the seed. However, he could not act personally, for his erratic behavior over the years had fostered discontent among various factions, including the three major warriors of Agilas, who kept a watchful eye on him. Thus, he devised this elaborate ruse, bringing a small team to participate in the Agilas Strongman Championship, misleading others into believing that the Western Desert Base had some special connection to Yuri. Diverting attention towards it.to this end, he even went so far as to invite one of Agilas's three strongest warriors, Sindra, indicating his substantial investment. The Predator squad he dispatched was composed entirely of super warriors replicated from his own blood samples, each possessing a third of his own strength. However, devoid of independent thought, he merely acts in accordance with the commands issued by the computer. Consequently, he harbors no concerns regarding a potential rebellion against him, nor does he fear any missteps as long as he secures the seeds of the spirit tree this time. The fruits of the spirit tree will no longer pose a challenge, given a brief period. He will transcend his limits and continually enhance his capabilities at that juncture. Not only will the three formidable warriors of Agilas be no match for him, but even the nefarious leader of the malevolent forces traversing the northern galaxy, Kurd, will find himself outmatched. Yet, it is apparent that his aspirations are on the brink of collapse, for Best, upon learning of this news, will undoubtedly intervene, seeking to extract some advantage for himself, dragging along two individuals who resembled lifeless dogs. Best arrived at the laboratory within the underground research facility. He addressed several researchers who were examining the stability of a series of blue spiral-shaped potions. No need for further testing. Administer the injections to these two. Then implant the super chip developed by Dr. Mark. I require them to be of use. Master Best, how much should we administer? One researcher inquired uncertainly, glancing at the two living test subjects. Follow your usual procedures for experiments. Do I need to instruct you on that? Best shot a displeased glance at the researcher before suddenly slapping the tops of the two unfortunate souls' heads. They emitted a muffled groan, their eyes rolling back, and blood oozing from their orifices. Best harnessed the power of his palm, penetrating their brains and obliterating their consciousness. Thus, he was no longer concerned about any potential mishaps during the experimentation process. The subject for the first batch of test subjects produced within the laboratory. The potency of the drug was manifestly strong but exceedingly unstable, posing a high risk of safety incidents, despite the researchers' relentless efforts to improve the potion since the commencement of the experiments. Regrettably, none of their concoctions had yet met the safety standards established by the original version created by Feit. Based on the usual testing circumstances, these two individuals, abruptly brought in by Best, would undoubtedly endure considerable turmoil, with a success rate barely exceeding 50%. However, Best was eager to utilize them and would not permit their demise. The genetic potion, when activated, primarily destroys the outdated cells and organs within the living organism, employing external stimulation to induce evolution or mutation, ultimately elevating the life form to a higher level. This process is excruciatingly painful, unlike the mighty willpower associated with Earth's super-divine water that can help one endure. It dismantles the internal structure, devouring aging and weakened cells while compelling healthier cells to proliferate and evolve, all in a bid to prevent total annihilation. Herein lies the rarity. Many individuals possessing formidable willpower can grit their teeth and withstand the torment inflicted by this agony. Yet the cells within their bodies may be perfectly obliterated by the genetic potion due to the slow pace of evolution, leading to a dismal failure. Therefore, the robustness of one's physique is a crucial criterion, determining whether the subject can successfully complete the experiment. It could be said that this genetic potion was designed from its inception for the mightiest of warriors, with those possessing greater strength reaping greater benefits. Yet, this is merely relative, not absolute. The inherent instability of such potions can easily lead one to face genetic collapse at the cusp of success, evaporating them in an instant. As for ordinary individuals, they would do well to avoid such treacherous substances, which are utterly forbidden to them. The two individuals brought by best possess combat abilities hovering around 6,000, merely meeting the threshold for the injection, which is hardly commendable. Their chances of success are remarkably slim. Best S confidence, however, is bolstered by a precious asset, Little Furball, once venerated by the Bladarians as a divine beast. It possesses the extraordinary ability to revive a critically injured individual, healing all wounds and restoring expended stamina. Furthermore, Bate had only hinted at a fraction of its capabilities without fully elucidating them. Through various small experiments over the years, Best discovered that the light emitted by Little Furball not only provides healing akin to the magical beans, but also purges diseases and detoxifies all poisons in existence. While it may seem superfluous, its formidable function can prove invaluable at critical junctures. For instance, during these past days, whenever Petra returned, battered and bruised, he would awaken the following day, revitalized and ready, all thanks to Little Furball. In stark contrast, other contenders languished in cumbersome healing pods, soaking for hours in life-sustaining fluids to mend their injuries. This not only consumed considerable time, but also failed to replenish the energy expended during combat as effectively as Little Furball could. This inevitably affects their performance in subsequent matches. Point 1 can easily envision the plight of an athlete who has endured a sleepless night, facing a competition the following day. With a stroke of luck, they might encounter an opponent in even worse condition and emerge victorious. Yet should circumstances be reversed, they may find themselves on a treacherous path to oblivion. With the assistance of Little Furball, the experiment proceeded remarkably well, in stark contrast to the dismal success rates of previous trials. This instance proved to be unparalleled. The researchers within the laboratory erupted into jubilant cheers, acutely aware that their accomplishments were largely attributable to the miraculous creature in Best's possession. Yet, witnessing the fruits of their years of arduous research materialize and garnering Best's commendation was of paramount importance. What could surpass the satisfaction of observing one's research yield tangible results? The accolades from higher authorities pale in comparison. Such achievements are incomparable. The two unfortunate souls completed the experiment without peril, their individual combat powers soaring to 120,000, a staggering increase of 20-fold. They had effectively attained the prowess of the commander of the Genet Special Forces, thus fulfilling their desire for formidable strength, albeit unbeknownst to them at that moment. However, the modifications within the laboratory were far from concluded. The next step involved implanting super chips into their brains. Through the supercomputer, Cambian, the two chips would be interconnected, transforming them into a state reminiscent of mindless zombies, fearless of pain or fatigue, devoid of betrayal, and wholly under one's control. Furthermore, under the influence of the supercomputer, they retained all their previous combat awareness and memories, with their fighting abilities further augmented. Additionally, they were infused with certain specialized substances that would enable them to detonate their energy when faced with insurmountable damage, achieving a mutual demise with their adversaries. Thus, upon completion of their modifications, they could no longer be regarded as human, but rather as genuine instruments of war, powerful consumables brimming with energy to in the following days. The competition continued unabated. The number of contestants dwindled daily, while the audience swelled with each passing event. Observing the pack stands filled with enthusiastic spectators, one could not help but lament the distortion and degradation of humanity amidst the relentless battles playing out on the arena. The disappearance of the two competitors failed to garner significant attention from others, including their leader, Yuri, who exhibited no particular concern. In contrast, Best meticulously arranged a few gifts for this uninvited guest, preparing to reciprocate at an opportune moment. As the competition progressed from the top 200 to the top 50, with Best orchestrating events behind the scenes, Petra found himself facing opponents who were generally comparable in strength, yet offered him the opportunity to absorb their skills during combat. Consequently, his abilities flourished rapidly. Nearly every match imparted invaluable knowledge. The growth in strength was self-evident as he transitioned from battling adversaries with a combat power of 10,000 to effortlessly confronting advanced warriors boasting powers of 70,000 to 80,000, all within the span of mere days. Such astonishing growth was bound to attract attention. Nevertheless, Even if it did, Petra's power had already far surpassed that of most competitors, including Syndra, who dared not act against him lightly. He remained oblivious to Petra's background, yet he understood that the forces capable of nurturing such an exceptional warrior were undeniably formidable, possibly even beyond his reach. Thus, in this context, establishing an enmity with such a figure would be an unwise endeavor, both professionally and personally. However, while he sought to avoid trouble, others seemed intent on drawing him into conflict, especially those bearing deep-seated grudges. This ignited Syndra, one of the three mightiest warriors of Agilas, into a fury that threatened to obliterate the entire town. Yet, he managed to restrain himself, knowing that an opportunity for vengeance awaited him once the day's competition commenced. It turned out that during yesterday's match, one of Syndra's companions had clashed with their surveillance target, Yuri, resulting in a crushing defeat for his ally. Initially, this seemed inconsequential. However, after his companion utilized the healing pouch, the injuries not only failed to improve, but instead worsened, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This ignited a surge of fury within him. It is worth noting that the relationship between Syndra and this companion was anything but ordinary. The deceased was, in fact, Syndra's illegitimate son from her earlier years, a connection that had remained unacknowledged due to various constraints. Nevertheless, perhaps out of a sense of guilt, Syndra had kept him close during her travels over the years, treating him with the utmost affection, even better than her legitimate son. Upon acquiring this information, Best naturally seized the opportunity to exploit it, orchestrating the current scenario with meticulous care. AS for the confrontation between Syndra and Yuri today. It was yet another of his elaborate schemes designed to achieve a treacherous outcome. You're not at odds before? Very well, I shall exacerbate your discord, letting dogs turn on each other to see who proves more merciless. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 31. A wager. As the competition commenced, Yuri found himself somewhat bewildered. He was astonished to encounter Syndra's arrogant son yesterday, and now faced the rare occurrence of Syndra herself. Unbeknownst to him, after being thoroughly dealt with the previous day, Syndra's son had met an unusual demise, and now all the blame was directed towards him. The moment he stepped onto the arena, he would inevitably bear the brunt of the frenzied vengeance from Syndra, one of the three formidable warriors of the Agilas. Regrettably, Yuri had not received any such warnings. He was oblivious to the fact that a portion of his forces had mysteriously vanished, devoid of numerous informants. Yuri resembled a self-righteous blind man, naively observing others through the lens of his former perceptions, utterly unaware of the impending danger encroaching upon him. Otherwise, given his disposition, he would not have brazenly appeared in the arena as he did. Realizing the formidable strength of his opponent, Yuri offered a gentlemanly smile and proposed his willingness to forfeit the match to him. Participating in this ludicrous competition was merely a guise, and the outcome held no significance. Moreover, his objectives had already been accomplished. He awaited news from the Predator Squad. Soon, he would attain everything he desired, an exhilarating sensation akin to reaching the pinnacle of success, an outcome unforeseen by anyone. However, achieving that level required immense patience, enduring the current solitude and weakness. When his strength accumulated to an unparalleled degree, it would erupt in a singular, devastating blow to his adversaries, rather than scrambling for trivial gains like others, whose fates were etched upon their faces. One could say that Yuri embodied the essence of a formidable leader. His ascent to this point was not solely due to his superhuman abilities, but also significantly reliant on his capacity for restraint. He believed that one day he would stand at the apex of power and strength in this world, attaining heights unattainable by the average person at that moment. He would be the true victor behind this intricate game. Yet, would Syndra grant him that opportunity? The instant Yuri expressed his intention to forfeit, the smile on his face abruptly froze. He beheld Syndra across from him, her countenance slightly raised, revealing eyes filled with bloodshot fury and unrestrained hatred, eyes that unmistakably radiated a fierce intent to kill. Yuri's expression shifted as a foreboding sensation enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Before he could utter a word, Syndra clenched her fists, her body trembling with an inexplicable rage. Her gaze, brimming with violent intent, bore down upon him as she enunciated, "I want you dead, to accompany my son to the grave." Inwardly, Yuri cursed his misfortune, baffled by the inexplicable demise of someone he had merely disciplined the day prior. Yet the current predicament left no room for contemplation. Syndra had closed the distance in an instant, emitting a low growl, her gaze fixed intently on the horrified Yuri, akin to a wounded beast staring down its foe. Ferocious, brutal, and utterly reckless, this spectacle instilled palpable terror among the onlookers, their eyes widening in horror as their hearts raced in tandem with Syndra's frenzied assault. "What? How could this be?" Yuri exclaimed incredulously, staring at the frenzied Syndra, the pressure upon him intensifying exponentially that a moment's inattention led to Syndra's fist striking his abdomen, propelling him away with the force of a cannonball, crashing violently into the stone floor of another arena. The earth trembled violently. Amidst the audience's gasps, clouds of dust and debris erupted, sweeping across the entire arena like a searing tempest. With a furious roar, Syndra surged forward, plunging into the tumultuous cloud of dust. Accompanied by a series of piercing screams, the ominous sound of flesh colliding with a blunt instrument echoed, resonating heavily and clearly, assaulting the eardrums of all present, creating an illusion of being struck themselves, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. Within the swirling smoke, the ground shook once more, evoking an illusion of an earthquake. Yet the billowing dust suddenly halted, drawn inexplicably into a corner, merging with a powerful surge of energy, erupting toward a dark point in the sky. It was Syndra unleashing her ultimate technique in a fit of rage, the tenfold sky cannon. The dark point in the heavens was instantly engulfed by the tenfold sky cannon, emitting a wail, yet it did not disintegrate under the immense energy. Instead, it burst forth, accelerating southwest. "Run! Where do you think you can escape to?" Syndra muttered to herself, tilting her head back. Her eyes, sharp as blades, scanned the arena, and almost simultaneously, screams echoed from every corner of the arena. Following that, a series of disemboweled corpses fell lifelessly to the ground. Syndra had swiftly located and eliminated Yuri's remaining elite forces, wiping out his entire contingent. With her hands drenched in blood, Syndra did not flinch, instead smirking as she soared after the direction Yuri had fled. Left behind were deep, bottomless craters and the ravaged remnants of the battleground. In the control room, Best rested his chin on his hand, a cold smile playing across his lips as he observed Yuri and Syndra depart in succession. Suddenly, he stood up, startling those around him. "With these two troublesome individuals out of the way, everything will be serene," Best remarked in the control room, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, as if he had merely swatted away a bothersome mosquito. A trivial task. However, those aware of the truth felt a chill run down their spines, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Duane still voiced his apprehension, asking, "Will there be any issues?" Both of them are top-tier warriors on Agilas, capable of easily obliterating a planet. If Syndra relentlessly pursues Yuri, forcing him into a corner, they could choose to perish together. That would be disastrous. Best chuckled softly. That won't happen. If Syndra pursues Yuri, it will undoubtedly be Syndra who suffers, not Yuri. How can that be? Are you joking? Duane and the others looked at Best in disbelief, their expressions akin to viewing a fool. Though both were top-tier warriors, there existed a significant disparity in their combat prowess, an insurmountable chasm of 60,000. Even a child could discern who was stronger and predict the outcome. Yet, Best's assertion suggested that the powerful Syndra would falter against Yuri, which astonished them. Had they not been familiar with Best, they might have erupted into laughter, berating the imbecile who could not even do basic arithmetic. Yet, Best remained resolute. "Shall we place a wager?" Duane lifted his somewhat obnoxious face, scrutinizing the disparity in strength between the two. Glancing at those around him, and, after quiet deliberation, they unanimously concluded that there was no way Syndra could falter. Duane took the lead, inquiring, "What shall we bet on?" Best smiled. "Let us bet that Syndra will pursue Yuri in vain and will instead fall victim to one of Yuri's schemes. While Yuri may escape Syndra's grasp, he will be captured by my dispatch forces. If I lose, I shall grant you all a raise and an extended holiday. If you lose, you shall plant trees for me." "What? Plant trees? Awaken, Saiyan." Chapter 32 of Saiyan. The entire universe is my chessboard. Best's audacious confidence in wagering with Duane and others cannot be deemed baseless. For this day, Best has undoubtedly exerted tremendous effort, orchestrating events from Yuri injuring Syndra's son to the latter succumbing to his injuries, thus intensifying their deadly feud. Best has meticulously gathered extensive intelligence and covertly laid out intricate plans, all culminating in the present moment. It is inconceivable that he would allow for any unforeseen complications to arise. In truth, Best has long been well acquainted with Yuri's circumstances, formulating numerous contingency strategies for potential scenarios, even in the event of the worst outcome. Best is assured of his ability to nullify them effortlessly. Moreover, he currently possesses complete control over Yuri's movements, and the situation is advancing precisely as he has anticipated. Exercise caution. Best has discreetly planted several traps to ensure absolute certainty. Everything is in place, awaiting the grand catch. Furthermore, Yuri, now gravely injured, is even more anxious than Best. Although he might employ clever tricks to deceive Syndra, possibly even turning the tables, such actions would merely prolong his life at the cost of exacerbating his injuries. He would inevitably seek treatment at the locations Best has preemptively accounted for, as he could hardly endure for long. These locations are already factored into Best's calculations, which is why he exudes such confidence. The urgency with which Best seeks to apprehend Yuri arises from the latter's considerable danger, an unsettling intuition that looms over Best. Figures like Yuri, driven by colossal ambition, act without restraint, often pursuing their desires with a capricious moral compass. They resemble cunning bandits, lurking in the wild, elusive and treacherous. Like a venomous serpent, Yuri hides in the shadows, striking unexpectedly. Current indications suggest that this sly and treacherous serpent has set its sights on Best's carefully cultivated base, intending not only to use it as cover, but potentially to expose Best's faction or even to eliminate him entirely. Let's not forget that even if Yuri's hunting party procures the seeds of the spiritual tree, he will require time to cultivate them on other planets. Presently, the official regulations on various aerial vehicles and Agilas are exceedingly stringent, necessitating registration and certification, effectively monopolizing all related resources to avoid drawing the attention of the major powers. Yuri must seek advanced flying machines elsewhere. In this regard, Best's base conveniently meets his needs. While Best is unperturbed, this period is crucial for the progress of his plans, and any unforeseen disruptions would be most unwelcome. Moreover, the days until Best concludes his competition and seeks the assistance of the dragon on Namek are dwindling. Should further complications arise, delaying his predetermined plans and alerting the major powers of Agilas, it would be sufficient to thwart Best's endeavors, leaving him no time to lament his failure. Thus, Yuri must be eliminated. However, all actions must be executed discreetly, employing the principle of boiling a frog gradually rather than cornering him into a desperate situation. Such a character, ruthless and decisive, would not hesitate to resort to drastic measures if even a sliver of survival is denied him, potentially leading to catastrophic repercussions for all of Agilas. This is a significant reason why the major factions in Agilas refrain from taking action against him, fearing that pushing him to the brink could provoke uncontrollable responses. Therefore, Best has painstakingly devised a series of traps, enticing Yuri to unwittingly ensnare himself, while simultaneously delivering a significant blow to the factions represented by Syndra, shifting their focus onto Yuri, the deranged and unpredictable lunatic, thus granting his side a valuable respite. However, another predicament awaits Best's attention. Following the prior events, particularly the fierce clash between Yuri and Syndra, the impact on the arena has been profound. Both individuals are well-known figures in Agilas, their actions markedly less restrained than those of other competitors, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Although their previous encounter lasted but a fleeting moment, they have caused considerable destruction to several competition venues, leaving scars that will be challenging to mend in a short time. Moreover, the collateral damage inflicted upon bystanders by the violent energy unleashed during their battle cannot be overlooked. This is not merely an issue affecting one or two individuals. A significant number of spectators have been affected by the aftershocks of their assaults. Several participants in the surrounding competitions have perished, and few have emerged unscathed. The weaker audience members bear the marks of the chaos, wailing in despair, a scene of utter devastation. They came to witness the spectacle, not to meet their demise, prompting many to flee in fear, a sentiment that is likely to spread throughout the town, with more individuals abandoning the event. Even some competitors, having endured thus far, now harbor trepidation, with many opting to forfeit their participation. Consequently, Best finds himself confronting a dire situation, one that is far from straightforward. In contrast to Duane, who is frantically agitated upon hearing this news, Best remains notably composed, or perhaps everything unfolds as he had anticipated, observing Duane's frantic movements, desperate to prevent those wishing to leave from departing. Best cannot help but chuckle, reassuring him. "Let them go. We shall proceed with our competition without concern." Duane, alarmed by this response, retorts, "What do you mean not to worry? If you don't devise a solution soon, everyone will flee." Best replies nonchalantly, "It is better to facilitate than to obstruct. Those who wish to leave cannot be stopped, and those who do not wish to leave will not go even if urged." As he speaks, his gaze is fixed on the large screen in the control room, dotted with numerous cameras. Only a few have been damaged by the battle's aftermath, while the rest steadfastly remain in position, faithfully capturing every moment on the arena floor and transmitting it back to the computer. It is now evident that the audience in the stands has dwindled significantly, with the majority engaged in heated disputes with Duane's staff, shouting fervently. Only a handful remain seated, calm and unyielding. Conversely, most competitors still linger, with only a rare few having departed. If this situation were to befall any other organizing party, it would surely drive them to madness. With competitors but no audience, for whom is the event intended? The financial investment in hosting the competition would seem squandered. Yet, Best harbors no such concerns, as the previous betting project has yielded substantial profits, sufficient to cover the expenses of this competition. Moreover, at this critical juncture, even with spectators departing, as long as the competition's events are broadcast across various cities and Agilas, synchronized with betting on the fights and other gambling activities, and handled by his shrewd associates, interest will only escalate, ultimately generating greater profits for him. Best himself remains unconcerned that in Agilas there are no rigid restrictions to stifle the development of such affairs, nor are there pertinent regulations. The notion of law in Agilas is but a hollow concept, devoid of practical feasibility, as long as he does not infringe upon the foundations of the major powers. They dare not act against him. Furthermore, the emergence of such innovations would not prompt them to suppress it, but rather to seize the immense business opportunities it presents. They would adopt strategies to emulate Best's methods, leveraging their advantages to overwhelm competitors and secure a more substantial share of this newly discovered bounty. They do not reject new ideas. They are merely concerned with how much profit they can derive from them. Given this opportunity for learning, it is unlikely that anyone could resist the allure. However, when the time comes, will they still have that opportunity? Best scoffs at the thought, in his estimation. As long as he and Petra can return smoothly from Namek, Agilas will undoubtedly be within his grasp. By that time, no one will be able to contend with him, and he shall be free to unleash his full potential. Consider that Dr. Gallo is merely an earthling with a civilization far inferior to the colonial technologies of the universe, and his scientific and production capabilities cannot possibly compare to those currently at Best's disposal. However, this individual, after losing the financial backing of the Red Ribbon Army, managed to conjure a series of formidable artificial beings fueled solely by an intense desire for vengeance within just a few short years. One might recall the early days of Dragon Ball, when Son Goku encountered the android known as Number 8, the Frankenstein, followed by the devastatingly powerful numbers 17 and 18, who annihilated the future world. Subsequently, there appeared Number 13 in the movie adaptations, along with other formidable androids rivaling even the Super Saiyans. Not to mention the emergence of Cell, a being possessing cataclysmic capabilities, that if we exclude the ultimate android. Super 17, from Dragon Ball GT, even the complete form of Cell, a monstrous entity, exhibited power comparable to that of a Super Saiyan's second transformation. In the original narrative, this exceedingly troublesome adversary, upon his resurrection, managed to elevate his strength to a level that could suppress Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. During the standoff of power, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, having sustained an injury to one arm and depleted half of his energy. Were it not for the encouragement from the deceased Goku, urging Gohan to confront the challenge, and Vegeta's timely assault to disrupt Cell, Gohan would have had no opportunity to unleash his full might with the Kamehameha wave, making Cell's eradication impossible. Here, we do not seek to extol Cell's prowess, but rather to marvel at Dr. Gero's extraordinary genius. Judging by the numbering of the androids, it is remarkable that just 5 iterations after number 8, Dr. Gero had advanced his technology in creating androids to a height that even the elite gathered from across the universe would find hard to reach. It is truly unfathomable that, with the relatively rudimentary technology and equipment available on Earth, and in the absence of the Red Ribbon Army's financial support, Dr. Gero could single-handedly develop such a devastating weapon as the androids. If there were no hidden secrets involved, it would indeed be quite suspicious. Best did not believe that Dr. Gero possessed such miraculous abilities. Moreover, Best was currently focused on consolidating all advanced civilizations throughout the universe, utilizing the foundations of Agilas, amassing thousands of talents for his own purposes, and transforming the abundant resources scattered across various planets into his personal wealth. Could he not develop weaponry even more formidable than Dr. Gero's android series? Best's ambitions were by no means confined to Earth or the 4 cardinal galaxies, but encompassed the vast universe, including the outer realms. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 33. Reactions from All Sides, Part 1. Simultaneously, the arena, almost reduced to rubble, was shrouded in a pall of gloom, filled with cries of despair. Amidst the debris of collapsed concrete and metal supports, several bloodied and battered individuals were being carried away, convulsing as they were rushed to the nearby town for urgent medical attention. One individual supported a notably tall and corpulent alien warrior, attentively following the evacuation orders, swiftly yet cautiously guiding his comrade to a hastily erected emergency tent. However, his face was etched with frost, his brows knitted tightly together, and his eyes blazed with fury towards the horizon, revealing that his anger had reached a boiling point. Kieran, I'm fine. I don't need to worry to be by the way. I wasn't knocked out by my opponent before the match even began. I was struck down by the shockwave from those 2 ruffians. So this can't be counted as a loss, right? The contestant's massive frame was too large for the makeshift emergency tent, which could only accommodate half of him. Moreover, with numerous ghastly wounds across his body. Purple blood mixed with fat oozed from the wounds, creating a repugnant and troublesome mess that could not be staunched, rendering the tent a scene of chaos, reeking of the acrid scent of blood. Yet, the dedicated doctors, undeterred by the grotesque situation, diligently stitched his wounds, perspiration dripping from their brows, working tirelessly without even a sip of water, visibly exhausted, in contrast to the somber demeanor of the medics. This gravely injured patient was surprisingly animated, restlessly shaking his body and shouting to the doctors tending to him that he was itchy, making several attempts to crawl out of the tent, startling the surgeons. Fortunately, with a companion by his side, he settled down, engaging in conversation with his ally, refraining from any further alarming actions, though the medical staff still felt a chill of anxiety. Kieran, the sturdy warrior supporting the hefty figure, seethed with rage at the sight of his companion's condition, but managed to suppress it, placing a reassuring hand on the other's shoulder, gently saying, "Port, it's all right that I've got this." The large warrior grinned, exclaiming, "That won't do. When we came here, we agreed. You take first place and I take second. The prize money is for helping everyone in need, and we would tour the universe in our small spaceship. How can it be just you now? Besides, I wasn't thrown off by my opponent, but rather struck down by the shockwave from those 2 sudden intruders. If anyone should be disqualified, it ought to be those 2 ruffians who fell out of their own arena." The large man's innocent words elicited a smile. Yet if one were to grasp the implications of his statement, they would undoubtedly break into a cold sweat. In truth, after Yuri had been punched out of the arena by Syndra, their subsequent clash occurred precisely in this large warrior's arena, where the residual shock waves from their battle had shredded hundreds of square meters of ground, creating a massive crater in the earth. Port's opponent, an elite warrior with a battle power of 100,000, was instantly reduced to ashes by this overwhelming force, while Port, caught in the heart of the battlefield, had withstood a devastating blast from one of the combatants. He was later extricated from the rubble by Gilron, emerging surprisingly unscathed. Observing his stable condition and coherent speech, one could not help but marvel at this hefty warrior's extraordinary vitality. Were he on Earth, he would surely be the subject of numerous journalists' inquiries and an additional focal point for expert commentary and research. First place, Gilron furrowed his brow at the mention, casting his gaze toward a particular spot. There stood a child, hair standing on end, yet still undeveloped in stature. For reasons unknown, an air of arrogance and aloofness emanated from this young one, causing others to instinctively steer clear, even daring not to meet his gaze. It was as if he were a fierce beast, poised to strike at any moment. Even without those two rascals, merely contending with this little brat would pose a challenge for me in securing first place. Gilron mused internally, but then thoughts of the desperate Cultarians back home, in dire need of various supplies, weighed heavily on his heart, as if an invisible hand were squeezing him tightly, in an effort to conceal his emotions from Port. He nodded and spoke calmly. "Rest assured, I will secure the prize money. You must hold on. Your father and kin are counting on us to deliver the supplies." Port responded with a grunt, possibly due to excessive blood loss. Feeling increasingly drowsy, and soon fell asleep, snoring softly, leaving onlookers both amused and exasperated. Yet, who could fathom the immense burden he bore? Had Gilron not fortuitously remained on Kaltar and learned of the dire plight there? Rescuing this oversized child, Port would likely have sacrificed himself as the strongest warrior of the Cultarians, meeting a fate of filling the volcano that erupted every century, providing a fleeting peace for his people. As the environment of Kaltar grew increasingly hostile, the inhabitants could not escape the grim fate of annihilation. Gilron, glancing at the slumbering Port, managed a rare smile and asked a nearby busy doctor, "Could we prepare a healing capsule for my friend? Perhaps I could offer something as collateral." The doctor looked at Gilron curiously and replied, "Our healing capsules are provided free of charge to injured contestants. We do not charge any fees. However, your friend's size is rather large, and we do not have capsules of the same size prepared, which makes it a bit complicated. But once we attend to his wounds, we will be able to provide one that you need not worry about that." Gilron nodded, thanking the doctor, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon a hidden camera surreptitiously recording him, his brow furrowing slightly as he descended into contemplation. In the depths of the western desert, where yellow sands swirled and sandstorms howled, a blinding sphere of light suddenly erupted, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, enveloping thousands of miles in a pale, chaotic glow. When the light dissipated, a figure descended from the sky, panting heavily, only to stumble into a vast expanse of translucent, glass-like shards. These shards were remnants of sand that had been vitrified under the terrifying heat of the earlier light, creating an eerie spectacle across the desert. From a lofty vantage point, one can only behold an expanse of blinding white, reflecting an unbearable radiance, with no knowledge of how many kilometers stretch beyond. The individual who has fallen is none other than Syndra, the pursuer of Yuri. The two were entangled in a relentless chase, and somehow found themselves deep within the arid western desert, perhaps realizing the futility of his escape. Yuri, cornered and desperate, suddenly retaliated, engulfing himself in flames and charging at Syndra like a colossal fireball, delivering a blow that caught the unsuspecting Syndra off guard. Although it was but a single strike, it came at the cost of Yuri's own life, its power not unlike that of self-detonation. Under normal circumstances, even with Syndra's vastly superior combat prowess, it would have been impossible to avoid mutual destruction. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yuri's attack was far less formidable than anticipated, resembling a mere damp squib. Imposing in appearance, yet failing to yield the expected effect, Syndra, perplexed by this anomaly, nevertheless dismissed it from his thoughts. After all, surviving such a suicidal assault was a fortunate outcome, should he wish for his adversary's attack to have been more potent, resulting in his own demise. Now that Yuri was dead, he had avenged his son, and moreover, Yuri had long been a malignant presence within the Alliance, causing considerable distress among the leaders of various factions. The elimination of such a threat would surely earn him significant accolades within the Alliance, and benefits would undoubtedly follow. With this thought, his heart found a measure of equilibrium. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 35. The demise of Yuri, that on the other side of the Agilas' western desert, nearing the eastern fringes, the landscape starkly contrasted with that of the best experimental base, revealing vast expanses littered with remnants of past experiments and crumbling edifices. According to legend, it was in this very locale that researchers clandestinely conducted a perilous experiment, leading to a catastrophic leak that withered the once lush forests of Agilas, rendering the once fertile soil into desolate sands, thus giving rise to the infamous Agilas Desert. The atmosphere in this place was ominously dark, perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of grayish-purple mist, exuding a pungent odor of alcohol and industrial pollutants that obscured the sun and sky. Consequently, no flora or viable fauna could thrive here. It was a realm of desolation, devoid of life, where even rodents would hesitate to linger. Yet today, this forsaken land welcomed a contingent of individuals, clad in thick radiation-proof garments and donning gas masks. Each wielded sophisticated high-tech instruments. They silently congregated in a specific area, seemingly plotting a significant operation. Hours passed hastily, and one among them glanced at his wristwatch, nodded, and suddenly raised his hand to signal action. The group swiftly retrieved dismantled equipment from a concealed location, expertly reassembling it. Soon, a machine resembling an arcade game, connected to a small radar, emerged before them. One individual began tapping furiously on the device, causing the large screen to flicker from a static display to a three-dimensional representation of a pyramid-shaped structure. With a few deft taps, the display transitioned rapidly, honing in on every chamber within the pyramid, as if conducting a comprehensive search. Before long, they detected a life sign emanating from the core of the pyramid. Under the operator's command, the image magnified, revealing a humanoid entity submerged in a viscous solution within a colossal egg-like object. "Is this Yuri?" one of the observers murmured, involuntarily voicing his thoughts. Yet no one rebuked him. The sight of this notorious super warrior, whose power was eclipsed only by the three mightiest fighters of Agilas, sent waves of tension coursing through them, their heart rates accelerating uncontrollably. Only the team leader, operating the machine, maintained composure, nodding at the displayed image. "Indeed, this is the infamous lunatic Yuri, our target for today. Has he truly lost his ability to resist?" A team member inquired anxiously. The leader cast a glance his way, responding coolly, "There is no need for concern. He remains blissfully unaware of our presence. We have meticulously orchestrated everything in the shadows. Not only have we infiltrated his lair, but we have also tampered with the very healing solution he requires. That Yuri's nervous system is now paralyzed by toxins. He may not even be able to open his eyelids. Even a 3-year-old child could slay him. Indeed, our Lord Best is remarkable. Almost as if he can foresee the future, he prepared for everything before the mission commenced, even manipulating a savage like Yuri, like a puppet." Another member remarked with a sense of the mention of Best. The group's demeanor grew fervent, their leader no exception, speaking with a zeal reminiscent of cultists, his words imbued with fervor and reverence. "Of course, what can our Lord Best not achieve? To him, Yuri is merely a minor character, easily vanquished. Were it not for his potential utility, Yuri would have long since descended into oblivion. This was the result of Best's long-standing indoctrination of his subordinates, molding them into fervent followers, ever ready to sacrifice themselves for his grand designs. Their faith in Best rivaled that of zealots towards their deities, viewing him as the sole true god of their existence. They would heed his every command, even if it meant sacrificing their lives, without a moment's hesitation. This illustrates the terrifying extent of Best's psychological control, effectively commandeering both body and soul, rendering them his obedient servants. While the time investment far exceeded that of Baffity's control magic, the efficacy of Best's mental conditioning was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of experts like Baffity in certain aspects. After all, that highly discerning archmage was indifferent to the psychology of his subordinates, carelessly sacrificing his most loyal followers in his quest to test the power of the resurrected Bu, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the corpulent Bu, a testament to his recklessness and folly, rendering any comparison to Best moot. Upon confirming Yuri's condition, The team sprang into action. Yuri's lair was evidently an ancient relic, buried deep within the earth, nearly 10,000 meters beneath the surface, shrouded in layers of concealment that typical detection instruments could not penetrate. Initially, the pursuit of this location had proven arduous for Best's subordinates. Fortunately, the supercomputer Campbell in the base's laboratory possessed extraordinary capabilities, successfully piercing through the interference waves and chaotic signals enveloping the area. Relaying information from this nearly isolated locale, conducting a comprehensive scan that eventually uncovered Yuri's whereabouts buried thousands of meters below. This enabled the capture team to infiltrate and prepare meticulously, lying in wait for the proverbial big catch. Yuri, too, was a tragic figure. Within his vast abode, he was utterly alone, devoid of even a trustworthy subordinate, imprisoned in a fortress of solitude, confronting naught but cold machinery. His cunning and cold-hearted nature had both forged and doomed him. And his failure today was intrinsically tied to this very character flaw. When the capture team ruthlessly utilized the machine's short wave to dismantle the defenses of his lair's computer, it stripped away his last veil of concealment, exposing his stronghold to the world. The members of the capture team pressed forward, swiftly arriving at the chamber where Yuri resided. This room was the heart of the pyramid, exuding an ancient aura reminiscent of religious sanctity. According to their instruments, several adjacent laboratories harbored faint life signs. However, these were not human. The previous capture team had already conducted an inspection and found them to be clones, Yuri's experimental subjects, known as the Hunters. In their current state, these Hunters were mere fetal forms resembling clenched fists, connected to an array of tubes, evoking a sense of revulsion. However, the arrival of the capture team had disrupted the computer systems, severing the power supply. As a result, the incubators sustaining the Hunters' growth and respiration had ceased functioning, leaving them in a state of paralysis. Awaiting them is naught but death, their target for this mission. Yuri stares wide-eyed, his face contorted, submerged within a colossal, egg-shaped healing capsule. It resembles a corpse. A corpse, pallid and swollen from the water. One of his hands weakly grasps the tangled oxygen mask, as if yearning to remove it and escape. It is evident that Yuri, having encountered misfortune, has come to a realization after a struggle. However, the toxins mingled within the life-sustaining liquid are a potent concoction painstakingly extracted by Best, capable of incapacitating even a dinosaur with the slightest dose. There is no way Yuri can withstand it. Moreover, after his battle with Syndra, he bears numerous injuries, one of his arms brutally broken, the bones jutting out, smeared with blood. In such circumstances, immersed in the healing capsule's life-sustaining liquid. The effects of the toxins will only intensify, leaving no chance for reprieve. Although Yuri's eyes can still move slightly upon the entrance of the capture team, startling the group, his fate as Best's tool is now inescapable. It is tragic for such a formidable figure to meet such an end, a conclusion no one could have foreseen. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 36, the main event. Best is acutely aware of the profound impact this series of events he has orchestrated will have on Agilas, and he knows precisely how to conclude the affair. He stands but a step away from success. Yet this seemingly brief step is the crux that will dictate the success or failure of all he has accomplished. Once taken, Best will be liberated, free to soar without concern. Should he falter, he will perpetually face the myriad threats posed by the local forces of Agilas, with his sanctuary at risk of being completely overrun. Rendering any efforts futile, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to escape to Namek and realize his aspirations. This pivotal step hinges upon the reckless Yuri, whose existence is the linchpin to the fulfillment of Best's grand design. Thus, despite appearing confident, Best secretly sweats bullets, fearful of any unforeseen complications. Only upon receiving news of the capture squad does he exhale a sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his muscles dissipate. In the arena, after a period of recuperation, the competition resumes, as usual. The tournament officials have received directives from Best, choosing not to respond to the preceding incidents. By the time news of these events circulates through the major cities of Agilas, the public ire will be directed solely at the alliance represented by Syndra, sparing Best the burden of resolution. As for the contestants, aside from a few who opted out of fear, and some like Porter who suffered serious injuries and cannot compete, The majority accepts the tournament's arrangements and continues to participate. The officials express their apologies to the injured, willing to preserve their eligibility to compete, allowing them to rejoin once they have recovered. Best is indifferent to this trifling expense, generously providing healing capsules for their use. Even severe injuries can heal within a day, causing minimal delay. Thus, the contestants are quickly organized and the competition proceeds as planned. What remains of the guests who have fled, leaving only a handful of the undaunted to witness, rendering the arena quieter and more solemn, with an air of chilling intensity, after several rounds of lackluster competition. It is evident that the earlier events have affected the participants. Those once fearless and self-assured warriors now exhibit signs of trepidation, adopting a more cautious approach, reserving energy in their strikes, and their assaults lacking the former ferocity. They seem to move tentatively, as if afraid to make any exaggerated motions, creating a comical spectacle. Consequently, the duration of the contest stretches considerably, yet the content feels exceedingly tedious, evoking a sense of frustration. Fortunately, Best does not host this tournament for the sake of viewership, or else such a situation would drive him to madness. Nevertheless, some brash individuals continue to act recklessly on the field, their audacity granting them certain advantages, leaving their opponents in disarray and lamentation. Their thrilling performances have become the sole highlight of today's Contest of Champions, at least until the main event orchestrated by Best unfolds, after a lengthy wait. It is finally time for Petra to take the stage as he steps onto the arena. One constantly marred, yet perpetually restored. His opponent emerges from the opposite side. With steady, deliberate strides, a tall man clad in black spandex approaches. Exuding a cold and understated demeanor, that he appears merely robust, yet the bulging muscles conceal explosive power. Although neither has engaged yet, nor even known the other's name beforehand, they are acutely aware of each other's techniques and combat habits. As if gazing into a mirror, intimately familiar with every aspect of themselves, at least prior to their confrontation. That is how they perceive one another. You are strong. Truly. Kieran admires the child before him, sighing after a long pause. Petra, however, remains unfazed, adopting an offensive stance and gazing solemnly at Kieran, resembling a meticulous and stubborn scholar. His face perpetually serious. Kieran offers a wry smile, standing tall, his legs gradually spreading into a bow stance. Truth be told, he has little desire to engage this child. In the words of other competitors, this little monster is virtually indestructible, a cockroach, if you will. Moreover, he grows stronger with each encounter. Fighting him becomes a war of attrition, one no one can outlast. Furthermore, this peculiar child possesses an alarming innate talent, capable of absorbing and swiftly replicating techniques without conscious effort, making him exceedingly formidable. Kieran has inexplicably lost several of his signature moves to this child, not to mention what others have endured. Yet Kieran does not lack recourse. He still possesses a hidden technique he has yet to unveil, acquired during his travels through the galaxy from a distant planet. It wields tremendous power and serves as one of his trump cards. He is confident that this child cannot possibly counter his move, nor could he learn it simply by observing, for it transcends the conventional understanding of most warriors in the universe. It is not a matter of talent, but rather a concept formed over time, one that few can quickly adapt to that it resembles in forming a 15th century individual, even the most brilliant sage of the time. That the earth is round, would he believe it? Even if he could accept it, he would need considerable time to digest such information. Kieran has ample time to vanquish this troublesome opponent, Petra, 100 times over. Come, let me see what you are capable of. Kieran gazes at his opponent, mere inches away, a rare smile gracing his lips. Years ago, was he not much like this child? Yet, through the trials of time, one must grow and learn to confront challenges. With the sharp whistle of the referee, Best carefully arranged main event. The battle between Petra and Kieran finally commences. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 37. Are you about to lose? At the piercing sound of the whistle, Petra's form suddenly blurs, resembling an old film reel that, as it plays, becomes increasingly garbled until it vanishes entirely. Meanwhile, 10 meters away, Kieran feels a swift leg strike slicing through the air beside his left ear, accompanied by a howling wind, resembling a steel whip aimed directly at him. In a split second, Kieran raises his arm, shielding the side of his head. There's a resounding thud as the arm collides with the whipping leg, producing a deep sound before they rapidly separate. Utilizing the momentum from the previous strike, Petra advances rather than retreating, and without waiting to land, unleashes a flurry of kicks, intertwining with Kieran's barrage of punches. The arena reverberates with intense waves of energy, erupting in a series of explosive sounds, as scorching heat waves surge outward, akin to steam rising in high temperatures, roaring in all directions, in the depths of Petra's unwavering gaze. A flicker of fervor gradually ignited, akin to a fuse that set ablaze the latent power coursing through his veins. The blood within him surged and roiled, as if boiling over, yearning to erupt forth in a volcanic explosion. Jialang stood, momentarily aghast, before this nearly frenzied youth, who seemed to grow ever stronger, his fighting spirit escalating with each passing moment, intensifying amidst the clash of battle. Jialang found himself increasingly strained against Petra's relentless onslaught. Until now, he had only begun to grasp the predicament faced by those warriors who had previously engaged with Petra. This child was not merely an indomitable beast. He was a creature of escalating strength and valor, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. In combat with him, no advantage could guarantee victory. Even the most lethal techniques would prove futile unless one possessed overwhelming power to either incapacitate or eliminate him in a single strike. Otherwise, one would inevitably be overwhelmed by his formidable presence. The notion of defeat before battle stemmed from the loss of spirit at the onset, succumbing to the pressure of the opponent, which made any chance of resurgence nearly impossible. Though Jialang was a warrior in his own right, he understood this truth, acknowledging that if he continued to endure Petra's attacks, he would find himself ensnared in a quagmire, potentially leading to his downfall. He resolved to change his approach. A steely determination flickered across Jialang's visage as he ceased to endure Petra's strikes, propelling himself swiftly towards the heavens. Petra, his expression suddenly serious, pursued him with astonishing speed, surpassing Jialang in mere moments, gaining an elevation that placed him ahead above his opponent. With a swift contraction and extension of his muscular legs, akin to a bow-drawn taut, he unleashed a kick aimed at Jialang's head. The tip of his foot, in its furious encounter with the air, created a dazzling crescent arc, radiant and eerily beautiful. It was an execution of Jialang's own technique, the footblade, in the control room. Best observed with a slight shake of his head, furrowing his brow. This bodes ill. Indeed, a sudden grin spread across Jialang's face, as if he had foreseen this moment, just before Petra's footblade could make contact. Jialang's head jerked back in a quick, unexpected motion. This evasion was both abrupt and perilous, as the elegant footblade grazed past his nose with mere centimeters to spare. In that fleeting moment. As Petra exhausted his previous strength and had yet to summon new energy, Jialang seized the opportunity with impeccable timing. A vortex of energy swirled around him, and with a resounding shout, he unleashed a punch. Petra, devoid of any means of defense, could only watch in horror as Jialang's fist struck his abdomen, an impact akin to a thunderclap, eliciting a guttural cry and a sudden flush upon his face. Yet Jialang's punch was insidiously calculated. While it delivered tremendous force, it was restrained, allowing the energy to explode within Petra's body, inflicting excruciating pain. Those familiar with Dragon Ball know that the might of its warriors is immense, often sending opponents flying hundreds of meters with a single blow. In reality, Bruce Lee's demonstrations of Jeet Kune Do showcased similarly formidable leg strength, capable of propelling a person several meters away. Such feats are thrilling to witness. However, these are mere performances, lacking lethality, as the intricacies of force are profound. When one is struck and sent flying, the force dissipates as the distance increases. In contrast, another type of attack directly impacts the body. The outward appearance may seem unscathed, yet the force penetrates deeply, wreaking havoc on organs and bones. The lethality is immense. To illustrate, it resembles a bomb exploding nearby. One might escape unscathed, but if it detonates within one's body, the resulting force is enough to shred one to pieces. Jialang's punch embodied this principle. delivering a devastating blow to the oblivious Petra, incapacitating him without being fatal. However, after enduring countless trials, could it be that only an ordinary individual stood before him now? Furthermore, this child had repeatedly defied the odds, performing miraculous feats. Jialang could not afford to underestimate him. Therefore, his assault was far from over. He extended his arms, seizing Petra by the neck and yanking him downward. As Petra prepared to struggle, he was met with Jialang's massive knee crashing into his face, the gust of wind preceding it. Instinctively, Petra attempted to shield himself with crossed arms, but the prior assault had left him reeling, every fiber of his being racked with pain, rendering him incapable of gathering strength in such a short span. Consequently, Jialang's knee collided forcefully with Petra's visage, causing the young boy's world to darken. Blood erupting like a burst of blossoms, his body was propelled away by the sheer force, helplessly plummeting towards the ground. Jialang straightened in mid-air, observing the descending Petra with a shake of his head, murmuring he is still too young, lacking in battle experience. Given the current circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, Petra was on the brink of falling outside the arena, thus losing the match, as Petra continued to descend. Poised to leave the confines of the battlefield, Best in the control room frowned slightly, only to relax once more as a blinding light erupted, appearing remarkably timely, just as Petra was about to make contact with the ground. This radiance was the result of Petra mustering his energy, a desperate attack wave born from his brief recovery. While its offensive power was not particularly lethal, the shock wave it generated upon striking the earth was formidable. It resembled the thrust of a rocket launching, where high-pressure gas expelled from the engine creates a counterforce propelling the rocket forward. Petra harnessed this tremendous force to regain altitude, narrowly avoiding the fate of losing the match, then executed a graceful roll, stabilizing himself with one hand on the ground, landing securely back in the arena. Within the arena, a massive screen replayed the thrilling moment of Petra's narrow escape, ensuring every spectator could witness the spectacle. The series of dazzling maneuvers left the remaining audience in awe, their mouths agape before erupting into enthusiastic applause. Even the other competitors who had been closely following the match between Petra and Jialang could not suppress their astonishment. As if witnessing the impossible, the referee had been poised to blow the whistle, declaring Jialang the victor, only to be taken aback by Petra's miraculous return to the fray. For a moment, he stifled the whistle, leading to a fit of severe coughing. Jialang gaped, incredulous at Petra's resurgence, gazing into the child's fervent, unwavering eyes, unable to contain his astonishment. What a remarkable lad! He has returned. It seems I cannot underestimate him. Petra, clutching his abdomen, inhaled deeply, though his insides still throbbed painfully. Yet the strength that Jialang had dissipated was once again coalescing within him. It was as if nothing had transpired, and he stood tall once more, his gaze fixed on the imposing Jialang above, his eyes ablaze with fervor and eagerness. A stubborn child, refusing to relent despite not being fully recovered. This time, I will not grant you another chance. Jialang regarded Petra intently, whispering to himself. In an instant, he accelerated, diving towards Petra like a hawk swooping down upon its prey. Jialang's speed was breathtaking, akin to a flash of fire, leaving behind a clear image of where he once stood. While the scorching air generated by his swift movement approached Petra's face, Peter felt a sudden pressure in his chest, and a vague shadow appeared before him, resembling a heavy weapon sweeping through the air with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a catastrophic landslide or a raging tsunami crashing towards his heart. Bang! In that critical moment, Peter's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest, bracing himself to absorb the impact. From the techniques he had learned from Kieran, it was evident that Kieran possessed exceptional leg strength. His legs, seemingly devoid of flesh and blood, unleashed a force several times greater than that of his fists. This particular kick was further amplified by Kieran's rapid descent, resulting in an attack more powerful than usual. Before Peter could fully recover, he could only muster half of his strength in a desperate attempt to defend himself, which was utterly insufficient. In an instant, he was struck as if by a speeding truck sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. However, Peter's feet remained firmly planted on the ground, making it appear as though he was sliding backward violently, leaving long trails on the solid surface of the arena and kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The air was thick with a scent reminiscent of charred earth. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Kieran's mouth as he kicked Peter away. His foot landing firmly on the ground in a bow stance, he raised one arm high and shouted, a blinding light erupting from his broad palm, radiating with the brilliance of the sun. The great flash cannon. In a booming voice, Kieran flipped his palm, aiming directly at Peter's face. Almost the moment Peter regained his balance, a massive golden beam of light, akin to a divine sword splitting the heavens, tore through the sky, spanning the entire arena with a terrifying force directed towards him. In that blinding brilliance, the spectators found themselves engulfed in chaos, nearly blinded by the shockwave that erupted, unable to discern anything beyond the radiant beam. Kieran's great flash cannon left an indelible mark on every soul present. As a few seconds passed, and their vision gradually returned, the audience was astonished to see that the basketball court-sized arena had been cleaved in two by Kieran's attack, a deep and wide trench stretching all the way to the other side. However, what shocked them even more was that at the trench's end, Peter stood firmly at the edge of the arena, despite the ground beneath him having collapsed under the immense pressure. Yet, Peter remained resolute, defiantly facing Kieran, showing no signs of yielding. Most were bewildered, clearly unaware of the events that had transpired in that brief moment. With only a select few, including the technologically advanced best, grasping the full scope of the situation, in truth, Kieran's great flash cannon had not even managed to strike Peter, as the young boy had swiftly unleashed a shockwave to counter Kieran's attack. Although Peter's shockwave lacked the grandeur of Kieran's, it was sustained in energy, enabling him to withstand the force of the great flash cannon, extricating himself from peril once more. Kieran and Peter faced each other from a distance, their expressions darkening. Kieran was slightly breathless after unleashing his great flash cannon, while the tenacious boy before him exhibited no signs of fatigue, appearing as vigorous and sprightly as ever. This was an authenticity that could not be feigned. It meant that Peter had not expended much energy thus far. Aside from the initial surprise of Kieran's attack, he seemed to have sustained little damage. Damn it! What kind of monster is this boy? No matter how I strike him, he remains unfazed. He truly invincible. At this point, there was no alternative. I fear I must resort to my ultimate move. Kieran contemplated, while Peter boldly approached him, halting 5 or 6 meters away, tilting his head slightly with a hint of regret as he gazed at Kieran, and spoke. "You are formidable, managing to inflict such damage upon me, a worthy opponent, indeed. However, you are no match for me now." Kieran regarded the child before him, who appeared so earnest, yet he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. His lips twitched slightly before he finally replied. "That was merely a warm-up. Now, I shall unleash my full-powered—" "Oh!" Peter's eyes lit up with excitement, the warrior spirit within him igniting once more. Fixing his gaze on the serious-faced Kieran, he uttered a statement that was both humorous and earnest. "I await your onslaught. Unleash whatever techniques you possess not disappoint me, this moment." Peter's seemingly Navi words echoed the Saiyan's innate arrogance and pride was not only him. In fact, all Saiyans depicted in the Dragon Ball saga carried such near-arrogant confidence. Including the story's protagonist, Son Goku. A particularly ironic instance was when Vegeta emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time, effortlessly defeating the second form of Cell, fully capable of eliminating him. Yet, in his arrogance, he allowed Cell to absorb Android 18 to compare their strengths. Trunks even resorted to attacking his father to prevent this foolish decision. However, among the Saiyans, the most powerful, obsessive, and deranged was Broly from the films. This legendary Super Saiyan, though mentally flawed and extremely violent, exuded immense confidence and pride that he perished twice due to his excessive self-assurance, losing opportunities to eliminate Goku and his son, Vegeta, ultimately falling to their hands despite being vastly stronger. The Saiyan's confidence, flamboyance, and pride were vividly exemplified in him. Now, Kieran could see that same confidence and flamboyance reflected in Peter's eyes. However, unlike Broly's disdain for all, Peter's desire was to battle strong opponents, seeking to sharpen himself through combat and grow stronger. This ambition mirrored that of Son Goku in the Dragon Ball narrative. Observing the child's fervent and passionate gaze, Kieran took a deep breath. Placing his fist at his waist, slowly lowering his center of gravity into a stance that he regarded Peter intently and suddenly spoke. "If you strike now, you still have a chance to win. Once I unleash my full power, you will have no opportunity left." Peter, adopting a battle stance, replied earnestly, "Unleash your full strength. I am ready. Good lad. You are an exceptional warrior." Kieran closed his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead, emitting a low growl akin to a beast. Suddenly, the fabric of his upper body tore apart without warning, a tremendous wave of energy erupting from him, cascading outward like a cataclysm. At that moment, anyone equipped with devices to measure combat power was horrified to see their detectors flashing wildly, displaying energy readings fluctuating uncontrollably, escalating in a manner that defied belief. Most detectors could not withstand the overload, resulting in a series of faint explosions that rendered them useless. However, a select few advanced devices managed to endure the rapid computations, leaving their owners in sheer terror as they witnessed the staggering numbers rising beyond their limits, causing them to scream in disbelief. Combat power, 140,000? This is impossible. The machine must be broken. It has to be faulty. Damn it, what is happening? Unbelievable. That guy has surpassed 160,000. The power is still increasing. Has he been concealing his true strength all along? Bang! Some individuals take matters into their own hands, violently crushing their own detectors, shouting in a fit of nerves. The machine is malfunctioning, or perhaps something is interfering. I refuse to believe the numbers displayed here. When rigid thinking is ruthlessly shattered, it inevitably impacts these individuals' emotions, delivering a profound psychological blow. Many of them may have descended from generations of warriors, having fought valiantly throughout their lives, taking immense pride in their lineage. Yet, when someone suddenly informs them that their methods of combat have been fundamentally flawed and that they can effortlessly enhance their fighting prowess through an alternative approach, how would they react? Initially, disbelief prevails. But as others present irrefutable evidence, dismantling the long-held beliefs before their very eyes, stripping away their most cherished illusions, they find themselves exposed and vulnerable to the harsh reality. This sensation is far more intense than any physical assault and is beyond what the average person can endure. In contrast, the onlookers who grasp the underlying principles find themselves bewildered, gazing at the agitated fighters and pondering. What is happening? Why such a commotion? Within the control room, Best's face mirrored astonishment, as if he had been struck unexpectedly, leaving him utterly dazed. Yet, this shock quickly transformed into exhilaration, an overwhelming excitement. He was convinced that this was the very knowledge he had longed to acquire, the subject he was eager to explore. However, the concept of ki, its essence, and how to harness it remained vaguely defined, even within the narratives of Dragon Ball. Son Gohan once remarked while teaching his future wife, Mr. Satan's daughter Videl, that ki is likely what ordinary people refer to as power. Yet, how to articulate this notion eluded even Gohan, a well-read and knowledgeable hybrid Saiyan, who could be considered a scholar and a warrior. Best, on the other hand, resembled a researcher. It seemed that all the innate combat talents of Saiyan had been channeled into his scholarly pursuits, rendering him a genius in his own right. Yet, to expect him to delve into the nature of ki without any prior information, to grasp its principles independently, would be akin to a blind man attempting to discern an elephant. Utterly futile. Now, however, Jiren presented him with an opportunity to dissect this phenomenon thoroughly, to augment his faction's power. How could he possibly let this slip away? In an instant, as realization struck, Best urged those around him, "Quick! Connect to the supercomputer. I must uncover the nature of this damn ki." Under the immense temptation posed by Jiren, Best found it difficult to maintain his composure, his expression revealing eagerness, impulsiveness, and an insatiable curiosity. This shift in demeanor left the staff, accustomed to his calm and collected nature, momentarily stunned, their faces contorting in bewilderment. Nevertheless, spurred by Best's urgency, they diligently resumed their work, their fingers flying over the keyboard. Preparing to analyze everything recently recorded with the supercomputer's formidable processing capabilities that on the arena floor, Petla's expression mirrored Beth's fervor, driven by a desire to confront a formidable opponent. Once again, Jiren ignited this longing within him, causing him to become agitated, despite his ignorance of ki and lack of a power detector. The blood coursing through Petla's veins instinctively sensed the strength and terror emanating from Jiren, causing his muscles to swell uncontrollably. He felt a burgeoning energy within him, increasing in intensity with each heartbeat, as though it might burst forth at any moment. Suddenly, Petla erupted in a golden aura, enveloping his entire being. The ground beneath him seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure he exuded, fracturing violently and creating numerous wide fissures that spread outward. "Come on, I'm ready," Petla shouted at Jiren, his expression no longer calm, but rather one of a terrifying, trembling frenzy. At such a moment, he had managed to break through. Truly a monstrous feat. However, the disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere bravado. Jiren silently mused, as Petla's soaring power finally plateaued at 190,000 in every aspect, whether speed or strength. Petla fell drastically short of Jiren. Given the circumstances, Petla's quest to triumph over Jiren was nothing short of a Sisyphean task. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 40. The Disparity in Strength, Part 2. The atmosphere in the arena was stifling, suffocating. Every gaze was fixed upon Jiren, filled with eagerness, confusion, envy, and an undeniable undercurrent of jealousy. Taking a deep breath, Jiren abruptly opened his eyes, unleashing a potent, violent surge of energy that erupted forth like a tempest, akin to a mountain torrent. Amidst this chaos, fragments of stone the size of millstones were swept along, crashing toward Petla like a tidal wave. The chaotic storm obscured Petla's vision, rendering his surroundings hazy, and he found himself involuntarily retreating against the relentless wind. Seizing the opportunity, Jiren launched his attack. With a single step, he traversed a distance of 10 meters, appearing before Petla as if a high-speed train had just passed, leaving a lingering illusion in its wake. He then raised his arm, clenched his fist, and struck. Each movement flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed countless times, parting the chaotic air with an unstoppable momentum as he barreled toward Petla. Petla instinctively sensed an immense force converging upon him. Though it was merely a punch, its magnitude surpassed that of Jiren's previous kick, overwhelming Petla with its intensity. Reluctantly, he stepped back and crouched low, narrowly evading the powerful blow that grazed his scalp. Before Petla could regain his footing, Jiren's massive knee collided forcefully with him. Regrettably, this attack also proved futile, as Petla reacted with remarkable speed, pressing his hands against Jiren's knee like a dragonfly, skimming the surface of water. Using Jiren's own force to propel himself upwards, akin to a missile launched from a platform, reaching great heights in the blink of an eye. This little brat possesses remarkable reflexes even under such circumstances, Jiren thought, his brow slightly furrowed. Just as he prepared to pursue Petla, the sky suddenly illuminated, and a colossal beam of light materialized, reminiscent of a divine sword cleaving the heavens, casting a blinding radiance across the sky and crashing down with ferocity. "What? The great flash cannon!" Jiren exclaimed, incredulous as he beheld the golden beam descending from above, a shiver running through him. This was one of his most prized techniques, and he was acutely aware of its immense power. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The Great Flash Cannon, among energy attacks, was known for its rapid speed and tremendous destructive capacity, ranking among the most formidable. Yet it had its drawbacks. It could only be sustained for 6 or 7 seconds at most, after which the user would feel fatigued, rendering further use difficult. Consequently, this technique demanded precise control of ki, power output, and meticulous execution, requirements that Jiren himself had only mastered after countless trials to his astonishment. This young boy, Petla, had managed to learn a technique that Jiren had painstakingly developed over a long period, relying solely on his innate talent without any understanding of how to manipulate ki. This realization instilled in Jiren a profound sense of defeat. The true combat genius stood before him, while his own talents paled in comparison, akin to the gulf between the mundane and the enlightened. Nevertheless, Jiren's reflections were short-lived. For given the current circumstances, no matter how exceptional Petra's talent or insight, he could not possibly bridge the gap between them in such a brief time, in the face of absolute power. All efforts would be in vain, unless Petra could masterfully wield his own ki to amplify his physical capabilities. Otherwise, his dreams of turning the tide were nothing but a fantastical delusion. Let me bring this to an end. Kieran extended his hands, firmly gripping the end of the golden light column, allowing the formidable energy of the great flash cannon to press him towards the edge of the arena. Then, with a sudden roar, he thrust his arms forward, causing the golden light beam unleashed by Petra to disperse like a fleeting meteor. Remarkably, Kieran employed the technique of overwhelming force to shatter the attack before the devastating power of the great flash cannon could fully manifest. Petra, with his hands clasped in a gesture of determination, clearly intended to launch another assault, but Kieran would not allow him such an opportunity. In a swift movement, he appeared before Petra, driving an elbow into the side of the diminutive creature's face. This time, the strike landed with precision, and a surge of warmth erupted from Petra's nostrils, mingling with the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. Yet before Kieran could relish his success, Petra, undeterred, entwined himself around Kieran's elbow, clamping his legs around the warrior's waist, and retaliated with a fierce punch to Kieran's jaw. The force of the blow was substantial, leaving the cold-hearted fighter momentarily dazed. As Kieran regained his senses, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Petra seized a moment to unleash a flurry of punches into his midsection. "Get off me!" Kieran bellowed in fury, attempting to dislodge Petra, but the little fiend had suddenly become slippery and agile. No longer stubbornly resisting, like a nimble monkey, he darted around Kieran, striking with rapid punches and claws, leaving Kieran at a loss for a countermeasure. In the control room, Best observed Petra being thoroughly subdued, his injuries mounting while his counterattacks grew increasingly feeble. Anxiety crept into his voice as he inquired, "What's the status? Have we analyzed the data yet?" Next to a massive machine, several technicians were sweating profusely as they manipulated the intricate controls. "We're almost there, but it may take a few more minutes to fully decode," one of them replied. "How much longer?" Best's brows furrowed as he pressed his palms hard against the control panel. Leaving imprints on the steel surface, he gazed intently at Petra, who was locked in a desperate struggle with Kieran, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "My goal has been achieved. Even if Petra loses this match, he will still grow stronger. Yet, with his stubborn nature, will he ever concede defeat? It seems unlikely. Saiyans are born with such tenacity, and I cannot alter that. But waiting a few more minutes could allow Kieran to finish him off several times over." In frustration, Best abruptly lifted his head, a surge of psychic energy pouring forth like mercury. He fixated on the large screen in the control room, observing Petra's resolute gaze, and sighed, "Petra, listen, you may as well remove that garment you're wearing." Kieran, being a super warrior with a combat power of 190,000, held a clear advantage over the former Yuri. Now that he had seized control of the battlefield, he would not be easily caught off guard by Petra's almost reckless tactics. After a brief moment of disarray, Kieran quickly devised a counter-strategy. His chest heaved, expanding and contracting like a balloon being inflated and deflated, and every pore on his body seemed to open wide. "Get down," Kieran shouted, unleashing a violent aura that enveloped him like a raging inferno. In an instant, the tranquil sky appeared to be struck by a massive bomb, erupting with a tremendous explosion amidst the clouds. Petra was momentarily blinded, as if struck by a colossal hammer to the chest, and was launched backward by the sheer force of the impact. The power was so overwhelming that blood oozed from his orifices like serpents escaping. His body was marred with wounds, flesh torn and battered, leaving little unscathed. In truth, Kieran's technique was quite simple, one that many characters in the Dragon Ball universe could utilize, and it was particularly common among Saiyans in combat. Essentially, it was an explosion of energy that radiated outward, resembling a layer of flame. This represented the Dragon Ball warriors' indomitable spirit and formidable energy, serving to enhance their strength and defensive capabilities to some extent. Such energy releases were frequent during battles, far from being esoteric techniques that if one were to consider it, even the golden aura that Petra had previously unleashed was similar. However, Petra lacked the understanding of energy control and could not utilize it effectively. His aura was merely a primitive expression of energy surplus, a release to alleviate internal pressure. Aside from its aesthetic appeal, it had little practical use. Yet Kieran's ability to generate a massive explosion from this outward energy not only propelled Petra away, but also inflicted considerable harm. Demonstrating Kieran's impressive mastery over energy control, he had likely reached a level of finesse that allowed him to manipulate energy with ease, a skill that could only be described as exceptional. Such an individual should never be underestimated. Though Petra had been blasted several meters away and was visibly wounded, fatigue creeping into his stamina, his spirit remained unyielded, his eyes glinting with determination as he fixed his gaze on Kieran. This unnerved Kieran, as it felt as though the balance of power had shifted, with the diminutive adversary now holding the upper hand. Suddenly, Petra raised an eyebrow and seized the collar of Kieran's peculiar vest, evoking an ominous premonition in Kieran. Acting on instinct, he swiftly dodged to the side of Petra's body, delivering a knee strike that forcefully impacted Petra's abdomen, halting the boy's impending action. Petra doubled over in response, his body bending like a shrimp. With a swift motion, Kieran grasped Petra's disheveled yet upright black hair and unleashed a barrage of punches upon him, each strike resonating with the weight of a blacksmith hammer pounding on red-hot iron, steady. Robust and powerful, yet capable of causing internal devastation. "I don't wish to kill you, boy. Just admit defeat," Kieran declared, gripping the child's head tightly as he witnessed Petra's relentless struggle, a flicker of compassion stirring within him. Upon hearing Kieran's words, Petra's body stiffened momentarily before convulsing with rage. He lifted his gaze, not with gratitude or resignation, but with a fierce expression brimming with brutality, malice, and defiance. It was a countenance Kieran had never encountered before, one that sent a shiver down his spine, awakening in him a primal fear of death. "How dare you look down upon me?" Petra growled, his voice low and menacing, his eyes blazing crimson as Kieran's fist descended. Petra effortlessly caught it, halting its advance with ease, defying the full force of Kieran's strike, which had been fueled by his combat power of 190,000. What? Kieran gasped in disbelief, only to be startled by Petra's sudden surge of ferocity. Before he could recover from the shock, a searing pain shot through him, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, as Petra's grip crushed Kieran's fist, rendering it nearly useless. In that instant, Petra's metallic vest erupted with arcs of electricity. As if unable to withstand the pressure, it violently exploded. Kieran trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stared in disbelief at Petra, shocked by the transformation he witnessed. Indeed, the perceptive Kieran, adept at sensing fluctuations in the energy within others, had already discerned that in the briefest of moments, Petra's aura had surged dramatically, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, multiplying several times over. It had surpassed his own, evidently reaching a level capable of effortlessly vanquishing him. In the arena, the previously spared combat power detectors met a similar fate, shattering unexpectedly and leaving their owners stunned, collectively gasping in astonishment. Yet none were privy to the cause of this upheaval. Nonetheless, they could still feel the terrifying pressure emanating from Petra, reminiscent of towering mountains shrouded in an abyss. Under this suffocating weight, they lacked even the courage to raise their heads. These warriors, typically brimming with arrogance and confidence, now trembled uncontrollably like a drenched fowl, their bodies soaked in sweat, teetering on the brink of collapse. Overwhelmed by the dreadful aura radiating from Petra, the fury of the Saiyans had finally erupted. How infuriating it was, knowing that an alternative approach could have sufficed. Now, having unleashed the majority of his power, he succumbed to his primal instincts, spiraling into madness devoid of reason. One could only hope that Petra would endure and not devolve into a monstrous being like Broly, a creature lost in the vortex of destruction, unable to extricate himself from the chaos. Otherwise, Best, observing Petra's sudden reversal of fortune in the arena, found no joy in the spectacle. His heart was heavy with the foreboding he had long feared. The awakening of the Saiyan was indeed a formidable force, a sentiment that resonates deeply with all. During the Frieza saga of the Dragon Ball narrative, Goku's wrath was ignited by the brutal murder of his longtime friend and comrade Krillin, propelling him beyond the limits of an ordinary Saiyan to become the first Super Saiyan born from their ranks. Similarly, in the subsequent Cell saga, Gohan's pent-up anger, triggered by the poignant words and subsequent demise of Android 16, unleashed his immense potential as a hybrid of Earthling and pure Saiyan, surpassing all Z fighters in the Cell games and momentarily driving the seemingly invincible Cell to the brink of despair. Of course, the fury of the Saiyans is not solely the domain of the Super Saiyan. Even those who have yet to attain such heights can be terrifying when enraged. Take Bardock, for instance, the legendary father of Goku, who, after witnessing the deaths of 4 comrades and suffering grievous wounds from Dodoria's ambush, resolutely returned to planet Vegeta, intent on rallying his fellow Saiyans against their foes. Yet, none believed him. In his despair, Bardock single-handedly challenged the cosmic tyrant Frieza, and though he ultimately perished alongside planet Vegeta, his courage and resolve were unparalleled among Saiyan warriors. He epitomized the essence of a warrior, a lone fighter who battled to the very end. If the fury of ordinary Saiyans is formidable, one can only imagine the wrath of the legendary Super Saiyan. Although Petra's current power level does not qualify him for that esteemed title, he is not even a standard Super Saiyan. Underestimating him would be a grave error. To draw an imperfect analogy, if Super Saiyans, including Goku, are likened to stable chemical compounds in a laboratory, then Petra and Broly represent volatile, explosive substances left exposed to the elements. Since birth, Petra has never confronted the true extent of his power. Instead, he has been burdened by his ever-growing strength, leading him to become increasingly reticent, even questioning his own abilities, despite Best's grand efforts to assemble a majority of elite fighters from the Agilas to stage this so-called power struggle. None have succeeded in fully compelling Petra to unleash his true might. As a result, he himself remains unaware of his own strength, engaging in battles merely to find solace and prove to his brother that he is not a failure. This is a truth even Best is oblivious to. However, when Petra was ultimately defeated by Kieran, who far surpassed him in apparent strength, and faced the grim reality of his loss, the resilient Petra was unexpectedly met with Kieran's sympathy, who urged him to concede and cease his futile struggle. This was the catalyst that ignited Petra's fury, akin to a powder keg being lit, awakening his latent ferocity and unleashing all his might. In that moment, he was devoid of reason, consumed by primal instincts, and driven by a desire for destruction, embodying the true essence of a Saiyan warrior capable of fully embracing and mastering the overwhelming power of his own body. Now, Kieran faces a Petra transformed into a savage, bloodthirsty, and uncontrollable force, incited by Kieran's unwitting words that in this moment, Kieran finally comprehends the magnitude of the so-called monster before him. Unable to suppress his fear, he struck out wildly, attempting to kick Petra away, or at the very least, create some distance between them, for the terrifying energy radiating from Petra had utterly shattered Kieran's psychological defenses, leaving him bereft of confidence to continue the fight. Amidst the fierce winds, a stout, powerful leg sliced through the air like a scythe, tearing apart the atmosphere and cleaving through all obstacles in its path, reminiscent of an impending avalanche, evoking a sense of insurmountable force. A series of explosive sounds erupted, a testament to Kieran's kick exceeding the speed of sound, compressing the air before it to produce thunderous detonations. Yet, even in the face of such a terrifying assault, Petra did not so much as blink, that he merely raised his head coolly and delivered a punch. This seemingly mundane strike came with a latent ferocity, colliding forcefully with Kieran's foot. Instantly, a powerful gust erupted, sending waves of energy rippling outward from the two combatants, resembling a torrential downpour. With a crack, Petra's unadorned yet overwhelmingly powerful punch shattered Kieran's leg bone. The tremendous force surged from Kieran's injured limb, unleashing an excruciating pain akin to having flesh and bones stripped away, nearly rendering the stalwart warrior unconscious. This was the very force Kieran had previously employed against Petra, now returned with even greater intensity. At that moment, Kieran gasped in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow, as he stared incredulously at the terrifying youth standing before him. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the situation, his mouth twitching with bitter realization as he murmured. So that acid, I should have seen it all along. The individual behind the Western Desert Base truly played a cunning game, provoking all of Agila's factions to draw attention to you and inadvertently become instruments to unleash your latent potential. How ironic that they, embroiled in their own conflicts, remained oblivious to being manipulated, failing to uncover any information about you, while their dispatched warriors were systematically eliminated by you or compelled to turn against one another, exacerbating their pre-existing tensions as your strength gradually emerged. Even if those factions sensed something amiss, they were powerless to intervene. Your original plan must have been to wait until this so-called power struggle concluded, at which point you would fully unleash your strength, allowing you to stand toe-to-toe with Agila's 3 greatest warriors and claim your rightful place among them, carving a significant piece from this grand pie. And we, the neutral warriors lured by the prospect of rewards, were merely targets for your elimination or bribery. Am I mistaken? While Kieran's assessment held a degree of accuracy, he overlooked one crucial point, given Petra's astonishing potential and the accumulated strength within the base. Did Best truly need to share with those decaying factions? Best had never contemplated retaining those avaricious individuals. In his eyes, anyone who obstructed his ambitions deserved to perish. Moreover, Kieran had misguidedly chosen the wrong audience. Speaking such words to a Saiyan on the brink of losing his sanity was akin to casting pearls before swine. Thus, upon Kieran's conclusion, Petra had already approached him, gripping his neck and coldly declaring, "You have lost. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 43. A technique similar to the Namekian. You have lost." Though merely 3 simple words, they rendered Kieran, who had resigned himself to death, momentarily speechless. After an extended pause without receiving the fatal blow, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at Petra, this seemingly legendary figure reminiscent of a demonic deity. His lips twitched slightly, yet no words escaped him, for in such an environment and atmosphere, he found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was widen his eyes, gazing blankly at this formidable madman before him, but a torrent of thoughts and confusions surged within him, ultimately morphing into a long-standing question that plagued his mind. What manner of person was this child? At that moment, a glimmer of crimson appeared in the distant sky, heralding the setting sun and the transition from day to night. If one were to listen closely, they could hear the howling winds from the depths of the desert. Fierce and unyielding, akin to the child before him, seemingly young and frail, yet brimming with boundless fighting spirit and an almost fanatical resolve. As long as the flame of his life remained alight and his enemies had yet to be vanquished, he would relentlessly fight on, undeterred by pain, until one of them felt that it was a brutal reality, yet it resonated profoundly with the iron-fisted nature and destiny of an exceptional warrior. Fight after fight, waves of enemies awaited, with no end in sight. An eternal struggle until death. Perhaps this encapsulated the tragic life of a valiant warrior. Under the remnants of the sunset, Kieran could distinctly see the myriad crimson scars and bloodstains adorning Petra's face and body, along with streaks of dust that marred his appearance. Yet, what captivated attention most were those eyes that perpetually shimmered with brilliance, confidence, and defiance, oblivious to the concept of surrender. In that moment, the madness and brutality swirling in the child's gaze began to dissipate, reverting him to a state prior to his fury, resilient and stubborn, yet tinged with a hint of confusion that seemed even he himself was unaware of the tumultuous events that had just transpired. So was that crystal pendant. The sacred artifact revered by the Bladder race indeed possessed extraordinary properties, capable of dispelling negative emotions. That was a pity that such a mysterious magical creation was beyond the grasp of the technology one currently wielded. Otherwise, the conundrum surrounding the Saiyans' inherent ferocity and propensity for losing their sanity, transforming into rampaging beasts, could have been easily resolved that in the control room, Best, who had initially prepared to employ some special measures, sank back into his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the relaxation of his mood, he suddenly felt an itch upon his scalp, instinctively reaching up to brush his smooth head, only to find it damp with sweat, catching him off guard. Unbeknownst to him, he had been perspiring profusely all along. Naturally, as Petra's negative emotions were alleviated by the Blada crystal pendant, the extreme persona that governed all his strength rapidly faded away. Leaving no trace behind, it could be said that it arrived swiftly and departed even more so. Kieran could sense the shift within Petra. Although his inflated energy had not diminished, there was an odd feeling about it. Even the strength of the hand that gripped his neck became inconsistent, alternating between heavy and light, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse, as if to torment him, allowing him to savor the sensations of suffocation and agony before his demise. However, Kieran discerned that there was no need for Petra to engage in such antics. He keenly perceived that this child seemed unable to master his own power. Having lost control, it appeared he could no longer achieve the perfect state of effortless command he had displayed in his frenzy. I understand now that if I were to counterattack at this moment, the odds of turning the tide would exceed 70%. However, in truth, after being defeated by Petra, Kieran had sustained only a single injured leg. Though this somewhat hindered his combat capabilities, he was not entirely devoid of the ability to retaliate. At the very least, he still retained most of his energy. This body, containing a battle power of 190,000, could unleash its full potential without reservation, sufficient to obliterate the entirety of Agilas, reducing it to cosmic dust. It could be asserted that should he strike now, Kieran possessed a significant chance of victory. Even the possibility of slaying Petra would not be far-fetched. However, he was ultimately confronting an entity that defied conventional understanding, one that had already manifested far too many miracles, and no one could guarantee what surprises might yet unfold. He had been sufficiently awed by Petra, leaving him with little energy to contend with such a veritable monster. Thus, he swallowed hard, ultimately refraining from further action, and instead forced a wry smile, uttering, "I have lost." Upon speaking those words, Kieran distinctly observed a faint smile blossom on the child's typically aloof visage. Though subtle, it was indeed a smile. In the presence of this child's innocent grin, the bitterness on Kieran's face softened considerably. He felt the grip on his neck loosen, prompting him to move his neck in silence as he descended. Regardless of the circumstances, he had undeniably been defeated, and by a child at that. Had someone suggested such a preposterous notion beforehand, he would have never believed it. He finally grasped a profound truth. Within the realm of the strong, there exist even stronger individuals. There is always a higher peak to scale. One must never underestimate anyone, even if they are merely an elder or a child at that moment. The supercomputer was nearing the conclusion of its analysis regarding Kieran's control over his energy to enhance his combat prowess. As a large optical image materialized before Best, even his typically composed mind was momentarily shaken, prompting him to exclaim, "What?" This is akin to the method Moure employed when compressing his internal energy in a bid to self-destruct. A staff member, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, raised his head and spoke in a weary tone. "Yes, sir. They employ the same principle. However, this contestant named Kieran has achieved an astonishing level of control over his internal energy, almost capable of compressing and unleashing it at will. Yet his body lacks the requisite strength to withstand excessive energy, thus he can only maintain it around 190,000. Any more could lead to bodily collapse and explosion. In fact, according to the supercomputer's analysis, should he further compress his energy to its limits, the battle power he could unleash in an instant could reach an astonishing 300,000, sufficient to obliterate all of Agilas in a heartbeat. As he spoke, an unmistakable fear flickered across the staff member's face, as though he could already envision the cataclysmic scene of Agilas's destruction. However, in such a case, he would not survive either, Best added nonchalantly. Lowering his head as he mused, "It appears that Kieran's methodology far surpasses my initial expectations. The Kaioken that Sun Wukong learned from the KO seems to follow a similar principle." Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 44, The Ruler of Agilas. Fengdu, a magnificent metropolis, a culmination of generations of labor, constructed from countless towering steel structures arranged in grand formations. It presented a rugged and unrefined visage, resembling a colossal titan that stood defiantly amidst the vast, sandy expanse of Agilas. Conquering the barren land with an indomitable spirit, It miraculously flourished, evolving into the awe-inspiring scale that left onlookers breathless. This was not merely a visual feast. It elevated the spirit, resonating with the steel giant in a subtle harmony, delivering an immense impact to every newcomer, etching indelible memories in their minds. Moreover, this colossal steel city served as the economic and commercial hub of Agilas, housing over 40% of its populace. Countless merchants, adventurers, and warriors flocked from across the cosmos, invariably choosing this locale for their initial descent, procuring supplies, exchanging goods, and indulging in lavish expenditures to reward themselves. The economic development of Agilas has had an exceedingly significant impact. According to incomplete statistics, during peak hours, the population flow of this super city can exceed 1 billion daily, sometimes even surpassing the total population movement of other regions in Agilas. Of course, this prosperity comes at a cost. It was the extraordinary Lord Jabber who rose to power with astonishing speed, employing iron-fisted measures to consolidate the various factions rampant in Agilas, compelling them to sign a resolution to cease internal strife and unite against external threats. The newly formed alliance then asserted itself dominantly in Fengdu, weaving together the myriad powers that had once occupied Agilas into a cohesive entity, thereby fortifying the planet's defense system to a nearly impregnable state. Even the ever-avaricious Kurds, who had long coveted this planet, could only harbor silent resentment, refraining from rash actions for fear of disrupting this intricate web of relations and provoking the discontent of the cosmic merchants with whom they had long traded, potentially incurring immeasurable losses. Thus, the 30 years during which Jabber emerged as the supreme leader of the Alliance marked a glorious epoch for both Agilas and this steel city, that he guided the people of Agilas towards prosperity, bringing peace and affluence, even though beneath this veneer of tranquility lay unresolved tensions and undercurrents. Nevertheless, during this period, the common folk indeed enjoyed a good life, living securely as individuals without the dread of being caught in the relentless conflicts of the factions. Displaced from their homes, they no longer feared that a shockwave could descend from the skies, sending their families to the abyss. Consequently, they revered Jabber, the illustrious and great ruler, hoping he would continue to govern in this manner indefinitely. It can be said that Jabber held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the people of Agilas. In certain areas, the fervor born of pure personal adulation even elevated Jabber to a divine status, transforming him into a deity that the locals felt compelled to worship. This aspect of Jabber's wisdom, beyond mere military might, is what truly set him apart. When this large multitude of suffering citizens, fervently devoted to their own struggles, finally broke free from the shackles imposed upon them, no longer coerced or exploited by the various factions, they could swiftly develop and strengthen themselves, gradually becoming staunch supporters of his reign. Over the course of 30 years, Jabber's initial aspirations indeed materialized. His subjects upheld him, the populace adored him, and the other factions feared him, and no one could ever shake his position as the sovereign of the Alliance. Even the most powerful, brutal, and fearsome leader of the malevolent forces in the northern galaxy had to exercise restraint in his presence. This contentment with the circumstances led him to indulge in the pleasures of power, gradually fostering an air of arrogance. 30 years is ample time for a person to undergo significant transformation. Even one with an extended lifespan cannot withstand the corruptive effects of time. Jabber remained the same Jabber, yet his heart had long ceased to possess the lofty ambitions it once held. Now, Jabber had aged. The heart of the steel city stood a conical structure, encircled by towering skyscrapers, rising majestically from a massive peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. Akin to a celestial ladder bridging the gap between heaven and earth from a distance, it appeared grand and magnificent. This edifice served as both the office and residence of the paramount ruler of the Alliance, representing the most significant symbolic architecture of all Agilas, much like the Eiffel Tower in Paris or the Sphinx in Egypt, in a broader sense. This structure represented Jabber, the king who had reigned over this land for more than 30 years. To the ordinary residents of Fengdu, this building was shrouded in mystery and sanctity, resembling a sacred mountain governed by divine forces, inviolable and revered. Yet today, the once sacred site in their hearts was enveloped in a pall of gloom. The atmosphere heavy as if it had solidified, leaving one breathless. The grand hall, adorned in pure white complemented by a deep red carpet, lacked flamboyant colors. Jabber sat regally upon a wide throne, surveying the few individuals prostrated before him, slowly inquiring, what matter has caused such alarm? Under Jabber's gaze, the assembly felt a chilling wind sweep through, akin to a sharp, cold blade gliding against their skin, provoking involuntary shivers as goosebumps erupted across their bodies. A warrior with white hair and blue skin, strikingly handsome by earthly standards, lifted his head, placing his left hand over his heart in a gesture of respect toward their sovereign, addressing him with reverence. My lord. Dr. Leak reports that the super detector in the palace has detected several powerful energy reactions from the western direction. The most significant reaction seems to have reached 57 watts. His revelation elicited gasps of shock from all present, even causing Jabber's countenance to shift. However, before he could respond, a diminutive figure, who had consistently appeared as a devout follower beside Jabber's throne, sprang forth, his voice shrill as he exclaimed, "Nonsense! That is utterly impossible. Clearly, your machine has malfunctioned. How could such a ridiculous occurrence happen? Do you presume that the elites dispatched by my lord and the energy detectors positioned throughout Agilas are worthless? That we would remain oblivious to such a powerful entity infiltrating Agilas? You ought to expedite the repairs of the super detector instead of reporting such ludicrous machine failures, disrupting my lord's repose. This is nothing short of outrageous and nefarious." This barrage of accusations incensed everyone, their expressions darkening as the scientists, who had been poised to deliver their findings, erupted in vehement rebuttals. Even the earlier warrior glared angrily at the Cambatrian beside the throne, who had incited this turmoil. Feelings of disgust brewing within him, he declared loudly, "My lord, we have remained loyal to you for over 30 years, never once faltering. Yet this Cambatrian, since joining your side, has contributed nothing but malice, tarnishing your loyal subjects and subjecting us to unjust treatment. We implore you to execute this treacherous fiend and restore our honor." Others, who had long suffered under the bitter tongue of this Cambatrian, joined in the clamor, demanding Jabber's justice against this insidious figure. Yet, they failed to notice Jabber's countenance darkening, teetering on the brink of fury. The Cambatrian, realizing the backlash from his words, felt panic swell within him. He had not anticipated that his instinctive remark would incite such vehement resistance. Those loyalists, emboldened by their long-standing service, united against him, and in his fear, he fell to his knees before Jabber, eager to swear fealty in the name of the great god Abagon, only to be hurled away by a gust of wind, crashing heavily against the white granite wall, nearly rendering him unconscious. In his dazed state, he vaguely heard a voice, filled with fury yet commanding respect, bellow, "Enough! Look at what you have all become. Are you still the elite under my command?" Jabber's chest heaved violently, a clear indication of his anger. Time had eroded the king's zeal and passion, replacing decisiveness with suspicion and indecision, typical of many rulers in their twilight years, craving flattery and becoming unpredictable. Yet this did not signify a loss of discernment. His wisdom still fueled his intellect, enabling him to make astute judgments. Suddenly, a tremendous aura erupted from the decaying ruler, reminding all present that Jabber was still Jabber, the king of Agilas, the soul of the alliance, renowned as the mightiest man in all Agilas. "Leak, you speak," Jabber commanded, his once dulled gaze regaining its sharpness and clarity, akin to a majestic eagle fixating on its prey. His eyes roamed the assembly before pausing briefly on the most agitated warrior, then swiftly alighting upon a diminutive elder. He spoke, his expression impassive. "Rest assured, everyone, in no more than 5 chapters, the story I am crafting will officially align with the Dragon Ball narrative. By that time, the plot is bound to be far more thrilling than it is now." Dr. Like is a diminutive figure, sporting a wrinkled visage and sparse facial hair, giving him an appearance that is both aged and unkempt. This peculiar appearance makes it quite evident that he hails from the Ha'in people. However, this Dr. Like is not only the earliest indigenous inhabitant of the planet Agilas, but he's also one of the most distinguished scientists on this world and a steadfast supporter of Jabber. exhibiting unwavering loyalty to him, a fact that is beyond dispute. Upon hearing the news, this seemingly simple-minded old man gradually rose, trembling as he made his way to a corner of the palace to press a concealed button. Suddenly, the brightly lit hall was plunged into darkness as an enormous screen descended slowly from the ceiling. My lord. The situation is as follows. Initially, we followed your instructions to utilize super detectors to investigate possible hiding places for Yuri, so we could relay information to Lord Gauss at any moment. Despite the sight of Yuri's disappearance being disrupted by an unknown signal, which hindered our ability to ascertain his whereabouts, we have made some progress through a series of investigations and analyses. It is now confirmed that Yuri is hiding in the death zone on the eastern edge of the Great Desert. However, we are still searching for his exact location. Just half an hour ago, several super detectors in our laboratory simultaneously detected a peculiar energy fluctuation. This energy, which initially measured around 13 W, surged dramatically within mere seconds, akin to a snowball effect, ultimately reaching 19 W, exceeding even Yuri's strongest state. The super detectors issued a danger alert, prompting heightened vigilance among us. As Dr. Like spoke, the massive screen suspended from the palace ceiling began displaying maps marked with flickering red dots, images captured by satellites from outer space following the detection of the energy response. Undeniably authentic. These maps, featuring red dot markers, cycled through. The visuals before the audience grew increasingly clearer, culminating in a close-up of the face of the possessor of that formidable energy response. Gazing upon that indifferent, unremarkable visage, who could imagine that such immense power lay hidden within? Just as everyone was taken aback and filled with suspicion regarding this unknown warrior's extraordinary strength, Dr. Like shifted his focus and dropped a bombshell. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What I truly wish to address is the even more potent energy response, an ultra-powerful warrior with a reading of 576,000. What? Such a person truly exists. The previously quiet hall erupted into a cacophony, buzzing with disbelief that, in fact, those present were not solely Jabber's subordinates. Many were significant figures from the Alliance, who had come to discuss matters regarding Yuri with Jabber. Unaware of the magnitude of the events that had unfolded in the Western Desert, they were stirred into agitation, with several individuals vocally questioning and challenging Dr. Like's findings, expressing profound skepticism towards the data he provided. Akin to the sentiments of the combat alien, their consensus was unprecedented. They all believed that the results stemmed from a malfunction of Dr. Like's detectors, and dismissed his data with derision, stubbornly asserting that aside from the well-known Jabber, no such formidable warriors could possibly exist on Agilas. The truth remains unchanged, and no matter how deeply you doubt, it cannot alter the fact of the super warrior's existence, that in the face of such skepticism. Dr. Like merely adjusted his glasses calmly and replied in a measured tone. He then turned to Jabber, stating, "My lord, the opponent's capabilities have surpassed our own. Only you possess the means to confront him. However, I must caution you that based on the opponent's age and the manner in which his combat power has escalated, he likely has considerable room for further enhancement, that a prompt decision is imperative." Silence. A flicker of menace danced in Jabber's eyes, and his furious voice silenced the raucous hall instantly, compelling everyone to return to their rightful places, appearing as obedient as children in a kindergarten. Yet, this did little to quell the simmering anger within Jabber, that he sensed that with each passing year, his former authority was gradually dissipating. More and more individuals were eyeing his position, although they dared not express it openly. They were certainly engaging in covert maneuvers. Jabber had observed all of this. Fortunately, his loyal subordinates remained steadfast, diligently executing his commands without significant errors. Much of this could be attributed to Dr. Like. Without his support, establishing a formidable force to check the other factions would have been nearly impossible. Achieving his current status would have been utterly unattainable without years of effort. It was precisely through Dr. Like's brilliant intellect and his esteemed reputation among the Hyene people that Jabber secured a continuous influx of resources and talent, maintaining a technological edge over rival factions for decades, allowing him to expand swiftly and laying the foundation for his rule over Agilas. Indeed, Dr. Like's contributions were invaluable, and his loyalty was beyond reproach. However, his blunt remarks could be grating, as they implied that Jabber was aging and that his strength had plateaued, suggesting that he might soon be surpassed. This was akin to a slap in the face before all present. Particularly in front of so many outsiders, how could a long-established ruler tolerate such indignity? In contrast, the words of the combat alien, who merely flattered, were far more palatable. At least he understood Jabber's preferences and taboos, never exhibiting the audacity to leverage age against him. That said, Jabber was still remarkably astute. He had managed to keep someone as obstinate and unyielding as Doctor-like by his side for decades. Had he been under Frisia's command, he would have likely met his end within mere moments, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Kara, what is the matter? Did I not send you into outer space for reconnaissance? Why have you returned, and why are you with like? Jabber's gaze shifted to the warrior who had first spoken, his eyes narrowing with intensity. It was evident that Jabber was teetering on the brink of fury. If this warrior failed to provide a sufficient explanation for his failure to execute orders, he might well meet a swift and brutal end at Jabber's hands. Kara, however, maintained a serious demeanor as he replied. My lord, they're new arrivals. Jabber scoffed. What do they want this time? Kara swallowed hard, struggling to articulate. They demand our unconditional surrender, or they will reduce the entire Agilas to rubble. This statement sent a palpable shockwave through everyone present, prompting them to collectively glance towards the nominal ruler of Agilas. Jabber's expression darkened, teeth grinding audibly as he bellowed. Such audacity! Who is it? Is it Kurder or his arrogant son Frisia? Which of the two seeks to raise my Agilas to the ground? Very well, I await their arrival. Let them come. No, my lord, it is neither Kurder nor Frisia. Kara shook his head, his throat constricted as if caught on a thorn, struggling to convey, it is Quila, with a resounding crash. Jabber's hand crushed the armrest of his throne, reducing the steel-like material to a shower of fragments. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 46, Internal Strife and External Threats, The Sorrow of a Monarch, Part 2, Quila, a name that invoked nightmares. He commanded an invincible legion, conquering countless star systems and trampling ancient civilizations one after another. How many beautiful and prosperous planets have been reduced to dust under his merciless assault? Countless vibrant lives have been banished to eternal damnation at the mere whim of his orders. His hands, long soaked in blood, could not halt the march of his expansion. The anguished cries of dying lives could not restore his reason, nor could they instill a shred of compassion for those frail beings. If one were to tally the corpses that have fallen at his hands, they would form a mountain comparable to the volume of a sun. Thus, he is hailed as the most formidable and ruthless sovereign within the northern galaxy, his renown eclipsing even that of his father, Kurd, Frisia, take a back seat, to the extent that whispers of a potential usurpation have begun to circulate. Even the most savage and malevolent marauders of the galaxy tremble in fear at the mere mention of his name. A decade ago, Kieran was merely one among the myriad colonial powers in the northern galaxy, subordinate to his father Kurd, wielding dominion over only a specific region. Perhaps it was Kieran's uniqueness that instilled profound trepidation in his father, who feared for his own position due to this prodigious offspring endowed with the rare ability to transform 4 times. Rather than bestowing upon Kieran the status he deserved, Kurd actively impeded his development, leaving him with little more than the elite Kieran mecha corps that he had painstakingly assembled, devoid of any significant talent. Of course, even at that time, Kieran's strength had already far surpassed that of his brother Frisia, who enjoyed his father's favor. Yet, no one anticipated that this individual, previously deemed dead and buried, would return more powerful than ever, so formidable that even his father now cowers in fear. No one knows the events that transpired during that time, only that a decade ago, his influence surged inexplicably. That it seemed as if an empire of unimaginable strength had been established overnight, right under everyone's noses. This day, the only information available regarding Kieran pertains to his inexhaustible and formidable biological monstrosity army, as well as the new member, Agilas, who has reportedly surpassed a combat power of 500,000, abruptly joining the previously established Kieran Mecha Corps trio, Sevilla. Naturally, such sparse information only serves to amplify the awe and suspicion surrounding the extent of Kieran's power. Yet, contemplating such matters is one thing. Who would dare to put them to the test? Those who have dared to challenge this newly crowned sovereign of the cosmos have met their demise in hell. And not just themselves, but their homeworld have faced annihilation, becoming inevitable sacrifices in Kefera's ascent to supremacy. Jabal's disdain for Kurd and Frisia stems from his awareness that they lack the audacity to genuinely confront him. Thus, he remains unperturbed, comfortably ensconced in his position. However, Kefera is a different matter entirely. He is a reckless madman, utterly unconcerned with the consequences of his actions. As a result, the leaders of the Allied forces have grown frantic, casting aside their dignity to engage in loud disputes, even adopting postures that suggest they are ready to brawl. The scene within the Grand Hall appears both ludicrous and pitiful, evoking feelings of sorrow and humiliation. Jabal, feeling powerless to quell their discord, simply coughs and strides toward the palace, his expression devoid of emotion, followed closely by the sycophantic combat alien. In truth, Jabal is acutely aware that the display of urgency among these individuals is mere theatrics. How many of them genuinely feel anxious? Although the phrase "a new ruler brings new subjects" holds some truth, history has shown that it is the realm of the ruler that faces obliteration, not that of the scholars. Those scholars merely seek a new figure to venerate, comfortably resuming their roles as local officials, though this locale may belong to a different plane of existence when the time comes. The principle remains unchanged, does it not? The leaders of this alliance represent the merchant class of the cosmos, serving as the nexus between Kefera, Kurd, and the cosmic traders. Even if Agilas were to face destruction, they would assuredly not share the same fate. When that time arrives, their only task will be to submit to Kefera, resuming their former roles as lackeys and re-establishing their domains, dividing the resources and territories that rightfully belong to Jabal. As Jabal traverses the lengthy corridor, his visage grows increasingly sinister. Upon reaching its end, he abruptly halts and addresses a shadowy corner. "Luz, what is your take?" The corner seemingly harbors no one, merely an ancient statue of a beast casting an expansive shadow. However, with Jabal's inquiry, the shadow suddenly swells, as though something were poised to burst forth, startling the combat alien trailing behind him. Had it not been for Jabal's cold glare, this timid creature might have cried out in panic. In mere seconds, the shadow transforms into a tall youth with cascading hair, bearing a resemblance to Jabal, yet lacking his maturity and severity, devoid of the imposing demeanor typical of someone in power. Instead, he exudes a courteous air, akin to a well-mannered gentleman, casually fixing his hair and smiling faintly as he nonchalantly states, "Father, fear not. Kefera lacks the appetite to consume Agilas just yet. He is merely testing our limits." "I am well aware of that," Jabal replies darkly. "However, the people are becoming unraveled. Those rascals are likely conspiring in secret on how to oust me and welcome Kefera's forces." Luz smiles. "Things have not yet deteriorated to that extent. We still have opportunities. Oh, what are your thoughts?" Jabal inquires indifferently. "Father, are you testing me?" Luz playfully tugs at his hair, organizing his thoughts with confidence. "Our turning point lies with Kurd. Go on to it is common knowledge that Frisia and Kefera are at odds. The incapable son Frisia undoubtedly enjoys Kurd's favor more than the extraordinary Kefera. Moreover, with Kefera's unrestrained expansion over the years, his rampant slaughter and destruction have disrupted the territories previously delineated by cosmic powers. Adversely impacting their interests, Kurd likely harbors profound dissatisfaction with his son's actions. What remains is merely a spark to ignite the flames of discord." Luz speaks slowly, a hint of a cold smile gracing his face. "Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 47, the Planetary War Plan, and we can precisely exploit this point to ignite that spark, launching the first shot in the struggle for cosmic dominance." Luz continues, his fingers splayed as he combs through his long hair. A cold smile forming that point. Kefera will be unable to maintain his arrogance. Such a monumental conflict, pivotal to the restructuring of all cosmic powers, will inevitably engulf the entire universe, leading to the obliteration of countless races, a relentless war of attrition. When that time arrives, even if they wish to cease hostilities, Kefera will not spare them. Furthermore, Kefera and his forces will find themselves ensnared in the tumult of cosmic warfare, likely struggling for mere survival. Even if his power is as legendary as rumored unmatched in prowess, what does it matter? not to mention others, but merely the formidable demon Lord Shaolike, second only to Kurd, command an astounding 1.2 billion troops across 7-star systems adjacent to Kvera's territory. With numerous cosmic bases and several super warriors boasting combat powers exceeding 1 million, it is evident that the stage is set for a life-or-death confrontation. How many of these formidable bones can Kvera hope to chew through? Of course, in that eventuality, the greatest variable in this interstellar conflict will remain Kurd. I believe he has long harbored discontent with his son. Nevertheless, Kvera will always be his son, representing a portion of his family's interests. Thus, Kurd's stance will be pivotal in this war. Should we manage to incite him to strike Kvera from the shadows, the downfall of this haughty individual will be inevitable. Conversely, should the opposite occur, the outcome becomes exceedingly uncertain. It is impossible for Kurd to assist Kvera, even if he is his biological son. Jabal observes his son's demeanor, nodding in approval as he interjects, I know that fellow well. He is a cold-blooded butcher. In that case, Kurd is most likely to remain neutral. Thus, once the war concludes, will he not reap the greatest benefits as an opportunist? Luz ponders, it seems we must further exacerbate the internal strife within their family. At the very least, we must draw them into this conflict, resulting in the demise of several key members. Otherwise, it would be remiss of us. You are referring to Frisia, are you not? Luz lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked. To be precise, it is the unwillingness and jealousy of this originally designated heir to the cosmic throne towards his brother's formidable rise. Frisia's performance is undoubtedly the pivotal factor that will determine the outcome of this battle. This diverges somewhat from my earlier thoughts. However, it matters not. The sharper the blade, the more exhilarating the kill. The more grievously they are wounded, the more advantageous it is for us. The father and son exchanged glances, sharing a sinister chuckle that resonated eerily alike, as if echoing with malice. The Kamabatan alien, who had been lingering nearby, felt a slight twitch in the corner of his eye and struggled to swallow hard. By the way, what is your perspective on that western desert base? Jabber's gaze turned icy, as if cold light flickered within, before he spoke again. That mysterious force that suddenly emerged. Luz's expression grew serious as he gathered his thoughts and slowly replied, I just visited Dr. Ryan's laboratory. Indeed, that location houses a super warrior with a combat power reaching 570,000. Moreover, I uncovered an intriguing detail. After the emergence of this 570,000 super warrior, the mysterious force temporarily withdrew the disguise covering their underground base, allowing us to ascertain a rough understanding of their situation. To my astonishment, I discovered there were over a dozen energy fluctuations within their base, representing advanced warriors. The strongest among them has already reached 300,000, while the weakest exceeds 120,000. It is quite terrifying. However, such strength is certainly not possessed by a nascent force that has only emerged for a few years, especially without the knowledge of the Alliance. I believe there exists a far more powerful entity manipulating everything from the shadows. It seems they did this intentionally, allowing me to witness their strength. Jabber narrowed his eyes and sneered. Intentionally. Luz was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication, and exclaimed, so that it appears this mysterious force could very well be the vanguard of Quira or Kud infiltrating Agilas, preparing to rise during this phase and secure a foothold. They may even aim to sow discord between the Alliance and us, inciting conflict among us. There's another possibility. Jabber continued his analysis. They may not fear my attack at all, perhaps even provocatively challenging me to strike. From the signs you mentioned, it seems they aim to instill fear in me regarding the potential of that 570,000 warrior, deliberately provoking me, hoping I will take matters into my own hands to eliminate them. Luz opened his mouth, frowning slightly as he said, But, Father, that is an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Surely, they would not be willing to part with him. An extraordinarily powerful warrior. Nonsense, Jabber scoffed, stubbornly asserting. Have you ever encountered a race whose strength multiplies without ever having fought? Moreover, the latest report indicates that this warrior's combat power surged dramatically from over 100,000 to more than 570,000 without transformation. Such a phenomenon is impossible. If such a formidable race existed, they would have dominated the entire universe, leaving no room for Kieran and the like. Seeing his son's mouth agape, clearly unconvinced by his deductions, Jabber added, "Do not forget, a few years ago, the chaos caused by the gene-enhancing serum in Agilas." "What?" Luz's expression changed, visibly shaken as he realized. "You suspect they injected this substance into their warriors?" "Not suspecting that IT is an absolute certainty," Jabber affirmed. "Or perhaps this substance was devised by them. This gene serum can unlock the potential within living beings, activating ancient genes that blend with their own, accelerating evolution and birthing powerful individuals. However, once this substance is utilized, it nearly seals the biological potential for further development, relegating the being to a singular stage in life, effectively unleashing their boundless potential through a rather trivial method. This is clearly a tactic commonly employed by Kieran's subordinates in their experimental bases. This serum undoubtedly originated from somewhere. All the talk of a contest among strong warriors, of extraordinary potential and soaring combat power, is merely a smokescreen designed to exert pressure on me, compelling me to act personally, allowing these inferior forces to injure me during battle. They would then conspire with those scoundrels in the alliance to oust me, even inciting Gauss, Syndra, and others to eliminate me. Humph, such petty tricks cannot deceive me. In contrast to Jabber's paranoia, Luz remained remarkably calm. While he acknowledged that his father's assertions held some merit, it was evident that Jabber had become excessively consumed by the mounting internal and external pressures. Once one becomes obstinate in their beliefs, it is a formidable challenge to sway them back. Thus, Luz could only sigh and shift the topic. "You speak wisely, father. What then is your plan?" The impending conflict between Quira and the various cosmic forces is inevitable. During these years of respite, we must also take action. Otherwise, once their battle concludes, regardless of Quira's fate, we will still face the same pressure from Kieran's side. However, from your earlier demeanor, it seems you must already have a comprehensive plan in place. I'm quite intrigued by it, of course, my son. With these years of preparation, I will surely surpass Kieran and emerge as the strongest sovereign in the universe, Jabber proclaimed, his body trembling with barely contained excitement. Awaken, Saiyan Chapter 48. He is doomed. You revealed the information about the spirit tree, did you not? In Best's underground research center, within a spacious and peculiar chamber, an elderly man, polishing the surface of a large hourglass-shaped machine, suddenly lifted his head. The glimmer of light flickered in his squinted eyes as he spoke with a hint of nostalgia to a bald youth across from him. Across from the elder stood Best, the architect of this research base, who had repeatedly instigated turmoil in Agilas, resulting in countless casualties and widespread panic. This dangerous youth now lounged leisurely in the room with his chief aide, Dwin, nonchalantly pressing various controls on the enormous machine, disrupting all electronic devices in the vicinity. This caused a torrent of chaotic signals to surge towards them, which were then analyzed and decoded into coherent dialogues by the supercomputer housed within the machine. Currently, the supercomputer was relaying the clandestine conversation between the father and son hiding in the courtyard of Fengdu, listening to Jabber confidently proclaim his ambition to become the ruler of the universe. Best could not help but close his eyes, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. The elderly man was none other than Dr. Mark, a prominent figure in Best's research center and the true second-in-command within the facility. In terms of his expertise in this field, he was undoubtedly on par with other notorious bosses from the Dragon Ball universe, much like Dr. Jiro's research on androids in Dragon Ball Z, or Dr. Rajik's formidable weapon Hachiyak in the theatrical releases, also a supercomputer designed to harvest resentment and create potent undead warriors, or Dr. Liao's mutant robots in GT. He stood at the pinnacle of personal technology achievable in this world. In fact, I would also like to include Dr. Feit's research on genetically modified creatures and clones, but upon reflection, I will refrain. However, the supercomputer Cambane created by Dr. Mark is not intended for combat. Rather, it is a civilian device with a wide array of applications, cherished by Best as a valuable asset that IT will undoubtedly play a crucial role in his future endeavors. Yet if you believe this supercomputer lacks lethality, you are gravely mistaken. In fact, Cambane's destructive capability is certainly not inferior to the works of other renowned doctors, as its most significant feature is its ability to consume other supercomputer chips without restriction, continuously enhancing itself while also possessing the capacity to influence and even control other electronic devices. That Malevolent.cc, the Cotton Candy Novel Network, posits that whether it be a diminutive radio or a colossal interstellar vessel measuring thousands of meters, they all have the potential to become prey for Cambane. Subject to remote manipulation, one might envision the catastrophic consequences if Frisia's spacecraft were to suddenly lose control and collide with the sun, a colossal and perilous star. Even if the old fellow were to survive by virtue of his species' innate abilities, he would undoubtedly endure significant suffering. Moreover, considering the vast distances between celestial bodies, can one truly ascertain whether he could navigate his way back alone? The fatigue alone could prove fatal. If fortune favored him, he might chance upon a habitable planet to recuperate. However, should his luck falter, he would be condemned to drift aimlessly through the cosmos. Thus, the wisdom of this elder is beyond reproach, earning him the unwavering trust of Best, who regards him almost as a mentor. Yet, in response to his employer's attentions, this old curmudgeon displays a blatant lack of gratitude, his stubbornness evident. It is worth noting that he was once a renowned figure on Agilas, having allied with Dr. Ryan to lead the entire Hainan faction in pledging allegiance to the nascent Jabber, firmly positioning himself within this burgeoning power. Following this, Dr. Moure played an instrumental role as Jabber's right hand, entrusted with significant responsibilities, effectively managing logistics. Even Ryan, the most seasoned and senior member of Jabber's entourage, could only serve as his deputy. However, those days are long past. After decades of service, Mark has come to realize that Jabber is, in truth, a stagnant figure. Upon seizing the throne representing the pinnacle of power on Agilas, he recognized the limitations of his capabilities and his inability to contend with the prominent families that have ruled the cosmos for generations. Consequently, he leveraged Agilas' unique position and its intricate environment to forge agreements with the Alliance, thereby assuming the role of a complacent lord, content to indulge in a life of ease. That in doing so, he has merely conspired with the powerful, allowing the exploitation of the populace to persist unabated, thus transforming himself into a new oppressor. This has left Dr. Mark, who once harbored high hopes for Jabber as potential to unify Agilas and quell domestic discord, feeling profoundly disillusioned, though more so resigned. Coupled with the fact that he is now nearing the twilight of his life, he has chosen to retreat to his hometown, a quaint locale known as Agilas, to live out his days in quietude, awaiting his end. However, the events that unfolded subsequently were utterly unforeseen by Dr. Mark. Everything transpired with alarming suddenness. Initially, it was his rather unremarkable nephew, Dwin, who sought him out, requesting assistance in securing a position as a consultant for a mysterious organization. Such an endeavor was categorically unacceptable to Dr. Mark, who is far from the oblivious, data-obsessed elder that Ryan embodies. He is, in fact, an astute individual who immediately discerned the grand ambitions underlying his nephew's vague proposal. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. Had this occurred a decade ago, he might have considered it. Yet at that time, Dr. Mark was entirely preoccupied with his own demise, and mere verbal persuasion from Dwin would not sway him. Ultimately, in desperation, Dwin resorted to knocking him unconscious, akin to an abduction, and brought him to Best. He resumed the tasks that were rightfully his. Although the environment and atmosphere over the past few years have greatly pleased Dr. Mark, reigniting his vigor and transporting him back to his youth, he harbors a lingering resentment towards the individual who incited his nephew to act so unreasonably. Regardless of Best's treatment, Dr. Mark remains perpetually dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he is a pragmatic man, aware that Best has been orchestrating significant undertakings aimed at fundamentally altering the status quo of Agilas and genuinely unifying the planet. Furthermore, he has witnessed some of Best's competencies, leading him to believe that this young man indeed possesses the capability to realize the ambitions he once envisioned in his youth. Conversely, in a place like Best, where there is neither fame nor fortune, it seems implausible that such a formidable figure could find solace. The old man's obstinacy is formidable. Compelling him to acquiesce is utterly unattainable, and should he be cornered, he might resort to drastic measures. Moreover, Best's method of psychological manipulation is merely a crude imitation of the control magic developed by Feit, and wielding it against someone of Dr. Mark's advanced years is fraught with peril. Thus, the group found themselves at an impasse, left to cater to him with the utmost care. Had he not ultimately opted to remain and offer guidance to Best in research matters, the situation would have remained unresolved, necessitating the return of this recalcitrant elder. In light of Best's recent frequent visits and the significant shifts within the research institute, Dr. Mark surmised that the young man was finally poised to take decisive action. The earlier dialogue between Jabber and his son had been unmistakably clear, and upon realizing that his former employer, whom he once held in high esteem, appeared to be in a state of lethargy and paranoia, he could not help but mutter curses in frustration, though he felt powerless to effect change. Yet, the notion of Jabber suddenly proclaiming his ambition to become the ruler of the cosmos left Dr. Mark perplexed. While Jabber's increasing senility has rendered him more foolish, he has always been cautious, fully aware of his own limitations and the futility of contesting against the Kurds. However, his audacious claim earlier may either stem from a descent into madness due to internal strife or an uncharacteristic surge of confidence. Observing the scheming expression on the bald-headed fellow's face, coupled with the recent mention of a spiritual tree by his nephew, Dr. Mark found himself enlightened, unable to suppress an exclamation. Best, upon overhearing this, chuckled and nodded, affirming, indeed, seeing them struggle so ardently with their inquiries, I thought I might lend a hand. Thus, I disclosed this information to the commentary. Though Best's tone was casual, a perceptive listener would discern his ulterior motives. The commentary's rise to Jabber's inner circle could not solely be attributed to flattery. Their mastery of intelligence gathering is paramount. They possess an extensive network of information that spans the cosmos, wherein any location frequented by the commentary is accompanied by a wealth of data regarding the planets therein. The colonial powers have relied heavily on these individuals to establish coordinates and approximate values, dispatching suitably equipped warriors to execute their missions based on the intelligence provided. It can be said that the commentary are indeed remarkable beings. Jabber's interest in this particular commentary likely stems from prior interactions with their elite, forging an agreement to leverage their resources to uncover the reasons behind Yuri's inexplicable ascendance. In essence, it is a mutual exploitation. Best choice to divulge this information to the commentary rather than to others reveals his insidious intent. The commentary, being subordinate to Jabber, grapple with issues of insufficient standing. Coupled with their arrogance and inability to restrain their tongues, they have alienated Jabber's other subordinates, leaving them with a collective desire to see him eliminated. To ascend the ranks, he must present something that will satisfy Jabber. Otherwise, even Jabber may grow discontented and eliminate this incompetent figure. In contrast to the agreements between Jabber and the commentary elite, he remains merely a conduit for information, his demise inconsequential. Thus, the intelligence that Best has clandestinely procured is a godsend for him, especially since it is authentic. He eagerly scurried off to present the verified information to Jabber, intent on swiftly establishing his credibility and standing within Jabber's faction. Had it been anyone else, they would have at least questioned the origin of this information. Are you attempting to lure him into the cosmos? Mark inquired, lifting his gaze and squinting in realization. I see now. Jabber is as good as doomed. You truly are cunning. Dwayne glanced between his uncle and the enigmatic Best, scratching his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. Awaken, Scion, Chapter 49, Preparation. Half a month later, a spindle-shaped spacecraft ascended from an inconspicuous port, gradually departing Agilas and entering the vastness of space. Luz lifted his gaze towards the spaceship, gradually fading from his view, the warm smile on his face slowly dissipating. Giving way to a somber expression, he bowed his head, seemingly lost in thought, and after a considerable pause, he touched his cheek and murmured to himself, "How eager you were to leave, without even preparing the most basic arrangements. This is unlike you, my dear father. Has the threat from the Kurdish family truly driven you to such extremes? The allure of immortality and boundless enhancement of combat abilities is indeed captivating, enough to make you shun your own son and conceal the truth from me. Team makes sense. If one could achieve eternal life, what need would there be for a son? To rule this universe alone would suffice. It appears I was not mistaken. So, are you now intrigued by the plan I proposed? A figure emerged, his bald head and the tail tightly fastened at his waist conspicuously noticeable. None other than Best. The boy transformed into a Saiyan clone. If you can truly provide me with what I need, I wouldn't mind serving as your subordinate. However, how can I trust that your words hold any truth? Luz cast a wary glance at Best, a profound apprehension evident in his eyes. Despite the boy's displayed combat power being merely in the thousands, he resembled a terrifying beast, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. Being in his presence rendered Luz profoundly uneasy. Then, let time be the judge. In no more than 3 months, results will manifest. Best smiled and strode towards the exit, granting Luz no opportunity for negotiation. Luz's expression shifted, and almost instinctively he called out, "Wait, are you not afraid of me revealing your plan? You cherish your life. You would not act recklessly when uncertain," Best replied, his voice striking Luz's chest like a hammer. Leaving him breathless, by the time Luz turned around, Best had already departed. Even with his formidable combat power and advanced detection equipment, Luz found it impossible to sense his presence, as though he had vanished into thin air. "Very well, 3 months it is. I shall await your return. If you can indeed fulfill your promises, I shall willingly become your subordinate. Father, do not blame me. You have forced my hand that I have no other choice." Luz clenched his teeth, oblivious to the fact that he had bitten his lips, drawing forth a faint purple blood. Meanwhile, within the western desert base. "What? Are you joking? The cost of Potter's treatment is how much?" Kieran exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the list before him, a mixture of anger and disbelief evident in his voice. "Please refrain from moving. Your injuries are quite severe. Although they have been treated, you still require proper care," the young nurse insisted, pressing down on the agitated man with a sense of urgency that a diminutive Haiyan, burdened by a thick briefcase and holding the list, stood beside the hospital bed, resembling a student punished for tardiness. An amusing sight, indeed. Yet his face retained a professional smile, unwavering despite the irate inquiries directed at him, showcasing commendable professionalism. Upon hearing the client's inquiry, the Haiyan promptly responded, "It amounts to 50,000 jas. This, however, does not include your treatment costs." Kieran, infuriated yet unable to shake off the nurse restraining him, gritted his teeth and replied in a low voice, "At the time, your doctors assured us that the healing capsules will be provided free of charge, with no additional fees." "Indeed, we do have such a policy," the Haiyan continued, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "Then why are you still demanding payment from me?" Kieran retorted, his anger escalating. "Herein lies the matter. Our hospital is solely responsible for providing medical devices and basic care. The costs of medication, the doctor's visit, and subsequent care and food expenses must be borne by you. Generally, patients injured during competitions receive only basic treatment and are swiftly escorted back once they can move again. However, as you two have no place to go and have remained here, we are obliged to continue offering medical attention and care. Rest assured, our hospital provides the most luxurious wards and care in all of Agilas. Without exception," the Haiyan elaborated, rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he boasted about their medical facilities and service quality. This explanation nearly drove Kieran to the brink of fury, as the implication of luxurious suggested exorbitant fees as well. Potter's medical expenses alone reached 3 million at IT. Was unfathomable how they calculated such costs. It felt like robbery. The consequences of mocking a warrior could be dire. Kieran glared at the Haiyan, his tone laden with threat. The Haiyan instinctively took a step back, wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, and replied with a smile, "In fact, our riot control measures are exceedingly robust. I trust you have sensed this with your capabilities." Kieran's expression darkened. He indeed felt several powerful presences nearby, albeit strange, evoking a sense of numbness, akin to puppets on strings. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of these presences was indisputable. Even the weakest among them boasted levels of 70 to 80,000. If a confrontation were to erupt, even if he could force his way out, there would be no means to rescue Potter. "What do you intend to do?" After a prolonged silence, Kieran finally spoke, his voice resolute. Yet his words were not directed at the Haiyan beside him, but rather at a hidden camera on the ceiling. Report, has the target discovered our intentions? In the command room, an alien researcher, donned with a headset and adeptly typing with 6 arms, suddenly chimed in. Best sycophantic aide and chief administrator, Du-een, stroked his chin thoughtfully, amused. This individual is quite the challenge. Despite administering numerous nerve-paralyzing drugs in recent days, we have been unable to quell his abundant energy. Should he go berserk, significant destruction may ensue. Let us invite him to the meeting room. We shall discuss matters further upon the return of the superior. More than a year has passed, Sweat. Let's test my skills and see if I can still connect. Awaken. Saiyan, Chapter 50. Energy an hour later. Kieran sat in the meeting room, arms crossed, his somber countenance revealing hints of impatience. How rude of us. How could we keep our esteemed guest waiting? Amidst low murmurs of reproach, the circular superalloy door slid open with a resounding clang. Retreating into the wall, Kieran glanced over, momentarily taken aback. Standing beyond the threshold were a bald-headed youth and a well-dressed Haiyan. Kieran maintained an impassive expression, coldly scrutinizing the two, his mind assessing the situation. Another Haiyan. This place appears to be teeming with them. What precisely are they plotting to send a child in? Furthermore, this room seems peculiar, as if it subtly diminishes my aura, siphoning the energy from my being. Had I not undergone training on Adrat Star, acquiring a considerable understanding of my own energy, I might have overlooked such a subtle change that a few exceedingly powerful presences linger outside, already prepared for defense. Indeed, their security measures are quite thorough. The Haiyan strode in with an air of authority, unlike the cringing, timid Haiyan merchants one might expect. He nodded to Kieran and introduced himself. Esteemed guest, my sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Du-een, the head of this underground research facility. To think he is the head, his position is not trifling. Kieran's brow twitched, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. However, this was of little consequence. It was merely the subsequent introduction by Du-een that left him momentarily astounded. This individual is the founder of our Western Sandstorm Company, the esteemed Mr. Best. The short Haiyan pointed to the bald youth. Indeed, this revelation caused Jianlong to feel a wave of dizziness. The creator, the owner, this child? What nonsense is this? Mr. Jianlong, do you think I am too young? Upon witnessing the expression on Jianlong's face, Best already discerned his thoughts and could not help but chuckle. This sensation was reminiscent of that child on the arena. Could it be that they are of the same lineage? Yet his smile inexplicably triggered a sense of danger within Jianlong, causing his pupils to involuntarily constrict. There is no need for alarm. In truth, the rudimentary arrangement here poses no threat to you. It is merely a formality that I believe, given your capabilities, escaping this place should be quite simple, Best stated as he took a seat opposite Jianlong. With a flick of his hand, a three-dimensional light screen emerged in the spacious reception room, showcasing scenes from Jianlong's battle with Petra. Mr. Best, Mr. Du-een, is it? I am a warrior and do not appreciate beating around the bush. May I inquire what your true intentions are, or what you wish for me to do? Since the other party had adopted a negotiating stance, Jianlong could not afford to lose his composure. However, some matters required clarification, so he voiced his inquiries. Mr. Jianlong, you are indeed quite forthright, Haiyan remarked with a chuckle, adding, in fact, we are exceedingly interested in the manner in which you wield energy. At this, Jianlong's expression changed dramatically. Ha! There's no need for you to rush to defend yourself. Allow me to continue. Haiyan's fingers danced swiftly across the light screen, causing ripples to emanate from it. The displayed images shifted rapidly, first stripping away the scenes of the competition, then the audience, until only Jianlong remained, unleashing shockwaves into the air. His figure appeared as if digitized, reduced to mere lines and light points. When he unleashed the shockwave, a green line erupted from his chest, moving in a manner that defied convention. After a brief pause, it rapidly propagated along his arm. During this interval, the movements of his arm captured attention. The lines representing his muscles and bones trembled in succession, as if a powerful compression machine were condensing their originally thick lines by more than tenfold. Yet, this process rendered the once loose lines more refined and compact. At the moment the shockwave erupted, even the color of the lines shifted, transforming from green to a deep emerald. Simultaneously, a synthesized voice announced precise data. Upon examination, the initial energy intensity of this individual is 36,045 points. The normal explosion intensity is 78,500 points. The maximum explosion intensity is 168,640 points. The unconventional explosion, self-detonation, intensity is 367,800 points. Note that this individual has achieved an energy utilization rate 30 times that of standard conditions. Jinlong's eyes widened, fixated on the light screen before him, his face drenched in sweat. In that moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, gripping the table, and exclaimed, "You, indeed, quite remarkable, is it not? In fact, it is not only you. We have records of all competitors' performance data, that if we desire, the supercomputer within our base can analyze all techniques employed by them, dissecting them into numerical forms and replicating the most efficient strategies. Whether it be a simple method of energy projection or unique racial abilities, nothing escapes the calculations of our supercomputer. There is no room for concealment." Of course, their rudimentary skills cannot be compared to yours, Duin calmly reassured the agitated Jinlong, playing the role of spokesperson with great finesse. He clapped his hands and continued, "According to our researchers' analysis, we unanimously believe that the control method you possess is a highly advanced superweapon capability, one that remains largely unrecognized by most cosmic races. Not only does it compress scattered energy, rendering it more solid, but it also amplifies the intensity of that energy by several dozen times. Thus, in that fleeting moment, the peculiar phenomenon of your combat power, surging, is manifested. In truth, it is not the energy within you that has increased, for its quantity is limited. Rather, you have merely triggered a qualitative transformation through this method. You have already obtained what you sought. Why do you still wish to keep me here? Please, release me at once." Jinlong stated resolutely, veins bulging on his forehead like worms. In truth, we hold great respect for your intellectual property. You must understand that should this control method disseminate, its impact on the universe would be incalculable. By the way, Mr. Jinlong, it seems you are in need of funds, Best remarked with a smile, though his final question was rather abrupt. Jinlong scoffed, remaining silent. Awakening the Saiyan, Chapter 51. The Downfall. This chapter is sourced from ECM. Please visit for reading. The notion that a high-ranking warrior could be short on funds? Such a topic, if divulged, would surely elicit laughter and ridicule from the crowd. www.malevolent.cc. It is well understood that even a warrior with a combat power barely exceeding 10,000 possesses the capability to obliterate small planets when fully unleashed. Such individuals command respect wherever they go, existing in a realm above the ordinary. Naturally, they would not lack from monetary sources. Moreover, even if they were to dine and receive provisions for free, who would dare to utter a word against them? Ordinary people are, in comparison, from entirely different worlds, with no basis for comparison. Were it not for the checks and balances among the various factions of the Agilas, strictly regulating the actions of these warriors, currency would be nothing more than worthless scraps of paper to them, hardly worthy of consideration. Before him stood Jinlong, a warrior whose combat power had reached 19, well-versed in martial arts, truly a master among masters. By any reasonable assessment, such a formidable figure would be a prime target for recruitment by the various factions. How could he possibly be in want of money? Jinlong naturally regarded Best's claims with skepticism. Yet, in stark contrast to appearances, Jinlong was indeed in dire need of funds. As the negotiations reached an impasse, Best merely smiled, snapped his fingers, and a light screen appeared, displaying an immense, rotund alien indulging in a lavish feast. Before this alien lay a mountain of pots, bowls, and an array of fruits, while attendants bustled about, pushing carts laden with food towards him. Despite the abundance, the alien's voracious appetite swiftly devoured the entire mountain of food in an instant. Observing the scene on the screen, Jinlong's face flushed with embarrassment. This alien was none other than his companion, Porter, www.malevolent.cc. Du-In seized the opportune moment to speak. Mr. Jinlong, we have gathered ample information regarding your companion, and we hold your noble intentions in high regard. That, if you do not mind, Our Western Sandstorm Company is willing to invest $10 million to cover the expenses required for that batch of supplies. We shall also dispatch 10 medium-sized transport ships to facilitate this relocation. I believe that within 6 months, we can ensure the complete transfer of the residents from Porter Planet. Are you serious? Jinlong's face lit up with a flicker of excitement, but he quickly tempered his enthusiasm, responding coolly, "What is it that you desire in return? Consider it compensation for the inconvenience caused to you. Mr. Jinlong, after all, we have appropriated your martial arts, resulting in your loss," Best replied with a grin, revealing a row of pearly teeth. "It truly so simple. Spare me the deceit." Jinlong remained unconvinced, yet he could not help but feel a burgeoning sense of gratitude towards the two before him. Taking a deep breath, he resumed his seat, feeling significantly more at ease. By the way, Mr. Jinlong, you are a local, are you not? Best inquired seemingly at random. This inquiry, however, caused Kieran, who had just released a sigh of relief, to once again feel the weight upon him. Why do I say this? Oh, it is nothing. If Mr. Kieran were a local, we should have crossed paths years ago. Best pressed his temples and continued. Years ago? Since that incident, I have not returned here to evade pursuit. Why would he ask such a question? This child indeed resembles someone I have encountered before. And this Heian individual, if only he removed his beard and donned a wig. In a flash of insight, Kieran suddenly recalled something, leaping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, locking his gaze on a Duin, trembling as he uttered, "You're the cosmic merchant who sold the gene repair fluid. How did you know?" Duin was startled, rising as well. Anyone would be taken aback when their greatest secret is unveiled. Du Yin's reaction was precisely that. "Duin, there is no need to be alarmed. We have actually met long ago, have we not, Mr. Poboski?" The first sentence from Best was directed at Duin, while the latter addressed Kieran. "Poboski, the wanted criminal?" Duin seemed to grasp something, and his gaze towards Kieran shifted. Though anxiety gripped him, he complied and sat down quietly, falling silent. Kieran let out a cold snort. Already understanding who the other party was. 3 years ago, the gene repair fluid had wrought bloodshed throughout Agilas, resulting in countless deaths. Yet the successful individuals were not few. Among them, 2 stood out prominently. One was Sindra, now recognized as one of the 3 strongest in Agilas, and the other was Swadandi. Swadandi, after injecting the gene repair fluid, exhibited immense potential, almost rivaling Gauss, the second of Agila's 3 great powers, and even surpassing Sindra. However, he was recklessly ambitious, completely disregarding the overtures from major factions, insisting on his own path. He even gathered warriors who had gained strength from the gene repair fluid, forming an organization called the Brotherhood. That was not all. His subsequent actions deeply offended the powerful factions, inciting their intense hatred. The magnates of Agilas nearly monopolized 95% of the planet's resources, living like parasites, thriving off these resources to attain their current glory. Yet this Dandi led his band of misfits in opposition to these powerful factions, advocating for the distribution of resources to ensure every resident of Agilas received basic living guarantees. This demand was not inherently difficult, but was predicated on the bankruptcy of these factions. How could they possibly acquiesce? Even worse, this topic ignited considerable unrest among the lower classes, and under Dandy's influence, the situation escalated to even brought Agila's order to the brink of collapse. Naturally, the names Dandy became the object of the magnates' loathing. Their consensus on how to deal with him was unprecedented. He must die. Thus, a conspiracy against the Brotherhood unfolded at that time. It was Sindra, a genetically modified warrior on par with Dandi, who acted as an insider, inviting Dandi under the pretense of a feast, only to poison his food and kill this advocate of freedom. Subsequently, the Brotherhood's members were hunted down. Among them was Dandy's brother. Poboski became a wanted criminal across the entire planet, with a bounty of 1 million Bejasi on his head. So, where have you been all these years? Why such a drastic change in power? After a long contemplation, Best finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind, no longer concealing it. Kieran, or rather Poboski, gazed deeply at the young scion before him. He understood that his brother's actions were significantly intertwined with this youth. Back then, they had disguised themselves as cosmic merchants, narrating tales of a world of freedom and a realm of peace, which had planted the seeds of rebellion against the higher echelons of power in his brother's mind. In fact, for a period, his brother had even maintained contact with these two, receiving financial assistance from them. Alas, his brother's aspirations were never realized before his untimely death. Cursed fate, to encounter you here. What a world. Kieran shook his head vigorously, dismissing the sorrowful memories, and adopted a more neutral tone, stating, "After that, I wandered through the cosmos until my craft lost power and crash-landed on a planet called Agilas, where I finally found a semblance of stability. The inhabitants, though not particularly strong in combat, possessed a mysterious ability to control the energy within their bodies, enhancing their strength. They referred to this method as chi. It was from them that I learned to manipulate my combat power. Using this as a foundation, I attempted to compress my internal energy significantly, honing my skills to achieve instantaneous bursts of power, which led to my current strength. So, it was his original creation. This individual is no simpleton. Agilas, the very planet from which Sun Wukong learned instantaneous movement and fusion techniques. How amusing, indeed. Best nodded and remarked, "So, your return is solely for the purpose of vengeance." "Indeed." Kieran's eyes gleamed with malice as he spat. "Sindra, that scoundrel, I will make him pay dearly. Yet your strength still pales in comparison to his. Moreover, should conflict arise, Jabber and his elite subordinates will undoubtedly intervene." Best closed his eyes, pondering. "It seems you come with a resolve to perish. In fact, should you find yourself unable to withstand the confrontation, you would choose self-destruction as a final resort, taking your enemy down with you. However, the consequence of such an act would be the demise of all life on this planet as well." Kieran's facial muscles twitched slightly, clearly struggling with the emotions within him. Yet he ultimately declared with bitter determination, "So what? I must avenge this grievance. I can grant you a fair opportunity to duel Sindra, allowing you to eliminate him and offer his head as a tribute to your brother. You are aware that I possess this capability, that I could accomplish it 3 years ago, and now it would be effortless. However, there is one condition." Best opened his eyes, his blood-red gaze seemingly imbued with an irresistible allure, tempting Kieran. "What condition?" Kieran stammered, his body trembling involuntarily. The moment he voiced this question, he had irrevocably succumbed. Best halted in a room, gazing at the neatly arranged petri dishes, and suddenly softened his tone, speaking gently. "Apart from Petra, there are also these 300 little ones. They require the utmost nurturing and education. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become our pillars of support. Just wait and see. I will bring forth a tremendous surprise from the entire universe, showcasing the rise of the Saiyan race. The Saiyan Empire," Du-In whispered softly. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly shivered, becoming filled with trepidation. "When these little ones grow up, will you still need us hygiene people, Best? You have grown up under my watch. Emotionally, you are like my own child. But when that time truly comes, will you still consider us? It is not that I doubt you, but certain facts are indeed disheartening. Of course, you hygiene people will always remain the best friends of us Saiyans. Regardless of how the times change, our friendship cannot be destroyed or altered." Best seemed to sense the shift in Du Yin's tone and abruptly clapped a hand on his shoulder, startling the diminutive hygiene. Gazing into Best's crimson eyes and hearing his sincere words, Du-In inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation, as if a heavy stone had slowly been set down from his heart. Simultaneously, in another room within the base, a corpulent toad-like alien puffed on a cigar, arrogantly observing the hygiene before him, disdainfully remarking, "Your technology is exceedingly outdated. This, and this. Were these trinkets? Ah, and your concept of space jumping. I apologize, but that idea has already been put into practice at our headquarters. It was successfully tested months ago. Thus, for us, this information is nothing more than a pile of rubbish. Expect our consortium support based on such trash is sheer folly." The hygiene fidgeted with his hands, unsure if it was due to anger, as his body trembled uncontrollably. After a long while, he finally managed to catch his breath and forced a smile, saying, "Our Sandstorm Company naturally cannot compare to your esteemed consortium in terms of research and technology. However, we have designed some intriguing little gadgets that I believe they may hold some utility for certain travelers." Oh, let us see. The toad alien flicked away the ash from a cigar, hardly believing that anything worthwhile could emerge from such a desolate place, and thus merely suggested it without taking it to heart. The hygiene produced a small capsule-like object from his pocket, pinching it between his thumb and forefinger point. One end of the capsule featured a tiny button, the purpose of which was uncertain. What is this? A little pill for enhancing virility. The toad alien mused, his sarcasm flowing freely, seemingly eager to prove his wit. To emphasize his humor. He opened his mouth wide and let out a raucous laugh. However, midway through, as the hygiene gently pressed the button on one end of the capsule, a soft pop sounded, abruptly silencing the toad's laughter, reminiscent of a duck being grasped by the neck. Is this some sort of magic trick? He stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of a refrigerator, a wine cabinet, utensils, and an array of miscellaneous items. The toad alien's expression grew grave as he extended his rough hands to procure a bottle of red wine and a tall wine glass. Pouring himself a glass and taking a sip, instantly a rich and aromatic flavor blossomed on his palate, undeniably genuine, not a mere illusion. Space compression technology, or perhaps space folding, although the toad alien was arrogant. He possessed some insight and immediately grasped the principles behind this technology, prompting him to inquire aloud. Both, replied the hygiene ambiguously. Sensing that he had finally subdued this arrogant individual, he felt a surge of satisfaction and eagerly continued to elaborate. This little device is called a space capsule. Its specific function, as you have already witnessed, allows any product launched by our company to be installed and utilized, whether it is ordinary appliances or the dwellings of travelers. With a simple press, they can be compressed into this small capsule, making it incredibly convenient for transportation. Technically, it has already been proven feasible, and I believe it can soon be promoted in Agilas. Then, may I ask, what is the limit of this technology? How much volume can it accommodate? The toad alien, having set aside his earlier disdain, sat up straight, seriousness etched upon his face. Truly, as a representative of the Clark Consortium. You have cut to the chase, the hygiene replied with a smile, pride evident in his voice that in fact, we have not tested the limits of this technology, that IT is entirely capable of infinite expansion. In other words, as long as you can provide sufficient funding, we could potentially fit an entire planet inside. The toad alien nearly choked on his wine, coughing in a most undignified manner. The Clark Consortium, of which he was a part, was one of the few established consortia in Agilas, a super conglomerate that stood shoulder to shoulder with Jabber. They had operated on this planet for many years and could readily discern the monumental impact this compression technology would have on the world. The potential for unlimited compression and portability alone was enough for this small device to generate unimaginable wealth, amounting to billions. The thought sent the toad alien's eyes bulging, as if on the verge of exploding with excitement. Thus, collaborating with this relatively unknown small company seemed worthwhile. To be candid, the industrial technologies of these cosmic powers bear some resemblance to those in Russia on Earth, where they excel in heavy industries. Be it aerospace technology, warfare weaponry, or space travel technology, they have reached maturity and entered the era of interstellar navigation. Even the notorious Kurd, who roams the cosmos with impunity, occasionally must swallow his pride to conduct business with them, spending astronomical sums annually to procure vast quantities of spacecraft and aerospace equipment for the purpose of cosmic supremacy. Sometimes, planets suitable for biological habitation that have been conquered by them are treated as intangible assets, mortgaged to secure more advanced technological products. These merchants have amassed immense fortunes through such means, rivaling the wealth of nations. Naturally, in this regard, they have not made significant strides in light industries, often to the point of being pitifully lacking. This time, the Sandstorm Company took an opposite approach, aiming to penetrate the cosmic market with affordable light industry and daily necessities, sharing in the bountiful profits. Their actions would not raise excessive scrutiny from larger powers, as they were not seen as competitors, merely selling everyday items, which would be tolerated. However, should they establish a foothold and develop a scale, these seemingly trivial gadgets could become insatiably greedy monsters, tempting all. In terms of profit generation, they could rival even the products of heavy industry. Yet, these hygiene people are quite cunning. They understand that venturing out recklessly would leave them vulnerable to the prying eyes of other powers, risking absorption. Thus, they sought out our consortium for cooperation, believing they required a strong backing, as the Toad alien perceived it. Our consortium also needed to secure an advantage in light industry. Hence, collaboration with the Sandstorm Company proved to be quite essential. One cannot deny that these sly hygiene possess keen insight in finding us at the Clark Consortium. In the end, we shall claim 99% of your profits. Had it been another power, they would have devoured you whole, leaving not a bone behind. With this thought in mind, the Toad alien lowered his stance and solemnly stated, "Very well, I will report what I have seen today to the higher-ups of the consortium. I assure you that within 3 days, no, within a day, we will formulate a cooperation plan that I hope the next time we meet, your leaders will also be present." Naturally, as he watched the Toad alien hurriedly depart, the hygiene let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to himself, "At last, I've managed to send this fellow on his way. They should be nearly ready on their end to in this vast underground base." Reminiscent of a labyrinth, the same scene unfolds repeatedly. These individuals have been dispatched by powerful factions to engage with this suddenly emerging force. Whether they approach with humility, disdain, or veiled threats, all of them are ultimately astonished by the trinkets displayed by the Sandstorm Company. They express their willingness to collaborate, yet simultaneously demand an audience with the highest echelons here. The cunning hygiene readily agrees, promising to arrange a meeting at an opportune time. However, what awaits these individuals is likely beyond their wildest imaginations. Within the enormous control room, as Best observes the images flickering across the screens, a sly smile graces his lips. At long last, the moment has arrived that why seizing control of these individuals, he would effectively dominate the entire Agilas. Allowing him to depart without a trace of concern. Duin, unable to mask his excitement, offers a cautious analysis. These newcomers will undoubtedly be accompanied by formidable bodyguards. While your brainwaves can manipulate those dullards drained by vice, you would be powerless against warriors boasting combat prowess exceeding 10,000. That should an incident arise, it would indeed spell trouble. Fear not. The brainwave amplifier from experiment number 3 has been successfully developed. This device can exponentially enhance my abilities to over 100 times their normal capacity. With this, even warriors with combat power surpassing 100,000 will be unable to escape my control. Best replied nonchalantly that, of course, he withheld a crucial detail. Excessive use of mental power would exact a toll on his vitality. Awaken, Scion. Chapter 53. The evolution of Peace Point. 3 days later, luxurious flying vessels, trailing magnificent flames, gracefully descended after a stunning aerial display, finally landing at the spaceport established by Best as the prominent figures aboard the vessels disembarked. They were momentarily taken aback by the bustling crowd before them, before promptly greeting one another. Among them were presidents of aerospace companies, arms dealers, and magnates profiting from the extraction of rare minerals. In essence, they were all prominent figures within Agilas. Even if not leaders of their respective factions, they wielded significant influence. Familiarity reigned among them, with some even being competitors, despite their smiling faces and cordial exchanges. A turbulent storm brewed within their hearts as they speculated on the true intentions behind the Sandstorm Company's invitation to such esteemed individuals. Yet, no matter how astute they were, they could never fathom that Best planned to gather them all and eliminate them in one fell swoop, thereby eradicating future threats. Such audacity, even the nominal ruler of this planet, Jabber, could only contemplate, never daring to ignite that exceedingly sensitive fuse that I believe the guests have largely arrived. There is no need to wait any longer. Welcome to my base. That I am the creator of this place, Best. With a clear and resonant greeting, the gathered dignitaries turned their heads to behold an unforgettable sight that a youth with crimson eyes sat upon a menacingly large steel chair. Gradually rising from the underground platform, one hand supported his chin as he regarded them with keen interest, his arrogant demeanor unmistakably dismissive of their presence. I suspect you have many questions. It seems 3 guests have left in haste. Petra, please invite them back, the boy commanded a nearby child. This child, with spiky black hair and an utterly cold demeanor, was none other than the fearsome warrior documented in the records, and the champion of the martial arts tournament that had recently sent shockwaves through Agilas, following best demonstration of power. The tournament had been abruptly halted, leaving Petra as the rightful champion. His presence undeniably instilled a profound sense of dread among the assembled elites. Many among them were brash, accompanied by bodyguards with combat power exceeding 10,000. Yet under the child's unassuming pressure, they appeared increasingly powerless, even feeling an instinctive urge to prostrate themselves in trembling submission. Upon hearing his brother's command, Petra nodded, expressionless as he gazed skyward, swiftly locking onto the departing vessels. With a flash of brilliance in his hand, he unleashed over 100 energy-laden projectiles, which swiftly caught up to the vessels, engulfing them in a blinding explosion that was swift kill. This bastard, does he intend to kill us? At that moment, a wave of profound terror swept through the dignitaries at the spaceport. They could no longer maintain their composure, and cries of alarm erupted. Some scrambled onto their vessels, frantically pressing buttons, while others brandished communication devices, desperately attempting to relay the unfolding chaos to their headquarters. However, under the influence of the supercomputer campaign, every electronic communication device rendered ineffective, as if they were mere heaps of rusted scrap metal. Bastard, attack everyone! Whoever kills those two, I will reward them 10 million. No, 100 million Bajias? In the midst of overwhelming panic, one individual shrieked desperately, resembling a madman in the shadows. The warriors had yet to act, already ensnared by Beth's ambushed gene warriors. Even a foe possessing the ability to change colors, intending to stealthily assassinate the Best brothers, was swiftly detected by Best and fell victim to Petra's strike. Today is destined to be an unprecedented gathering. As witnesses to this event, you should feel an unparalleled sense of honor and pride. Observing the cosmic merchants fleeing in every direction, Best couldn't help but smirk coldly. Previously, they had been high and mighty, viewing themselves as superior. Now, they were reduced to mere prey, with their fate resting solely in his hands. Let us begin, then. Miana, CC Canon Novel Network. You should consider yourselves fortunate, for I do not intend to kill you. Suddenly, a circular device descended from above, resembling a precise instrument, encircling Best's head. His unfathomable eyes transformed into a wild frenzy, akin to a tranquil lake suddenly roiling with tempestuous waves, unleashing an unprecedented psychological storm upon all present. Night, beneath a resplendent starry sky, in stark contrast to the desolation of the west, the eastern cities remained ablaze with light, resembling a series of sleepless metropolises that on massive electronic screens, alluring stars posed seductively, introducing various high-tech products in enticing tones. Their provocative gestures ignited primal urges, stirring a visceral excitement. The atmosphere was thick with intoxication, fumes, drugs, unrestrained insults, brawls, and bouts of inexplicable laughter, immersing the entire city in a state of hedonistic revelry. Listless as if it were a dying serpent, Syndra stood aloft, gazing out at the dreary scene beyond the window, feeling an indescribable restlessness. Ever since his son's demise, he had not enjoyed a single night of restful sleep. Each day, he consumed copious amounts of alcohol merely to slip into a semblance of slumber. Today, a peculiar sense of foreboding hung over him, as if something momentous were about to transpire, preventing him from finding rest. Frustrated, he donned a loose overcoat and leaped from the window, seeking distraction in the city below. However, before he could soar far, a figure materialized before him, a metallic being, half of whose body was composed of machinery. "It's you. What do you want?" Upon seeing this individual, Syndra faltered, his expression turning wary. "Nothing much. An old friend is returning today, and I wish to see him." The metallic figure, none other than Syndra's old rival, Gauss, who ranked second among the three powers of Agilas, appeared somewhat different today, that he had set aside his usual arrogance and refrained from targeting Syndra, even employing a tone that was uncharacteristically mild, as if discussing matters unrelated to him. Utter nonsense. Syndra, filled with trepidation, took a step back, fearing that this incomprehensible madman might launch a sudden attack. Just as he prepared to take a detour, an overwhelming force surged towards him, propelling him away with a single blow. What? It wasn't Gauss. Who then could it be? Beneath the dim, gray sky, a towering warrior clad in black spandex materialized before Syndra without warning, seizing him by the throat and lifting this powerhouse, whose combat strength exceeded 200,000, as if he were a mere rag doll. With a series of sickening cracks, the warrior crushed Syndra's limbs, leaving him utterly defenseless against the agony in excruciating pain. Syndra fixated on the somewhat familiar visage before him. As the detector affixed to the warrior's left, I began to pulse erratically. The readings fluctuated incessantly, as though they could infinitely escalate. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the overburdened detector shattered. In that fleeting moment, the displayed figure had reached an astonishing 600,000. Simultaneously, Syndra's face drained of color as he recalled the identity of this formidable foe. "Do you remember me, Syndra?" the warrior taunted. "I had initially contemplated a fair fight with you. Yet now, you stand before me like a lifeless dog, utterly devoid of any intrigue." Kieran leaned down, gazing intently at his terrified adversary, seemingly intent on etching his appearance in his Syndra's memory. With a voice laced with venom, he declared, "Go to hell and repent, you wretched spawn." Suddenly, amidst the gray expanse of the heavens, an astonishing brilliance erupted. Reminiscent of the sun rising in the night, descending upon the world with an unstoppable might. It was a spectacle of grandeur, overwhelming to the point where one could scarcely discern whether they were enveloped in daylight or darkness. Following this momentous event, unprecedented chaos erupted in the city below, with piercing alarm sirens blaring, shaking the very foundations of the earth. "You have grown, and you have become stronger. I scarcely recognize you," Gauss remarked with a sigh as he surveyed the now unfamiliar youth before him. From his tone, it was evident they had known each other long before. 3 years is hardly a long time. "Had it not been for your assistance back then, I would not have escaped." Kieran glanced at Gauss, speaking in a tone devoid of embellishment. This gratitude had lain dormant in his heart for 3 years, and now he finally had the opportunity to express it, fulfilling a long-held wish. "Enough with the foolishness. It was Lothandi who saved my life back then. Were it not for him equipping me with this formidable armor, I would not be here today. Though I do not condone his methods, I cannot disregard his fate. Alas, by the time I received the news, it was already too late to save him," Gauss lamented. "You did your utmost," Kieran consoled. By the way, I am currently employed by the Sandstorm Corporation in the West. They are planning an operation today to seize control of this planet. If you have no pressing matters, I suggest you vacate this place swiftly. Their power is beyond your imagination." Kieran nodded, offering this kind advice as a means of repaying Gauss's kindness. Should Gauss choose to stand his ground and refuse to leave, Kieran would have no choice but to subdue him. Gazing upon the brightly lit city beneath him, Kieran felt an unsettling dissonance. After avenging himself, he seemed to lose the impetus that had once driven him, becoming adrift in a kaleidoscope of colors on the land, uncertain of his future and oblivious to the path ahead. He pondered whether his life had reached its terminus, as everything he did from that point on would be for the sake of others. Noticing Kieran's silence, Gauss mused, "I will not depart. 30 years ago, my home planet was annihilated by the ruthless Frisia clan, leaving me bereft of family and home. This land beneath my feet has become my second home, one I can no longer bear to part with. Though times have changed, I shall not waver. Please inform the owner of the Sandstorm Corporation to cease trampling upon this land and to refrain from desecrating our home. I am willing to forfeit my resistance and offer all the resources at my disposal." Awaken, Scion Chapter 54. Set sail in a single night. This high-energy planet at the northern edge of the galaxy, coveted by countless schemers, had been completely conquered, becoming the prized possession of Best, strangely, after Jabber's palace fell. Most of the inhabitants of this planet remained in a state of confusion, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around them. The course of events unfolded with unexpected ease. Initially, Best had anticipated that this invasion would provoke significant backlash, possibly inciting riots. To counter this, he had already devised contingency plans and prepared for a bloody suppression. Yet, no one could have foreseen that, at the onset of the chaos, Gauss, the second in command of Agilas, would emerge to restore order. dispersing Jabber's guards who had come rushing in. This action effectively stripped the city of its final line of defense, allowing Best's forces to seamlessly enter, secure various strongholds, and apprehend the bewildered guards. What transpired thereafter was even more bewildering. The highly regarded Prince Russ of Agilas joined in the effort to appease the public, issuing a statement via electronic media, claiming that a foreign spy had infiltrated Agilas to steal vital secrets, prompting the military to search for them. Fortunately, the spy was apprehended in time, and they apologized for any inconvenience caused to the citizens' nightlife. Despite this, many sensed the undercurrents of conspiracy. However, in such a grand setting, they were powerless to voice their doubts. All they could do was await the dawn, hoping for some earth-shattering revelation. Yet, as the sun rose, they found no trace of unrest or espionage. Opening their windows, they were met with the usual throngs of people and vehicles, the clamor and congestion seemingly unchanged from any other day. IT appeared as though normalcy had returned, with no signs of the disturbances or espionage events that had transpired. As for the influence of the merchant guilds, Best handled the situation with remarkable finesse. Under the sway of the supercomputer Cambrian, their base, essentially a privately controlled city, fell into a state of paralysis. With all power, energy facilities, and electronic systems rendered utterly ineffective, leaving them incapable of mounting any form of defense, in a state of trepidation. They awaited the return of their leaders or the second in command of their base, only to be met with a significant reshuffling of power. These individuals, who could stand alongside Jabber and even influence his decisions, possessed extraordinary influence. Moreover, having operated on this planet for many years, their power was deeply entrenched within Agilas. Making them a force to be reckoned with. To remove them hastily would undoubtedly trigger a massive upheaval, plunging the entire Agilas into panic and paralysis. Thus, it was more prudent to control these individuals and have them serve Best. Furthermore, as a researcher, Best was keenly interested in the advanced technologies they wielded. In broad strokes, the cutting-edge technology in their hands was light years ahead of the universe's current technological advancements. Some among them even had supermagnetic runners and antimatter annihilation cannons deployed within their bases. Devastating weapons capable of obliterating a planet with a mere push of a button. In terms of destructive capacity, even a super warrior with a combat power of 1 million at full strength could achieve only such feats, and this was not even their full potential. Thus, one could only imagine the magnitude of the energy wielded by these cosmic merchants. Naturally, a significant number of Best's subordinates, the Hain people, were dispatched to these bases, acquiring considerable administrative authority. Once the main computer of these research institutions was linked to Best's experimental base's supercomputer, his plundering of these unscrupulous merchants would truly come to a close. Even if they were to regain consciousness and remember what had transpired, they would find themselves utterly ensnared within Best's grasp, incapable of stirring even the slightest ripple, due to the omnipresent surveillance of the supercomputer Cambane. Every electronic device on this planet has transformed into its watchful eye, ceaselessly monitoring all activities and ensuring that no one can escape its gaze for the subsequent cleanup operations. Best had little interest in participating. After addressing a few key points of concern, he boarded a sophisticated spacecraft manufactured by the Cruise Corporation alongside Petra. Embarking on their second cosmic voyage, at last, this chapter had drawn to a close, 5 years earlier than I had anticipated. Reflecting upon it now, it seems almost surreal, as if I were ensnared in a dream. So, next, is it Namek? Dragon Ball, here I come. Best reclined in a comfortable chair and pressed a button on the spacecraft. A mysterious smile flickering across his face. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 1. Namek. The scene shifts, extending our gaze into the vast cosmos. Several star systems away from Agilas, a spindle-shaped spacecraft steadily approached a twinkling point of light, guided by signals captured by its intelligent computer. This seemingly unremarkable vessel was, in fact, equipped with the most advanced navigation system in the universe. That on its massive electronic display, hundreds of three-dimensional images flickered, marking the coordinates of nearly 100 star systems within the northern galaxy. The density of this information surpassed that of an ant colony excavating its underground palace. Moreover, the distances between star systems are not merely a few steps apart. They resemble an unfathomable chasm, with the travelers traversing them akin to insignificant insects. Humble and diminutive, across such a divide, using fuel propulsion alone would be nothing short of a pipe dream without decades or even centuries of accumulation. Thus, within the realm of aerospace, bold concepts such as spatial jumping have emerged, all aimed at shortening travel time. These ideas enable specially designed vessels to perform transitory leaps between nodes separated by hundreds of light years, transitioning instantaneously from one star system to another. Remarkably sharp and extraordinarily powerful. Currently, this ship, named the Immortal, embodies the culmination of such cutting-edge technology. Point 1 can only imagine the exorbitant cost associated with its construction. The vessel is owned by Jabbar, known as the Emperor of Agilas. Their target, it seems, has been stationary on a planet for several days. This news has finally provided Jabbar with a sense of relief, alleviating the oppressive weight of his precarious rule amidst internal and external turmoil. In his desperate state, the emergence of the spirit tree has become his last lifeline. Upon receiving this information, his first thought was not to verify the authenticity of the source, but rather to contemplate how he could seize it. At that moment, he trusted no one, relying solely on himself. Only by grasping this legendary divine tree in his hands could he find peace and sleep soundly. Hurry, is the energy charged yet? We are not far from our destination. With one more spatial jump, the spirit tree will be mine. Jabbar's eyes burned crimson as he spoke frantically, his demeanor betraying the calmness and poise he once possessed, now resembling a desperate fiend. Almost there, almost there. After 12 hours of overcharged energy, we should be able to initiate spatial movement. However, doing so may cause irreparable damage to our Immortal, a balding crew member in the cockpit, frantic and bewildered, manipulated the controls, his face twisted with anxiety as beads of sweat streamed down, as if something terrifying lurked nearby. Damn it. I don't want to hear terms like should or perhaps. You must and absolutely, do you understand? Jabbar crushed the metallic armrest of his seat. Rising to his feet, his menacing visage striking fear into the hearts of the crew. Panting heavily, he paced the cabin before halting in front of charred corpse, growling, "If you do not wish to end up like this fool, follow my orders. Do not dare to tell me it cannot be done. I want it fast, fast, fast." The crew stood frozen, trembling in terror, too afraid to provoke Jabbar in the slightest that moment. They remained oblivious to the peculiar spacecraft cloaked in a reflective black surface hovering outside their vessel, having followed them from Agilas like a relentless parasite. As the spatial movement commenced, the Immortal was about to be engulfed by a sudden appearance of a black hole, when the strange craft emitted a series of beeping sounds. Subsequently, within the sealed cabin, rows of illuminated buttons flickered to life, ultimately locking onto a massive machine nearly 2 meters tall. Countless numerical signals danced across the machine's surface, and after filtering, it suddenly produced an electronic, synthesized voice. Detection complete. All systems within the cabin are operational. The carrier is approaching the target planet. Estimated arrival in 30 minutes. After completing spatial movement, detach from the carrier. Simultaneously deploy Experiment 1 for self-detonation into the carrier. Capture operation commencing. Experiments 2, 3, and 4 are to be readied for capture. Prepare the electromagnetic railgun for extermination should the capture fail. Repeat task details. Repeat task details. Black hole passed. Experiment 1 has awakened. Estimated self-detonation energy to reach 130,000. The survival rate of life forms within the carrier is less than 1 in 100,000. Preparing for separation from the carrier. Countdown. 9, 8, 7, 6. Separation complete. With a crisp sound, the outer layer of the Immortal began to drift away from the black spacecraft, leaving behind a purplish cultivation chamber filled with a pale green liquid, within which a robust man, bloated and unconscious, floated. His decaying skin, swollen muscles, and exposed tooth roots bore an uncanny resemblance to a tracker from a certain survival horror franchise. Suddenly, without warning, the cultivation chamber erupted. The man jolted awake, as if roused from slumber, and with a powerful surge, his massive form descended, forcefully pressing downward. The thick layers of space-grade alloy, torn by his immense strength, crumbled like fragile fibers, creating a gaping void. An alien intrusion triggered Jabbar's instincts, and he immediately sensed the disturbance. However, what he beheld was a blood-engorged biochemical monstrosity, grinning maniacally in his direction. "Yuri? How could this be?" Jabbar exclaimed in sheer horror. Just as he intended to subdue this unexpected intruder, his expression shifted dramatically. The blood-soaked creature exploded without warning, unleashing a surge of energy that obliterated the immortal into cosmic dust. Leaving no trace behind, the self-detonation was merely a process. With Jabbar's combat prowess, the protective shield he conjured could have allowed him to evade it, yet he had to comprehend that they were amidst the boundless void of space. Although Jabbar hailed from noble lineage and possessed extraordinary bloodlines, he was not a member of the Frisia race, those beings capable of withstanding the vacuum of space and its explosive forces. Thus, at the moment the spacecraft erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, awaiting him was nothing but death. Nothing else remained. No one could have anticipated that Agilas' ruler, the ambitious Jabbar, would meet such a tragic end. Meanwhile, in another direction, a far more advanced vessel, propelled by consecutive space jumps, was drawing near to a verdant planet. This planet was particularly remarkable, with a diameter approximately 10 times that of Earth, and it was orbited by 3 diminutive stars. Consequently, daylight prevailed eternally, banishing the concept of night altogether. It was indeed the very home of the demon king Piccolo and the gods, as well as the origin of Dragon Ball, Namek, when this ship, having roamed the cosmos for half a month, finally descended upon Namek. Its hatch opened to reveal a wide staircase. Emerging from within were 2 travelers, though it would be more accurate to describe them as 2 children. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 2. Cold reception. According to the data, Namek is a rather dormant planet. Its crust consists of several tectonic plates, yet their movements are slow, resulting in a near absence of earthquakes and volcanic activity. Beneath the surface lies a wealth of resources, particularly abundant reserves of high energy and heavy metal ores. The Namekians once extracted these metals, which are characterized by their high hardness, low weight, and remarkable corrosion resistance. To advance their cosmic navigation technology and spacecraft manufacturing industry, achieving significant success. In terms of energy, vast deposits of combustible mud lie buried around 100 meters underground, akin to coal, yet containing an energy yield 900 times greater than that of coal itself. The inhabitants of Namek stand between 1.3 to 1.9 meters tall, with some individuals surpassing 2 meters, such as Piccolo, Nail, and Slug. They possess no body hair, with 2 antennae atop their heads for light sensing. Their skin is green, exhibiting a function akin to photosynthesis. Thus, they merely need to drink water and utilize photosynthesis to generate starch, fulfilling their physiological needs. They lack a centralized government. The populace is dispersed, forming small settlements managed by an elder, hence there are no military forces or large organizations. However, within each village, there are 1 or more warriors tasked with defending their homeland. The village elder safeguards the Dragon Balls, resisting all forms of invasion. The above is not a fabrication by the author. It is sourced from Baidu Encyclopedia. Consequently, this is a peculiar race straddling the line between a sophisticated society and primitive settlements. It seems that gaining their trust will not be a simple endeavor. Oh, someone is approaching over there. It appears our movements have been detected. Best looked southeast, nodding as he spoke. Truly, they're an ancient people with profound understanding of ki, capable of sensing the energy fluctuations of outsiders at a moment's notice. Their prowess is vastly superior to that of the drunken wastrels from Agilas. Petra lifted his gaze in the same direction, but quickly averted his eyes, coldly remarking, "Too weak, Petra, you are mistaken. Sometimes the strength of energy does not dictate everything." Best, observing the puzzled expression on his brother's face, reached out to ruffle his hair, explaining, "Among those of the same caliber, a martial artist who has mastered various techniques far surpasses a mere warrior. Even when faced with foes several times stronger, they can still turn the tide using unique ki techniques. Thus, we must never underestimate such individuals. But brother, you once said that only warriors are the most powerful beings in this world." Petra frowned, uncharacteristically countering him. Best, though surprised, merely smiled in response. That is indeed true, that in fact, martial artists also fall under the category of warriors. They simply focus more on cultivating their energy and techniques rather than enhancing their strength through combat. In the midst of their conversation, the key of the Namekians rapidly approached. Not a single individual, but a total of 5 that, however, they halted at a considerable distance, seemingly cautious as they observed. Only once they ascertained there was no danger did they draw closer, landing on a nearby slope. Having never felt such potent ki before, the energy emanating from these two was rife with brutality and bloodlust, both immensely powerful and terrifying. Especially the overwhelming pressure they exuded, which suffocated and instilled despair. Were they also here for the Dragon Balls? This is troubling. Such beings are beyond our capacity to confront that we must swiftly inform Daciel. He alone can contend with such formidable intruders. The Namekians concealed on the slope watched carefully. In close proximity, the sensations they felt were starkly different from their previous vague impressions. Beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads, quickly coalescing into rivulets that cascaded downwards. One Namekian gritted his teeth and whispered to his companion, "These two are formidable. While they remain unaware of our presence, you must hurry and inform the Elder and Daciel. I will stay here to monitor them. Remember, you must be swift." "No, it is too perilous for you to remain here alone. I will stay to assist you." Another Namekian immediately objected. "Now is not the time for disputes. Trust me. Hurry to inform Daciel. Only he can deal with these 2 powerful invaders. Also, try to evacuate the villagers. Please." The Namekian who spoke earlier grasped his companion's arm, his tone resolute, leaving no room for dissent. "You must wait for our return." The 4 companions exchanged a deep glance before hastily departing, darting in various directions. They had encountered such situations countless times before, yet this occasion truly made them feel the threat of extinction. Their companion was correct. This was not the time for rashness. They must urgently evacuate their fellow villagers and inform the Elder. That was the true course of action. In the grand scheme of their race's survival, individual lives were of little consequence at this moment. He spoke these words with an evident readiness to face his own demise. What a predicament! Did he truly believe that concealing his ki would allow him to elude my senses? Best stroked his chin, casting a casual glance at the earthen slope that he remained silent, while Petra too stood quietly, head lowered, showing no reaction, appearing entirely unaware of the Namekian's presence. Fortunately, these 2 intruders, like those before them, do not wield ki. Otherwise, our existence would have been discovered long ago. The Namekian concealed on the slope exhaled softly, inadvertently feeling a sense of relief. Yet in the next moment, he was jolted into alarm. He nearly leapt in fright, for he saw that the larger of the 2 outsiders had distinctly fixed his gaze upon this very spot, nay, upon him, and spoke in a tone laden with mockery. "Namekian, is this how you treat guests who have traveled from afar? Damn it, we've been discovered." In an instant, the Namekian was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by an impulse to flee. Yet he steeled himself, managing to rise and address the uninvited guests. "Apologies. But Namek does not welcome outsiders. If you seek supplies, I regret to inform you that we possess nothing of what you desire." Though he deliberately raised his voice to mask his fear, the tremor in his words betrayed his terror. This undeniably proved that he was, at that moment, exceedingly frightened. What a headache! I never imagined that upon entering Namek, I would be confronted with such a dilemma. The treatment of a protagonist is indeed not something just anyone can enjoy. Best pressed his forehead, troubled by the situation, yet spoke candidly. "What I seek is indeed here, the Dragon Balls, which can grant wishes." Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 3. Daciel, these vile creatures are indeed here for the Dragon Balls. The Namekian froze, his body tensing as he clenched his fists tightly. After a moment of silence, he suddenly became animated, resolutely declaring, "Despair, outsiders. We will never surrender the Dragon Balls to wicked beings such as yourselves." Wicked, best ponder this term. Then inquired, "From what vantage point do you discern my malevolence? Do not attempt to argue. The aura surrounding you is frigid, blood-stained, and suffused with an air of deathly silence. Characteristics that only a merciless executioner would possess. If a being like you cannot be deemed evil, then who could?" The Namekian's antennae twitched slightly. Initially cautious, he now voiced his thoughts aloud upon hearing Best's question. I had forgotten that some adept in sensing energy can also discern the moral alignment of others, much like Kieran did when he first sensed Frisia's aura on Namek. This is rather intriguing. However, such a method of judgment is indeed rather hasty. It is true. I have taken many lives, Best admitted candidly. Or rather, he had never contemplated denying it, instead opting for a forthright response. But how can you ascertain whether those I slain were virtuous or vile? If I have only dispatched the wicked, does that not signify that I am, in fact, a good person? The Namekian found himself momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Beautiful flowers and reptiles often harbor deadly toxins, capable of stripping away another's right to existence in an instant. Fools are perpetually enamored with appearances, captivated by the alluring and the beautiful while despising the mundane and the ugly. They hastily judge a person's character based solely on superficial traits, ensnaring the innocent in unfathomable predicaments while allowing those who flout the law to roam free. Having once believed the Namekians to possess extraordinary qualities, it appears they are not so different after all. Best continued. His words rendered the Namekian in a cold sweat, feeling overwhelmed by an insurmountable pressure. Nonsense. You are spouting lies. I do not judge by appearances. Your aura is unmistakably filled with malice and indifference. The essence of a good person could never be saturated with such boundless coldness. You shall not deceive me, the Namekian retorted, though his tone lacked the earlier conviction that in truth, the intelligence of the Namekians is beyond question. In certain innate abilities, their skills are nothing short of extraordinary, leaving one in awe. Yet they are not a loquacious people and lack engagement with the outside world. This has led to their verbal inadequacies and helplessness. Now, although this Namekian harbored numerous rebuttals, the words eluded him, and he found himself at a loss for how best to articulate his thoughts. In a fluster, he could only hastily utter a statement. His demeanor was already somewhat disheveled. It is because I have encountered certain issues with my body, compelling me to suppress my emotions that I cannot relish the joys and sorrows like a normal individual. It is precisely for this reason that I traversed the vast expanse of galaxies to reach Namek, seeking your assistance. Now, only the legendary Dragon Balls can heal my condition. However, witnessing the treatment meted out to visitors by your people has left me astounded. It appears that the notions of the Namekians being amiable and peace-loving are merely fabrications spread by those with ulterior motives. You are mistaken. If I were truly a villain, I would have no need for such lengthy discourse or explanations. Nor would I permit your companions to depart unscathed. What do you say to that? In contrast to the Namekians' floundering, Best's responses remained steady, deliberate, and thoroughly rational, leaving no room for flaw. It could be said that from the very outset of this debate, the Namekian had already found himself at a disadvantage. As his confidence was gradually eroded, he was taken aback to discover that he could not counter the questions posed by Best. Thus, he was ensnared in a web of contemplation. His previously steadfast stance began to falter amidst the uncertainty. Curse it! Is he speaking the truth? If what he claims is accurate, I have wrongfully accused an innocent. The reputation of the Namekians must not be tarnished due to my single misjudgment. Yet, what proof exists to affirm that his assertions are correct? What is the truth? Who can enlighten me? The Namekian's antennae quivered violently. As if struck by an inexplicable stimulus, he tightened his fists, appearing to summon all his strength. Yet remained unsure of his next course of action. In that moment, his thoughts were evidently ensnared in a state of chaos. Unable to extricate themselves, the age-old conundrum of causality, which came first, the chicken or the egg, was indeed a daunting puzzle for those of simple disposition to ponder. However, at least he had managed to stabilize the situation. Should he inadvertently slay this Namekian, the repercussions would be exceedingly troublesome. A faint smile played upon Best's lips as he raised his gaze towards the direction from which the previous Namekians had retreated. There, a formidable aura was rapidly approaching, the intensity suggesting it had surpassed 20. Moments later, a haggard, elderly Namekian, reminiscent of the deities from Earth, appeared before Best. Upon his arrival, the Namekian who had been deep in thought jolted awake, gazing at the elder as though he were a beacon of hope. exclaiming in excitement, "Darsal, you have finally arrived. This individual must be the warrior tasked with guarding the Grand Elder of the Namekians." It was surprising that he was not the character Nairo from the original narrative. Could he perhaps be a forebear? Yet, considering his age, he likely belonged to the same generation as the Grand Elder of the Namekians, the deity from Earth, and the legendary figure Slag from the Tales. He must hold a position of considerable significance on Namek. Best mused. Standing alongside him, Petra also glanced over and inquired, "Brother, is he the martial artist you spoke of?" "Indeed," Best responded, momentarily taken aback before smiling. "What prompts your question?" "Because warriors who have fought for years, once they reach such an age, their bones and muscles gradually deteriorate, and they can no longer maintain the combat prowess of their youth. It is impossible for someone of his age to appear so vigorous," Petra remarked earnestly, her words astonishing Best. "Where did you learn such things?" Best inquired contemplatively. "I observed it myself," Petra replied with sincerity. "What a determined little one. Is fighting to the death the fate of the Saiyans." Best sighed inexplicably. He patted Petra's head and said, "Well done. You are a good child." Meanwhile, under Darsal's watchful gaze, the Namekian recounted the events that had transpired, ultimately expressing his distress. "I truly cannot discern the nature of these two outsiders. Forgive me, Darsal, it was my folly to summon you without clarity to know." "You did well," Darsal reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "If it is perplexing, then do not dwell on it. Leave it to me." "Understood," the young Namekian responded, then turned to Best and Petra, saying, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This is our warrior, Darsal. If you wish to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls, you must first obtain the consent of him and the Grand Elder." After the earlier dispute, his animosity towards Best had evidently diminished significantly. "Greetings, I am Best, a traveler from Agilas. This is my brother, Petra." Best introduced himself. "Greetings, far-traveling visitors. I am aware of your purpose. The Grand Elder and I have been expecting you for quite some time." The individual nodded, yet the words that escaped their lips left Best astounded. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 4. The Spirit Tree. In the Northern Galaxy, upon a planet teeming with life. According to the data, this planet boasts fertile soil and a pleasant climate, making it an exceptionally suitable primitive world for human habitation. Although there is no evidence of advanced biological activity, the nascent stirrings of intelligent life are already evident. It is akin to newborn infants, still learning to walk, exploring their surroundings with tentative steps, evoking anticipation for their growth. Just days prior, this place was a vibrant tableau of verdant mountains and flowing waters. Yet now, it is reduced to a landscape of withered vines, ancient trees, and cawing crows. The stark contrast of the scene elicits a profound sense of pain beneath the astonishment. The lush mountains, once cloaked in a rich green, have long since lost their vibrancy, now appearing desiccated and languid. The once rushing rivers seem as though they have been maliciously severed at their source, gradually drying up and losing their former vitality. Animals lie motionless in the parched underbrush, softly lamenting, while fish weakly leap in the dwindling streams. Rugged wild men, brandishing torches, gather under the dim sky to worship deities, overwhelmed by fear and hunger. In this turmoil, individuals continue to fall, succumbing to death. The earth is strewn with lamentation, devoid of its former vitality. All sights upon the surface have plunged into silence. The land itself is losing its nutrients amidst an inexplicable cataclysm. In just a few short hours, the once fertile soil has lost its luster. The earth has become dry and brittle, cracking like ancient relics weathered by millennia. When the wind sweeps across it, it crumbles into fine grains of sand, carried away with the mournful whispers of the breeze. An ominous pall of death pervades the entire planet, as if it is being devoured by a monstrous beast of unspeakable evil. It resembles a withered patient, nearing the end of life, consumed by disease. Yet amidst this desolation, a colossal tree thrives, standing tall and proud, piercing the clouds. Its vitality starkly contrasts with the surrounding stillness. This giant tree is so immense and terrifying that it could be deemed monstrous. Even its outer roots rise to a height of several dozen meters, resembling fierce dragons partially buried in the soil, spreading outwards with an imposing presence. Its trunk is akin to a colossal pillar, supporting the vast expanse of the heavens. Its roots delve deep into the earth, entwining with sheer cliffs and the abyssal depths of the sea, as if forming a vast net that firmly binds the entire planet. Its enormous canopy resembles a floating continent, nearly enveloping the sky. When one looks up, they are met only with an overwhelming expanse of green. As the wind blows, the leaves ripple like waves upon a vast ocean, evoking a sense of profound awe. This towering behemoth appears to be the world tree of Norse mythology. This tree is the origin of all malevolence and the very root of the planet's life depletion. At this moment, a child of about 8 or 9 stands beneath the tree, clad in tattered garments, hair disheveled, his entire being smeared with blood, exuding an intense aura of malice. Typically, a child of such tender age would embody innocence and naivety. Yet this boy resembles a famished beast, instilling terror and evoking a desire to flee. It is nearly ripe. The spirit tree is almost mature. Once I consume its fruit, no one shall ever harm me again. Those bastards who dare to seize the seeds from me shall perish. I will trample their heads beneath my feet and crush them mercilessly. However, I must express my gratitude to those individuals. Had it not been for their spacecraft, chronicling the coordinates of various planets, I would never have found so many suitable worlds for the spirit tree's growth in such a brief span of time. In return, I shall locate each of you and personally eliminate you. The child fixates on the towering tree above, muttering to himself. His eyes gleam like those of a ravenous wolf on the prairie, shimmering with a greenish light. His distorted visage bears a sinister quality, instilling a chilling sense of dread. This child is none other than the pure-blooded Saiyan warrior, Dales, from the Dragon Ball movie series, featured in the Earth Super Battle and Saiyan Extinction Plan. Waiting is a solitary and arduous ordeal. It is also a moment ripe for unforeseen changes. Suddenly, 3 brilliant streaks of light pierce the atmosphere, resembling meteors with long fiery tails, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Who is it? Are those the same individuals again? How infuriating. They truly are relentless. Standing beneath the giant tree, Dale seems to sense something. He becomes agitated, emitting a series of guttural roars. His eyes radiate an uncontrollable fury. Kill them! Eliminate them all! I shall annihilate you! He bellows, suddenly charging towards the point where the 3 meteors descend. In an instant, his diminutive form transforms into a streak of light, hurtling forth at supersonic speed. Before he arrives, a cataclysmic shockwave erupts, akin to a roaring dragon. The ground beneath him quakes as 3 massive sealed containers explode, revealing 3 robust men clad in heavy military attire, their bodies bristling with intricate circuitry. Yet their faces are expressionless, as if they were lifelike mannequins. As the shockwave sweeps across the terrain, ripples appear, threatening to collapse under the strain, emitting a groan of distress. The 3 men are immediately engulfed in a blinding column of light. Simultaneously, a small, oddly shaped spacecraft hovers silently above the atmosphere. Initiating scan. Energy intensity of target, 254,000, a significant increase compared to the original text. No abnormal enhancement detected. Subject 2, Subject 3, and Subject 4, with initial energy intensities of 50. 000. After perfect genetic serum enhancement, they have reached 205, 000, 197, 000, and 202,000. Due to being clones of Yuri, their enhancement is limited. Additionally, they are equipped with 3rd-generation energy conversion armor capable of absorbing energy impacts below 60. 000. Analysis. The success rate of this capture operation is 99.9999. Commencing capture operation now. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May the year of the rabbit bring prosperity. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 5. The Great Prophecy. The dwellings of Namekians are constructed from a gel-like substance, secreted from a certain green plant native to Namek, that solidifies the soil. They feature an oval structure and are only a single story high, resembling the shell of a snail. However, the interiors are remarkably spacious, devoid of the cramped and cluttered feel of a typical snail's abode. The Grand Elder of the Namekians resides atop a steep cliff. His home is uniquely divided into two levels, setting it apart from the other Namekian residences. Upon entering, Best feels a strange sensation of being watched, stirring unease within him. In his memory, the Namekians possess formidable psychic abilities, including telepathy and telekinesis. They can conjure objects out of thin air, akin to magicians, for instance, funnels and garments. This suggests that their mental prowess significantly surpasses that of ordinary cosmic races. It appears there is much I can learn from them. Ascending to the second level, the empty space is surprisingly adorned with a single chair embodying the distinct Namekian style, upon which rests a serene-looking elderly Namekian. Seemingly in slumber, Best knew that this seemingly benign old man, with his colossal frame, was none other than the possessor of the Dragon Balls, as well as the supreme leader of all Namekians. "Welcome, esteemed guests who have journeyed from afar," the Grand Elder rasped, his eyes narrowing slightly as they opened to gaze upon the Best brothers below. His gaze lingered momentarily on Petra before settling entirely on Best, establishing their hierarchy within mere moments. Just a moment ago, it seemed he had cast a glance at Petra's crystal pendant. Best, keenly observant, noted this detail. However, since the Grand Elder had initiated conversation, it would be rather improper for him to remain silent like Petra. Reflecting on the ambiguous words spoken by Darcel upon their meeting, Best could not help but inquire, "Greetings, esteemed Grand Elder of Namek. May I be so bold as to ask if you were already aware of our impending arrival?" "I had no knowledge of your visit," the Grand Elder replied, causing Best to furrow his brow, a sense of inexplicable foreboding rising within him. Yet what followed astonished Best. "I only know that in the years to come, our Namek will face a tremendous calamity. However, at that time, a Saiyan will emerge to help us navigate through the crisis." In that instant, Best felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A profound chill enveloping him, nearly freezing his very blood. Impossible. How can you know what is to come in the future? Best struggled to suppress his shock, his face reflecting disbelief, as if he could not fathom the Grand Elder's words. "All this was revealed to me by the Eternal Dragon," the Grand Elder sighed, turning his gaze toward the window, lost in recollection. "Long ago, our Namek faced an unprecedented disaster. Until that time, the vast majority of Namekians perished in that calamity. Only a handful of children were spared, sent away by their frantic parents. Darcel and I were among the fortunate survivors. Years later, we traversed countless planets before finally returning to Namek. Yet, upon seeing our desolate and lifeless home, our hearts were filled with endless sorrow. In our quest to restore our homeland and revive Namek's former vitality, I inherited the Dragon Balls passed down from our ancestors and awakened the Eternal Dragon. With its omnipotent powers, the dragon breathed life back into Namek and granted us the ability to ensure our legacy would continue. At that time, we still had one final wish remaining, but we asked the dragon if it could use its boundless powers to safeguard Namek and all Namekians, ensuring that calamity would never again befall us. However, the dragon informed us that this wish was beyond its capabilities. At this juncture, the Grand Elder suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, his expression growing weary, as if the brief exchange had drained much of his strength. "Grand Elder, please take a moment to rest," Darcel urged, patting the elder gently. He then turned to the solemn-faced Best, continuing, "We were left feeling despondent and terrified, fearful that our hard-fought home would again be destroyed by disaster. Thus, we pressed the dragon for answers. What calamity awaited the Namekians, and what must we do to evade it? The dragon revealed that the wisdom of the Namekians would become our greatest downfall," referring to the Dragon Balls. "In countless years to come, a great catastrophe would beset us, plunging all of Namek into peril once more. Only when a Saiyan warrior appeared would we be able to overcome this crisis." Allowing the Namekians to endure as the Grand Elder and Darcel gazed intently at him, Best fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. "What a remarkable prophecy! In truth, I do possess some knowledge regarding the calamity you speak of. However, I have one more question to pose." "What question?" "Please do share." The Grand Elder and Darcel exchanged glances and nodded in encouragement. The Saiyans themselves have endured a monumental calamity, nearly facing extinction. Yet, many warriors survived. On what grounds do you presume that I am the Scion foretold to alleviate your impending disaster? Moreover, the reputation of Scions throughout the universe is notoriously vile. Most are selfish and ruthless. I believe you have heard such tales yourselves. Surely, you cannot assume that upon encountering a Scion, he would automatically be your savior. Best's smile faded as he voiced the question that had long lingered in his mind. The Namekians were certainly not fools. Their belief in a Scion as their salvation must have been founded upon substantial reasoning. Such baseless assumptions would never be entertained by these ancient beings who had lived for countless years. Note, the ancient Namekians once possessed highly advanced technology, even at the cost of environmental degradation. Consequently, Namek suffered severe pollution, with its carbon protective layer destroyed, rendering it a lifeless planet and nearly leading to the extinction of the Namekian race. Fortunately, a few survivors endured on foreign planets, later returning to Namek, where they resolved to cultivate greenery to restore ecological balance. There is also speculation that the Namekians perished due to Scion attacks. However, the truth remains to be verified. Without a definitive conclusion, speculation remains open-ended. I will not reiterate the aforementioned two interpretations, but will offer my own explanation. Awaken, Scion, Chapter 6. Seizure upon hearing Best's inquiry. A faint smile graced the Grand Elder's face. His gaze once more fell upon the crystal pendant adorning Petra. In those days when Namek faced its great calamity, Darcel and I were taken in by the aliens, which allowed us to survive. It was they who taught us the ways of cultivation. Aliens, I see. Best's pupils dilated, his mind racing back to the enigmatic and fathomless alien Bibbit. Clarity washed over him, dispelling any lingering doubts. Meanwhile, on the planet designated T-12, the capture squad was making significant progress. Exhausted, Dale's gazed at the three seemingly impervious creatures before him, untouched by any assault, as if they possessed no sensation. A wave of indescribable terror surged within him, escalating further with the passage of time. Damnable monsters! What are you? Can you not perish? Dale's bellowed in fury, his fist crashing into the face of one Uric clone. He twisted his waist to evade an attempted grab, executing a difficult aerial maneuver. In the instant of his descent, he seized another experimental subject by the head and slammed it down with force. A pair of resounding cracks echoed as bones shattered, and blood and flesh erupted like a torrential downpour, akin to smashing a large watermelon. The energy conversion device currently in use could only passively absorb various forms of energy attacks. It proved ineffective against pure physical strikes. Thus, this was the extent of Dale's capabilities. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, he was already panting, utterly drained. The energy he could muster was significantly diminished compared to before. Moreover, the three adversaries he faced were all clones, devoid of self-awareness and sensation. Neural actions are entirely governed by an electronic chip implanted on one side of their bodies, rendering them oblivious to the concepts of death and fear. No matter how forcefully they are struck, as long as they remain alive, they will not exhibit the slightest inclination to retreat. More importantly, these genetically modified beings possess a terrifying threshold for physical endurance. As long as their bodies are not utterly annihilated in the initial moments of an attack, the vials of catalysts and splitting agents sealed within their military attire will continually act upon their flesh. By injecting these substances into their bodies, the cellular structure of these humanoid weapons undergoes incessant division and proliferation, resulting in a grotesque form of growth that unleashes their most formidable destructive power. Thus, even after enduring fierce combat, with 80% of their skeletal structure shattered by Darius's blows, they can regenerate and maintain their relentless assault. Nevertheless, despite this resilience, these artificial monstrosities cannot escape the realm of organic life. After sustaining such grievous injuries, they can only be destroyed and cannot be salvaged for reuse. In the words of Best, these beings are merely disposable combat tools, infuriating beyond measure. You have forced my hand. In a fit of rage, Darius raised his head and unleashed a powerful headbutt, violently dislodging a Uric clone that had seized his hair, followed by a deafening roar. The blinding light suddenly erupted from his palm, swiftly hurled into the sky. Under the dim sky, a piercing radiance ascended, illuminating the world in a brilliant glow. Ultimately, it transformed into an energy body reminiscent of a bright moon, releasing waves of light high above. Beep, 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 unidentified energy detected. Caution. The target's energy intensity is increasing at an unconventional rate. Please take immediate defensive measures. Warning. Target intensity has reached 173 W. Success rate of capture reduced to 0.01. Experiment number 3 is irreparably destroyed. Please take action. The artificial moon radiated over 1700 W of breath waves, causing a dramatic transformation in Darius's physique. In a matter of moments, he morphed from a childlike form into a colossal, fearsome gorilla, covered in coarse hair. The remaining 2 experimental subjects, upon receiving instructions from the main brain, soared into the sky, circling the mental tree at high speed, attempting to engage the gorilla in a game of cat and mouse. Unexpectedly, although Darius, in his transformed state, wreaked havoc and lost his senses, his instinct for combat did not fade. Rather, it grew exponentially as he swiftly discerned the intentions of the 2 ants that had previously harmed him. With an arm as thick as a pillar, he swept outwards, creating a shockwave that rippled through the air, echoing with a thunderous roar. After a considerable time, the atmosphere reverberated with a terrifying cacophony akin to a landslide or tsunami. Experiment number 1 collided directly with the fist Darius had unleashed. Under such immense force, his body did not get flung away. Instead, it was obliterated in mid-air, exploding into a cloud of blood mist, utterly annihilated. Immediately afterward, the gorilla pounded its chest and let out a thunderous roar. With a mighty lift of its enormous fist, it yanked down experiment number 2, which was subsequently crushed in a gruesome display. Beep, 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 capture operation failed, capture operation failed. Initiate the second plan, eliminate the target. Electromagnetic railgun preparing to lock onto the target. 10, 9, 8. Far away on Namek, Best suddenly pressed his ear, where a miniature electronic communicator was relaying the battle status from T-12. Just a moment. Best held the communicator and said, before firing the electromagnetic railgun, first use the small impact cannon to destroy the artificial moon. The interval between the 2 shots is set at 3. 5 seconds. The next moment, a synthesized voice from the computer announced, new mission received, logged. This must be a form of interstellar communication that I never anticipated that such advanced technology would emerge during our efforts to rebuild our homeland. The wisdom of those intelligent races should not be underestimated. The Grand Elder and Dazzler looked at Best, who was speaking to himself, with astonishment suddenly coming to a realization. Simultaneously, Best gazed intensely at the Grand Elder and said, given this, the situation is now quite clear. However, I trust you are aware of my purpose for coming to Namek. I shall not engage in a losing bargain, as the symbol of the Namekians' wisdom and strength. The Dragon Balls belong to anyone who harbors a dream. The Grand Elder, trembling, stood up from his seat, extending a finger to point at the air, causing a faint yellow light to burst forth from the void. The enormous Dragon Ball exclusive to the Grand Elder suddenly rose, glowing brilliantly in the sky. Across Namek, 6 larger villages emitted 6 rays of golden light, spiraling in the sky and converging in a singular direction. This extraordinary sight prompted the previously silent Petra to lift her head, her delicate face displaying a hint of surprise. Child, tell me, why do the Dragon Balls exist? The Grand Elder fixed his gaze on Best, calmly inquiring. During the New Year period, visiting relatives and feasting. Updates may be somewhat unstable. Awaken. Saiyan, Chapter 7, Dragon Balls. Child, tell me, why do the Dragon Balls exist? The Grand Elder silently regarded Best, awaiting his response. This is undoubtedly a multifaceted question. Lacking a singular answer, it is akin to someone asking you, what is happiness? Each individual possesses their own interpretation in their heart. Moreover, this answer may vary in different locations and contexts, lacking a definitive definition. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. The Grand Elder does not intend to pose a challenge. His inquiry is naturally rooted in purpose. Best pondered deeply and quickly summarized 2 points for the Namekians. The Dragon Balls symbolize their wisdom and strength, serving as their faith, the eternal dragon. For adventurers and schemers, The Dragon Balls undoubtedly represent a shortcut to achieving dreams and aspirations. However, this raises a dilemma. Regardless of their positions, a point of opposition always exists between the two sides. Their relationship could be simplified as that of guardians and usurpers. Choosing a side may appear evenly split, yet it is not so easily decided. Truly perplexing. The purpose of the Dragon Balls is inherently to fulfill the wishes of beings like us. This holds true in both animations and comics. But does my articulation of this align with your expectations? Best observe the Grand Elder's calm gaze and shrugged his shoulders, pondering in resignation. Or perhaps I have misunderstood your intent. The answer you seek is not this. Outside, the 7 Dragon Balls had converged, resembling magnets, inexplicably attracting one another and radiating dazzling brilliance. The grandeur and magnificence made it difficult to gaze upon directly. Wait, perhaps I have genuinely misinterpreted. The answer is, in fact, quite simple and clear, requiring no further contemplation. I have convoluted a straightforward question, leading myself into a dead end. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Best's mind, recalling a previous remark from the Grand Elder. Instantly, his confusion dissipated, and he comprehended the Grand Elder's inquiry. A confident smile gracing his face that, "It seems you have arrived at your answer." Observing Best's expression, the Grand Elder smiled and said, "Then, would you kindly share your answer with me?" "Certainly." Best nodded, unhesitatingly stating, "The Dragon Balls exist because of dreams. Whether it be the Namekians safeguarding their home, or the treasure seekers traversing the cosmos. Every individual harbors dreams and possesses an unwavering belief. The Dragon Balls exist solely due to the aspirations of these dreamers. Without dreams, the Dragon Balls would inherently lose their value. Indeed, the existence of the Dragon Balls is intrinsically linked to dreams. Your ability to discern this from my brief utterances speaks volumes of your remarkable wisdom." The elder chuckled heartily before shaking his head and remarking, "However, you're only partially correct." "What?" Best furrowed his brows, perplexed by the elder's implication. Regardless of whether they embody goodness or malevolence, every being possesses their own dreams. When countless beliefs converge, they can transform into extraordinarily potent forces. This energy can materialize the thoughts within one's heart, manifesting desires into reality. It can even warp the fabric of time and space, resurrecting what has been lost in the annals of history, bringing it back into this world. Regrettably, despite this power permeating every corner of the universe, few are aware of its existence, and it cannot be directly harnessed by individuals. The elder gestured towards the 7 resplendent Dragon Balls suspended in the void, and spoke slowly. The Dragon Balls are vessels that carry the collective beliefs of all beings. They siphon the aspirations from the vast cosmos, enabling the summoning of the mighty dragon, who grants wishes and makes dreams come true. Hence, I assert that the Dragon Balls do not solely belong to the Namekians, but rather to all who possess dreams. With a hasty scribble, I apologize for the brevity of my words. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 8. Extract the intentions of all beings and forcibly alter the order of causality, resurrecting elements that once existed in history, ultimately bestowing them upon the Wishmaker. This is the true secret hidden within the Dragon Balls. Much like the Gyoku from Bleach, the god from Infinite Terror, or the God List from Infinite Future, these artifacts undoubtedly have the power to alter causality and create something from nothing that in comparative terms, the Dragon Balls likely surpass these 3 in utility. After all, each of the first 3 carries constraints and limitations in their use. If one's own strength is inadequate, lacking the ability to wield such power, one merely becomes a pawn, inadvertently benefiting others. In contrast, the Dragon Balls are fundamentally different from the aforementioned artifacts. They impose no such restrictions. Any individual, even the most ordinary among us, can utilize them as long as they gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Furthermore, once the dragon is summoned, regardless of the Wishmaker's nature, be it righteous or wicked, they may request the dragon to fulfill their dreams. The dragon will never show favoritism or negligence based on one's identity. This is the inherent fairness of the Dragon Balls. Thus, the Dragon Balls resemble a wish-granting machine designed specifically for the common folk, consolidating the will of the masses and reciprocating in kind. However, this reciprocity is not without cost. One must understand that with gain comes loss. Much like drinking from a bottle, each sip leaves a void that is inevitably filled with air. As the liquid diminishes, the air within increases. The same principle applies when making wishes with the Dragon Balls. Moreover, it depletes the collective will of beings while cultivating the dark energies of a negative universe. Frequent usage poses grave dangers. Otherwise, the Dragon Balls, symbolic of hope and dreams, would not allow such negative energy to permeate, ultimately birthing a malevolent dragon, a supreme dark entity that knows only destruction in a moment of reflection. Best, having pieced together the narrative from GT, comprehended these matters. Although he remained uncertain of the elder's intent in imparting this wisdom, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, exclaiming, "To modify causality through the collective will of beings and alter the trajectory of history, even reversing what was deemed a foregone conclusion. Truly terrifying. I never imagined that the Namekians could harness intangible thoughts and utilize them so effectively. They are indeed a race of immense wisdom. Countless wise races exist throughout the cosmos, and many possess the ability to manipulate reality. The Namekians, however, merely seize an opportune moment to find a foothold." The elder chuckled softly before lowering his gaze and inquiring, "So, child, what is your wish? Is it for yourself or for others? It is evident that your pursuits are not driven by fame or wealth, nor the allure of eternal life. Fame and fortune are but ephemeral wisps. Immortality holds little value for me. Life, imbued with meaning, is sufficient, and a few decades are already enough. Why encumber oneself with an eternal shackle?" With a slight smile, Best replied, "I merely wish to witness the myriad secrets that this world conceals. If possible, I wish to peel away their shrouded facade, revealing to the world what lies beneath. From your words, it is clear that your ambitions surpass those of those who covet dominion over the universe. Let us hope this bodes well." The elder sighed, then gazed skyward, fixating on the 7 Dragon Balls. As he spoke, veiled phrases emerged from his lips. With the utterance of these words, the Namekian world, which never knows the darkness of night, dimmed inexplicably, gradually shrouded by a veil of ominous clouds. Thunderous roars echoed through the air, as if drawn by an unseen force, crashing violently to the earth, reminiscent of silver serpents in chaotic dance. The Namekian dragon, known as Purunga, meaning the god of dreams in their tongue, possesses abilities that far surpass those of the dragon on earth, akin to a deity from myth. However, as it is a creation of the Namekians, the summoner must employ their language to call forth the dragon. Wishes, too, require the Namekian tongue, akin to a security code crafted by the Namekians themselves, decipherable only by them. Without their approval, even if one were to seize the Dragon Balls, summoning the dragon to grant wishes would be impossible. In the original tale, Frisia, filled with ambition, faced this very setback. Beneath the darkened sky, lightning flickered, erupting in a cacophony of thunder. The 7 Dragon Balls converged, transforming into a blinding beam of light that shot skyward, flooding the heavens in mere moments. In such a terrifying spectacle, everything seemed diminutive, utterly powerless, like a speck of dust upon a vast ocean or a single grain of rice. Is this the dragon? Indeed, it is colossal. Perhaps only the dragon summoned by the Black Star Dragon Balls in GT could rival its magnificence. I wonder if it can breach the barriers of space and return me to my own world. Best stared in awe at the colossal entity materializing in the sky, his heart racing with fervor. That moment, he felt an overwhelming urge. We Namekians call it Purunga, the god of dreams, the elder declared. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wishes. Within the realm of possibility, I shall fulfill 3 of your desires. The Namekian dragon gazed down at the earth, its commanding voice resonating through the cosmos. The elder turned to Best and said, "Child, declare your wish. Is it to return, or to remain here?" Indeed, it was unexpected. Only upon summoning the dragon did I realize how unstable my own mindset was. Pressing my aching temples, I had already resolved my decision. Upon opening my eyes, my countenance had returned to its tranquil demeanor. With certainty, I declared for my first wish, I desire the dragon to heal the wounds of my brother and me. restoring our bodies to their optimal condition. Is it truly that simple? Darcel questioned, uncertain of what he had heard. Indeed, it is that simple. Best offers smiled to him. The Grand Elder nodded and, using the language of Namek, reiterated Best's wish. I understand that a complete healing. Is it? That is quite simple. The eyes of the Namekian dragon flashed with a crimson light. Instantly, two waves of pale yellow energy surged into the chests of Best and Petra, allowing them to experience the sensation of being nurtured in the womb. Although Best and Petra appeared outwardly indistinguishable from normal humans, their bodies bore grievous flaws. They had never undergone typical maternal development. Instead, they were mere clones birthed from a petri dish. While others endure 10 months of gestation for a fertilized egg to develop into a being that enters this world, they had merely experienced a few days in a cold incubator. Rendering any comparison to normally developed life forms futile. Even Petra, a creature of aberration, could not transcend this congenital deficiency. If left to grow naturally, their bodily functions would age rapidly, leading to a state akin to that of an elderly individual by their teenage years. Ultimately not living past 20. This was because Dr. Fetter had never intended to cultivate them into capable beings. He desired only mindless, soulless combat weapons to fight for him, to acquire fame and fortune. Thus, the plight of the Best brothers was born. In contrast, Best's physical condition was even more dire than Petra's, prompting him to make such a wish, the blood-soaked world, filled with the stench of carnage, and the agonizing pain brought forth by mutated genes. I am finally liberated. Best inhaled deeply as the crimson haze in his vision gradually receded, revealing light and darkness. He understood that he had indeed been freed. What followed would be the severed genetic chains for the arrival of this day. I have prepared for a full 5 years. Come, let me witness the violent shock you will bestow upon me. Apologies, it seems I must take my leave for a moment. However, I shall return shortly. As the fractured genetic chains of Best began to mend, he suddenly roared, tearing his garments asunder, and with a swift motion, vanished from Namek. Awaken, Saiyan. Chapter 9. The genetic chains. What just happened? How did he suddenly disappear? Gazing at the now vanished Best, Daxter's expression shifted, a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Cough, cough. It must be a form of instantaneous movement. No matter. Once the dragon is summoned, it can linger for a considerable time. Since we have nothing else to do, let us wait for him, the Grand Elder said amiably, proceeding to sit in his designated chair, closing his eyes as if in slumber. That said, the fleeting aura that escaped at the moment of his disappearance was genuinely chilling. Truly, a figure of extreme terror. This individual truly our savior on Namek. Daxter furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition swirling in his mind. This moment, Petra, who had been ignored like a piece of wood, raised his head and proactively spoke. Greetings, martial artist of Namek. What? Daxter turned in astonishment, looking at the child who barely reached his waist, and queried, Child, do you have a question? Yes. Petra nodded solemnly, gesturing towards Daxter and then himself, stating, I wish to battle you. Upon hearing this, Daxter coughed as if choked, his face shifting from surprise to bewilderment. That I can sense that your strength far exceeds mine, that if you seek to gain battle experience, it seems unnecessary to challenge an old man like me. My brother once said that martial artists of the same level surpass pure warriors by several folds. Thus, I wish to witness firsthand whether martial artists truly possess such might. Therefore, I wish to suppress my battle power to your level and engage in a duel. To verify the differences between the martial techniques of martial artists and the fighting styles of warriors, Petra stated earnestly, pressing his palms together with a serious expression, imploring, I beg of you, please suppress your battle power to match mine and engage in combat. What a bold lad! Should I deem you either arrogant or naive? Saiyans, indeed, are a breed fervent for battle, Daxter mused, a hint of eagerness surfacing on his face as he smiled broadly. You are a distinguished guest among us Namekians, so I shall gladly accommodate your request. However, we must first select a battlefield to avoid disturbing the Grand Elder's rest. Petra nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, not far from Namek on a small asteroid, the vanished Best was rampaging like a frenzied rhinoceros across the cracked terrain. His instantaneous movement ability originated from Kieran, a high-ranking warrior under his command. This individual had trained for years on Yardrat, often discussing the mysteries of Ki with the Yardardans, and had acquired numerous techniques from them, including the ability to teleport. Upon his defection, these skills became invaluable assets, freely shared with best for study. To be frank, mastering instantaneous movement is remarkably simple, with a lower threshold than typical Ki techniques. As long as one can mentally pinpoint a coordinate and, through Ki sensing, expend a certain amount of energy to transmit between the two, instantaneous movement can be achieved. However, the demand on the user's stamina, energy, and mental focus increases significantly with each use, often exponentially. Ordinary individuals cannot meet such rigorous demands. Even the Yardartans, the originators of this ability, can only teleport within 100 meters, and after several consecutive uses, exhaustion renders them incapable of continuing. It is akin to the blink ability of the night elf hero Maev Shadow Song in the realm of beasts, which was later passed on to extraordinary beings like Sun Wukong, allowing instantaneous movement to flourish into a super skill capable of interstellar travel. Although Best cannot compare to Sun Wukong at that stage, he can still manage to transport himself from one planet to another nearby. At this moment, he was engulfed in an eruption of violent power, his muscles contorting abnormally on his forehead, neck, and arms. Thick veins throbbed beneath his skin like worms writhing to break free, sending chills down one's spine. Ha ha ha! As expected, the components of the gene repair serum from years past still affect my body. It was only when my gene chains ruptured from excessive strain that I unexpectedly clung to life. Now, with them reconnected, the toxins that have plagued my body for years are surging forth as well. Nevertheless, I have prepared extensively for today's scenario. Though Best's mind was clear, his body struggled to comply. In an effort to alleviate his suffering, he charged headlong into a mountain peak akin to a skyscraper, causing the ground to tremble violently. In an instant, the hard rock shattered, raining down like shrapnel. The entire mountain collapsed, sending plumes of dust skyward amid a deafening roar from the dark red earth. The furious roar of a colossal beast erupted, followed by a sudden tremor of the ground. Cracks spread across the surface like serpents slithering, extending thousands of meters in an instant. From the collapsed earth, a massive, shaggy arm emerged, shattering the soil and stone above, revealing an enormous and terrifying form. A monstrous gorilla. In the absence of the moon, Best was able to undergo his transformation into a giant ape. How on earth did he achieve this? Moreover, why did he transform into a great ape at this moment? Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 10. The third type of Saiyan. For a long time, many have harbored a misconception, believing that a Saiyan can only undergo the transformation into a great ape during a full moon, stimulated by the Blutz waves. However, this is not entirely accurate. While the full moon serves as a crucial catalyst, the primary factor remains the Blutz waves. Before delving deeper, we must analyze the origin of the Blutz waves. According to Vegeta, the Blutz waves are formed when sunlight strikes the moon, which reflects them back to the Saiyan race. Furthermore, it is only during a full moon that the Blutz waves can exceed 17 million units. Once a Saiyan's eyes absorb these waves, their tails react, prompting their transformation. Yet, if this is the case, a question arises that in the latest updates of Dragon Ball Z, there is a scene where a young Gohan, upon witnessing the full moon projection from a space capsule, uncontrollably transforms into a great ape and begins wreaking havoc. That moment, he was not observing an actual full moon, and thus could not absorb the so-called Blutz waves. So, what caused his transformation? If so, does this not create a contradiction in Vegeta's statements, leaving them unsubstantiated? In truth, the reality is far more nuanced. Through Best's research, it has been discovered that even during ordinary times, a Saiyan's body can unconsciously absorb the Blutz waves emitted by the moon. Although the amount may be minimal, over time, it accumulates into a substantial figure. This may indeed be the fundamental reason why some Saiyan warriors are able to create artificial moons. Naturally, these waves remain dormant within the Saiyan's body in a static state, akin to a locked door lacking a key. Only upon witnessing a full moon or using an object as a substitute can they trigger their primal instincts, unleashing the latent Blutz waves within them. thus completing their transformation into a great ape. This is the true essence of the great ape transformation. Best himself is a master of psychology. If he wishes to hypnotize himself, even in complete darkness, he can vividly imagine the full moon in his mind and convince himself of its reality. Thus, his transformation differs from that of other Saiyans. To some extent, he can achieve this at any time and in any place, independent of external stimuli. As long as the blood's waves within him are not depleted, he can maintain his great ape form indefinitely. On the desolate earth, a colossal gorilla roars and bellows, occasionally releasing a towering beam of light from its mouth, resembling a furious dragon, obliterating everything it perceives into mere dust. Even the sprawling mountains and hills are swiftly reduced to flat terrain, vanishing into nothingness. The gorilla violently pounds the rocky ground, seemingly venting its inner fury while releasing the surging energy within. Suddenly, it leaps high into the air and descends with an unparalleled ferocity, slamming its limbs onto the ground, causing the earth to emit a resounding crack. In an instant, a massive crater, resembling one formed by a colossal meteor, appears on the planet's surface, with countless wide fissures spreading outwards, gradually covering the entire asteroid. The sheer force exerted by the raging gorilla is astonishing, leaving one speechless in disbelief. Simply using brute strength to shake the stars is no longer a trivial feat. Generally speaking, ordinary cosmic warriors explode planets not through sheer might, but by employing clever techniques. It is akin to piercing a balloon with a needle. It is not the needle's mass that bursts the balloon, but rather its sharp tip that punctures the surface, allowing the gas within to find an escape route and explode within fractions of a second. Their use of shockwaves against planetary surfaces follows the same principle. The ability to obliterate a planet does not stem from possessing the inherent capacity to destroy a planet, but rather from manipulating certain principles to trigger the planet's self-destruct mechanism. That if we consider the scenario of linear scattering, many have witnessed it. The outcome is vastly different. It merely creates a few openings on the planet's surface rather than directly affecting the interior. Now, the difficulty of the ground being shattered by Best transformed gorilla is exponentially greater than before, akin to the difference between cracking a walnut with teeth versus squeezing it with hands. The disparity is immediately apparent. Therefore, even if this asteroid is not particularly massive and its layers are overly loose, the achievement is nonetheless extraordinary. In the past, even a warrior with a combat power exceeding 1 million would have been incapable of such feats. Reliance on energy attacks rather than brute force was essential. In my normal state, my physical attributes are approximately 20 times that of an average person, and upon transforming into a great ape, I reach an astonishing 230 times. My resistance has also significantly increased. To date, I have endured the frenzy of my genes for 1 minute and 36 seconds, surpassing my previous record by over 10 seconds. The energy intensity has risen from 45W to 80W, nearly doubling. It seems that one's capacity for endurance also increases with personal growth rather than remaining static. Best silently calculates as the gorilla continues its wanton destruction, trampling the planet beneath its feet, nearly tearing it apart. From the immense cracks, a faint crimson glow emerges, intermittently erupting with raging flames. The surface fractures, intensifying the inner magma's activity, seeping to the surface at this rate. This asteroid cannot withstand much longer. Surprisingly, I have yet to reach my limit. It appears that my body, post-transformation, can, to some extent, endure the explosive energy of Saiyan's perfect genes that, if successful, I would be the first Saiyan to achieve a complete gene energy eruption without perishing. Based on current knowledge, Saiyans are classified into 3 types. The first type includes individuals such as Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. 99.999 of Saiyans belong to this category. They are a naturally combative race, inherently warlike and temperamental. Their bodies are exceptionally robust, and each time they recover from severe injuries, their strength significantly increases. Best believes that they trigger their gene sequences and release energy only when on the brink of death, rendering their bodies relatively ordinary and lacking substantial research value. The second type consists of legendary Saiyans like Broly and Piergus. That it is said that one is born every 1,000 years from birth. They possess immense energy and are the most formidable warriors of the Saiyan race. They do not require training. Even in ordinary circumstances, their combat power continuously escalates over time, evoking awe and envy. This phenomenon results from their gene sequences being in a highly unstable state, akin to a door that is half open, allowing for the constant release of energy into their physical forms. Thus, their mental state leans towards the frenzied nature of a great ape, bordering on madness. Once they unleash their power, the terror they embody is extraordinary. The final type remains theoretical, with no successful examples to date. Best can only be considered a half example. The two Saiyan clones previously imprisoned by Dr. Feit also count as half examples. After receiving gene enhancement, their genetic sequences are in an extremely volatile state, almost fully activated. They continuously release surges of energy, capable of bursting a host body within mere seconds. This is also why Dr. Feit's Super Saiyan Project has yet to succeed. He fundamentally pursued the wrong direction. Now, Best's task is to balance the relationship between these two types, but if he can succeed, he will ascend into the ranks of the third type of Saiyan, wielding unparalleled power akin to that of a deity. Awaken, Saiyan, Chapter 11. The catastrophe of 12 years hence that, in truth, the third type of Saiyan exists only in theory. In the real world, it is virtually unattainable. Prior to this, Best conducted countless calculations using a supercomputer. The final data indicated that only Saiyans like Paragus, with semi-open gene sequences and freely growing strength, represent the most rational existence. While the Saiyan genes are undoubtedly perfect, they also harbor fatal flaws, and no matter how robust Best's body is, it cannot indefinitely endure such explosive energy. However, once the genetic chain erupts excessively, it may shatter once more under the pressure, turning everything into mere illusions. Conversely, if the body cannot withstand it, the surging energy will inevitably rupture the body, leading to fatal consequences. The relationship between these two scenarios is strikingly pure and simple. Thus, once an explosion occurs, the average person can merely close their eyes and await their demise. Yet now, Best has charted a different course, possessing a 90% confidence in this experiment. Otherwise, given his nature, he would not easily gamble with his life. That it seems that the body is nearing its limits. The final assessment indicates that after the cessation of the giant ape transformation, approximately 80,000 to 130,000 units will remain. The growth rate has surged to about 25 times the original energy intensity. That it is indeed terrifying. Nonetheless, it is understandable that such a monstrous increase could occur at the onset, especially under my deliberate restraint. Thus, let us conclude the first phase of the experiment and commence the simulation of the genetic chain rupture. As this thought crossed Best's mind, the rampaging gorilla abruptly froze, as if bound by an unseen force. For a moment, it could no longer perform any further actions. Engaging in such endeavors is akin to cradling a ticking time bomb. However, haste is not an option. It must be approached gradually. One misstep could lead to utter destruction. Best silently admonished himself. Simultaneously, within his skull, that mutated tissue, which had inflicted countless pains upon him, began to operate frantically alongside his own brain. As though Best's mind housed two supercomputers, that a gentle stream of psychic energy cascaded down like a net, enveloping his entire being. Under the guidance of this mental force, the wildly fluctuating cells within Best gradually calmed, and soon fell into silence. Typically, a human body contains billions of cells. Even if one could attend to one or two, it remains impossible to manage the vast multitude of mutated cells. Yet now, Best achieved this feat with the aid of the mutated tissue. He essentially possessed two brains, or rather, two extraordinarily powerful supercomputers that could divide his mental energy into billions of parts, precisely targeting each individual cell. This capability transcended mere surface-level understanding, akin to delving into the molecular or even quantum realm of a large object. In a mere instant, he could sever the vitality of an opponent's cells, extinguishing their very life force. In other words, this represents true minutiae. The uncontrollable genetic chain resembles a rusted iron door that can no longer be closed. This moment, Best's task is not to wholly accept it and allow it to erupt uncontrollably, but rather to apply a bit of lubricant at the right moment to reopen and close that rusted door. Of course, achieving this now is contingent upon Best's profound understanding of himself and the countless prior experiments he has conducted. Were he to switch to another subject, precise control would be unattainable. However, merely assisting himself in completing this simulation is sufficient to deplete a significant portion of Best's mental capacity, even leaving him momentarily faint. With a sudden release, the form of the giant ape was forcibly undone. The massive gorilla, amid a whirl of disorientation, continued to shrink, transforming into a frail youth. A 90% success rate. It seems Lady Luck is on my side. He mused. With this, I need not waste a wish to have Petra revive me. Although the transformation had been lifted, at this moment, Best found himself utterly devoid of strength. His body convulsed. Each nerve and muscle appeared exceedingly swollen. Twitching involuntarily, bringing waves of intense pain. It seems this planet is on the verge of explosion. Perish here would be most unwise. Fortunately, I was well prepared. The watch on Best's wrist emitted a series of beeping sounds, and a small aircraft, previously set in place, jetted forth in a dazzling display of flames, coming to a halt not far away. I concede. I've lost a child, uttered amidst the desolation of Namek. Upon hearing this, Dazzer's body went limp, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. He looked at Petra in the distance, drenched in cold sweat, and bitterly remarked, "What a tenacious little brat." The victor, panting heavily and exhausted, while the vanquished appeared invigorated, unscathed by even a thin layer of oil skin. The absurdity of the situation was palpable, yet the truth remained as it was. Under the overwhelming offensive of the martial artist Dazzler, techniques such as phantom fist, shape-shifting, and concealment were unleashed in tandem, overwhelming Petra, who found himself unable to defend, receiving a thorough beating without respite. Accustomed to direct and forceful combat, Petra struggled to adapt to the complexity of this fighting style, remaining perpetually on the defensive, treated as a living target for Dazzler's practice. Conversely, Dazzler found himself equally frustrated. Despite exerting all his strength, every punch aimed at Petra's defenses failed to inflict any real damage upon the child. It was as though this seemingly frail boy was not flesh and blood, but rather a creature forged from solid steel. Thus, the two continued to engage in this bizarre standoff, battling to the present moment. In truth, given Petra's nature, even if he were to endure until the end, he would never concede defeat. However, he found this fight excessively stifling, evoking not a shred of interest. His understanding of the nature of energy was limited, and he harbored an inexplicable aversion to overly intricate techniques. How could he possibly develop an interest in such a fighting method? Through this bout, Petra came to grasp that martial artists were indeed formidable, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors. Yet, such techniques also required matching strength to be executed effectively. Otherwise, they amounted to nothing but empty shells, devoid of substance. Nevertheless, he was the type of Saiyan warrior who grew fiercer with each setback, thriving in the heat of battle. The longer the conflict persisted, the more invigorated he became. Once excited, no one could stand against him, unless they could eliminate him in an instant. Otherwise, anyone would ultimately succumb to his relentless onslaught. Seeing his opponent gasping for breath, Petra lost interest in continuing the fight. He knew that prolonging the battle would leave him in an invulnerable position, as long as he waited for his opponent to tire. Victory would be assured. However, such a victory would be a disgrace. Thus, he preferred to concede at this moment rather than accept that kind of triumph. After a moment, Dazzler rose to his feet, having remarkably recovered much of the energy he had expended. This was indeed astonishing, particularly for an elderly individual. "Child, you are formidable." "Ahem, you hardly exerted any strength just now, did you?" Dazzler remarked with a smile. "Yes, I promised not to exceed your energy." Petra nodded earnestly. "What an excessively honest child," Dazzler thought, momentarily taken aback and slightly troubled. Yet he soon pondered that this young boy did not possess the cunning of the larger one. Why not seize the chance to ask about the calamity that would befall Namek in a few years? With his determination set, Dazzler could hardly contain himself and eagerly inquired, "Child, do you know what disaster will strike Namek? Prior to this, did your brother tell you anything?" "Yes," Petra contemplated for a moment before responding, causing Dazzer's heart to tighten. My brother said that 12 years from now, Namek will attract an exceptionally powerful cosmic force. Their leader will become my greatest rival. 12 years later, Daxier found himself devoid of time to ponder why Best knew so much. He merely murmured, "I wonder just how powerful that fellow truly is. Compared to my current self, he must be at least 100 times stronger." Petra extended his hands, silently calculating for a moment, before suddenly interjecting. "What?" Daxier exclaimed, his gaze lifting in astonishment as he looked at Petra, beads of sweat forming on his azure skin. In disbelief, he asked, "How can he be so formidable?" Petra nodded, stating gravely, "Within 10 years. I am confident I can elevate my strength to 100 times its current level. Since he can stand as my opponent, he must possess at least equal power. Thus, 100-fold is a conservative estimate." Awaken, Scion, Chapter 12. 3 wishes. This chapter is sourced from ECM. Please visit for reading. Hours later, the ill-fated asteroid, upon which Best had unleashed his power, could no longer withstand the internal upheaval. With a resounding roar, it erupted like fireworks, disintegrating into cosmic dust. However, at that very moment, the architect of this calamity had already returned to Namek in a small spacecraft, reappearing beneath the watchful gaze of the dragon Palunga. Observing Best's pallid complexion, as if he had suffered a grave illness, the Grand Elder's wrinkles slightly unfurled as he slowly remarked, "It seems you have completed a certain stage of transformation. Your aura has indeed undergone a change." "One could say that," Best replied. "However, I have merely preliminarily validated a hypothesis. There remains a long road to true success." At that moment, 2 blinding beams of light suddenly streaked across the sky, descending rapidly in the vast expanse of night. It was Petra and Daxier, sensing Best's aura, had hastened back. "Brother, are you all right?" Petra inquired with concern, his eyes fixed on the pale Best. "I'm fine. I'm quite well," Best replied with a smile, then turned to Daxier, saying, "This little fellow is quite the warrior. He must have sought you out for a fight. I sincerely apologize for the trouble he's caused you." "What?" "Oh." Daxier seemed to have misheard, momentarily dazed before realizing, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered, "It's nothing. He's indeed strong. In fact, I am no match for him at all." "Then let us commence, that we must not keep the dragon waiting." Having worked alongside Daxier for many years, the Grand Elder could easily perceive that his old companion was currently distracted and out of sorts. He cleared his throat, interrupting their inconsequential pleasantries. The Grand Elder then turned his gaze to Best, calmly asking, "Child, tell me, what is your second wish?" Best remained silent, merely nodding at his wristwatch. Instantly, several dense beams of laser light emanated from the black device, constructing a vast holographic display in the air. The screen flickered, revealing a series of close-up images capturing the entire transformation of a planet. Cracked earth, desiccated rivers, and lifeless oceans all bore witness to a desolate world. The signs indicated a planet of stark barrenness. Yet the desolation appeared strangely abrupt. Traces of species propagation were evident from various locations, and not long ago, the flora here had flourished vibrantly. It remained a mystery what factors had drained this planet of its life force, rendering it so desolate that, what is this? The Grand Elder suddenly rose, astonished as he gazed at a colossal tree on the display. Could it be the fabled spirit tree? Indeed, this great tree is the spirit tree. My second wish is to infuse this energy-depleted planet with boundless life energy to nourish this divine tree, allowing it to truly flourish, Best stated forthrightly. "What do you intend to do?" the Grand Elder gasped, his demeanor shifting as he exclaimed, "This would trespass upon the realm of the divine, bringing you unimaginable misfortune. Moreover, with your abilities, you shouldn't need such external means to augment your power." "That is correct. I have no need for it. However, I'm simply curious to witness what miraculous transformation will occur when this spirit tree is satiated with energy and reaches true maturity," Best replied with a smile. Aware that they were all intelligent beings, and there was no need for subterfuge, the IT was better to be open-hearted and express his genuine intentions. Cough, cough, cough. The dragon can only materialize entities that have existed in history. It cannot conjure something from nothing. Are you certain such boundless life energy exists in this world? The Grand Elder suddenly asked. Absolutely certain. If not, how did the deities initially plant this spirit tree? Would they really resort to extinguishing an entire planet to ravenously extract life energy? Best chuckled. The Grand Elder sighed, saying, Do you not perceive this as a challenge to certain rules? With my current strength, I am not yet capable of altering the rules. I can only strive to adapt to them, that I seek to discover the most potent evolutionary methods within the existing framework to enhance my own strength. Best inhaled deeply, seemingly enchanted by the fresh air of Namek. He unabashedly declared, However, when my power is sufficient to alter the rules, I wish to see what lies beyond this universe. I essed an unbounded chaos or a series of ordered boxes. Worlds akin to our own. Sometimes, knowing more does not equate to being more exceptional. Those who aspire to alter the rules invariably fall victim to divine retribution, the Grand Elder stated with a calm expression. Are you referring to the nefarious sorcerer Babidi, the creator of Majinbu? Best suddenly inquired. Oh, so you have also heard this taboo name. Indeed, he too was one who sought to alter the rules. And he was but a step away from success. The Grand Elder's tone became somewhat unnatural, as if recalling some deeply terrifying event, evoking a sense of dread. This fearsome sorcerer should still be imprisoned in hell. Correct? Logically, while beings like Frisia, Sel, and Babidi continue to roam freely in hell after their deaths, unrestrained by King Yama. Why is it that only he has vanished without a trace, as if his existence has been deliberately erased? There must be some hidden truth behind this. Best nodded, choosing not to pursue further inquiries. Alas, at this juncture, I cannot go back on my word and deny your wish. That I can only hope that from now on. You will tread carefully, the Grand Elder said helplessly. He then communicated Best's wish to Palunga in the Namekian language. I understand. Your wish remains within my capabilities, Palunga replied, though this time his response was markedly less direct and swift than before. He paused for a considerable time before solemnly declaring. Meanwhile, far more than 100 miles away, the ship's central computer blared alarming alerts. Warning, significant amounts of unidentified energy have been extracted. Caution, no shortwave information of this energy type exists in the database. Commence analysis of this shortwave signal. Preliminary analysis indicates this energy shortwave is generated by the brainwaves of living organisms. Specific information cannot be analyzed. Warning, another form of unknown energy shortwave generation has been detected. It is condensing near coordinates 234,456, also on Barunga. Please be advised that this energy is exceedingly perilous, entirely incompatible with the energies of the material world. Should it be released, it poses a tremendous threat to the world. Analysis complete. The main brain lacks the capability to dissect these two types of energy shortwaves. Mysterious shortwave A and mysterious shortwave B have been duly noted. Further analysis will be conducted upon returning to the main base and connecting to the supercomputer. Thus it is, the collective belief of sentient beings acts as a vast protective membrane, enveloping the entire universe, akin to the ozone layer safeguarding Earth. The IT silently upholds this world, thwarting the incursion of negative cosmic energies. Should the power of belief wane, the negative cosmic energies will seize the opportunity to invade, resulting in situations akin to the one just described. However, given that it was captured by the main brain of the spacecraft, it appears that the void created by my wish is profoundly significant. That a glimmer of insight flickered in Best's eyes as he discreetly observed the Grand Elder, only to find a visage of concern mirrored upon his face, indicating that he too had recognized the energy void provoked by my desire. Simultaneously, the imagery broadcasted from the wristwatch underwent a transformation. The celestial body, known as T-12, began to undergo drastic changes under the influence of an inexplicable energy. Minutes later, this transformation gradually subsided. The Earth remained that desiccated, cracked terrain, yet in this seemingly barren desert devoid of any flora. Every inch of soil and every breath of air emanated an extraordinarily rich vitality. The essence of life was so potent that it nearly solidified into a tangible form, evoking a sense of surreal absurdity. Very well, your second wish has been fulfilled. Now, articulate your third desire. Barunga fixed his gaze upon Best, his tone remaining as unyielding as before. This time, Best pondered for an extended duration. The length of his contemplation caused the Grand Elder, Darsal, to feel a slight unease due to certain unforeseen circumstances that brought me to this world. I had long convinced myself that I had acclimatized to life here, relinquishing any lingering attachments to past memories. It was only moments ago that I realized, deep within my heart, I could not forget that other world, my family and friends residing there. Best spoke quietly, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes, though it swiftly dissipated. Yet the astute Darsal took note of it. Upon completing his thoughts, Best suddenly lifted his head and implored, "If possible, please return me to my world at that point in time. Allow him to avoid repeating my mistakes." This presents yet another exceedingly stringent challenge, to revert the erroneous timeline to its origin. It has been years since I encountered such an intriguing youth. In comparison, those who yearn for immortality seem trivial beside him. The Grand Elder mused, a faint wry smile gracing his features, after making his wish. Best lingered on Namek for a few more days, continuing to exchange insights on mental abilities with the Grand Elder. After all, the inhabitants of Namek are undeniably masters in this domain, although Best had unexpectedly acquired a mutated ability, rendering his mental energy remarkably formidable. He had previously navigated the use of this energy through self-discovery, inevitably encountering numerous detours along the way. Throughout these years, he had not formulated a comprehensive cultivation method. Thus, irrespective of his prowess, Best could not be compared to these seasoned practitioners steeped in knowledge for countless years, particularly in the presence of the Grand Elder, no matter how formidable Best was. He could only assume the role of an apprentice, sitting quietly to absorb his teachings. Petra, on the other hand, deliberately diminished his combat power and engaged in numerous battles with various combat-oriented Namekians, participating in over 10 matches a day. Initially bewildered, he gradually adapted to these peculiar combat styles, transitioning from a reactive stance to an active one, thereby developing his unique fighting style. The experiences gained were invaluable. Nonetheless, regardless of how long they lingered, they ultimately had to return to their homeland. On this day, the brothers Best boarded a small spacecraft, departing as many Namekians observed them from below, silently waving in farewell to the two visitors they had known for but a short time. How unpredictable the world is. At this moment, who could foresee that 7 years hence, Namek would transform into a battlefield resembling a hellish inferno? In that time, the tranquility that the Namekians had tirelessly preserved would be utterly obliterated under the trampling of the greedy, dissolving into mere illusion. Best clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the receding crowd, lakes and mountains below, murmuring, "I shall never allow those individuals to ravage this place, regardless of their numbers or strength. I will vanquish them." Petra, too, silently regarded Namek, suddenly declaring with unwavering resolve on a prominent hillside of Namek, gazing up at the vessel transforming into stardust. Darsal sat in meditation. Beside him was a small child, chasing butterflies and capturing caterpillars upon the verdant grass, his youthful face radiating a profound curiosity towards all things. Although he appeared no older than 4 or 5, given the reproductive methods of the Namekians, this child had likely only recently entered the world. Darsal suddenly coughed, his aged visage pale and ashen, reminiscent of an elderly man on the brink of death. "Neil, Nilu, come here," Darsal beckoned to the child. Yes, the Namekian child named Neil, clutching a butterfly, joyfully ran over to boast of his achievements. "Child, do you understand? Our homeland is facing an unavoidable calamity. Soon, all the beauty of this place will transform into a battleground filled with smoke and strife. No longer lovely, no longer peaceful," Darsal said, stroking Neil's head, gazing into the innocent eyes of the child, and sighed deeply. "Had I not encountered that Saiyan child, I would have allowed you to live your life in peace." Preparing to safeguard the Grand Elder and protect Namek, fulfilling the responsibilities we have upheld for generations. However, upon learning that our future adversary will be a terrifying fiend, I must place my hopes upon you. Promise me, will you? You must diligently cultivate and strive to enhance your strength, so that one day you may fight for the glory of our Namekian people. Neil stared vacantly into Darsal's loving gaze, the weight of his words resonating in his ears, and he nodded slowly. "Child, my time is drawing to a close. Throughout my life, I have guarded Namek with trepidation, without a single lapse in duty. I hope that you too may, with heartfelt dedication, defend Namek, protect our homeland, and prevent this land from suffering even a trace of warfare. Forgive my selfishness in placing such a heavy burden upon your shoulders. Forgive me, Darcel murmured, suddenly gripping Neil's shoulders tightly, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. We cannot place all our hopes upon outsiders, that if we cannot even protect our homeland, what right do we have to call ourselves warriors? I am about to perish. This body will serve no further purpose. It would be better for you to absorb me, to consume my power and soul. No, I do not want you to die. Neil stood frozen, tears brimming in his large eyes as he cried out, "Be obedient. Only in this way can you become stronger," Darcel replied with a gentle smile. His form suddenly transformed into photons, erupting without warning. Alarm! Alarm! A massive energy reaction has been detected near coordinates 675,498. Energy intensity measures at 34 W. The alarm sounded suddenly within the spacecraft, heralding the emergence of a formidable force. Best was initially taken aback, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. The next visit to Namek would undoubtedly be an exhilarating experience. Awaken, O Saiyan. Chapter 14. Stepping into a New Era. Joel D. Roger, the legendary Pirate King, once proclaimed that the will inherited through generations, the evolution of eras, and the dreams of humanity are forces that cannot be obstructed, as long as people persist in their quest for the answers to freedom. This pursuit shall never cease. These few succinct phrases encapsulated not only his lifelong aspirations and the dreams of mankind, but also eloquently articulated Best's own convictions. Nourishing the tree of spirit with boundless vitality was merely his first step. By rectifying the erroneous points in time and guiding countless parallel versions of himself back to their original world, he not only averted a tragic fate, but also established himself as the singular entity within this realm. Regardless of past or future, he remained the sole best in this universe. In the movie universe of Jet Li, the nefarious villain Gabriel gains vitality by eliminating his counterparts, convinced that by annihilating all parallel versions of himself, he would attain godlike powers, achieving immortality and eternal glory. Of course, this was merely an experiment, and its efficacy remained to be validated. Furthermore, Best was not foolish enough to believe that merely wishing for such power would render him a deity, granting him everlasting life. That was not his aspiration. Time, relentless and unyielding, would not pause for any individual. The relentless torrent of time surged onward like an unstoppable tide, racing into the future without respite. In the years to come, countless events would unfold, many of which had already set forth on irrevocably divergent paths. In the northern galaxy, a remote location, a vibrant blue planet thrived, serving as the origin of all tales, Earth. 6 months prior, a demon who called himself King Piccolo appeared suddenly, launching a devastating assault on the king's city and capturing the monarch of the democratic faction. The entire ordeal was broadcast live through cameras. Shocking the world, the terrifying demon showcased the formidable prowess of martial artists, overpowering the national machinery and achieving a resounding victory. Such an absurd occurrence slapped the faces of boastful politicians, spreading like a rapidly escalating plague, casting the entire world into an atmosphere of shadow and terror. In an instant, fear gripped everyone, shattering the tranquility of yesteryears. However, King Piccolo's reign of terror was brief, just as he intended to obliterate West City and turn the entire Earth into his playground of slaughter. A youth named Sun Wukong hurried forth to engage him in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, King Piccolo faltered, succumbing to Sun Wukong's dragon fist, which pierced through his chest and ended his ambitions along the path of conquest. Yet, this was merely the beginning. On the Pacific Ocean, as the sun rose, countless shimmering waves sparkled like a multitude of golden fish, darting towards a distant destination in search of the fabled Dragon Gate. A child clad in oversized garments with green skin walked upon the tumultuous waves, his expression vacant, as if strolling leisurely. In an inadvertent glance back, a cargo ship, sounding its horn from afar, suddenly tilted as if an invisible hand had forcibly toppled it. Within minutes, the capsized vessel was engulfed by the sea, consigned to the depths. The scene shifted to the mouth of a violently erupting volcano. A boy with a peculiar hairstyle and youthful visage sprinted up the mountainside, carrying a massive boulder weighing several tons on his back. Behind him flowed scorching red magma, cascading like an avalanche in the sky. A rotund figure clad in dark attire of ancient Arabian design was timing the boy's performance with a stopwatch. Suddenly, the dark figure's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wukong, you are incredible. You've improved again." In a secluded forest, torrents of water cascaded down rocky cliffs like a dragon hanging upside down, crashing to the ground at a bald man. His muscular physique exposed, stood resolutely beneath the waterfall. Abruptly, his brow twitched as a third eye opened on his smooth forehead, causing the falling water to momentarily stall, splattering like spilled liquid. Everything seemed to proceed along its predetermined path, unchanged by any external forces. However, on the grand chessboard of the universe, the storm stirred by best, like a small butterfly, began to reveal its claws, affecting an ever-growing number of lives, leaving the king of the northern galaxy overwhelmed and fraught with anxiety. This year, the ambitious Kieran, unencumbered by reservations, unleashed his boundless army of biochemical monstrosities. Dr. Feit's research base had been entirely commandeered by Kieran, conquering one star system after another, with the blood staining his hands beyond reckoning. Chaos reigned in the northern galaxy, and the previous calm was no more. This year, the self-proclaimed cosmic emperor Frisia could not resist the allure of a grand opportunity, boldly venturing beyond his territory to compete with other colonial powers. Eager to conquer more territory before his brother, Frisia, stretched thin, committed all his soldiers to the battlefield. He even formed 15 elite combat teams, each composed entirely of skilled warriors, dispatched to the front lines to undertake extremely challenging missions. Among them was a Saiyan youth named Vegeta. This year, amid the cosmic upheaval sweeping across the universe, countless hidden powers emerged, some to defend their homelands, others to fulfill their selfish desires. They stepped onto the vast stage of the universe with varying motives, performing splendid acts, both overt and covert. Among them were several renowned names, such as Redok, Muchi, and Machi, characters from Dragon Ball GT, all formidable in strength, rivaling Frisia. There was even Dr. Reiki, capable of harvesting negative energy to create death warriors from the Dragon Ball movie The Saiyan Extinction Plan. Of course, none of this concerned Best this moment. He had set foot on the land of Agilas, returning to the base he had constructed. Observing the orderly environment of the base, Best could not help but feel immense joy. The smile on his face was natural and warm, akin to a gentle spring breeze, immensely comforting. This stark transformation caused the researchers passing by to glance back in astonishment. Outside a special room, accompanied by several doctors clad in white coats, Best opened the heavy hatch. Upon entering, he beheld a spacious room filled with cribs, each containing a multitude of infants, all seemingly healthy. The most astonishing sight was that each of these little ones sported a small tail reminiscent of a monkey. Best pinched the cheek of one of the little ones, only to have the infant swat his finger away, displaying a feisty demeanor. The accompanying doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully remarked, "As per your instructions, we spent 10 months perfectly simulating the growth of a fetus within the womb, allowing them to mature. Therefore, they are as healthy as normally born infants. That is splendid. These little ones are remarkable. Exercise caution in their disease prevention." Best advised, preparing to elaborate further when he suddenly felt an unusual sensation at his feet. Looking down, he burst into laughter, discovering that a bare-bottomed infant had somehow tumbled out of his crib and climbed onto his foot. The doctor's expression shifted, and he immediately chastised the nurses nearby. "What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to keep a close watch on these little ones? How did a child escape from their crib?" The young nurse shrank back, her big eyes brimming with tears, looking utterly aggrieved. "Do not scold them. It must be that this little one is simply too mischievous." With a smile, Best carefully lifted the little creature in his arms, bringing it up to his eyes. What a restless little rascal! So small, yet already displaying signs of a jailbreak. One can only imagine how challenging it would be to manage such a spirited child as he grows. Upon hearing Bez's words, the infant surprisingly burst into a fit of giggles, his endearing demeanor seemingly aimed at charming the man before him. Such a delightful little imp, truly hard to resist, but be by the way. What should I call you? How about we name you Alex? Best, cradling the tiny one, suddenly had a flash of inspiration, bestowing upon him this name. Awakening, Saiyan Chapter 15. The Super Saiyan Project, Part 1. When one is wholly focused on a task. Time invariably slips by swiftly. 12 years may appear lengthy. Yet for Best, who was deeply engrossed in his research, it was merely the blink of an eye. T12, a planet once shrouded in the ominous clouds of death. Its life force nearly extinguished, had, through Best's wish, acquired an inexhaustible source of vitality. Not only did it escape the fate of being drained by the Tree of Might, but it also remarkably revived, bursting forth with vigorous life. However, this resurgence was anything but normal, verging on the grotesque. That it resembled a river polluted by a chemical factory, which, after undergoing a series of transformations, became inundated with nutrient pollution. The consequence was a rampant proliferation of various microorganisms, which usurped the living space essential for ordinary aquatic life, rendering them unable to survive. Thus, despite every inch of land and every breath of air being saturated with a rich vitality, traces of plant life remained exceedingly rare. In stark contrast, the roots of the Tree of Might spread forth, generating countless offshoots, resembling a coiling dragon that pierced the Earth's lungs, crust, and even its surface, enveloping the entire planet in a dense web of roots. The surface of the planet bore no evidence of soil. Instead, a chaotic tangle of massive roots sprawled out, fearsome and grotesque, within the trunk of the tree. A vast hollow existed, covered by thick plywood and energy-saving lights. After traversing a dim, narrow passage, the space suddenly opened up, evoking a sense of finding a way out of a seemingly insurmountable predicament, akin to seeing a glimmer of hope after a long, dark journey. Inside the tree hollow, the space was immense, reminiscent of a legendary paradise. Under the bright lights, it remained spotless, exuding an air of cleanliness and order. In this plaza-like area, numerous expensive instruments and machines were operational, creating a fully equipped experimental base. At this moment, two children, both in their early teens, stood anxiously within a massive, sealed apparatus. Waves of shimmering light cascaded over their bodies, recording the changes within. The electronic display nearby indicated that the subjects were a boy and a girl, both young Saiyans. Commence, instructed a young man with a shaved head, gesturing toward the interior through the elliptical alloy glass. Upon receiving the signal, the two children tensed, instinctively clenching their fists, as if preparing for a tug-of-war, their nerves taut and their strength primed. The third phase of the Super Saiyan Project had begun. As the children exerted their full power, a golden aura erupted from them, resembling a furious blaze of golden flames, flamboyant and unrestrained. Ray, Petra, do not be anxious. Just act as you normally would. Best observed the two children silently, noting the gradual emergence of a green hue in their eyes, flickering eerily between green and black. The energy they emitted fluctuated wildly, intensifying and diminishing by dozens of times, akin to two unstable bombs on the verge of detonation. I selected you two when you were merely 2 years old and brought you here. Over the past decade, you have consumed countless fruits from the Tree of Might. The energy accumulated within you has long surpassed that of an ordinary Saiyan, poised to shatter the barriers of primitive Saiyans and ascend to Super Saiyan status. Now, close your eyes. Try to sense the changes occurring within your bodies. Listen to the sound of your blood. Is there not an unusual urgency, an exhilarating impulse? Best forged a mental connection with the children, silently guiding and hypnotizing them, seeking to induce a state of heightened excitement after a period of reassurance. As the children gradually entered a stable state, Best stroked his chin and inquired of the computer, "What are the current readings?" Test subject 1, Ray male. Brain activity increased by 55%, cellular vitality enhanced by 23.5 times, energy intensity continuously rising, state extremely excited, agitated. Test subject 2, Petra, female. Brain activity increased by 70%, cellular vitality enhanced by 27 times. Energy intensity continuously rising. State: extreme fear, agitated, best gaze fixed upon the little girl, who bit her lip and clenched her fists. Fear. Again, what could this little one possibly fear? Or why does she exhibit such strong resistance to my reassurances? Like a wary little leopard, perpetually on guard against potential threats. It was quite perplexing. Suddenly, the girl named Petra radiated a golden aura that swelled once more, emanating an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field, causing countless tiny bolts of lightning to flicker in the void, crackling with energy. Her tousled hair stood on end as her once tethered ponytail broke free, transforming into a resplendent golden mane as if engulfed in flames. Upon completing her transformation, she leapt into the air, her petite form taut like a drawn bow, every inch of her skin and hair brimming with explosive power. Her eyes sparkled with an audacious fervor, momentarily glancing at Best, conveying a surge of impulsive excitement and aggression. She appeared decidedly aggressive, harboring a deep-seated animosity toward him. Though she masked it well, her lack of finesse often betrayed her emotional fluctuations. Truly, a child unversed in the art of pretense. Yet, that was precisely what appealed to Best. Otherwise, he would not have chosen these unstable elements for his experiments, despite the alloy glass enclosure being room-sized. It could scarcely withstand the might of a Super Saiyan's movements that in a mere sweep of her golden aura, that layer of alloy glass, capable of withstanding impacts from space debris, shattered into dust. Petra spun through the air, her presence awe-inspiring. Yet, when she landed, she did so soundlessly, not causing a single disturbance. With a demure expression, she glanced at the scattered shards of glass and shyly murmured, "Uncle, I'm sorry. I couldn't control it. What a charming little rascal, managing to suppress that fleeting urge in mere moments and remaining subdued. Indeed, quite remarkable." In contrast, Ray had faltered significantly, having just displayed blatant murderous intent toward Best. Such recklessness could only lead to ruin. "Do not concern yourself. It appears your talent far surpasses Ray's," Best remarked, the smile on his face broadening as his hand effortlessly pierced through the layer of aggressive golden aura enveloping her. With a casual touch, he brushed against Petra's dazzling golden hair. He could distinctly feel that, at the moment his palm made contact with her hair, Petra's body suddenly tensed, as if she had been subjected to an immense shock. Awaken, O Saiyan, Chapter 16. The Super Saiyan Project, Part 2. 3 minutes later, a Saiyan boy named Lei also completed his transformation, breaking through the barriers that confine the Saiyan's ferocious potential. With a furious roar, lightning erupted, and he too ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan, in the instant of his metamorphosis. A bloodthirsty smile filled the boy's face, and even the muscles of his visage bore an exceptionally intense distortion. He cast a glance at Petra, a flicker of inquiry flashing in his eyes, seemingly reproaching her for her inaction. However, to his surprise, the young girl disengaged from her transformation, regarding him with a chilling indifference. She subtly shook her chin, a gesture devoid of any trace of emotion. Throughout this ordeal, Best appeared utterly oblivious. He merely gazed intently at the data displayed on the computer screen, betraying no discernible expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally stroked his chin and addressed the two children. "Well, the results of the third phase of experimentation have finally emerged. I appreciate your efforts, Lei and Petra. You may leave now." "All right, Uncle." Petra exhaled with relief, her taut nerves finally experiencing a modicum of relaxation. Noticing Lei's wide-eyed confusion, she coldly grasped his sleeve and half-dragged him out. Despite having mentally prepared for this, the experimental outcomes were indeed disheartening. Best closed his eyes, habitually pressing his temples, a faint smile ghosting his lips. In truth, their energy intensity in a normal state was already perilously close to that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, their long-standing dependency on the fruits of the Tree of Might had rendered their energy utilization a pitiful 5%. The rate of energy depletion was 10 times that of others, meaning they could not sustain their transformed state for long. Furthermore, once engaged in battle, that figure would multiply several times over. Given their physical constitution, they were incapable of prolonged combat. Most critically, these deficiencies had already solidified and were irrevocable. Nevertheless, my Super Saiyan project has finally made some progress. Dr. Feit, if you are aware from beyond the grave, you ought to be grateful to me. Reflecting back, it was indeed a monumental achievement when Dr. Feit utilized the remaining blood samples of the Saiyans to restore and ultimately clone them, reviving this nearly extinct race into existence once more. Yet, this individual's ambition was overly grand, employing unscrupulous means to achieve his ends. His motivation for cloning the Saiyans was to assemble an invincible Saiyan army, thereby acquiring the power to dominate the Kurd King and even the universe itself. This led to the subsequent inhumane Super Saiyan Project that, of course, due to his overreaching aspirations, insufficient understanding, and the severe consequences of gene manipulation, Dr. Feit perished without success. Instead, he left behind a rich legacy for Best, allowing this project to be perfected and elevated in his hands. By augmenting individual strength with external forces and employing certain methods to stimulate their emotions, he aimed to facilitate their ascension. This was merely a byproduct of Best's Super Saiyan Project. Although it yielded rapid results, it also harbored significant risks. Thus, from the outset of the experiment, Best had not held much hope, merely engaging in a trivial endeavor utilizing available resources. Now, the results of the third phase indeed corroborated Best's conjectures. These two children, whose combat capabilities had been forcibly enhanced by the fruits of the Tree of Might, appeared formidable but had little future ahead of them. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, the two children felt an unsettling sensation of being watched from the shadows. They quickened their pace, hastily disappearing into the depths of the passage, akin to two young beasts desperately striving to break free, refusing to yield despite the hunter's attempts at soothing them. Instead, they relentlessly schemed to escape the cage that confined their freedom. Petra, in particular, exhibited a far superior intellect and perceptive ability compared to Lei. The poor boy seemed to be all brawn and no brain, contemplating an attack against her despite the utter lack of chance for success. However, this did align with the crude and arrogant characteristics typical of male Saiyans. Regrettably, Best shook his head, as if lost in thought, and suddenly sighed that in truth, genetically speaking, both Best and Petra were merely second-generation clones, directly replicated from the original blood samples. 80% of the experimental subjects utilized in research were of this type. Put it bluntly, they were mere products rolling off an assembly line, crafted in a rather haphazard manner, devoid of meticulousness, and belonging to a category that was abundant and easily found. Physiologically, they retained the original features and traits of their bloodline progenitors. However, these children were distinct. Although they too emerged from the laboratory, they had transcended the classification of mere clones in certain aspects, representing entirely new Saiyan individuals that, in fact, Dr. Feit had once harbored suspicions that his research had entered a misguided path, leading to repeated failures and a lack of progress. After considerable contemplation, he hastily initiated a second plan, employing hybrid breeding methods to amalgamate and optimize two or more gene sets, subsequently selecting the most robust seeds through artificial insemination to cultivate fertilized eggs. He intended to forego drug injections, first nurturing a batch of exceptional Saiyan individuals, and after observing their growth, to acquire detailed data for future plans. Thus, these charming little beings unexpectedly came into existence. In terms of blood relations, they bore a closer resemblance to the descendants of Best's lineage. Their physical condition was remarkably strong and resilient. Additionally, due to Dr. Feit's modifications and optimizations concerning their lineage, these little ones were even infinitely closer to the royal lineage of Vegeta, inheriting nearly all the excellent genes characteristic of Saiyans. Theoretically, they possessed greater developmental potential than ordinary Saiyan warriors. However, during the hatching process of the 300 fertilized eggs, two of them exhibited abnormal traits, namely Petra and later a caretaker once discovered that during their fetal stage, their cerebral activity far surpassed that of other fetuses. Even more bizarrely, the brainwaves they emitted were almost equivalent to those of an 8- or 9-year-old child. At the time, this was an unfathomable phenomenon. The only plausible explanation was that from the moment of their birth, they possessed consciousness capable of imagination and thought. Upon receiving this news, Best was initially taken aback. Mistakenly believing they were like him, accidental outsiders brought here for some reason. Thus, he had been covertly observing the growth of these two youngsters, even isolating them from the other Saiyan children and establishing a dedicated experimental base to conduct specific experiments on them. It wasn't until several years later that Best finally discerned that these two little ones were not like him, but rather individuals who had activated a segment of their genes, leading to some memory resurgence. Much like the two Saiyan clones he had awakened in Dr. Feit's laboratory long ago, this was the primary reason for their hostility towards him. Furthermore, Best learned that these two little ones had been secretly plotting how to eliminate him. The one who can find their freedom and seize all the treasures for themselves, of course, no matter how cunning the prey, it could not escape the keen eyes of the seasoned hunter in Best's eyes. These two cunning little rascals were quite amusing and provided him with some entertainment during his moments of boredom. That was all. Awaken, O Saiyan. Chapter 17. The Super Saiyan Project, Part 3, standing at the mouth of the cave. Surrounded by a wooden structure that appeared as if chiseled by blades, it bore an unyielding hardness, seemingly steeper and more perilous than any cliff. Gazing down, one beheld a sea of mist and clouds, an expanse of white. The magnificent ocean of clouds shifted continually with the wind, presenting an array of fantastical and unpredictable forms. A gust of cool wind swept by, brushing against the faces of the two children, causing them to instinctively shrug their shoulders, evoking a sense of desolate chill and loneliness akin to being at a lofty height. I could see this moment. The spirit tree had grown considerably compared to 7 years prior. It appeared no longer as a mere slender entity, but rather like a continuous range of mountains, towering majestically towards the heavens. Within its essence, there lingered an ancient, profound aura reminiscent of the mythical Mount Bujo. The world tree that stirred one's spirit, leaving them awestruck. Amidst the sea of clouds, the two diminutive figures flitted about like lively fish, vivacious and elusive. In the blink of an eye, they darted away with the speed of a released arrow. Astonishingly swift. Why didn't you take action earlier? Do you really think our combined strength is insufficient to vanquish him? Ray cautiously surveyed the surroundings before suddenly grasping Paluxia's arm, speaking with a sinister tone. Kill him? On what grounds? Paluxia withdrew her hand, her form momentarily faltering, yet she remained steadfastly suspended amidst the clouds, her expression icy as she replied. You dare question the basis for our actions? Damn it. We transformed earlier. We became the legendary Super Saiyans. With such overwhelming power, what could possibly stop us? Ha ha ha. Just a moment ago, I felt that a single punch could obliterate the spirit tree. A fervent gleam shone in Ray's eyes as he spoke with immense excitement. Fool! Paluxia scoffed disdainfully. What significance does being a Super Saiyan hold? Are we not merely his experimental subjects for testing data? After all we've been through, have you not yet discerned his true strength? That fellow is an unfathomable monster, extraordinarily powerful. Our previous schemes have likely not escaped his notice. He simply cannot be bothered to deal with us if he were to take us seriously in our current state. We would undoubtedly be unable to withstand even 2 exchanges. Are you jesting? For all these years, aside from his tedious research, he has shown not a hint of capability. Do not frighten yourself unnecessarily. Ray's eyes widened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exclaimed in disbelief. That is precisely what makes him terrifying. Paluxia sighed, gazing at the undulating sea of clouds below, before suddenly stating, Forget about such matters that in truth, living like this is quite satisfactory. Beneath the spirit tree, the world was adorned with immense, thick roots, thriving with moss and lowly ferns. Nourished by abundant life energy, these primitive plants grew with remarkable vigor. Only a few species could coexist with the spirit tree, thriving in symbiosis. After years of growth, these humble plants had flourished, cloaking the entire land in vibrant greenery. Walking upon them felt as though one tread upon a soft, slippery carpet, imparting an ethereal sensation. Amidst the lush ferns, a group of green-skinned Namekians toiled diligently. Wait, Namekians? What on earth is happening here? As we drew closer to observe them, it became evident that these industrious figures were tall, adorned with antennae atop their heads, and possessing elongated ears. Certainly, they were Namekians, and their lineage appeared remarkably pure. In truth, the presence of Namekians here was not unrelated to Best's manipulation. One must not forget that Best had lingered on Namek for an extended period. During that time, he not only sought the Grand Elder's counsel to refine his psychic abilities, but also undertook numerous endeavors, such as dispatching countless micro-robots to collect Namekian skin tissues, extracting active cells for cloning experiments, testing whether these clones possessed the capacity to create Dragon Balls as they matured. Of course, the experimental results were dismal, yielding no successful instances. Among the 1,300 cloned Namekians, only one, derived from Darcel's cells, exhibited exceptional combat talent, while the rest were woefully mediocre, utterly useless. Thus, Best exiled them here to engage in afforestation and contribute in some capacity. Among them was a remarkably tall Namekian, nearly 2.5 meters in height. Standing out amongst the others, draped around his neck was a pristine, fluffy scarf, and he wore garments crafted from tree bark. That moment, he was intently receiving seeds from his fellow Namekians, focusing intently as he used his fingernail to pierce the hard roots of the spirit tree, creating a series of small holes of varying depths. All right, let us call it a day. Once you plant the seeds, in about 3 days, you should witness a small forest sprouting. The tall Namekian wiped the sweat from his brow. Speaking in a friendly manner, the Namekians gathered around him gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Kerr, you're truly amazing. How can you bore holes in the spirit tree? We could never manage that." Indeed, every time we concentrate our strength in our fingers and attempt to replicate your technique, the spirit tree absorbs our power, leaving us utterly helpless. Another Namekian chimed in eagerly, "We're utterly useless, merely spectators to your labor, without being able to assist," a voice lamented, plunging the group of Namekians into silence. "Do not be disheartened in truth, you can all do it too, with more practice." Kerr smiled, patting their shoulders, though he sought to comfort them. A lingering shadow loomed at his heart. What were those two immense energy fluctuations earlier? Had they succeeded? What a terrifying bunch! Just then, a group of adolescent Saiyan children dashed over, shouting and tossing thick clumps of moss at the Namekians, exclaiming, "Kerr, why are you planting trees again? It's so boring. Come play with us. Hee, you mischievous little monkeys. Catch me and I'll treat you to some fruit. What is so delicious? Recently, we've cultivated a vegetable called pumpkin. Really? Show us." Yes. In the sky, Paluxia seemed to be affected by the joyous atmosphere. A hint of a smile gracing her usually cold visage, a smile that emanated from the depths of her heart. Meanwhile, Ray scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. What nonsense is this? They're Saiyans, possessing such formidable power. Yet they cannot even fight. Have they lost their essence? If everyone united, conquering this planet would be a trivial matter. And what of those green fellows? Why do they spend their days planting trees? Acting like fools? They've wasted so many spirit tree fruits. If you persist in your foolishness, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Paluxia warned coldly, casting a glance at him that silenced Reyes' complaints. Meanwhile, on North Kai's planet, the small realm was shrouded in swirling dust and howling sands, resembling a chaotic tempest. Two individuals were fiercely engaged in combat. One of them exuded an intense crimson aura. Every punch and kick accompanied by waves of searing heat, a formidable force reminiscent of boiling water in a kettle, truly awe-inspiring. His upper garments were in tatters, revealing bulging muscles beneath. The youthful visage bore an air of meticulous concentration, unmistakably that of Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball series. His opponent, however, was a remarkably tall and robust man, with a gaunt face and shoulder-length golden hair, dressed as if he had stepped out of ancient Greek mythology. His every move seemed effortless, yet at critical moments, he could transform the mundane into the extraordinary. That moment, he stood with a serene smile, effortlessly deflecting Goku's tempestuous onslaught with a single hand. He appeared utterly unfazed. This still not enough? Then let me unleash the Kaken times 6, Goku exclaimed, drawing a deep breath as his fiery aura swelled once more, crackling like dry kindling igniting in flames. In an instant, his speed and strength surged to unprecedented heights. With a single punch, the force erupted with the sound of a cataclysmic avalanche, akin to a meteor crashing down, threatening to shatter the very stars. Yet, despite such a fierce assault, he could not force the man to budge even an inch, nor compel him to use both hands in defense. Ha ha ha! Summon them to guide Goku. I truly possess foresight. Chuckled the portly Kai, donning a pair of small sunglasses, covering his mouth in mirth. Suddenly, the two antennas atop his hat seemed to detect something, springing upright with a buzz. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Oh dear! Goku, it's bad news. The Saiyans are nearing Earth. They will land in just 10 minutes. Lord Kai, what did you just say?" Came the sound of something crashing nearby. Moments later, Goku leaped forward, urgency etched upon his face as he queried, "Didn't TU just tell me we had plenty of time?" The Kai stammered, stroking his chin, unable to articulate a coherent response, certainly not willing to admit he had been speaking nonsense earlier. Fear not. 10 minutes is more than sufficient," he assured, though his tone belied his uncertainty.